Chapter 12, 84 Stratagem in Jinjiang. Where is the general's body now? Qian Taichung considered this question paramount. I preserved the general's head with lime when I escaped ashore and hid it in a secret place at the mouth of the Jiulong River. As for the body left on Xiamen Island, I don't know whether the Kun bandits desecrated it. After recovering the lost territory, the generals had indeed searched for Zhang Zhilong's remains. But the Japanese mercenaries who had accompanied him in his final stand were either dead or captured. Those who had escaped followed Tong Tailing to Jinjiang, and since no one cared about Zhang Sen, no one thought to ask Tong Tailing. The generals found nothing. With time, the matter was forgotten. After all, the immediate struggle for power and profit demanded more urgent attention. This simplifies matters considerably. The body's absence was regrettable, Qian Taichung reflected, but so long as the head remained, they could work with it. Fools. Bumpkins. Inwardly, Qian Taichung scorned the Zhang generals. They knew only how to claw after power and profit, still blinded by the merchants' myopia, chasing immediate gains while ignoring everything else. They had given no thought to the political significance of burying Zhang Zhilong properly. The general was no common nobody. He had been a commissioned military officer of the imperial court. Hosting his funeral would be tantamount to announcing to the world that the host was Zhang Zhilong's heir. The funeral procession itself carried immeasurable symbolic weight. Send a careful man to retrieve the general's remains quietly from the mouth of the Jiulong River. Qian Taichung gave his instructions. Everything must be done in secret. I understand. Tomorrow I travel to Fuzhou to seek an audience with His Excellency the Governor. You must protect the young master well here in my absence. He paused. Do not go out, minimize contact with others, and say nothing of the governor's whereabouts or mine. Tong Tailing nodded solemnly. Qian Taichung's journey to Fuzhou proceeded smoothly. When Zhu Weilian learned that someone had brought news of Zhang Zhilong's legitimate son, he gave immediate orders for a personal audience. Upon hearing that Zhang Sen had escaped the Kun bandits and was currently residing at the Jinjiang County School, his delight was evident. He praised Qian Taichung, Tong Tailing, and the others as commendable for their loyalty and courage, expressed profound condolences for Zhang Zhilong's death, and then inquired when the funeral arrangements would be made, so that he might attend in person to offer condolences. After the general fell, his remains were desecrated by the Kun bandits. Only his head was desperately brought out by his subordinate, General Tong. It is presently enshrined in a temple while we prepare to select a date for offering sacrifices and opening the morning hall. This matter should not be delayed. Zhu Weilian's brow furrowed. Since the general died for his country, he ought to be laid to rest without further delay. Nearly a month has passed, and the morning hall has not yet been opened. Speaking frankly, rumor in government and public circles is not favorable. Filial piety was the first of all virtues. Zhang Zhilong had been dead almost a month, and the Zhang family generals had recovered every location throughout Jiangsu Bay, yet not even whispers of a funeral procession had emerged. Was that not absurd? If this were an ordinary official family, the censors would certainly file impeachments the moment word reached them. Qian Taichung had anticipated this. He wiped his eyes, feigning heartbreak, and sketched Zhang Sen's current predicament. Young Master Sen now lives at another's mercy. Even a meal or a cup of tea depends on others' pleasure, let alone hosting a funeral or opening a morning hall. Tears spilled, half genuine sentiment, half calculated affectation. Suddenly he rose from his chair, swept back his robe, and dropped to his knees in a full formal salute. I beg your excellency to render judgment for young Master Sen. Attendants hurried to help him up. Zhu Weilian declared immediately that he would render judgment. For Zhang Sen, the governor's followers were greatly surprised that day. Not only did His Excellency personally meet this shabby-looking scholar, but the two conversed with great pleasure. In the end, the governor dismissed his servants entirely, and the two spoke in private in the warm pavilion until the lamps were lit. Qian Taichung returned to Jinjiang County seat with ambition swelling in his chest. Just as he had estimated, Zhu Weilian was keenly interested in supporting Zhang Sen to restrain the Zhang generals. The governor had not only conversed warmly and offered ample verbal assurances, he had produced tangible commitments. First, expedite the implementation of Zhang Sen's succession. Qian Taichung had already drafted Zhang Zhilong's final memorial and asked the governor to submit it on his behalf. As for the formal procedures, Zhu Weilian's own advisors would handle them. The matter could be concluded swiftly. Second, Zhu Weilian promised that once Zhang Zhilong's funeral was held, he would personally lead the provincial high officials in attendance to offer sacrifices. A full display of the Fujian bureaucracy's support for Zhang Sen simultaneously. He would dispatch private letters to the prefect of Jiangzhou and the magistrates of subordinate counties, requesting they extend Qian Taichung every convenience. Third, he pledged financial and even military support to ensure the legitimate son of the Zhang family could smoothly inherit the position of family head. This is Squad Leader Cao. Zhu Weilian summoned an officer from the governor's standard battalion. Do not be deceived by his youth. He is a man of loyalty and valor. Qian Taichung studied the young officer. Burly and sturdy, with a round face, pointed chin, sparse whiskers, upturned nostrils, and small eyes, he looked quite capable. Something about him seemed familiar, as though they had met before. Squad Leader Cao once accompanied General He on the campaign against the Kun bandits. Beneath the walls of Chiangmai, when our forces met disaster, it was Squad Leader Cao's desperate rearguard action that allowed Commander-in-Chief He to escape the Kun's encirclement. Zhu Weilian smiled. Suddenly Qian Taichung understood. This young officer, like himself, was a survivor of the Chiangmai defeat. This humble general is unworthy of such praise. Speak no more of the past. Zhu Weilian waved a dismissive hand. This is Mr. Qian. You will work together henceforth to defend our Fujian coastal frontier. Both men voiced their assent. Tomorrow, I will issue orders to transfer Squad Leader Cao with 100 soldiers to Jinjiang, where he will secretly assist you. Zhu Weilian smiled. You must cooperate with one heart. Yes, thank you, Your Excellency. Though an additional supervisor now accompanied him, Qian Taichung considered it no great problem. They were currently weak and genuinely needed manpower. Besides, Cao Xiangjia was the governor's man, useful for bolstering their facade. Tong Tailang, however, harbored resentment. Like most in the Zhang group, he instinctively mistrusted the government. But Qian Taichung explained that to secure the governor's support, such minor concessions were necessary. Moreover, having someone from the governor's side present in Jinjiang City would give other factions pause if they harbored any intentions detrimental to the child. We are very weak. To rely on the governor's power, we must compromise for the greater good. Qian Taichung spoke patiently. He understood that Tong Tailang was that rarest of men, one who combined loyalty and righteousness, and would risk life and death for what he believed just. In the future, he would inevitably become a trusted general at Zhang Sen's side. To help Zhang Sen regroup, Qian Taichung needed to cultivate this relationship carefully. As the saying goes, lack of forbearance in small matters upsets great plans. We must endure. After Qian Taichung met with Zhu Weilian, the previously indifferent Jinjiang magistrate suddenly became enthusiastic. Not only did messengers arrive every few days with rice and firewood, but the magistrate also indicated they could remain in the county school as long as they wished. There would be no more urging to vacate. Their circumstances improved dramatically. This gratified Tong Tailang's group immensely. More than that, Qian Taichung's standing soared among the stragglers who had hidden in the county school with nowhere else to go. One after another, they actively drew closer to the organization. Qian Taichung was satisfied, though he knew Jinjiang county seat had never been Zhang family territory. Their presence here could only be temporary. It could not serve as a base for rebuilding. They needed to seize a territory of their own in Jiangzhou Bay. We must retake Anping. His voice was quiet but resolute. Anping was the logical choice. It had been the center of Zhang family power, site of Zhang Zhilong's mansion, the clan's ancestral graves, and its ancestral hall. Zhang Sen's re-entry into Anping carried self-evident symbolic significance. It would hold powerful appeal for Zhang clan members and generals currently scattered and sidelined, lacking the strength to participate in the Jiangsu Bay power struggle. Once Anping was secured, the young master would claim the orthodoxy of the Zhang group. Combined with Zhu Weilian's official endorsement, he would hold half the strategic ground in terms of both legitimacy and moral tradition. From an economic standpoint, Anping was an important trading port for commerce with Japan. Many Anhai ships bound for Japan departed from its docks. Seizing Anping meant grasping a considerable share of the Japan trade. Ships that had been at sea during the attack would likely choose to defect to the young master. Maritime power and economic strength would follow naturally. Tong Tailing voiced no objection to targeting Anping, only a note of concern. Our forces are insufficient. Victory will require surprise. He had long coveted Anping, so close at hand. He had been sending scouts to investigate. Zheng Zhiguan commanded several hundred household soldiers and personal guards, plus over 1,000 armed tenants, all on constant watch against invasion by the other generals. Capturing Anping with the 300 ragtag stragglers under Tong Tailing would be difficult. Of course, with proper planning, opportunity existed. Japanese samurai mercenaries like Tong Tailing excelled at small-scale combat and surprise attacks. They were bold to the point of recklessness. We cannot use force. Qian Taichung's voice was calm but firm. Zheng Zhiguan and the young master are uncle and nephew. We must leave no handle for gossip. He paused. We shall retake Anping peacefully. Though Anping lies in ruins now, Zheng Zhiguan made excuses over a mere farm in Jinjiang County. Do you truly think he will surrender the city? The Winter Clothing Festival falls on the first day of the 10th lunar month, November 12, 1632. The Zheng family ancestral hall has always held sacrificial ceremonies and burned winter clothes for the ancestors on that day. As the legitimate son who has inherited the hereditary position, young Master Sen is obligated by custom to return to the ancestral hall and preside over the sacrificial ceremony. Even if he is too young to handle affairs directly, he must be present. Qian Taichung's voice carried quiet certainty. We shall return to Anping in the name of ancestor worship. What if Zheng Zhiguan obstructs us? He would not dare. Otherwise he places himself in a position of disloyalty and unfilial piety. Even if he fled to sea as a pirate afterward, he would never live it down. At that point, we will enumerate his 10 major crimes, the virtuous attacking the wicked, open and honorable, with just title and righteous words. End of this chapter. Chapter 12, 85. Retaking Anping. Tong Tailing was dazzled by Qian Taichung's words. This Japanese samurai had never imagined that conspiracy and statecraft contained so many subtle maneuvers. His admiration for Qian Taichung deepened, yet curiosity lingered. What are these 10 major crimes? As the defender of Anping, when the Kun bandits attacked, he ignored the safety of the mistress and young master above and disregarded the families and clansmen throughout the city below. He abandoned his post and fled without firing a single shot. This is the first major crime. Correct. When the mistress and young master were in peril, he devised neither a plan to defeat the enemy nor a strategy for rescue. He sat idle, paying them no heed whatsoever. This is the second major crime. The general died on the battlefield, his corpse abandoned to the wilderness. Zheng Zhiguan did not shroud the body. He did not hold a funeral. He did not remove his celebratory garments. Instead, he drank and made merry each day, continuing his amusements as though nothing had happened. Such frenzied behavior is the third major crime. Qian Taichung enumerated them one by one, reciting 10 crimes in a single breath. Each constituted a grave offense by the standards of their era. If these charges were truly pursued, Zheng Zhiguan would be fortunate to escape with only his head. Are we going to kill him? If he proves reasonable, we allow him to atone for his crimes. Qian Taichung had no intention of killing anyone. especially not one of Zhang Zhilong's clansmen. In a patriarchal society, that was an extremely serious matter. Moreover, he was essentially an outsider. Zhang Zhiguan himself was insignificant, but killing him would make the rest of the Zhang clansmen wary and resistant, rendering future affairs far more difficult to manage. Though the governor supported him, his faction remained the weakest. I shall have an audience with the young master now. Qian Taichung rose. I must report these matters to him. Though Zhang Sen was only 8, he had reached an age of comprehension and memory. And though Qian Taichung currently directed affairs, the young master would one day grow into a man. Since ancient times, the relationship between the powerful minister who assists and the monarch who ascends young had been fraught with peril. If not handled properly, he would be sowing the seeds of future calamity. Yet he did not go directly to the young master. First, he visited a female servant who currently tended to Zhang Sen's daily needs. This woman was a distant relative of the Zhang family, having served in the inner quarters of the Zhang mansion. She knew the young master well. After Tong Tailing fled to Jinjiang with Zhang Sen, this servant, also a refugee here, had taken over his care. I shall have an audience with the young master shortly. How has he been in recent days? His daily routine proceeds normally, but he rarely speaks. He sits silent the entire day. Also, the young master refuses to eat fish or meat. This servant fears his body cannot endure it. Anxiety lined her face. So the young master bears a heavy heart, Qian Taichung reflected. Yet because his situation was so precarious, he chose not to burden those around him with his distress, and so remained silent. Such capacity for endurance exceeded that of ordinary children. His refusal to eat fish or meat was mourning for his father. The boy's filial piety was pitiable. In this way, the young master was indeed worth cultivating. I wish to see him. Zhang Sen was just 8 years old. Like his father, he possessed handsome features. The repeated upheavals had made him preternaturally grave. When Qian Taichung came to pay respects, the boy understood that this was the Mr. Qian who had been working on his behalf. Though young, Zhang Sen knew Mr. Qian was laboring for his sake. Having returned from Japan only in 1630, his Chinese was still somewhat halting, yet he managed to offer a few words of encouragement. After meeting the young master, Qian Taichung's confidence grew. He immediately set to work with Tong Tailang and the others, planning the operation to retake Anping. The plan's core was suddenness. Though Qian Taichung did not wish to kill, he was prepared to strike with speed. He resolved to bring Zhang Sen into Anping City before anyone expected it, using the pretext of returning to the ancestral hall for ancestor worship on the day before the winter clothing festival. Once inside, they would disarm Zhang Zhiguan and seize his troops. The plan was not complex, and it contained an element of gamble. But Qian Taichung believed the probability of success was high. Though Zhang Zhiguan counted among the EIGHTEEN Chinese letter, he was mediocre and lacked courage, as demonstrated by his panicked flight from Anping. Moreover, intelligence gathered by scouts over recent days indicated that upon returning to Anping, Zhang Zhiguan had done little but drink and make merry, rarely concerning himself with administrative affairs. Clearly, he was a man of limited ambition. In terms of strength, Zhang Zhiguan was also the weakest, commanding only some 400 personal soldiers and household servants. As for his 1,000-odd hastily armed tenants, Tong Tailing judged them to possess little combat power. So long as they acted decisively, Zhang Zhiguan's will would crumble, and Anping could be retaken without bloodshed. In the days leading up to the operation, Qian Taichung deployed a feint to lull the enemy. He sent a messenger to Anping expressing the young master's hope to return for ancestor worship on the winter clothing festival. Of course, the request was refused. The excuse: the ancestral hall had been severely damaged and was still under repair. There would be no suitable accommodation if the young master came. Since that is the case, might the young master be permitted to send someone to deliver offerings in expression of his filial piety? The messenger proposed in a tone of helpless supplication. 10 people are permitted. No weapons. Come and return the same day. No overnight stay in the city. Yes, thank you, my lord. Kai and Taichung believed this would focus Anping's vigilance on the day of the winter clothing festival. And so, early on the morning before the festival, Kai and Taichung at their head, Tong Tailing leading 100 Japanese mercenaries, Cao Xiangjio commanding 50 soldiers of the governor's standard, all clustered around the sedan chair bearing Zhang Sen, with yamen runners dispatched by the Jinjiang magistrate clearing the way. The party set out from Jinjiang without warning and drove straight for Anping. To ensure the element of surprise, they did not rest along the route. The sedan bearers rotated in shifts without halting the chair, covering 30 li in 4 hours to arrive at Anping City by noon. The city wall remained unrepaired, still a ruin from the battle. With limited troops, Zhang Zhiguan had concentrated his forces around key points such as his own mansion and the approaches facing Jiangsu Bay. Only the original city gate on the mainland side had been fitted with a simple gate tower, manned by soldiers who checked passers-by. When this sudden procession appeared, the guards were thrown into confusion. They had indeed received orders not to admit anyone associated with Zhang Sen, but the one who had arrived was Zhang Sen himself, the general's legitimate son. We are escorting the young master back to the ancestral hall to prepare for tomorrow's ancestor worship. Kai and Taichung sat astride his horse, voice ringing with authority. Anyone who obstructs the young master from honoring his ancestors is a disloyal and unrighteous traitor to the Zhang family. Who dares block the way? The Zhang soldiers at the checkpoint exchanged uncertain glances, at a loss. Every common soldier understood what status the general's legitimate son held, to say nothing of the government officials accompanying him. If fighting broke out, no one could bear the responsibility. Besides, only 20 or 30 men manned the checkpoint, no match for the Japanese mercenaries on the other side, bright takai unsheathed, looking every inch like wolves and tigers. As hesitation gripped them, Kai and Taichung raised his riding crop. Escort the young master into the city. The Japanese mercenaries and governor's standard soldiers drew their long sabers in unison, forced through the checkpoint, entered Anping and drove straight for the Zhang clan ancestral hall. Zhang Zhiguan, alerted in advance, turned pale with shock. He had not expected Zhang Sen to arrive in person without warning. He had expected even less that the boy would bypass any other target and drive straight on to the ancestral hall. The original Zhang family mansion, that was where he had made his arrangements, where he had stationed capable confidants. The ancestral hall, by contrast, was guarded only by servants assigned to sweep and watch. For a moment, panic seized him. He possessed over 2,000 men. Armed resistance would be simple enough. But he dared not lay a hand on his nephew. The moment he harmed Zhang Sen, explanations to the imperial court would become impossible, and others within the Zhang group would seize upon it as a justification for war. He gathered his household servants and hurried to the ancestral hall. Offerings had already been arranged in the courtyard. The Japanese guard and governor's standard soldiers stood solemnly within, their ranks radiating an air of menacing readiness. This is the Zhang clan ancestral hall. Soldiers are not permitted to enter. A squad leader in gleaming helmet and armor barred his path at the gate. Zhang Zhiguan recognized the man at once. A proper regular army officer of the imperial court, a squad leader of the governor's standard battalion. Zhang Zhiguan hesitated. He was not the type to risk universal condemnation. Zhang Sen had already reached the ancestral hall, attended not only by his own armed force but by government soldiers as well. The only solution would be to storm in, fight it out, and expel his nephew by force. That would destroy his reputation and doom him beyond redemption. Besides, his few hundred household servants were probably no match for these tiger-like warriors. Observing how his men shrank back, Zhang Zhiguan yielded. Very well. On the first day of the 10th lunar month, Zhang Sen presided over the Winter Clothing Festival sacrificial ceremony in the ancestral hall at Anping as the eldest grandson of the eldest branch. Zhang Zhiguan was disarmed and placed under house arrest. The ship's troops, manors, and property under his control passed into Zhang Sen's hands. "Sir, you are truly a man of godlike wisdom." Tong Tailing's admiration knew no bounds. Qian Taichung had led them to capture Anping City and seize Zhang Zhiguan's forces without shedding a single drop of blood. "We still have much to do." Though Qian Taichung felt the gratification of having tested his edge, deep worries still troubled him. The sudden capture of Anping was certainly cause for celebration, but as a result, the other factions would now regard the young master with wariness. Future stratagems would not enjoy such advantage of surprise. "Please instruct us, Mr. Qian." Tong Tailing and the others were flush with excitement. "First, we must hold a funeral for the general." Qian Taichung's voice was calm but resolute. "For this, I must visit His Excellency the Governor once more. I leave Anping in your hands." Without pause, Qian Taichung set out for Fuzhou and reported the successful capture of Anping to Zhu Weilian. "It was entirely owing to your Excellency's prestige." As he spoke, he presented a gift list. The list contained 4 categories of precious items, all rare foreign goods of considerable value. Zhu Weilian nodded slightly. "Mr. Qian is truly a man of great talent. What do you intend to do next?" "I beg your Excellency to illuminate the path. I would not presume. If you have something in mind, speak frankly." "This lowly one is merely a commoner. Many things prove exceedingly inconvenient." Qian Taichung spoke without concealment. For his next plans to proceed, he required an official position. End of this chapter. Chapter 12. 86 Prolonged War. He now served as Zhang Sen's counselor and frequently needed to come forward to conduct negotiations. An official title would make such dealings far more convenient. Others would not dare to slight him. "Your reasoning is sound." Zhu Weilian stroked his beard and nodded. "Yet you are only a licentiate. There is no precedent in this dynasty for a licentiate to enter officialdom directly. With border affairs pressing, the Imperial Court has recently reopened contributions to the Imperial College. This student has already dispatched someone to handle the matter." The so-called contribution to the Imperial College, Li Jian, dated back to the Tumu crisis, when the Ming Dynasty ordered licentiates throughout the realm to contribute grain or horses in exchange for the qualification of Jian Sheng, an Imperial College student. It was, in essence, purchasing status with money and grain. The standing of such Jian Sheng was low. Society looked down upon them. Nevertheless, once one became an Imperial College student, precedent allowed the possibility of official appointment. Especially in the disordered final decades of the Ming, systemic decay had opened convenient doors for all manner of irregular arrangements. If Qian Taichung obtained Jiansheng status, and Zhu Weilian was willing to assist, securing a minor official position or nominal title would present no difficulty. Zhu Weilian smiled faintly. "I had not expected Mr. Qian to be so thorough in his calculations." Qian Taichung trembled, hurriedly gathering his robe to kneel. "This student would not presume. It is merely a passing thought. How would I dare display cleverness before your Excellency? It is truly an expedient born of necessity, all in service to the Imperial Court and the nation, and for the long-term stability of Fujian. I beg your Excellency to discern my sincerity. There is no need for such ceremony." Zhu Weilian raised a hand. "I understand your intentions completely. Serve the Imperial Court faithfully, and a promising future surely awaits you." He considered for a moment. "Once your contribution status is processed, I shall add your name to the merit list for the great victory at Xiamen." "Thank you, Your Excellency, for your kindness." Qian Taichung returned from Fuzhou in haste and gathered his assembled subordinates, including capable figures from among Zhang Zhiguan's former retainers. He delegated the arrangements for Zhang Zhilong's funeral, item by item. His aim was to hold a grand funeral that would proclaim Zhang Sen's status as Zhang Zhilong's legitimate son and head of the Zhang group. "This is a masterful stroke, beautifully executed," Jiang Shan commented from his office after reading the freshly delivered report. "The Zhang family generals will be driven to distraction. Refusing to attend marks them as disloyal, unfilial, and unrighteous. Attending acknowledges Zhang Sen as the leader of the Zhang group. He looked up at Wang Ding, section chief of the analysis section. Who is this Qian Taichung besides Zhang Sen? He was a former advisor to Shi Bangyao, the left administration vice commissioner of Guangdong and intendant of Hainan Circuit. He was captured during the Battle of Chiangmai and spent over 2 years laboring for us, released only this spring. Wang Ding retrieved a paper file. Here are the materials I pulled on him. Who would have thought he possessed such talents? Jiang Shan flipped through the pages. This will make the Zhang family's little drama considerably more compelling. Li Yan coughed. Should the Zhang clan actually be reunited under his direction, to our disadvantage, perhaps we ought to eliminate him directly. Jiang Shan waved dismissively. It matters little. This drama only improves with someone stirring the pot. We are curious to see just how much ability such a schemer possesses to turn the tide. Wang Ding added, judging from the current situation, even if this Qian Taichung manages to reunify the Zhang remnants, it would be extremely difficult to restore the conditions of Zhang Zhilong's dominance over Fujian's waters. Precisely. Jiang Shan withdrew a cigar, struck a match, lit it, and drew deeply. The colonization and trade departments are planning to launch 2 commercial campaigns designed to extinguish the Zhang family's remaining vitality entirely. Are you referring to the trade monopoly plan against Japan and the Philippines discussed at the recent Senate Standing Committee meeting? Indeed. Jiang Shan exhaled. The Zhang family's wealth did not fall from the sky. If we can sever those 2 trade routes, they are finished. Let alone Qian Taichung. Even if Zhu Liang and Liu Bowen were reincarnated as Zhang Sen's strategists, turning the tide would remain beyond their reach. The Zhang group, having lost most of its fleets and a vast amount of capital, was now like a gravely wounded patient who had barely survived the shock of massive hemorrhage. Even with recovery, long-term nutritional support would be required to rebuild. The trade war against the Philippines and Japan would serve to pinch off these 2 infusion tubes critical to the Zhang group's very survival. As for the chaos in Jiangsu Bay, I expect Zhang Zhaifeng and the Zhang Lion brothers will not submit to Damu, Zhang Sen, so easily. There remains an excellent drama of dragons and tigers contending to observe. We need only watch quietly. How shall we handle the Zhang family dependents already transported to Hong Kong? Wang Ding inquired. Among them are quite a few family members of important figures. On that matter, the executive committee has already responded and approved our proposal to demand ransom. We will circulate lists to Xiamen and other locations, allowing them to ransom individuals by name. Jiang Shan paused. The executive committee also instructed us to formulate a detailed ransom price list based on the roster to maximize benefits. Isn't it somewhat a pity? Not at all. What use would keeping these people serve? Send them to labor, that would be the true waste. Li Yan smiled. Next, let us discuss operations in Dengzhou. A bitter wind cut through the air, and snowflakes drifted down in endless curtains. Lu Wenyuan stood atop the watchtower of the stockade on Kimu Island, drawing his thick cotton coat tighter. Flakes as large as palms fell in chaotic spirals, covering the earth before him with a thin white shroud. The winter of 1632 was brutally cold. Though the 10th lunar month had only just begun, eastern Jiadong had already received its first snow. Lu Wenyuan knew from the historical meteorological data provided by the Great Library that this would be a harsh winter. Even Lingao would see heavy snow. Yet compared with the previous winter, the most critical period on Kimu Island had passed. Manor Lord Lu had become something of a local power on the Jiadong Peninsula. Capitalizing on the Dengzhou rebellion, the village braves, under his command, had occupied the Zheiyuan region, established more than a dozen stockades, controlled tens of thousands of people, and transformed into a semi-independent force. Not only did government officials treat him with notable deference, but even the rebels dared not provoke him. Troops marching under the Kimu Island banner traveled unimpeded throughout the region. Manor Lord Lu took considerable pride in these achievements. Except for a brief pause during the summer typhoon season, Kimmel Island had spent the entirety of 1632 taking in and transporting refugees. Over 180,000 had been received. More than 100,000 had been shipped out. Vast stretches across the three prefectures of eastern Shandong now lay barren, nearly devoid of human presence. The common folk had either been killed or captured by the rebels, or they had fled to Longkou and Zhejiang, most of whom had since been dispatched to Hainan, Jeju, and Taiwan to become indentured servants under Senate authority. Yet this great upheaval in Dengzhou was gradually approaching its end. In the 8th lunar month of the 5th year of Changzhen, Zhu Dadian had led the forces of the Shandong field headquarters to defeat the rebels at Sha, then pursued them relentlessly to Leizhou. After crushing the elite cavalry commanded by Kang Yaod, Leizhou city was formally relieved. On the 12th day of the 9th lunar month in the 5th year of Changzhen, the government troops of the Shandong field headquarters pressed their advantage, attacking Huang County. At Beima town, they engaged the rebels who had turned out in full force, claiming an army of 100,000 including 10,000 cavalry. In the end, the rebels were routed, 13,000 killed, 800 captured, and countless drowned after falling into the sea. The government recovered Huang County seat, and Jin Guoqi and others drove straight on to Dengzhou, establishing camps outside the West Gate. As a local notable, Lu Wenyuan, having earned merit defending Leizhou and protecting the territory and pacifying the people within Huang County's borders, was personally received after the battle by Zhu Dadian, Zai Sanbin, and Gao Qiqian upon recommendation from Sun Yuanhua and other civil and military officials who had defended the city. They promised to reward him according to merit in the official commendation lists. Lu Wenyuan composed his expression into profound gratitude, shedding tears as he kowtowed to these worthies, all the while cursing inwardly. Once official matters concluded, he paid private visits to these gentlemen in turn, presenting each with generous gifts. The most lavish he reserved for Zhu Dadian. Because Dengzhou had held out for 8 months, the imperial court rewarded and compensated the officials, generals, and gentry who had distinguished themselves in the defense. Sun Yuanhua received no reward, but was permitted to avoid being stripped of his post and arrested for interrogation. He would continue to serve at the front with the demoted status of Dengzhou governor, bearing a record of guilt. Manor Lord Lu obtained the qualification to enter the Imperial College for study. That is, he became a Giant Sheng, the status equivalent of a Jurin. Even Feng Zong's was awarded the military rank of Small Banner. What now concerned Zhu Dadian and his colleagues above all was capturing Dengzhou and finally ending the rebellion. But for Lu Wenyuan, this matter could not conclude too quickly. If these tens of thousands of government troops crushed Kang Yaod in one vigorous sweep, and then turned their attention to the tens of thousands under his banner, men and grain aplenty at Zhejiang and Longkou, what ideas might the officers, flush with victory and momentum, conceive? Just days ago, Zai Sanbin had sent a messenger with a letter requesting that Lu Wenyuan prepare 1,000 shi of grain and 3,000 laborers for service with the army. HMPH. Do you take me for a fat pig presenting itself to the butcher? Lu Wenyuan thought darkly. He immediately instructed the messenger to return with an agreeable reply. Though he himself faced difficulties, he would never be lax in serving the imperial court. He only required a few days to prepare. Gazing at the increasingly dense curtain of heavy snow, he recalled the telegram he had received days ago. The Operation Engine Command had approved his proposal to prolong the Dengzhou rebellion. Let the rebels deal the government troops one more heavy blow. Let the government forces win a Pyrrhic victory, supported just enough by Lu Wenyuan's aid to avoid collapse while suffering grievous losses. Ideally, they would lose several more civil and military officials in the process. That way, both in strength and in morale, the government army would no longer entertain ideas of encroaching upon him. His goal of establishing an autonomous Zheiyuan would be achieved. With heavy snow flying, grain must be the army's center of gravity. Lu Wenyuan mused. If the grain is lost, the government forces presently massed beneath Dengzhou's walls will collapse without a fight. Zai Sanbin currently sat in Huang County, supervising the grain supply. The provisions were transported from Qingzhou, with Yang Jin, the intendant of Qingzhou Circuit, responsible for transshipment. Defenders at Zhuqiao and Huangshangyuan provided relay support. If the rebels launched a surprise attack and breached either Zhuqiao or Huangshangyuan, the grain convoys could be severed. End of this chapter. Chapter 12. 87. Key intelligence. Despite his scheming, Lu Wenyuan understood that a surprise attack on Qingzhou would be an extraordinarily difficult operation for rebels whose territory had been compressed to Dengzhou alone. Zhu Dadian and Gao Kikian had both arrived at the city walls to personally command the suppression army, and government forces were at peak strength with soaring morale. Intelligence from within the city suggested that Li Jiacheng, Kang Yaod, and others had already contemplated fleeing by ship, only to be blocked by their own subordinates. Clearly, rebel morale was beginning to crumble. Zhu Mingxia, recently returned from Jeju Island, held a different view. He argued that historical records showed the rebel corps had always maintained formidable fighting spirit. Following their victory at Beima town, government troops had achieved no significant advantage during months of besieging Dengzhou. Not only had they been driven out multiple times after forcing their way into the city, but the rebels had actively sallied forth on numerous occasions. Until Li Jiacheng fell in battle, the rebels steadfastly refused surrender. Even after fleeing to sea, they had engaged Ming and Korean forces repeatedly in Bohai Bay, holding out until their situation became truly impossible before finally surrendering to the Manchus. These were true diehards, desperados to the last. The rebels in Dengzhou lack neither will nor courage, Zhu Mingxia declared. What they lack is accurate intelligence and mobility. Give them a helping hand, and these audacious men under Kang Yaod will certainly stake everything on one final gamble. The problem is, if we help them destroy the government's grain stores, won't Zai Sanbin and Zhu Dadian immediately focus their attention on Kimu Island? Chen Saijin expressed his concern. We're the only major household in Huang County capable of assembling such quantities of grain. Armed resistance would be simple enough, but their goal was to maintain a long-term presence in the three prefectures of eastern Shandong. Open conflict with the government didn't fit that strategy. We must arrange it like the Battle of Wuchao, Zhu Mingxia said. He already had a plan in mind. Once the grain was lost, Yuan Shao's army had wavered, and Cao Cao's forces had surged forth to seize the moment. That single stroke had settled the fate of Hebei. Applied to Dengzhou, the principle remained the same. The rebels could exploit the chaos following the destruction of government supplies, when the army's will was shaken, to break out in one decisive thrust, shattering the siege at minimum. That would require exceptional execution and command ability. Lu Wenyuan remained skeptical. I believe the rebels possess exactly that. Zhu Mingxia spoke without hesitation. I've studied the historical materials on this incident archived in the Great Library. Li Jiacheng and Kang Yaod both demonstrate considerable tactical command ability, and their army's combat performance has been respectable. Provided we furnish sufficient intelligence and necessary assistance, they will seize this single opportunity to reverse their fortunes and bet everything on it. The plan was this. When government forces began to rout, the northbound detachment would support Sun Yuanhua in a counterattack from Leizhou, repelling the rebels in one stroke while rescuing the defeated government army from total annihilation. Every failure presents an excellent opportunity to attack political rivals. Whether Zhu Dadian or Zai Sanbin, both would face a torrent of impeachment memorials from throughout the court. Their attitudes would become far more accommodating. The more chaotic the situation in Shandong, the smaller the cost the Senate would need to pay to maintain its presence. Night fell over Dazheshan Island. A small boat, unmarked and flying no flags, slipped quietly into harbor. Dengzhou Island was small and ungarrisoned by Ming troops. Its moderate distance from both Pinglai and Longkou made it ideal as a meeting point between the northbound detachment and rebel leaders. Though the two sides had cooperated in human trafficking and fencing stolen goods for a year, no real trust existed between them. Meeting on this isolated island offered both parties a measure of security. Since secretly reaching their mutually beneficial non-aggression agreement, a regular liaison system had been established between the rebels and the three men of Kimu Island. Both sides dispatched envoys to relay oral messages, using tokens as proof of authenticity. The Engine Operation Command had repeatedly emphasized, not a single piece of paper, not a single written character was to fall into rebel hands. Apart from the senators themselves, no one was permitted to retain documents or records of any negotiations with the rebels. The naturalized citizens selected as liaisons were therefore chosen as the most reliable and capable of keeping absolute silence. But this matter was of such importance that Chen Saijin went personally. In the guardhouse beneath the abandoned beacon tower on Dengzhou Island, Kang Yaod waited for the envoy by the light of a lamp as dim as a bean. His expression was dark and brooding. Here on this small island, he had no need to maintain the calm facade of a man with everything under control and unshaken by events. For the rebels, desperate might not be an exaggeration. Promoting soothing through war and breaking through Lezhou to seize passage into the three prefectures of western Shandong and enter the central plains. Neither of the two grand strategies formulated at the uprising's outset had come to fruition. Since the day they raised the banner, Li Jiacheng and Kang Yaod had dispatched countless spies to the capital, Jinan, and elsewhere to gather intelligence. Many court ministers who might have advocated appeasement had suddenly fallen silent, unanimously calling for suppression. The voices previously arguing for conciliation had been greatly weakened. Promoting soothing through war had failed. The plot to force passage into western Shandong had collapsed time and again. Though the Ming army performed poorly in field battles, they had blocked rebel offensives in nearly every defensive engagement, confining operations to the narrow strip between Dengzhou and Lezhou from start to finish. More than a year of frenzied burning, killing, and looting had transformed this region into a barren wasteland, utterly incapable of sustaining an army that had swelled to dozens of times its original size. Desperate bandits, local able-bodied men coerced into joining the rebels merely to survive, rooted government soldiers, Liaodong soldiers and civilians who had crossed the sea in droves from the hungry and frozen Dengjiang town to defect. All these had gathered together to form an armed mass of unprecedented scale. Like locusts, they had consumed everything in their path. Dreams of promotion, wealth, women, and silk had gradually given way to a more immediate concern: where to find the next meal. Dengzhou had indeed possessed grain piled like mountains at the start. Later raids on the surrounding countryside had yielded more. But throughout the three prefectures of eastern Shandong, save for a few places untouched by the flames of war, there had been no cultivation for an entire year, meaning no summer or autumn harvest. As stored grain dwindled, the specter of large-scale famine loomed ever closer over the rebels' heads. The only one who might possess substantial grain reserves in the Dengzhou-Lezhou area was Kimu Island. But the rebels had been repulsed there when they were at full strength. There was no question of attempting it now, with government forces encamped outside Dengzhou's western gate. If things continued this way, they wouldn't even need to fight. Their own forces would collapse from hunger and cold. What scheme was Manor Lord Lu pursuing by suddenly proposing this meeting? Kang Yaod had never been able to fathom Manor Lord Lu's true intentions. Having witnessed the formidable combat power and devastating firepower of his village braves during their early confrontations, he had always harbored a wary respect for this tiger lurking nearby. Fortunately, aside from once sending men to help defend Lezhou, Manor Lord Lu had not interfered with rebel operations. After the two sides reached their tacit understanding, Kimu Island had claimed only Zheiyuan, showing no interest in expanding territory. They simply continued receiving refugees, loading people onto ships, and transporting them away, as if what they truly sought was population. Were it not for the village brave's tactics being completely unlike the Manchus, he might have suspected Manor Lord Lu was a Tartar in disguise. He couldn't fathom why Manor Lord Lu had specifically invited him to this meeting. Coming in person was surely dangerous. He was now vice-marshal of the rebels, the second highest leader. His capture would be an immense accomplishment. Yet Kang Yao knew perfectly well that if Manor Lord Lu had wanted to help the government destroy the rebels, he could have done so long ago. There was no need to wait until now. "General, you have arrived." "My apologies for the delay." The newcomer's voice boomed like a great bell. He stood 8 kai tall with a powerful build, but it was not Manor Lord Lu. "I dare not presume priority, I only just arrived myself." Kang Yao cupped his fists in greeting. "And you are?" "I am the Manor Lord's representative, here to discuss a matter of great importance with the general." Chen Sijin studied the unassuming young commander before him with complicated feelings. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they cut immediately to business. Chen Sijin unwrapped a paper package and withdrew several sheets of thin Xuan paper. "General, please examine these." Kang Yao accepted them, studied them by lamplight, and froze. It was a detailed map showing the distribution of government forces stationed throughout the Qingzhou area. Not only did it include terrain and roads, but it also listed troop numbers and the names of commanding officers. Most critically, it marked multiple locations where government grain was stored. He already knew from his own spies that grain was being transshipped from Qingzhou, but such a clear and accurate map was something he had never possessed. As a veteran commander, Kang Yao immediately grasped the map's significance. Suppressing his excitement, he looked up. "This is a small gift from the Manor Lord," Chen Sijin replied. Kang Yao clutched the papers tightly. This was no mere map. It was the elixir that could bring the rebels back from the dead. For a moment he was speechless. The other party's intention in giving him this map was self-evident. But then suspicion crept in. What exactly did these people from Kimu Island want? Within the rebel leadership, there had always been confusion about this force's true purpose. If they were loyal to the imperial court, they showed absolutely no interest in assisting the suppression. Kang Yao knew well enough that with the combat power of the Kimu Island village braves and the large ships that constantly sailed to Longkou to receive refugees, defeating the rebels alone would not be difficult. Setting aside everything else, if they simply wished it, they could sever the sea route from Dengzhou to the various Dengjiang islands at any time, making it impossible to recruit Dengjiang veterans or receive the reinforcement of Dengjiang soldiers and civilians. Not to mention that these people had been conducting their own commerce throughout, acquiring vast quantities of population and materials, providing the rebels with an excellent outlet for disposing of plunder on a massive scale. Yet if they were merely ambitious power brokers exploiting the Dengzhou chaos to expand their influence, they had only added a single Zheiyuan to their holdings beyond Kimu Island. And Zheiyuan was a poor place even by the standards of Eastern Shandong. Every local power knew to seize more territory and claim wealthy lands. Who would be content with a strip of salty, bitterly cold coastal ground? All this comprised an unsolved riddle, one that kept the rebels perpetually wary of the Kimu Island faction. Chapter 12. 88 Siege of Dengzhou. Broken. Kang Yao slowly tucked the sheaf of papers into his breast and fixed his gaze on the other man. "Why would the Manor Lord wish to reveal the location of the government's grain depots to me?" Chen Sijin smiled faintly. "If you find it useful, use it. If not, burn it." Kang Yao pressed further. "To speak frankly, I still harbor some doubts about this. Could this be an invitation into a trap?" Hoping to goad some useful information from the other party, Chen Sijin's smile did not waver. "A trap? Is one truly necessary?" His expression hardened and he gave a cold laugh. If we wished it, your heads would have been displayed across the 9 frontiers months ago. Why wait until now? The words were extraordinarily rude, arrogant beyond measure. Kang Yao felt hot anger rise within him, but he knew the other party was not boasting. Suppressing his fury, he cupped his fists. Then I thank the man our lord. Kang takes his leave. He rose and departed. After obtaining this intelligence, Li Jiacheng and Kang Yao conferred. Continuing to defend desperately within the city would not sustain them much longer. Among the government reinforcements were the elite Guanning army, including 2,000 barbarian soldiers, renowned as the fiercest fighters, all Mongol and later Jin defectors who had surrendered to the Ming. In open battle, the rebels stood no chance. The rout at Bama town had made that abundantly clear. Their cavalry and infantry, hastily assembled using looted livestock, were no match for seasoned field cavalry. This left raiding the grain depot to force a government retreat as their only viable option besides fleeing by sea. However, rebel-held territory had now contracted to Dengzhou alone. To reach Qingzhou meant crossing through Lezhou, an exceedingly risky proposition. Lezhou City currently housed thousands of government soldiers under Sun Yuanhua and Zhang Tao, men who had fought the rebels until their eyes burned red with hatred. If they blocked and intercepted the raiding force, whether going or returning, the losses would be catastrophic. The entire strike force might well be annihilated. The two commanders calculated repeatedly before concluding that delay would only breed further trouble. While the newly arrived government forces had not yet completed their encirclement, and while heavy snow fell to suppress activity in the wilderness, they would dispatch cavalry for a surprise assault on Qingzhou to burn the government's grain stores in a single stroke. Once the plan was set, Kang Yao assembled a strike force built around his household retainers and personal guards, secretly reinforced by the trusted men of various Dengzhou generals. 600 elite cavalry gathered in all. Each man was given a full meal and issued winter clothing. Silver was distributed. Each soldier was equipped with 1 horse and 1 mule, carrying 6 days' worth of dry rations and fodder. Under cover of the heavy snowfall pouring from the sky, they quietly opened the city gates and slipped away along the coastline. Snow fell continuously. Goose-feather flakes swiftly buried all traces of their passing. In the bitter cold, the government army's scouts no longer ventured far. Kang Yao's 600 cavalry proceeded without incident, entering Qingzhou territory with minimal losses. Though Qingzhou was one of the 3 prefectures of eastern Shandong, the successful defense of Lezhou City had spared it the worst of the Dengzhou-Lezhou rebellion. Apart from being swept by rebel forces retreating to Dengzhou early on, it had remained relatively stable afterward, nothing like the 1,000-li wastelands bereft of human trace. Naturally, the government troops' alertness here was considerably diminished. When Kang Yao's cavalry suddenly materialized in Qingzhou, they smashed through a succession of grain storage points at Zhuqiao, Huangshangyuan, and elsewhere, putting tens of thousands of shi of transshipped provisions to the torch. Qingzhou Intendant Yang Jin hastily led troops to intercept, only to be defeated and killed in battle. At a single stroke, the Shandong Field Headquarters, which had been preparing to collect full merit, was thrown into complete chaos. This winter was extraordinarily harsh. By the 11th lunar month, heavy snow was already falling. Combined with the piercing sea winds, the soldiers suffered terribly from the freezing cold, their skin cracking and splitting. The suppression forces had arrived unprepared for such weather. Zhu Dadian and Zai Sanbin dispatched agents everywhere to collect padded jackets and fur coats, as well as reed mats and strong spirits to comfort the troops. They distributed reward silver repeatedly, straining every sinew to stabilize morale. Then rumors spread through the camps that the grain had been burned. Before anyone could trace the source, an emergency messenger from Qingzhou arrived at the main camp. For Zhu Dadian and his colleagues, this was nothing less than a thunderbolt from clear skies. In the dead of winter, tens of thousands of troops were encamped beneath a fortified city, and their supplies had been cut off. In an instant, they faced the prospect of total annihilation. Upon receiving this emergency dispatch, Zhu Dadian immediately summoned the civil officials and military commanders in the main camp to discuss countermeasures. The general's consensus was unanimous. With 4 days' worth of grain still in the camp, they should strike camp and retreat to Leizhou, Qingzhou, and other locations to obtain supplies locally. They could resume the siege once the grain route was restored. Zhu Dadian hesitated. He had poured out his heart's blood for this siege of Dengzhou. The rebels had been reduced to fish thrashing in a disturbed pot, and then this catastrophe struck the supply line. According to the urgent report from Qingzhou, the rebels appeared to have sent roving cavalry to attack the various grain depots. Since this was a raid without rear support, the enemy could not sustain their operations for long. 4 days' grain remained in camp. If emergency measures could be arranged, perhaps the siege could be maintained. His thoughts turned to Manor Lord Lu, who had already promised 1,000 she of grain. Surely another few thousand she would not be beyond his means. By all accounts, he had gathered tens of thousands of refugees in the Jiayuan area and must have substantial stores, and Huang County was not far. Therefore, instead of ordering an immediate retreat, he directed the generals to return to their camps temporarily, maintain strict discipline, and await further orders. After the commanders departed, Zhu Dadian immediately dispatched a fast rider to Leizhou, requesting that Sun Yuanhua first assemble a batch of grain from within the city and transport it to the main camp to steady the troops. He continued deliberating with several key advisors, estimating various difficulties they might encounter and formulating contingency plans. As they talked, the sudden roar of cannon fire erupted from Dengzhou city, followed by bursts of cheering. Zhu Dadian frowned. What is this commotion? In moments, the noise from the city seemed to spread to the camp itself. Men shouted, horses neighed, a scene of utter chaos. Commander of Suppression in Dengzhou, General of Liaodong soldiers, Vice Commander-in-Chief Jin Guoqi burst into the tent, speaking urgently. My lords, mount your horses at once. The situation is dire. What has happened? Speak clearly. I do not know how, but when word of the severed grain route reached the camps, the soldiers fell into uproar, clamoring to leave. The officers cannot control them. They are being swept along by the mutinous troops in their flight. The camps are in complete panic, collapsing like shattered tiles. The situation is extremely critical. Please mount immediately, my lord, to prepare for any eventuality. Zhu Dadian forced himself to remain calm. Go at once and issue strict orders. Troops of all camps are forbidden to panic or move of their own accord. They must maintain composure by force if necessary and hold their positions. Anyone who abandons their post to flee is to be beheaded immediately without pardon. By your command. Jin Guoqi turned and rushed out. While Zhu Dadian was still wrestling with the crisis, Zhu Dashu rode up with a contingent of personal guards, dismounted before Zhu Dadian's tent, and offered a hasty salute before crying out, My lord, you must move the camp immediately. The rebels have already sallied from the city. Please, my lord, leave at once. The rebels are fish in a pot. There is no cause for alarm. Before he finished speaking, the thunder of cannon fire erupted from the city. The rebels, who had barely fired their guns in recent days, were suddenly unleashing a concentrated barrage. Cannonballs screamed toward the main camp, adding to the chaos. Zhu Dadian was about to respond when war drums, horns, and conch shells sounded from the rebel lines. Then came the roar of thousands upon thousands of charging troops, the thunder of hooves and battle cries. Everyone heard it clearly. The rebels in Dengzhou had committed their full strength to an assault on the camp. Zhu Dashu urged again, Please move the camp immediately, my lord. We can make plans afterward. The day after Kang Yao's successful raid, Li Jiacheng received word of the mission's success via a secret envoy dispatched by Manor Lord Lu. He had been skeptical at first, making no immediate move, but ordered his subordinates to feed the horses, sharpen weapons, and prepare to sortie at any moment. When sudden reports arrived that the government camp was in chaos, men shouting, horses braying, he knew some disaster had befallen them. Most likely, word of the severed grain route had finally reached the troops. Li Jiacheng was himself a veteran of Liaodong who knew the Guanning style of conduct intimately. This could only mean the Guanning generals were abandoning their posts in the crisis. He barked a laugh. Truly heaven aids me. He immediately ordered drums and cannons throughout the city, sending soldiers to proclaim in every street, "The government army's grain route is cut." Donning full armor, he personally led an elite vanguard of 30,000 infantry and cavalry in an assault on the main camp, hoping to shatter the Shandong field headquarters in one blow while they were still reeling. By then the Guanning camps, the strongest fighting force in the field headquarters, had already begun their flight. The remaining troops from Sichuan, Hebei, and the Shandong garrisons followed suit. In moments, the entire encampment dissolved into pandemonium, soldiers scrambling over one another to escape. Zhu Dadian, Zai Sanbin, and the others were seized by their guards, hoisted onto horseback, and borne away in the general rout. The weather was freezing, the roads treacherous after the snowfall. The Guanning forces, being mostly cavalry, fled first. The other units were mainly infantry and could barely move through the accumulated snow. When the rebels caught up, these men scattered like startled birds, offering no resistance. The rout and pursuit continued into the night. Many government soldiers were killed or captured. Countless more simply vanished into the chaos. Zhu Dadian and his party came perilously close to capture several times. In moments of despair, thoughts of suicide crossed his mind. At the most critical juncture, with his guards scattered and himself alone, a cavalry unit flying the Kimu Island banner suddenly appeared, fired a volley of muskets, repelled the pursuing rebels, and took him into their protection. Still shaken, Zhu Dadian observed that the rescuers numbered only a little over 100. Their leader was a young officer wearing a thick felt wide-brimmed hat, a cotton robe, and cloth wrappings bound around his chest and waist. The 100 cavalrymen with him were dressed identically, carrying muskets slung diagonally across their backs and sabers at their waists. Though none wore armor, they appeared vigorous and formidable. "This humble one is Huang An, paying respects to your excellency." Upon learning that the man he had saved was the governor of Shandong, the young officer immediately dismounted and knelt before Zhu Dadian's horse in salute. "My lords have suffered a great fright." "It is nothing." Hearing the young man's Shandong accent, Zhu Dadian felt immediate reassurance. Composing himself, he replied, "My thanks to you for your timely assistance." "Please be at ease, my lord. Lord Sun is already personally leading General Zhang to meet you ahead. We shall escort Lord Zhu there directly." Chapter 12. 89. Destination: the shattered remnants of the Shandong field headquarters fled all the way into Leizhou territory before Sun Yuanhua's relief force finally met them and drove back the pursuing rebels. Though Li Jiacheng's assault had carried irresistible momentum, the bitter cold and snow-choked roads ultimately proved decisive. The infantry could not keep pace, leaving only cavalry to continue the pursuit, and even they were soon exhausted, barely able to advance. When they crossed into Leizhou territory and encountered the blocking force led by Zhang Tao, they withdrew back toward Dengzhou. The rebels had managed to rout the entire Shandong field headquarters, but they failed to inflict crippling damage. Though the government forces suffered heavy losses in baggage and supplies, their elite corps remained largely intact. After retreating into Leizhou territory and reorganizing, they established camp beneath Leizhou's walls. The city gates had long been sealed shut. Zhu Dadian, Zai Sanbin, and the other commanders urged the generals to calm the routed troops, eventually suppressing the clamor of soldiers demanding entry to the city. After an emergency council of officials and gentry within the walls, Prefect Zhu and Magistrate Hong immediately summoned the ward leaders, ordering wealthy households to provide grain and poor households to man the kitchens. Vast quantities of mixed-grain pancakes and steamed cornbread were prepared and lowered down the walls in baskets. The gentry were once again called upon to make voluntary donations. The Lezhou gentry, already reeling from previous losses, were forced to dig deep a second time. When the rebels had besieged the city, such sacrifices had been made for survival. Though it pained them, they gave willingly. Now, tens of thousands of government troops massed outside the walls, freshly defeated and lacking both clothing and provisions in the bitter cold. If they were not quickly placated with food, who knew whether the desperate soldiers might decide to sack Lezhou before moving on? So each gentleman, seething with resentment, once again pledged silver and grain. The common people inevitably bore some of the burden as well. For a time, the city was in turmoil, the air filled with lamentations. Sun Yuanhua, Zhu Dadian, Zai Sanbin, and the other commanders pressed the officers of each battalion hard, eventually managing to bring the routed troops outside the walls under control. Zhu Dadian and his entourage entered the city and took temporary lodging at Sun Yuanhua's governor's yamen, the Lezhou prefectural school. He first received the generals of the Shandong field headquarters in batches, offering warm reassurances and urging them to restrain their men and prepare to meet the rebels. He then met with Sun Yuanhua's subordinate commanders, praising their devotion to state affairs. Finally, he received Huang And. Huang And was no official of the imperial court, merely a village brave leader. That Zhu Dadian received him at all was remarkable enough. To do so with such ceremony constituted exceptional honor. Naturally, this was not merely gratitude for saving his life, but also a calculated gesture to cultivate Manor Lord Lu. These village braves of Manor Lord Lu were not merely courageous. Their every movement displayed the discipline of veteran soldiers. They were certainly no ordinary militia. Small wonder he had held fast in Huang County with a single stockade, and assisted Sun Yuanhua in defending Lezhou. It seemed that crushing the rebels would require leveraging the power of local gentry and powerful landlords. Zhu Dadian chatted casually with Huang An for a time. Learning he descended from a hereditary military household in Shandong, the governor praised him generously and awarded him 50 taels of silver. After everything was properly arranged, Zhu Dadian sat alone in the signing room, still numb with shock. He was by no means a timid man who feared death, but such an overnight reversal of fortune, from the brink of victory to utter rout, was almost more than he could bear. He had poured everything into this siege of Dengzhou. Simply urging the various suppression armies to advance had consumed endless effort. After finally reaching Dengzhou's walls, maintaining morale and discipline had drained him to the point of physical and mental exhaustion. And then, a single slip in the rear guard had brought instant and total collapse. Thinking of the tens of thousands of troops encamped outside the city gave him no comfort. Though temporarily settled, they had just suffered a devastating defeat. Grain and pay would be difficult to sustain. As time dragged on, unrest would become impossible to suppress. Moreover, many Liaodong men served in the army. If the rebels succeeded in seducing them, the thought left Zhu Dadian sleepless and without appetite. He sighed repeatedly, pacing the room. News of the broken siege set off a fresh storm of mutual attacks at court. Every faction seized upon the disaster to score points against rivals, flooding Changzhen's desk with impeachment memorials. All empty rhetoric, not a word of substance. He irritably hurled aside a memorial impeaching Zai Sanbin and rose to his feet. The eunuchs and palace maids nearby raised their eyes ever so slightly. Seeing that he had no intention of leaving, nor any apparent desire for tea, they quickly lowered their gazes and stood in silence, not daring to breathe loudly. He had expected Dengzhou to fall before year's end. Instead, Zhu Dadian had failed on the very threshold of success, allowing the rebels to burn his grain depots and shatter the siege in a single stroke. An army of 30,000, including the Guanning battalions renowned throughout the empire as the iron cavalry that the court spent fortunes to maintain, had been rooted beneath Dengzhou's walls and sent fleeing all the way to Lezhou. Now tens of thousands of soldiers were gathered at Lezhou, lacking both grain and supplies, in the dead of winter. If the situation was mishandled, another mutiny might well ignite. Changzhen heaved a deep sigh. Mutiny, always mutiny. In recent years, the government troops rarely brought him good news when they fought, only more mutinies. When his father had lived, though rarely attending court, such incidents had been rare. When his elder brother sat on the throne, everything had been manipulated by the eunuch Wei Zhangxian, and mutinies occurred only occasionally. Since his own ascension more than 5 years ago, mutinies, floods, and droughts had been constant companions. Was it that his virtue was insufficient, or more terribly still, was the dynastic fortune of the great Ming running dry? The thought made him shudder, and he silently cursed himself for entertaining such nonsense. The grain transshipped to Qingzhou had been largely destroyed and would have to be reorganized. The very thought made his heart ache. Though grain was tight, substantial reserves still existed in the government granaries of Tangzhou and Jiangnan. But the staggering transport costs left him stunned every time he reviewed them. He recalled Zhu Dadian's recent report of floods across the entirety of Shandong province, from the interior to the coast, every prefecture and county afflicted. Zhangqiu, Xincheng, Qixia, Jinjiang, and other regions had suffered repeated disasters, prompting requests for tax exemptions and relief. To rescue the Shandong field headquarters, not only could the province's own grain not be relied upon, but additional supplies would have to be allocated for civilian relief. Imagining the pained expression the Minister of Revenue would present only deepened his agitation. No money, no soldiers, no grain, and precious few capable men. Though officials abounded, few could accomplish anything. Changzhen had originally intended to strip Sun Yuanhua of his position and erase his status once Dengzhou fell. But in the current situation, driving Sun Yuanhua away might only make things harder to manage. Gao Qiqian's secret memorial had mentioned that the defeat at Dengzhou had been salvaged only because Sun Yuanhua led his forces forward in time to prevent complete annihilation. Even Zhu Dadian himself had been saved by Sun Yuanhua's subordinates. Both Zhu Dadian's and Zai Sanbin's memorials also mentioned Sun Yuanhua's support. It seemed this man, at least, worked with sincere dedication. And yet the old wretch remains utterly hateful. Changzhen fumed inwardly. Had Sun Yuanhua not mishandled things at the outset, how could Dengzhou have deteriorated to this extent? This thought only intensified his resentment of Zhu Dadian for failing the emperor's grace. If not for that man's incompetence, how could he be forced to show such forbearance towards Sun Yuanhua? On his desk lay several memorials impeaching Zhu Dadian for corruption and Sun Yuanhua for colluding with Liaodong men. Each was written with vivid conviction. His impulse was to issue an immediate decree stripping them of their posts and ordering their arrest and interrogation in the capital. But the current situation made changing commanders on the eve of battle inadvisable. For now, the priority was transporting grain and pay to Lezhou as quickly as possible to stabilize the army and prevent further unrest. Marshalling his resolve, he returned to his desk. Though the rebels had won a great victory and captured mountains of abandoned baggage, the euphoria of triumph soon faded. Li Jiacheng, Kang Yao, and the others found that their strategic position remained fundamentally unchanged. The government encirclement had been broken temporarily, but the enemy's main force still existed. The rebels were merely delaying their inevitable end. The commanders deliberated. They could either capitalize on their victory, while morale was high and the government army was still reeling from defeat and short on supplies, and march the entire army to attack. If they could inflict a crushing blow on the government forces, the court's attitude might soften, or they could raise sails and flee to sea, escaping to Dengzhou. The first option offered some chance of success, but the distance to Lezhou was hundreds of li. The roads were smothered in ice and snow. The rebels, too, were short of grain and lacked adequate winter clothing. Marching under such conditions to fight beneath Leju's walls would exact a terrible toll in men lost to freezing, starvation, and exhaustion. Even if they barely reached the city, engaging the government army would likely prove impossible. The second option, fleeing by sea, at least promised survival. They possessed hundreds of ships from the original Dengzhou Navy and the Tianjin Navy they had captured earlier, as well as vessels brought by defectors from Dengjiang town. Though they could not transport everyone, the principal commanders and most of their elite troops could certainly escape. Once they cleared Dengzhou, the many islands of Bohai Bay offered potential refuge. They could link up with the Dengjiang veterans scattered across those islands. The difficulty was that life at sea meant no way to raise grain and pay. Without provisions, this isolated army would inevitably collapse from within. At that point, the only path to survival would be surrendering to the Tartars. But this choice was nearly intolerable. Most of them had fled to Dengjiang precisely because they could not endure Manchu oppression. They harbored deep-seated hatred for the Tartars. They would not take this road unless driven to utter desperation. If it truly comes to that, we go to Joseon, Li Jiacheng declared. The Joseon dynasty is weak, their military poorly equipped. Let us sail to Joseon and seize a piece of land. Rally the Dengjiang brothers. Perhaps we can forge a new destiny. That may be our only option. Kang Yaod agreed outwardly, though he doubted Li Jiacheng's plan would succeed. Joseon was weak, true, but it was still a nation. In recent years, to guard against both the Tartars and the possibility of Dengjiang town seizing their nest, they had deployed substantial forces along the Yalu River. Once the rebels put to sea, they would have no way to conscript additional manpower. Though the various Dengjiang units had grievances with the current commander-in-chief, Huang Long, having fought and killed each other more than once, the conflicts among them were sharp and complex. Not all would necessarily follow orders. They would have to rely solely on their own core troops to confront any opposition. Every death would mean one fewer soldier with no possibility of replacement. Moreover, the court would inevitably cooperate with Joseon to mount a coordinated suppression. Nevertheless, the Bohai Sea froze extensively in winter. Going to sea now risked having the fleet trapped in floating ice. They could only continue holding Dengzhou, waiting at least until early spring when the ice melted before making any move. Chapter 1290 Arrangements for the finale. Did Zhu Dadian or Zai Sanbin request grain? No, sir. Huang An stood at attention. Zai Sanbin said nothing. Zhu Dadian gave me 150 taels of silver, 50 for myself and 100 for the cavalry company's soldiers. I have turned it all in. Correct. Lu Wenyuan nodded approvingly. We fight for the Senate, for all the common people under heaven, not for a few coins. He had already been informed of this matter. It seemed the years of disciplined education had not been wasted. Serve the Senate and the people, Huang An snapped to attention. You have worked hard on this assignment, go back and rest well. Lu Wenyuan allowed a slight smile. The Senate sent us frozen lamb, radishes, and Chinese cabbage. I have already instructed the kitchen to prepare a lamb hot pot for you tonight. Thank you, Chief. Huang An saluted and withdrew. It seems my clansman has become quite sensible. Zhu Mingxia, who had remained silent, spoke with an amused smile. Old Zhu's greatest problem now is how to explain himself to the emperor. Lu Wenyuan settled back in his chair. His arrogance has diminished considerably. At present, the field headquarters still needs to be reorganized, so he must rely more heavily on Sun Yuanhua. A note of satisfaction crept into his voice. This was originally to be his credit alone, yet now he must share it with Old Sun. Our presence in Shandong is also secured. Next comes the question of Li Jiacheng and Kang Yaod, Zhu Mingxia said. The rebels' strategic situation remained unbroken. Zhu Mingxia had predicted as much. In such weather, it was already remarkable that the rebels, desperately short of winter clothing, had managed to pursue for dozens of li through the snow, and that only due to their cavalry advantage. Even so, rebel losses during the pursuit had been alarming. Reconnaissance cavalry trailing them reported frozen corpses of men and horses littering the route. The rebels could neither capture Lezhou nor risk fighting in places like Pingdu or Qixia, while the government's main force remained intact. That would mean abandoning Dengzhou, the only port from which they could receive reinforcements or escape. I believe they will inevitably take to the sea and flee to Dengjiang once spring arrives, just as they did historically, Lu Wenyuan observed. Dengzhou is already a dead end. Without our intervention, they cannot break free. Of course, there was no need to intervene. The rebels' vitality had steadily declined, and population collection through the rebellion was no longer necessary. Through a series of operations, they had established a fait accompli in Dengzhou. The remaining question was how to extract maximum benefit from the rebels' destruction. More than 100,000 rebels and coerced civilians remained within Dengzhou city. A considerable portion were local commoners. According to historical records, Dengzhou had already begun to lack food. By year's end, conditions would deteriorate to killing people for food and melting fat for candles. Recent intelligence confirmed that despite capturing substantial government baggage and fodder, the rebels had already begun slaughtering cattle and horses for meat. Moreover, historical accounts recorded that when Kang Yaod finally fled, he authorized a comprehensive massacre and looting of the entire city. Killing, robbing, raping, and defiling, extremely cruel. The three commanders discussed this and agreed to move the recovery of Dengzhou forward on the agenda to prevent excessive loss of population and livestock. Recovering Dengzhou and eliminating the rebels presented no military difficulty. The primary considerations were political factors and the impact on future developments. The most critical question was whether to allow Kang Yaod to defect to the Manchus. Historically, after fleeing Dengzhou, Kang Yaod and his followers had drifted among the Bohai Bay Islands for several months, searching for a way out. Clearly, they had agonized over whether to surrender to the Manchus. During this period, they had requested amnesty multiple times, hoping to maintain a precarious balance between Ming, Qing, and Joseon. In the end, their surrender to the Manchus contained elements of having no other choice. Yet Kang Yaod's defection had caused a dramatic shift in the strategic balance between Ming and Qing. The Ming soldiers who surrendered with him were well-trained musketeers and experienced cannon-casting artisans. From that point forward, Manchu capability in manufacturing and employing firearms rose to a significant level, so much so that in the subsequent course of the war, the advantage in artillery gradually shifted to the Manchu side. The Senate Standing Committee had convened multiple sessions to discuss this issue, including hearings with senators from the Great Library and the Foreign Intelligence Bureau. The final decision: Kang Yaod's unit would not be permitted to surrender to the Manchus. They would be eliminated directly. While the Han chauvinist faction had cheered this decision with enthusiasm, second only to the large-scale exploitation of Southeast Asian slaves for mining, for the Executive Committee, the choice was based entirely on comprehensive interest calculations. If Kang Yaod were allowed to escape, he would inevitably drift among the Bohai Bay Islands for months, just as in recorded history. Almost all these islands were garrisoned by Dengjiang troops. Some confronted the rebels, others joined them to fight the government army and Korean forces. Many perished in these skirmishes. When Kang Yaod fled Dengzhou, he had taken 12,000 soldiers and civilians, yet fewer than 10,000 remained when he finally surrendered to the Qing. The damage extended beyond his own unit. Dengjiang town's strength across the Liaodong Islands was greatly reduced in the aftermath, eventually leading to the fall of Lu Xun and Huang Long's death in battle. Hundreds of thousands of Dengjiang people were effectively handed to the Manchus for nothing. For the Senate, this was wholly uneconomical. A secondary consideration: after Kang Yaod defected to the Manchus, the Senate's monopoly status as arms dealer would be threatened, and their influence over the Manchus would correspondingly decline. "We need to move quickly," Lu Wenyuan said with conviction. Let the Ming army take Dengzhou before Lunar New Year's Eve. Starting the new year with good news should improve Changzhen's mood considerably. Helping the Ming army capture Dengzhou will be somewhat difficult. Zhu Mingxia smiled. If I commanded the northbound detachment alone, it wouldn't be a problem. The Ming army had just suffered a devastating defeat and was still gasping for breath. They would likely have little appetite for another siege. Besides, if they did come, the northbound detachment, with its completely different training, tactics, and equipment, could hardly cooperate with them in battle. Competition over credit would only disrupt offensive operations. Finally, Ming military discipline was notoriously poor. Historically, after Sichuan troops entered the water city, they had looted women and property even while fighting, only to be driven out by a rebel counterattack. After Dengzhou city finally fell, multiple government armies had conducted a comprehensive pillaging. The city's population was massacred and plundered to nothing. Dengzhou was reduced to rubble and was not gradually restored until the 9th year of Changzhen. We'll do it ourselves. After we finish, we hand it over to Sun Yuanhua and Zhu Dadian, though it's a pity Sun Yuanhua can't claim all the credit. Lu Wenyuan had developed considerable affection for this governor. As for the property and population within the city, well, naturally they were killed and looted by the rebels. As they discussed attack plans, a messenger suddenly reported. Kang Yao had sent an envoy requesting to meet the manor lord in person. Perfect timing, delivered right to our door. Manor Lord Lu laughed. Very well, let's hear what they want first. Old Chen, you should still be the one to appear. Chen Saijian and Kang Yao held their second secret meeting on Dazheshan Island. Kang Yao's proposal: exchange the population within the city for grain. More than 100,000 people remained in Dengzhou, including large numbers of coerced and abducted civilians. Kang Yao and his commanders had reasoned that keeping these people in the city consumed grain and created instability. Better to hand them all over to Manor Lord Lu. After all, what he seemed to value most was population. With sufficient grain stores, holding out until spring would not be difficult. Otherwise, they would not survive the winter, eventually being reduced to eating human flesh. Soldiers in chaotic times had long since hardened their hearts. Cannibalism was nothing difficult. Yet everyone would still prefer grain if grain was available. After deliberation, the three commanders agreed to accept Kang Yao's proposal. Since they had already made acquiring Dengzhou's population a goal, feeding these people was their obligation. Moreover, beginning the supply now would preserve more lives than waiting until many had already starved or been consumed. The terms were settled. Population exchanged for grain at the previously established refugee rates. The grain for this exchange would be potatoes from Jeju Island. Because fresh potatoes did not store well, a large surplus, beyond what Jeju consumed locally, was shipped to Kimu Island to feed refugees. Both parties agreed that the exchanged population would be transported by rebel navy ships to Changshan Island, currently held by the rebels as a key stronghold ensuring their sea route. Kimu Island would dispatch vessels to transport the people away from there. The potatoes for payment would also be delivered at this location. Based on this agreement, Zhu Mingxia proposed a battle plan. First, we conduct the population exchange to reduce numbers within the city, Zhu Mingxia explained. They will inevitably retain their core troops. I estimate 30 to 40,000, including dependents and artisans. This portion they will not hand over. When they halt the population exchange, we launch a joint amphibious attack with the Navy, directly seizing Changshan Island and taking control of the Majiao archipelago. The Majiao archipelago lay within easy reach of Dengzhou and served as its maritime gateway. The rebels had long stationed garrison troops there. Historically, when Zhu Dadian besieged Dengzhou, he had dispatched forces to assault Changshan Island, only to be defeated by Kang Yao, ultimately failing to block the rebels within Dengzhou. Once we take the Majiao archipelago, the rebels' escape route by sea is sealed. Kang Yao and the others know perfectly well they cannot match us at sea. they will inevitably seek terms. At that point, we make it a condition that he surrender Dengzhou City along with its treasures, in exchange for permission to take his core troops and all firearms aboard ships and leave Dengzhou. Then why not simply seize Changshan Island directly? Chen Sijin did not understand. That would spare us the trouble of the population exchange. Besides, didn't we say we cannot let the rebels escape? Lu Wenyuan grasped Zhu Mingxia's calculation. Once they put to sea, they will have no choices left. Precisely. This way we minimize population losses. Zhu Mingxia nodded. We must consider the possibility that they refuse these terms and choose to defend Dengzhou to the death. At that point, all those people trapped inside would be wasted. Chapter 1291. Catching them all in one net on January 11, 1633 AD. The second day of the 12th lunar month in the Guisi year, the day after the population for grain transaction between the Dengzhou rebels and Kimu Island concluded, the Second Fleet and the northbound detachment launched a sudden amphibious assault on the Majiao archipelago. Greater and Lesser Changshan Islands fell in a single stroke. More than 500 rebels were killed or captured, including garrison commander Wang Bingzhang. The maritime gateway to Dengzhou was now in Senate hands. The Second Fleet immediately commenced patrols of the Dengzhou waters, severing all contact between the city and the various islands scattered across Bohai Bay. The news struck Li Jiacheng and Kang Yaod like a thunderbolt. Kang Yaod rushed to negotiate in person. Lu Wenyuan presented his terms without preamble: immediate abandonment of Dengzhou and surrender of the city to the Kimu Island forces. In exchange, they would be permitted to take all soldiers, weapons, and supplies aboard ships and depart. On the beacon tower of Dazhashan Island, the cold wind cut like a blade. Lu Wenyuan wore a thick cotton robe and a padded hat, looking every inch the country bumpkin. Yet compared to Kang Yaod, fully armored beneath a great cloak, he appeared far more at ease. Kang Yaod agreed in principle to abandon the city but pressed repeatedly for more time. Winter made navigation treacherous. Surely they could remain in Dengzhou until spring. But Manor Lord Lu would not relent. He stated flatly that should they refuse, he would cooperate with the government army to besiege Dengzhou. General naturally understands that the government troops currently shelter in Lezhou because they lack grain, not because they lack soldiers, even if the general were to sever their supply line again. Since I can provide General Kong with hundreds of thousands of caddies of foreign potatoes, surely I can provide the same to the government forces. Lu Wenyuan spoke with deliberate calm. Zhu Dadian and Sun Yuanhua are both extremely eager to present the general's head to the emperor. Does not the Manor Lord also wish to curry favor with Lords Zhu and Sun, using Commander Li's head and mine? Kang Yaod fixed him with bloodshot eyes. If I wanted the general's head, why would I have waited until now? Lu Wenyuan smiled and drew a handkerchief from his sleeve, waving it in the air. The 130 main guns of the 4 901 class gunboats anchored offshore roared in unison. Shells screamed across the gray expanse of sea and slammed into Dengzhou City. 4 massive explosions rocked the walls, sending black smoke billowing skyward as the rumble echoed across the water. Kang Yaod's face went ashen. This was the first time he had witnessed the 901's true power with his own eyes. The general no longer doubts my word, I trust. Lu Wenyuan's smile widened. A long silence stretched between them. Finally, Kang Yaod asked the question that had haunted him from the beginning. Who are you? What exactly do you want? Li Jiacheng and the others finally capitulated, agreeing to surrender the city that very day. The rebels controlled only enough ships to transport fewer than 20,000 people. However, Manor Lord Lu generously offered to lend them several vessels for the remaining population. The destination was set as Guanglu Island. Guanglu Island was Chen Yaoshi's station. After Chen, Yaoshi led his forces to join the Dengzhou rebels. The island had remained under the control of his subordinates. Borrowing this location would allow them to weather the winter. Thanks to the population for grain exchange, they had sufficient potatoes to last. Guanglu Island lay close to Lushun. Li Jiacheng and Kang Yao discussed the possibility of using this base, while their winter provisions held, to launch an assault on Lushun, driving away or killing Dengzhou Commander-in-Chief Huang Long, reclaiming the old Dengzhou territory and reunifying the scattered Dengzhou units. This would give them a base from which to negotiate, or fight, with either the imperial court or the Manchus. On the 10th day of the 12th lunar month, the rebel fleet sailed out of the Dengzhou water city. The northbound detachment immediately entered the city. Beating gongs and drums, they posted and loudly read aloud the proclamation of reassurance issued in Sun Yuanhua's name. Thousands of commoners and soldiers who had been left behind, those who failed to board the ships or had hidden themselves rather than follow the rebels, emerged from their places of concealment to surrender. Zhu Mingxia ordered them all taken to Zheiyuan for settlement and screening. The remaining materials in the city were systematically collected. Cannons and military equipment the rebels had been unable to load were gathered. Gunpowder was discarded. Grain, fodder, gold, and silver needed no mention. The sea stretched endless and gray beneath a pale winter sky. More than 100 ships carrying rebel soldiers proceeded in a long column, bow to stern, stretching several li. Kang Yao, Li Jiacheng, Zheng Zhangming, and the other principal commanders had been distributed across separate vessels, each commanding a portion of the fleet. Sailing in winter, though carrying the danger of blundering into floating ice, meant calmer seas and smoother passage. But the wind off the water was exceptionally cruel, scouring exposed skin like a knife. Kang Yao gazed back at Dengzhou city receding in the distance and felt only a vast emptiness within. Since raising the banner at Wuqiao more than a year ago, he had known victory and defeat, living what might be called the most satisfying life he had ever experienced. Yet this life had always carried an undertone of blankness, a future shrouded in mist, direction utterly lost. Of all the grand strategies he and Li Jiacheng had devised at the beginning, nothing remained but thousands of li of scorched earth and hundreds of thousands of corpses. Where the road ahead would lead for himself and his nearly 20,000 followers, he could not see. Toward the great Ming, he felt nothing. Though his titles and status had come from the Ming, these were things he, his father, his brothers, and his fellow villagers had earned with knives and spears from piles of corpses while enduring hunger. Toward the Manchus, there was only bitter enmity. Yet every effort by him and Li Jiacheng and the other Dengzhou commanders to carve out a territory of their own had ended in complete failure. Now they had drawn a circle and returned to the starting point, the coastal islands of Liaodong to which Commander Mao had led them in flight all those years ago. These islands were barren in the extreme. Grain and pay had no source of replenishment. What should be done? Request amnesty from the great Ming, or secretly negotiate with the Manchus? He was deep in thought when a messenger rushed in. Vice Marshal. A large number of ships on the sea, they're closing on us. Kang Yao strode onto the deck and looked. On the horizon, 4 plumes of black smoke rose in straight columns toward the sky. He froze. Those are Manor Lord Lu's ships. Watching the vessels approach across the gray water, he understood everything in an instant. Manor Lord Lu had deceived them. No, deceived was not quite accurate. More precisely, Manor Lord Lu had constructed a situation so perfectly staged that they had no choice but to walk precisely this path. Perhaps they had never truly had a choice at all. Kang Yao's hands gripped the rail until his knuckles went white, his fingertips nearly gouging the wood. The Second Fleet had long been lying in wait near the Changshan archipelago. The moment the rebels put to sea, with the wind in their favor, the entire fleet deployed and began encirclement operations from both flanks simultaneously. Chen Yaoxi's subordinates on Guanglu Island, who had received advance notice, waited in vain for the rebel fleet from Dengzhou. It never arrived. The rebel fleet was hostage to the Second Fleet. After a single ship attempting to escape was burned down with incendiary rockets, the entire fleet sailed for Jeju Island under escort of the Second Fleet. At Kaohsianpu Wharf, the garrison had fully mobilized upon receiving word that the prisoners were approaching. These were 20,000 soldiers, all still armed. Given the limited number of regular troops on Jeju Island, effectively disarming such a force would be challenging. Nearly all available armed forces had been concentrated near the wharf specially built for landing prisoners. 2 infantry companies of the northbound detachment, Jeju Island Detachment, 2 companies of the Security Army Sword Drawing Unit, 2 companies of the Security Army White Horse Unit. In addition, 3,000 militia drawn from Shandong immigrants stood ready, men who bore blood feuds against the rebels. The Navy had contributed several sailor companies and a machine gun squad for support. Barbed wire fencing formed corridors leading from the wharf, each passage wide enough for only a single person. Around these corridors, bayonets and spears bristled like a forest of steel. Cannon muzzles gleamed. Marksmen armed with sniper rifles occupied the watchtowers surrounding the perimeter. Everything was silent, waiting for the first rebel transport to enter the harbor. Fangcao had brought his own team to personally command the operation at Kaohsianpu. He had brought not only infantry and security army units, but also artillery and the teaching cavalry squad. The cannons were all loaded with double canister shot. If the infantry proved unable to control the situation, he was prepared to follow Napoleon's old method, bombard the rioters directly with cannons, then send the teaching cavalry squad charging through to finish the job. Of course, this possibility was extremely remote. Before his artillery could speak, the machine guns would likely be sufficient to suppress any resistance. "Chief, the fleet is here." Park Changfan spoke respectfully. "I see it." Fangcao raised his telescope and observed for a time. "Order all units to action stations." The rebel fleet appeared on the horizon, vessel after vessel, approaching the coast under escort of the Second Fleet. The gunners on patrol boats and coastal batteries watched these battered ships with wary vigilance. The decks were crowded with soldiers wearing filthy, tattered cotton armor and crude iron plate, their eyes vacant, their faces hollow. The first wave of ships docked at the pier. Loudspeakers mounted on the wharf began broadcasting a looped message in the voice of a former Dengzhou soldier. "Soldiers of Dengzhou and Shandong, you have arrived at Jeju Prefecture of the Great Song. So long as you obey commands and act according to our instructions, the Great Song guarantees your personal safety. Disembark one by one, form lines and proceed forward. Deposit your weapons and remove your armor at the designated locations. Do not make any mistakes." The soldiers aboard hesitated briefly, then began disembarking. In teams, they walked into the barbed wire corridors. Under direction from the loudspeakers, they laid down their weapons, stripped off their armor, and entered the purification camp to await processing. Anyone who appeared to be an officer was separated on the spot. The entire disarmament operation proceeded in quiet efficiency. Occasionally, noise erupted somewhere, followed immediately by a single gunshot restoring silence. Any such behavior was ended by a bullet from the watchtowers. Those killed were dragged with hooked poles to the open ground beneath the barbed wire, serving as silent warnings. After disarmament, each person received a vegetable and potato pancake and a cup of hot herb tea said to have a calming effect. The pancake was made by steaming a mixture of cabbage and mashed potato. For soldiers who were starving and rarely enjoyed a proper meal, it was nothing less than a delicacy. As for the herbal tea with its calming effect, it was simply to make them drowsy and docile. Chapter 1292, sending off each batch of ships, once emptied, sailed to the quarantine anchorage. All sailors went ashore to undergo purification as well. Then the next batch of ships approached for unloading. Any vessels not yet scheduled waited at anchor until summoned. The Dafa speedboat emitted plumes of black smoke as it shuttled among the ships, its loudspeakers continuously broadcasting the letter to all military personnel of Dengzhou, Leizhou, and Dongjiang. Under the dark muzzles of the cannons, It mattered not how fearsome a tiger wolf army they had been when they terrorized the soldiers and civilians of Shandong. Now they could only submit to capture, their fate entirely in the hands of others. Though they still held swords and spears, though quite a few cannons and muskets remained aboard their ships, it all counted for nothing before the gun muzzles trained upon them. The soldiers trapped on the ships, confronting their complete powerlessness, paradoxically relaxed. Some even fell sound asleep on the decks. Li Jiacheng and the others refused to accept that everything they had built would simply be taken from them. As soldiers in a chaotic age, the army was their capital. Such men considered whoever offered provisions their master. So long as pay was forthcoming, they cared little who received the fruits of their labor. The problem was that Manor Lord Lu, whether he called himself Great Song or something else, showed absolutely no interest in recruiting them. If he had, an envoy should have arrived to negotiate by now. Instead, his current approach made clear that he intended to disarm and absorb their forces entirely. Disarmament and absorption mattered little to common soldiers. Provisions were provisions. Selling their lives to anyone was the same. But for commanders who had led troops with pride and independence, this was nothing less than complete catastrophe. The other party regarded them as worthless. From this, their likely fate was obvious. Idle retirement at best, or immediate execution at worst. They could not simply sit and wait for death. To maintain control over the ships, Li Jiacheng had distributed his trusted officers across the various vessels. He retained only one central army guerrilla general at his side. Fortunately, the men aboard his own ship were all personal guards and household retainers, fully armored. A single command, and every one of them would go through fire and water for him. He immediately summoned his central army and several trusted officers to confer. When their ship's turn came to dock, they would not obey the command to approach the pier. Once on the pier, surrounded by iron nets and towers on all sides, they would be fish in a trap. Instead, they would charge directly onto the sandy beach near the pier. Through his telescope, Li Jiacheng had already observed that the enemy forces on shore were few, at most 4,000 men. None wore armor. Some did not even carry firearms, only long spears. Sturdy ships and sharp cannons notwithstanding, in close quarters combat, they might not be the match for his battle-hardened desperadoes. If the beaching succeeded, the rebel troops on other ships going ashore would certainly riot in response. Compared to the uncertain future of being disarmed and slaughtered at will, his followers would far prefer to take their chances in open battle. Whatever this place truly was, whoever these islanders were, however many might die in the riot, he still had 20,000 men. Even if half were lost, so long as he retained command of the remainder, everything would be negotiable. Fight to the death, everyone. Let the fish die and the net break. Li Jiacheng exhorted his subordinates. There is plenty of silver aboard. After this battle, brothers can take whatever they want. Don't let it fall into strangers' hands for nothing. We are willing to die for the general, the crowd roared their affirmation. He then summoned the sailors aboard, distributed heavy rewards of silver, and demanded they prepare to beach the ship on his command. Once we reach the beachhead, 50 taels per man. Otherwise, don't blame our brothers if our swords have no eyes, Li Jiacheng snarled. The sailors dared not refuse. At last their group of ships was summoned to dock. All vessels had lowered their sails and were propelled by large oars, gliding slowly toward the pier. Just as they approached close enough to moor, the oars on one ship suddenly accelerated. Additional oars plunged into the water. The vessel surged forward, its rudder swinging hard to one side, charging directly toward the sandy beach beyond the barbed wire perimeter. The warships of the Second Fleet, maintaining constant surveillance, had received standing orders. Any ship exhibiting abnormal behavior was to be warned once, then fired upon. A special service boat positioned nearest to Li Jiacheng's flagship immediately fired a warning cannon. When the ship did not alter course, 2 special service boats on the perimeter line opened fire simultaneously. The range was less than 300 meters. One shell struck the beach, throwing up a column of water and sand. The other punched clean through the flagship's hull, killing 25 men before breaking through the opposite side and splashing into the sea. Driven by momentum and tide, Li Jiacheng's flagship ground onto the beach. Li Jiacheng, fully armored and brandishing a great saber, bellowed and leapt down from the ship. The surviving retainers and guards followed with howls, vaulting over both railings. Though the flagship was on the smaller side, and the drop from bulwark to beach after grounding was not high, many men were injured or mired in quicksand upon landing. In this moment of chaos, the shore guns opened fire. Hailstorms of grapeshot sprayed toward the grounded ship, followed by the hammering fire of machine guns. The special service boats on the perimeter joined in. Grenades and incendiary bombs rained down upon the beach. Li Jiacheng's flagship became an instant hell of lead and flame. Bullets fell like summer rain, black smoke billowed skyward. Within minutes, the ship was shattered. The beach was strewn with burning debris and scattered human remains. Fangcao raised a handkerchief to his nose. The sea wind carried the smell of roasting meat closer, and he felt a surge of nausea when he considered the source. Send the Jeju Island advance column to search. Leave no one alive. Cut off every head and hang them on wooden poles. The Jeju Island advance column was composed entirely of Shandong refugees rescued during the Dengzhou mutiny. Every one of them bore bitter hatred for the rebels. They would show no mercy during the search. The swift and brutal suppression extinguished any remaining thought of resistance among the rebel commanders. In the end, the entire rebel army was completely disarmed. More than 200 rebel officers at the rank of squad leader or above were screened out after disarmament. Except for a handful of generals from the Lu Army and Southern Army who had originally served in the Dengzhou garrison, the rest were escorted to the Jeju drill ground. More than 10,000 rebel prisoners already stood in hollow square formations, coerced into compliance by machine guns, minié rifles, and the long spears of the White Horse Detachment. Kang Yaod was separated from the other commanders. He was escorted alone into the martial arts hall of the drill ground. Watching Korean servants carrying trays of wine and white rice toward the generals assembled on the grounds, he understood that his life would end here. Among the gathered generals, some sat ashen-faced and paralyzed on the ground. Others closed their eyes in silence, merely waiting to stretch out their necks for execution. Some wept and begged. Others raged and struggled with all their remaining strength. Memories flashed before Kang Yaod's eyes, following his father to riot in Tailing and resist the Manchus, joining the army at Guangning, rising step by step to the rank of guerrilla general, following Commander Mao to Dengzhou after the Guangning garrison was withdrawn, the internal strife that tore Dengzhou apart after Commander Mao was beheaded, defecting to Dengzhou under Sun Yuanhua's command, reinforcing Dalian, rising with Li Jiacheng at Wuqiao. Every scene of his life seemed to pass before him in swift succession. 1,000 flavors of sorrow welled up, and for a moment he could barely breathe. As a soldier, he had long made peace with the possibility of death at any moment. Yet now, standing at the end, he felt a trace of bitter unwillingness. What manner of man was this Master Lu? Why had he laid trap upon trap to bring doom upon the old Dengzhou soldiers? At that moment, several guards who looked Japanese escorted a young man into the hall. He was short-haired and dressed in close-fitting modern clothes. Attendants following him carried wine and food. The newcomer poured a cup of wine and presented it with both hands. His manner was entirely polite. Kang Yaod had long since put life and death from his mind. He accepted the wine and drained it in a single draught. "Who might you be?" "I am Fangcao, prefect of Jeju Prefecture of the Great Song." Fangcao inclined his head. "I have come specially to see the general off." Kang Yaod had no idea where this great song had emerged from, but clearly these people were of the same faction as Master Lu. He raised his voice. "What enmity do I and the old soldiers of Dengzhou have with your esteemed organization?" Fangcao spoke gravely. "We bear no enmity toward the general. I come today to offer a farewell cup of wine. I respect the general for raising arms against the barbarians in your youth, and for following Commander Mao through bitter struggle in the ice and snow of the Liao Sea, guarding a foothold in Liaodong for the great Ming. Kang Yao did not know what the other party intended by dredging up old matters, yet these were indeed the glorious days of which he remained proud. If that is so, why put me and the Dengzhou soldiers to death? It is not that we wish to put the general to death. We greatly respect the general's prestige and the sincere heart of loyalty you once showed the great Ming. It is simply that the hundreds of thousands of skeletons beneath Dengzhou's walls cannot agree. He raised his hand and pointed to the soldiers of the Security Army Jeju advance column lined up in the distance. Every one of these men is a refugee transported by Master Lu from Dengzhou. They too wish to ask you. They bore no enmity toward you or the Dengzhou soldiers. Why did you slaughter their families and fellow villagers? Since taking up arms, Kang Yao had forged an iron heart through years of war. He believed in the saying that a general's success is built upon 10,000 withered bones, and had never spared thought for the villages he ordered massacred in the pursuit of grain, provisions, and conscripts. To these old Ming soldiers who had become semi-warlords, such actions were simply matters of course. The soldiers themselves cared nothing, even the civil officials sent to supervise the armies with their mouths full of benevolence and righteousness. The sovereign is light, the people are important, and the people are the foundation, often turned blind eyes. This was a world in chaos. Without silver and grain, they still depended on warriors who licked blood from their blades and fought for their lives with sword and spear. What did killing a few commoners and seizing some provisions matter? Could it be that you are a band of benevolent and righteous gentlemen? Kang Yao sneered. Since returning to the divine land, my Senate has taken as its purpose the love and protection of the people. Our swords never stain themselves with the blood of the innocent. Heaven, earth, sun, and moon bear witness. Fangcao proclaimed with righteous conviction. He drew out a document and began reading the verdict issued by the tribunal. Kang Yao could not understand much of the document, written in a peculiar mixture of classical and vernacular styles studded with unfamiliar new words, but he understood the final words well enough. Death penalty. He rose slowly and spoke with composure. The winner becomes king and the loser becomes bandit. Since I have fallen into your hands, I am at your disposal. What more is there to say? Fangcao wasted no more words. See General Kang on his way. Kang Yao did not wait for anyone to urge him. He strode toward the door, then paused suddenly. Who are you? What exactly do you want? The Senate, Fangcao replied, exists to recreate the divine land. Chapter 1293. Dengzhou Aftermath. The rebel generals were beheaded one by one before the assembled rebel troops. Korean executioners on the island proved insufficient for the task, so experienced hands were recruited from among the rebels themselves. Blood flowed like a river across the drill ground. The three armies trembled in terror. After the executions concluded, the heads were packed into boxes and transported to Kimu Island. Fangcao did not remain to witness this spectacular display of justice. He was still immersed in his role as Seraph of Righteousness, particularly since he had rehearsed his glorious and moral lines for quite some time, allowing him to fully indulge his taste for melodrama. The order to execute all rebel generals had come directly from the Engine Operation Command. Some had argued that Kang Yao and others had once risen in resistance against the Qing, and that compelling reasons lay behind their eventual surrender to the Manchus. Moreover, Kang and Zheng possessed considerable command ability and tactical acumen. They could be deployed as vanguards of colonial armed forces in Southeast Asia, sent to Vietnam or other regions to plague the local populations. This proposal had been rejected following deliberation by the Executive Committee and the Senate Standing Committee. Absorbing the old Dengzhou troops meant these high-ranking generals could not be retained. That was the first consideration. The second was that Lu Wenyuan and his colleagues had engaged in numerous shady transactions with Li, Kong, and the others during Operation Engine. Only Li, Kong, and their circle knew the details of these dealings. To preserve the legitimacy of the future regime and deny conscientious historians any damaging material, such knowledge had to be completely erased. As for deploying them against Southeast Asia, without sufficient control and logistical support, the outcomes would be predictable. Either the force would be annihilated by disease and non-acclimatization, or some native power would buy them off, transforming them into enemies of the Senate. Even if they managed to carve out a domain of their own, they would never submit to Senate authority. Furthermore, this army withdrawn from beneath Dengzhou's walls was not merely composed of Li and Kong's direct subordinates. They were a pack of wolves who had killed until their eyes ran red and drunk their fill of blood during the Dengzhou turmoil. They required the most severe psychological shock to learn fear. After the executions concluded, the nearly 20,000 rebel soldiers were escorted in batches for purification and screening. All household retainers, personal guards, and servants of the generals were separated and detained apart. Following purification, they would be shipped to Sanya for labor in the mines. Ordinary soldiers were organized into labor brigades. Their first 3 years would not count toward credits. Beginning in the 4th year, credits would be calculated according to workload, permitting eventual self-redemption. Craftsmen, sailors who had accompanied the army, and civilians abducted by the rebels were settled separately as immigrants following purification. 3 days after the rebels evacuated Dengzhou, Zhang Tao, Sun Yuanhua's direct subordinate and the first general to receive word, arrived with his troops to claim the city. The armies of the Shandong field headquarters followed soon after, surging in like a tide. The recovery of Dengzhou was declared. To avoid conflict with government troops eager to seize credit and territory, Zhu Mingxia had already led his forces out of Dengzhou ahead of their arrival, leaving the empty city to the government army. After the Jeju Island executions concluded, Fangcao dispatched a fast boat carrying the boxes of heads and several spared prisoners back to Kimu Island, delivering them to Lu Wenyuan. Lu Wenyuan arranged for the head boxes of Li Jiacheng, Kong Yaod, and the other principal commanders, along with the surviving government army generals, to be secretly returned to Sun Yuanhua as credit for Zhang Tao and his men. The remaining heads were sold to the various government armies. The armies of the Shandong field headquarters had initially worried that they would receive nothing but an empty city. Even had they wished to kill innocent civilians to claim false merit, no commoners remained for slaughter. Now that someone was selling rebel heads, buyers came in droves. Surplus rebel flags, documents, seals, commanders' weapons, and armor, all items that could be claimed as military merit, were also available. A portion was gifted to Sun Yuanhua and Zhu Dadian. The remainder was sold publicly at clearly marked prices, honest dealings for all. Beyond selling, Zhu Mingxia also bought. He purchased population, goods, and livestock that the Shandong field headquarters troops had plundered, for in truth, the government army's conduct toward civilians along their route of march was no better than the Dengzhou rebels. The only difference was that some degree of restraint from above meant smaller scale and less frequent looting. Zhu Mingxia's camp bustled with activity day and night, with officers of every rank sending men to conduct business. Inevitably, during this period, several commanders who failed to appreciate the Kimu Island force's ferocity attempted to seize heads by force. After receiving a fierce volley of musket fire for their trouble, they all became quite scrupulous about observing transaction protocols. Zhu Mingxia priced the heads according to identity, 10 ordinary rebel soldiers for 1 tael of silver. For surviving commanders, prices increased progressively from squad leader upward according to rank and fame. If multiple buyers competed for a particular head, open bidding was permitted. From this, a tidy profit was realized. The firearms employed by the Kimu Island village braves also drew the attention of Guanning garrison commanders. They had already observed these weapons in action alongside some government troops in Lezhou. Now, having experienced their power firsthand, they approached Zhu Mingxia one after another, eager to learn where such bird guns might be obtained. Zhu Mingxia assigned several naturalized citizen cadres from the Commerce Department to receive them. He presented a few Type 30 revolvers and Nanyang-style rifles as samples, indicating that larger quantities could be had for those willing to pay. Lu Wenyuan paid a visit to Zhu Dadian and Sun Yuanhua at the original Dengzhou governor's yamen. Master Lu is clearly no ordinary man. I had not expected such depth within that chest of yours. Zhu Dadian's expression was inscrutable. Having the primary credit for recovering Dengzhou stolen by Zhang Tao, a subordinate general of Sun Yuanhua, who remained technically a criminal awaiting sentence, and by militia forces, inevitably meant losing face for him, the prime minister, overseeing the Dengzhou suppression. Yet at least Dengzhou had fallen before the new year, which would be like sweet rain to an emperor desperate for good news. Furthermore, this somewhat redeemed the humiliation of the earlier collapse beneath the city walls. I dare not accept such praise. It was Lord Zhu's steadfast coordination at the center, Lord Sun's personal command, and the general's courageous advance that allowed Dengzhou to be overcome. I am merely a fly attaching itself to a swift horse's tail. This tiny bit of merit is hardly worth mentioning. Lu Wenyuan bent low, speaking with utmost deference. Sun Yuanhua nodded inwardly. Fellow believer Lu spoke with appropriate modesty. By now, he understood quite clearly where this fellow believer Lu came from and what his purposes were. He knew that his survival of this near-total catastrophe owed much to this mysterious manner Lord Lu and the power behind him. He was a veteran of officialdom. Such knowledge he kept locked away in his heart, never revealing it to outsiders. Whenever anyone mentioned Manor Lord Lu or Kimu Island, he simply feigned ignorance. Zhu Dadian nodded as well. He had heard that Manor Lord Lu's people were selling rebel heads and felt considerable relief, preferring to exchange merit-earning heads for silver rather than official positions revealed a man of limited ambition, content to remain a local power. These words confirmed his impression further. This Master Lu was quite sensible, neither claiming credit arrogantly nor competing for recognition. A man who understood the bigger picture. Manor Lord Lu is truly a model for the gentry of Dengzhou and Lezhou, Zhu Dadian declared. I shall certainly recommend commendation for you. I dare not. Manor Lord Lu adopted an even more humble demeanor. Though Dengzhou and Lezhou are not my native place, they are where I reside. The two rebels Li and Kong brought calamity upon this land. For the sake of the imperial court and for my home, how could I do otherwise? Zhu Dadian turned aside. Lord Sun, what do you think? Sun Yuanhua understood that competing with Zhu Dadian for credit at this moment would be inappropriate. Besides, the fact that Zhang Tao had been the first to enter the city was already established. Not to mention that Manor Lord Lu had provided the heads of the principal rebel commanders. No one could steal that credit. His mood was excellent. Smiling, he replied, having a stalwart like Manor Lord Lu at hand is a testament to Lord Zhu's prestige, and more than that, a blessing for the emperor and the imperial court. Lu Wenyuan hastened to add another flourish. I have prepared 50,000 caddies of foreign potatoes for military use, offered as a contribution. Though merely a drop in the ocean, I beg both lords to accept it with a smile. Neither of the two lords recognized the term foreign potatoes, but they understood it must refer to grain. The quantity was modest, yet obtaining any provisions at all in Dengzhou, smothered in ice and snow, its walls in ruins, was already a blessing of the highest order. After another round of praise, they accepted with a smile. With the war concluded, much remained to be settled. Dengzhou had been reduced to rubble, its population vanished. Countless bones awaited burial. The imperial court would need to allocate funds for relief and dispatch local officials, all of which would take time. Zhu Dadian discussed matters with his advisors. Given that Manor Lord Lu commanded both grain and tens of thousands of people, and that Kimu Island lay within Huang County, itself subordinate to Dengzhou Prefecture, appointing him to handle aftermath affairs would be entirely appropriate. Delegating such responsibilities to local gentry following a war was common practice throughout history. Moreover, in the present Dengzhou-Leizhou region, apart from Leizhou itself, which still retained some gentry, the local gentry of Dengzhou had been nearly annihilated. Even those who survived by fortune found their families shattered and their kin dead. A letter of appointment was promptly issued, designating Lu Wenyuan as acting officer of the Dengzhou Aftermath Bureau, responsible for all recovery operations in the Dengzhou region. Lu Wenyuan accepted with pleasure. This official title meant that whatever actions he took in the Dengzhou area would carry full legitimacy. As a local power, they had now obtained government recognition and complete freedom of action. Since Dengzhou had been recovered and lay in such utter devastation, lacking not only grain provisions but adequate housing, Zhu Dadian and Sun Yuanhua, after discussing how to draft the Victory Memorial, led the Shandong field headquarters back to Leizhou for encampment. Sun Yuanhua stationed his own forces on Mishen Mountain. The city still contained countless corpses yet to be encoffined. As for the governor's yamen, it remained too dilapidated for occupation. The three men of Kimu Island also divided responsibilities. Chen Saijin returned to Kimu Island to keep watch and continue overseeing peripheral reconnaissance operations. Lu Wenyuan and Zhu Mingxia remained in Dengzhou to handle aftermath matters. A plague outbreak would hardly be entertaining. Following this catastrophe, the surviving commoners of the three prefectures of eastern Shandong would find life even more difficult. Fleeing outward was the only path to survival. Meanwhile, the government's power in the region had declined dramatically, rendering any forceful interference with Kimu Island's activities impossible. Population outflows could now proceed openly and above board. Though the three prefectures of eastern Shandong had suffered severe population loss, the three prefectures of western Shandong had also been struck by floods in 1632, generating vast numbers of refugees. So long as there was a way to survive, people would flock to wherever help could be found. Chapter 1294, Lanshantou, what a wretched place. Though the day was sunny and windless, Wang Ruixiang could not suppress a shiver. Shandong winters were merciless. In another timeline he had also been a Shandong man born and bred, yet now, bundled in a fur-lined overcoat reserved exclusively for senators, wearing thermal underwear brought from the old timeline, with a velvet cap pulled over his head, the cold still cut through to his bones. But maintaining the proper image of a senator before the naturalized citizens demanded composure. Wang Ruixiang kept his head high and his chest out, projecting confidence before the assembled refugees and soldiers. The last time he had felt this kind of embarrassment from bitter cold had been over a dozen years ago. He gazed down the hillside at the scene below. Thousands of refugees stood in neat columns of 5, arrayed in 3 hollow square formations around several large cauldrons, eating in orderly fashion. Each refugee held a 2-meter wooden staff and knelt on one knee. Only the squad leaders at the innermost positions moved about, running back and forth to collect wooden bowls of steaming relief gruel from the cooks and passing them one by one to the other 4 members of their squad. Once everyone had received their portion, the musicians stationed at the formation center blew 3 notes on a bugle. Save the world and relieve the people to pacify all under heaven. The Senate is supreme. Though the refugees shouted the words somewhat unevenly, and few likely grasped the full meaning, the simultaneous cry of thousands of voices still carried considerable power. After completing the pre-meal ceremony, the refugees set down the wooden sticks they used as walking aids, retrieved the relief cakes they had kept warm against their bodies, and devoured them along with the gruel. The weeks of training before departure had clearly not been wasted. Only this sense of accomplishment, This feeling of changing the world could make him believe that abandoning everything in the old timeline for this transmigration had been worthwhile. Destruction and construction alike offered the greatest sense of fulfillment. And what he was doing was precisely this: destroying the old world and building a new one in its place. In the old timeline, before various high-tech warming products had appeared, his younger self had also stood on this land in winter, wrapped in thick, bloated padded clothing. The circumstances now were vastly different. Back then, he had been thoroughly disgusted with his current status as a desperate military otaku. He had felt great regret and nostalgia for the past, fantasizing more than once about how he would change his life if only he could return to that age. Though this transmigration had not unfolded exactly as expected, after much hesitation, he had steeled his resolve. If I cannot change my own past, then I will change the future, my own and this world's. With this thoroughly Chunabiu conviction, he had set foot firmly upon this road whose destination remained uncertain. Wang Ruixiang reached up and rubbed his forehead, banishing these old memories from his eyes. He glanced at his watch, scanned the desolate wilderness, then turned and led the special reconnaissance team down the hillside. At the base of the hill, several soldiers of the northbound detachment on escort duty were preparing their own meal. The army issued tastier, higher-grade field rations to every soldier, but they could also claim an extra bowl of relief gruel. Trekking long distances through the wilderness in such brutal cold consumed far more calories than the standard field rations could replenish. High-calorie cold-weather rations were reserved for senators and the special reconnaissance team alone. "Chief," upon seeing a senator approach, the soldiers clustered around the pot immediately snapped to attention and saluted. Wang Ruixiang returned the salute and waved for them to continue. He ate from the same pot as the special reconnaissance team. Their gruel also simmered in the pot, distinguished by the addition of dried vegetable leaves. Their field rations were the cold-weather version, containing relatively more fat and minced meat. Eaten as is, the flavor was decidedly bland. However, the chili sauce Wang Ruixiang had brought with him elevated his mess to an entirely different realm compared to the large pot rice served to the refugees. After the group finished eating, Wang Ruixiang checked his watch. The time was right. He signaled his companions to resume the march. The musicians returned to the column side and blew the assembly call. The refugees picked up their wooden sticks one by one and rose. Having drained the remaining hot water from their bowls, they shook them dry, tucked them into the pouches at their waists, and began marking time to the short drum beats, organizing themselves into formation. The squad leaders returned from the innermost positions to the far right of each unit. After a few more bugle calls, the refugees slowly pivoted from their quadrilateral formations back into the five-abreast marching column. The entire refugee train had transformed into a column half a li long. Several soldiers bearing flags walked at the very front. Cavalrymen of the northbound detachment serving as scouts rode ahead to a distance of 1 li. Forward march! At the command, after a few bugle calls, the rhythm of the drums shifted. The entire column began its slow, steady advance, continuing this long and grueling journey. This is the 4th day. At this rate, we should arrive on schedule tomorrow. Wang Ruixiang returned to his position ahead of the central baggage train, calculating silently. The route Wang Ruixiang was leading them on this time differed from the path they had taken before the Dengzhou turmoil, from Jiang River to Leizhou Bay. Though the war had subsided, all the temporary supply points established along that earlier road had been abandoned. Expecting refugees to carry all their provisions on foot was simply impractical. The grain consumed en route would also be far too great. Instead, they would go to sea from Lanshantou. To be precise, they would embark from Fashu Bay at Lanshantou. This location corresponded to the Lanshan port area of the old timeline. The waters of Lanshan port were relatively wide, with excellent depth conditions. The natural depth at the front of the 20,000-ton berth reached 10 meters. Lanshan port was ice-free. During the Ming Dynasty, it fell under the jurisdiction of Rizhao County, Zhezhou, Qingzhou Prefecture. This was the embarkation point Wang Ruixiang had selected after personally leading multiple reconnaissance missions. In addition to the hydrological data obtained from old timeline archives, he had discovered that this location was sparsely populated during the Ming Dynasty. Moreover, it lay a full 40 kilometers from the nearest Ming garrison at Andong Guard. The entire defensive force consisted of 1 beacon tower and 5 beacon guards. Barring a major alarm, the hungry, freezing soldiers of Andong Guard would not venture this far. Neither ships docking nor refugee movements would attract attention. Furthermore, the overland distance from Yishui City to this location was only 128 kilometers, and they could march roughly along what would become provincial highways 335 and 222. If the refugees maintained an average pace of 30 kilometers per day, they could reach Fashu Bay in at most 5 days. This allowed the provisions prepared for the journey to be significantly reduced. According to Song-era military manuals, a soldier carrying 6 du could sustain himself for 10 days. This was also the maximum ration a soldier could carry while marching. But that calculation applied to able-bodied young men, not a refugee column comprising men, women, the elderly, and children, all weakened by prolonged malnutrition. Given the refugees' physical condition, carrying 10 days' rations was simply impossible. Wang Ruixiang would not have dared to try even if it were. If left unsupervised, many would devour 3 days' worth of food on the first day. Some would choke themselves to death on dry rations consumed without water. Others would seize the opportunity to flee with their provisions. This had happened numerous times before. Thus, Wang Ruixiang had adopted a centralized approach. The baggage train carried all provisions. Wheelbarrows were used for transport, pushed and pulled by able-bodied refugees rotating daily. The baggage train was guarded by the escort team. This ensured secure distribution of grain without requiring additional manpower. The refugees marched in squads of 5. Everyone except small children carried a wooden staff, useful for conserving energy during long treks and for self-defense if necessary. During the march, able-bodied men positioned themselves on the outside, with the baggage train and women and children flanked on the inside. Small children and the infirm rode wheelbarrows in the baggage train. Anyone who fell ill or lagged behind was taken in by the baggage train as well. Every refugee column dispatched to Fashu Bay was assigned a guard team composed of a mixed force from the northbound detachment and the Yunshengyuan militia. The Yunshengyuan militia maintained order within the column and protected the baggage train. The northbound detachment provided scout cavalry for forward reconnaissance and employed force to disperse hostile elements when necessary. Leading several thousand people through more than 100 kilometers of disaster-ravaged territory was no simple task. Famine had rendered most settlements along the route abandoned. Starving vagrants and roving bandits roamed everywhere. Along the way, let alone replenishing grain, even firewood and drinking water were difficult to procure. The weather was bitterly cold. By the 4th day, dozens had already been lost, which was actually considered a relatively successful operation. There had been occasions when blizzards or other natural disasters struck, and it was not uncommon for hundreds to die or go missing at once. At noon on the 5th day, the refugee column finally reached Fashu Bay. Here stood only a small fishing village and a beacon tower. Ever since Wang Ruixiang and the Taoist priest had selected this location as the refugee embarkation port, the northbound detachment had dispatched a unit to assume direct control. Most of the fishing village's inhabitants had already been sent to Jeju Island, leaving only a handful of fishermen familiar with the local waters and tides to serve as pilots. The beacon tower had likewise been taken over by the northbound detachment. The 5 beacon guards and their families had become prisoners. Wang Ruixiang did not trouble them unduly. He merely required that they continue their duties as usual every day. Of course, they would need to be very tactful and not see anything happening in Fashu Bay. When the beacon tower of Fashu Bay came into view in the distance, the young men of the guard team let out a muted cheer. To facilitate the temporary transfer of refugees, Fashu Bay had been developed with supporting infrastructure beyond the pier built for embarkation. A simple camp centered on the fishing village, with numerous shacks, capable of housing up to 2,000 refugees and 300 guards and laborers. A basic storehouse had also been constructed, with capacity for 100,000-person portions of relief rations. Ships arriving to collect refugees came fully loaded with relief provisions. After offloading locally, they took on refugees. The arriving grain was transported back by the returning guard team. Sometimes, a specialized transport column had to be dispatched to Fashu Bay just to collect supplies. The round-trip grain consumption was substantial. Were it not for the urgent need to acquire more population, such operations would be quite uneconomical. Chapter 1295. Gentle hometown. Several transport ships of Great Wave Shipping lay at anchor in Fashu Bay. The vessels arrived according to a fixed schedule, with an interval of roughly 10 days between each run. Refugee formations were organized to roughly match this cycle. The number of ships arriving from Jeju varied, but at least 3,000 people could be transported away with each convoy. In practice, the number of refugees stranded here rarely fell below this figure. In addition to the continuous stream of formations dispatched from the cloud ascending temple side, countless desperate refugees arrived on their own. Word had spread through the region like wildfire. Ships were coming to collect refugees at Fashu Bay. Though no one knew where they would be taken, or what fate awaited them, the specter of imminent death drove them onto this road regardless. They sought only to survive. After all, if ships were coming to collect them, surely they weren't going to be killed at sea and fed to the fish. When Wang Ruixiang arrived at Fashu Bay, thousands of refugees were typically sleeping in the open outside the refugee camp. These people had neither shelter nor food, subsisting solely on the meager portion of relief gruel distributed daily by the Fashu Bay garrison. Every night that passed saw hundreds die. Yet new refugees arrived every day to replenish the numbers, so the crowds gathered outside the camp remained substantial. Wang Ruixiang dismounted, withdrew a handkerchief, and wiped the clear snot running from his nose. He watched as refugees, under direction from the camp garrison, collected the morning's corpses. Bodies frozen stiff during the night, encrusted with icicles, were stacked like timber on rough sledges, dragged to the shore, loaded onto small boats, and rowed out to be dumped into the sea. Those performing this grim labor were all half-dead refugees themselves, sleeping in the open outside the camp, for no other reason than that working for the transit station earned an extra portion of relief gruel. To survive in this timeline, one's heart had to be hard. Wang Ruixiang listened to the crunch of his boots on the ice and snow as he walked through the crowd of refugees, his face grim. Those gathered outside the camp had automatically parted to open a wide path. Anyone still lying across the way was either already dead or would be shortly. The gate of the refugee camp stood open. Huang Xing, the officer in charge of the Fashu Bay transit station, waited at attention before the entrance. He wore the winter uniform issued only to the northbound detachment, with a white sheepskin vest worn haphazardly over his gray woolen overcoat. Our reporting, Fashu Bay Dispatch Detachment Leader, Infantry Lieutenant Huang Xing reporting. The detachment should number 55, present arrivals number 30, awaiting your instructions. His voice was hurried, as though he had not expected Wang Ruixiang to arrive in person. At ease. Wang Ruixiang let his gaze linger on the officer's face, noting his unmistakable unease. It seemed the tip-off from the Committee of 10 had been accurate. Dismiss the troops, take me to your headquarters. Yes, yes. Huang Xing's headquarters occupied the beacon tower. The Fashu Bay beacon tower was merely a signal post, its tower body built of rammed earth, not brick-clad, suffering from years of neglect. Much of it had collapsed. Surrounding the tower was a wall 4 meters high and over 100 meters in circumference, with a dry moat beyond. Inside the wall, a row of housing for the beacon guards had been built along the left side. A well stood beside the quarters, though the water source had long since turned brackish and undrinkable. Drinking water had to be hauled from a nearby stream. In winter, melting ice and snow provided modest convenience. On the right side of the compound stood the original stables, storehouses, and various military supply buildings for the beacon guards. Years of disrepair had left these structures in poor condition, broken windows, rotted doors, leaking roofs, yet they were still vastly superior to the shacks outside. After minor repairs, these buildings had been converted into barracks and command posts for the dispatch detachment. Wang Ruixiang walked in. The interior had been swept clean, with no trace of remaining ice or snow. Garbage was sorted, firewood stacked neatly. Huangsheng's dormitory cum command post occupied the best room among them. The structure had 2 chambers, front and back. The outer room had originally served as kitchen cum main hall. The back was a bedroom with a heated kang connected through the shared walls. After Huangsheng moved in, he had converted the outer room into a command post, keeping the inner room as his private quarters. The moment Wang Ruixiang stepped inside, he detected the scent of rouge and powder. Observing Huangsheng's apprehensive demeanor, he knew the whistle-blowing materials had not lied. But he was in no hurry to confront the matter. He examined the documents, maps, and stationery on the table with deliberate attention, then surveyed the rifle hanging on the wall. He noted that the door curtain separating the rooms was new, and that the room had been cleaned with suspicious thoroughness. "Captain Huang," Wang Ruixiang seated himself. "You seem to be living quite well here." Huangsheng was already on edge. Wang Ruixiang's words made him flinch, and he hurriedly stood at attention. Reporting to the chief, compared to other detachments, conditions here are indeed relatively superior. "Bullshit," Wang Ruixiang cut him off. "There's the smell of a woman in this room." He pointed at the door curtain. "While everyone else is crawling through ice and lying in snow, working desperately to save more refugees, you've set yourself up a golden house with a beauty hidden inside." Huangsheng felt as if ice water had been poured down his spine. He was indeed keeping a woman. Ever since the transit station had been established at Fashu Bay, refugees had streamed in not only from the organized formations sent from Yizhu, but from everywhere else as well. In the interest of allowing more to survive, Taoist priest Zhang and Wang Ruixiang had permitted the dispatch detachment to use a fixed daily allotment of relief rations to assist these refugees, giving them at least some chance of survival. However, these refugees were off the books. How many arrived, how many died, how many were lost, there was no accounting. The Civil Affairs Department only recorded the number of extra refugees who ultimately boarded ships. To survive, refugees would do anything. For women who had lost everything, selling their bodies became the only means of staying alive. So women used their bodies to seduce the soldiers of the dispatch detachment. These women were haggard and disheveled, but for soldiers who had served long deployments without female company, men who would find even an old sow attractive, this hardly mattered. Among them were quite a few daughters and wives of formerly respectable or even wealthy households who had ordinarily lived in comfort. Though ravaged by natural and man-made disasters, some still retained a measure of charm. Stationed at this remote outpost with no supervision, the soldiers had grown lax in their discipline. Some bold ones had started acting on their desires. At first, it was merely trading a bowl of gruel for one night with a woman. Gradually, soldiers developed attachments to certain women. They also needed someone to sew, mend, wash, and scrub, so they quietly began living together as temporary couples. Huangsheng had been drawn in soon enough. However, as an officer, he disdained indiscriminate mingling with common refugee women. He had taken his time selecting a 16-year-old girl of both beauty and cultivation, from a scholarly family, counting her as his wife. With the officer leading the way, what had been furtive became open and normal. By now, most soldiers in the detachment had acquired temporary wives. Some brazen ones kept women at their side as live-in companions while continuing to dally with others. A single bowl of gruel would buy as many women as one wanted. Utterly degenerate military discipline. Wang Ruixiang rebuked him harshly. Do you still call yourselves soldiers of the Senate? Women, women, can you not live without that hole? Huang Xing's face flushed crimson. He knew that the Senate's attitude toward soldiers differed sharply from the great Ming's. The imperial army enjoyed excellent treatment and high status. They received preferential respect wherever they went. No one was permitted to insult soldiers. Even adultery with a soldier's wife was a crime. But in Lingao, men vastly outnumbered women, and soldiers had almost no opportunity for contact with the civilian population. Forget ordinary soldiers. Even someone like Huang Xing, who had served for years and risen to officer rank, could not find a wife. Soldiering had never been a profession that attracted women. Now, watching shipload after shipload of women being transported away right before their eyes, with women suddenly available so easily, long-suppressed desires had burst forth. Wang Ruixiang continued his tirade. Do you have even a shred of human conscience left? Refugees outside are starving to death, and you're using relief rations to indulge your lust. Huang Xing dared not answer. Senator Wang's fury was entirely predictable. The Senate regarded military discipline as sacred. Among all transgressions, the most forbidden was soldiers taking women while on active duty. Visiting prostitutes during leave was permitted, so long as they patronized licensed establishments. But once on duty status, even the word woman was not to be mentioned. Thinking of the death penalty clause for raping women in discipline in battle, a chill ran down the back of Huang Xing's neck. He knew something of this Chief Wang. Rumor among the naturalized citizens held that he liked to use an axe and had separated countless heads from bodies during the early campaigns against the local chieftains. If the chief uttered a single sentence, drag him out and shoot him, he would immediately join the corpses being loaded onto small boats and dumped into the sea. Yet at this moment, he had no idea how to explain himself. The chief had clearly come prepared. Argument was pointless. Begging for mercy on his knees was not the imperial army way. He could only stand in silence. Wang Ruixiang watched him turn crimson and remained speechless. He paced a few steps, then lifted the door curtain of the inner room. A stove burned warmly within, keeping the room comfortably heated. Everything had been tidied meticulously. Several changes of clothing were neatly folded at the head of the kang. On the kang itself lay a standard uniform shirt in the process of being mended. Wang Ruixiang gave a cold snort. Where is the person? Reporting to the chief, all of them, all hidden in the refugee camp, inside. You knew I was coming. Yes, yes. Huang Xing suddenly shuddered. Wasn't this deliberately deceiving the chief? He hastened to add, No, no, no. Wang Ruixiang waved his hand and walked out again. Huang Xing trembled and went pale. I have been obsessed these past days. I failed to restrain my men and in fact led them personally in violating discipline. I beg the chief for severe punishment. Even if I am to be dragged out and shot this instant, I have nothing to say. Chapter 1296 Leniency and Severity, at least you understand. Wang Ruixiang's tone remained stern. You have been a soldier of the Senate for several years now. You should know that the Senate stresses clear distinctions between right and wrong above all else. You and your subordinates have seriously violated discipline, and this matter must be dealt with accordingly. Yes, I am a bastard. Huang Xing hung his head, not daring to speak further. Wang Ruixiang continued to rebuke him harshly. Seeing that the man offered no excuses and that his attitude was appropriately contrite, his anger subsided by half. In truth, this matter was not particularly egregious. Regarding soldiers taking women, so long as both parties were willing, the Senate generally preferred not to interfere excessively. This was primarily a concession to reality. Most officers and soldiers of the imperial army remained unmarried, and opportunities for furlough had been virtually non-existent in recent years. Prolonged near-ascetic service inevitably bred sexual frustration. The question of establishing facilities such as camp-follower brothels had been discussed multiple times at small-scale Senate meetings. Fierce opposition from many senators had prevented the matter from ever reaching the formal agenda. Nevertheless, the military's needs in this regard could not be ignored forever. Some outlet for these urges had to be provided. This incident troubled him less because they had been dallying with women than because they had done so indiscriminately in a combat zone while on active duty. This was not merely disregard for discipline. The carelessness and complacency it revealed were dangerous. Openly keeping unpurified women who had not undergone political screening at their sides, women who entered and exited military command posts at will, this could easily lead to intelligence leaks. If any of these women harbored ulterior motives, she could readily gather sensitive information. Taken to extremes, she might assassinate officers, steal pistols, and then target senators. Wang Ruixiang spoke more slowly. I know you live a bitter life out here in the ice and snow. The soldiers aside, you yourself are a man in his 30s, an officer, and you still don't have a family to speak of. Huang Qing had expected Wang Ruixiang's next words to be, drag him out and shoot him. Instead, the chief first acknowledged his hardships. Amid the fear, he felt a sudden rush of emotion. His eyes stung, his nose twitched. However, discipline is discipline. Wang Ruixiang shifted back to the theme at hand. As the commanding officer of this detachment, you failed to stop your subordinates from committing major violations, and you yourself led the way in taking women. What do you have to say for yourself? Reporting to the chief, nothing. Huang Qing's back was ramrod straight, his voice trembled. Let me be clear, did you embezzle relief rations to spend on these women? Huang Qing shook his head vigorously. Reporting to the chief, I, Huang Qing, stake my head on it, no. He explained that the amount of relief rations cooked daily was fixed. He would never have dared embezzle any of it privately. Then what did you spend on the women? They weren't on the ration rolls to begin with. Stranded here, if you weren't taking grain from the mouths of refugees outside, what did you use to feed them? This, Huang Qing lowered his head. At first, when establishing relations, we did give them an extra half bowl or so, that did happen. We each have a personal subsidy of relief rations. Everyone used their own portions to support the women. As for embezzlement, no one had the nerve. We all know the regulations. He raised his head, his expression one of desperate sincerity. This, if I, Huang Qing, have spoken even half a false word, may I be struck down by lightning. No need for oaths and vows. The men I brought will take inventory and reconcile accounts immediately. Tell your quartermaster to handle the handover at once. Wang Ruixiang's tone brooked no argument. As for your claim that you used your own rations to support the women, we have ways of verifying that as well. Whether it's true or not, you know best. Wang Ruixiang ordered the guard team he had brought to take over the warehouse and begin counting and cross-checking the records. By evening, the results were in. All inventory figures matched the accounts. Suspicion of grain embezzlement could be ruled out. However, the matter of diverting rations meant for extra refugees could not be determined through bookwork alone. That would require further information from members of the Committee of 10. In any case, neither the Senate nor the military intended to press this matter too deeply. The personal needs of Imperial Army officers and soldiers genuinely required consideration. Otherwise, similar incidents would simply continue to occur. The fact that senators selected and purchased maidservants for themselves was hardly a secret in Lingao. If soldiers who risked their lives could not even settle down and start families, being too harsh here would only breed alienation. So long as no embezzlement was involved, the problem of using personal rations to win women's favors was no more serious than American and Soviet soldiers using military rations and nylon stockings to seduce German and Japanese women during World War II. With no evidence of embezzled relief rations, the severity of the situation was reduced by half. Punishment was still necessary. Though privately keeping extra refugees did not quite rise to the level of infringing on Senate property, it remained a textbook case of exploiting public position for private gain. "Bring your woman here," Wang Ruixiang ordered. "Yes." Huang Qing rushed out. After a moment he returned with a young woman. She wore an old Imperial Army winter coat. Though patched in many places, it had been mended neatly and kept clean. Wrapped around her slight frame, it made her appear very small. Her face was thin, with a pointed chin, giving Wang Ruixiang the impression of looking at a little girl. "Kowtow to the chief." Huang Qing could not quite decide what greeting to have her perform. The chiefs disliked kowtowing. Instead, the woman curtsied with unexpected composure. "How old are you?" Answering the chief, "This servant is 16 years old." Wang Ruixiang thought she looked about 12, but the girl spoke with a Shandong accent which stirred a sense of familiarity. Looking more closely, he noticed her wrists and fingers were very slender, her skin white and delicate, clearly not the daughter of a poor family. His gaze dropped to her feet, bound. That explained it. "A daughter of a grain tax household, I presume." "Why, yes." The tongue-tied Huang Qing hurried to interject. He had seen Wang Ruixiang notice the woman's bound feet and knew the chiefs were particularly averse to this practice. He hastened to explain. "We originally wanted to unbind the feet, but then she wouldn't be able to walk." Wang Ruixiang ignored him and addressed the girl. "What is your name?" "This servant is called Wang Bayar." "How did you fall to this state?" "The family suffered flooding. Then bandits passed through. The whole family had to flee. Hearing there was a way to survive here, we came." "Any relatives left?" "None." Tears already gleamed in the girl's eyes. "On the road, all died, completely." "You're a daughter of a grain tax household. Presumably you're literate." "Yes, I studied a few years with my father when young." "Oh, a scholarly family as well." The corners of Wang Ruixiang's mouth curved faintly. "Did your father have an academic title?" "I dare not say. Father only read a few books and recognized a few characters." The words were modest, but to read a few books in this timeline put one among the educated elite. Being able to make such a claim at all suggested no small measure of learning. "Are you truly willing to follow this man Huang Qing?" "Naturally, with all sincerity." Wang Bayar blinked several times, forcing a smile. Being able to follow soldier Lord Huang is already the greatest fortune for this slave maid. Looking at her aggrieved expression, he understood she felt no such great fortune in her heart. How could a daughter of a respectable family look up to a rough martial man like Huang Qing? She was simply a frail woman adrift in a chaotic world, grasping at whatever might keep her alive. But this was none of his concern. Viewed from the bright side, this was yet another manifestation of the Senate's superiority, breaking the old order and building a new society in its place. "You feel aggrieved now," he thought, "but later, when Huang Qing rises to prominence, you'll realize how fortunate you were." Wang Ruixiang smiled. "I can see you're a well-bred woman. You've tidied this place perfectly. Managing a household in the future, you'll certainly make a fine wife. Huang Qing, you're a lucky man." Huang Qing's heart leapt with joy. He understood that the chief had approved their arrangement. He immediately snapped to attention and saluted. "Thank you, chief, for your blessing." "Don't thank me yet. You committed a serious disciplinary violation. The punishment you deserve cannot be avoided. The same goes for your subordinates." Wang Ruixiang's tone turned grave once more. "Yes, chief." Sound assembly. "Yes." Huang Qing saluted and hurried out. The detachment assembled quickly. Wang Ruixiang then announced the preliminary disciplinary decision for this serious violation. "Huang Qing is dismissed from his post, effective immediately. The entire detachment is transferred to Jeju Island for rectification and training." However, as a gesture of leniency, he added, "All refugee women who had established cohabitation relationships with soldiers would be permitted to board the next transport. After undergoing purification, they would be sent to Lingao for settlement. Those willing to marry soldiers could formalize the procedures once the northbound detachment returned to Lingao. Those unwilling to marry would have their cohabitation relationships dissolved without exception and be treated as ordinary refugees." The moment the order was announced, the soldiers, who had been harboring anxious hearts, felt a wave of relief. Originally, this had all been a matter of seizing opportunities to indulge pleasures and vent desires. But having lived with these women for some time, feelings had naturally developed, and they had grown reluctant to part. Now, though they faced transfer to Jeju Island for rectification and training, the chief had also recognized their marital arrangements. When the command "dismissed" rang out, a small cheer rippled through the ranks. Don't celebrate too soon. Your detachment is now responsible for loading relief rations onto the carts. Wang Ruixiang's voice carried a hint of irony. Reflect on your mistakes through sweat. Huang Qing's detachment set cheerfully to the task of loading carts. This actually stirred a twinge of envy in the replacement detachment. Wang Ruixiang summoned their commander. I know what you're thinking, but you'd better keep your belts tightened, he spoke sharply. When this operation concludes, there will be merit evaluations and commendations. Matters of the heart will also become easier to resolve. Don't sacrifice your future for a moment's indulgence. Reporting to the chief, I promise to keep my belt tight, the detachment leader blinked. And my subordinates as well. Very good, Wang Ruixiang nodded. Additionally, I'm increasing the daily relief rations supplied to extra refugees by another 10%. Try to keep a few more people alive. Chapter 1297. The engine finale, the brief spring festival holiday of 1633, had barely concluded. Winter's snow still clinging to the ground, when the executive committee's various organs resumed operations at full capacity. According to the official schedule promulgated by the Ministry of Civil Affairs, the Spring Festival warranted 3 days of rest. In practice, most industrial and mining enterprises and government offices observed only the first day of the new year before returning immediately to work. Time had become the transmigrators' most precious commodity. These same people who had once idled away their days before D-Day now treated every hour as irreplaceable. Were it not for the recognition that Lingao's work pace had already grown punishing, and that naturalized citizens and contract laborers received precious few days off throughout the year and desperately needed respite, the transmigrators' collective inclination would have been to abolish holidays altogether. As for the transmigrators themselves, most worked from the first day of the new year through the 30th of the last lunar month, year-round without rest, overtime every day. Even the laziest employees, the most indolent students from before, now erupted with tremendous work enthusiasm. Power, as the saying goes, is not only the best aphrodisiac but also the finest stimulant. By 1633, through the comprehensive efforts of the Executive Committee and the Office of Personnel Affairs, the phenomena of soy sauce transmigrators and basic laborer transmigrators had been completely eliminated. Every transmigrator now held a leadership position. Even someone like Selena, the archetypal pure soy sauce transmigrator, had become director of the Spain-Portugal division in the Foreign Affairs Department, while concurrently serving as chief of the Spain-Portugal language materials section in the Grand Library. Moreover, every transmigrator was given both position and authority, with subordinates assigned to them, ensuring they could fully leverage their expertise. Even those with no particular skills could at least serve as a teaching and research team leader in the Ministry of Education. Inside the Ministry of Civil Affairs building in Baron City, work proceeded at a feverish pace. Ever since Operation Engine began, the building had operated nearly around the clock. The resources that Operation Engine gathered were people, and all population matters fell under the ministry's jurisdiction. Statistical tabulation and refugee resettlement had thus become its principal task throughout 1632. The workload was immense. Though the collection and transport of refugees had nothing to do with the Ministry of Civil Affairs, the moment refugees arrived in Jeju, Taiwan, or Hainan Island, the ministry took over. Everything from purification to collective data registration to determining each person's final destination fell under their responsibility. Consequently, in 1632, the ministry underwent a massive expansion, adding not only a large number of naturalized clerks, but also constructing additional office buildings and installing newly manufactured office and computing devices. Confidential officers from Lingao Telecom delivered updated population statistics from Operation Engine's overseas stations every 12 hours. The hand-cranked mechanical calculators and key-operated counters in the calculation center clattered away incessantly, producing the latest figures in a continuous stream. In the spacious office of the Human Resources Division, naturalized clerks updated the wall charts every 12 hours according to the telegraphed figures. These charts tracked refugees across 4 categories: current inventory at each collection point, attrition, in transit, and arrivals. This ensured the leadership knew the precise results of Operation Engine at any given moment. Yang Yun, director of the Human Resources Division, was always the first among the transmigrators to know the exact figures. He sat now in his office, sipping a cup of strong tea while rereading the summary report on human acquisition under Operation Engine that he had personally compiled up to the current date. With Kang Yao's execution in Jeju, the recovery of Dengzhou, and the Taoist priest's successful defense of the way before the Cloudrise Temple, an event that had thoroughly stabilized the new Taoism's base in Yizhu, the curtain on Operation Engine was gradually falling. Although natural disasters would continue to plague the coastal regions where large-scale population collection had been possible, this nationwide mobilization to gather refugees would not continue after 1633. Consuming too much at once invited indigestion. The Transmigrators' Council needed to properly digest this new batch of immigrants and have them contribute their value as quickly as possible. Now the latest statistics were in. The final results of the number 1 project of 1632, this Herculean effort to gather heads with the might of the entire nation, were about to be revealed. Kimu Island Jiayuan Theater in Shandong, approximately 280,000 people collected. Of these, over 180,000 were gathered locally. 72,000 came through Potatoes for People exchanges with the rebel forces. 6,000 were Dengzhou remnants who surrendered at Kimu Island when Kang Yao withdrew, and 21,000 were Kang Yao's remaining forces taken to Jeju as captives. Yizhu and Shandong, 51,000 refugees gathered from southern Shandong and northern Jiangsu. Hangzhou and Zhejiang, 14,000 Zhejiang refugees gathered. These were the direct gains from Operation Engine. Of these, 175,000 had already been transported to settlement locations: Jeju Island, Taiwan Island, and the various counties of Hainan Island. Another 180,000 plus were temporarily housed in refugee camps at Kimu Island Jiayuan, Jeju Island, Yizhu, and Hangzhou, awaiting transport. Beyond Operation Engine, additional population had been acquired through other means, primarily through several military operations. The occupation of Jeju Island had naturalized approximately 40,000 local Koreans, while the capture of Zhangzhou had brought away roughly 20,000 Fujianese. Spontaneous migrants flowing in from Guangdong also numbered approximately 23,000. Furthermore, after Operation Overlord, Zheng family influence in Taiwan had suffered a devastating blow, making the 40,000-plus Fujianese migrants already on the island easy targets for absorption at minimal cost. All told, setting aside those still stranded in refugee camps awaiting transport, and the Taiwan population not yet absorbed, the Transmigrators' Council had directly added approximately 250,000 controllable persons by early 1633. Once all those awaiting transport reached their destinations, the actual increase would be 430,000. Adding the anticipated absorption of Fujianese population in Taiwan, the total population increase came to approximately 480,000. 480,000 people. Yang Yun reflected that this was no small number. While it could substantially alleviate the labor shortages plaguing the various industrial and agricultural sectors, all these people needed food, clothing, and housing. Were it not for the windfall from Operation Overlord, it was hard to say whether the council's treasury could have borne the burden. He then examined the age and gender ratios among the refugees, and as a former Sweatshop HR manager, was highly satisfied. Nearly 70% of the population consisted of able-bodied men and women between 18 and 45. Children came next, while those over 50 were fewest, less than 5%. Under harsh conditions, the elderly and infirm had almost no chance of survival. The female proportion exceeded 40%, a remarkably high figure. This was clearly deliberate on the part of the collection points, especially Kimu Island. Otherwise, it was difficult to imagine so many women could have survived. For ordinary transmigrators, the high proportion of female refugees simply meant a vastly expanded pool from which to select female servants. But for Yang Yun and Minister of Civil Affairs Liu Muzhu, the large influx of women would help balance Lingao's alarming gender imbalance. At the current ratio of nearly 8 men to 1 woman, masses of naturalized citizens had no prospect of finding wives. Bride prices had already climbed to levels comparable to real estate prices in another timeline. If men could not marry and have children, they could not establish homes. For people to settle contentedly under the council's rule, the marriage problem simply had to be solved. When the Xinjiang Production and Construction Corps was first established, they had specifically recruited female soldiers from the interior to travel to Xinjiang, in essence, to solve the marriage problem for the troops stationed there. How to solve the immigrants' marriage problem had always been a top priority for the Ministry of Civil Affairs, and they had indeed made some efforts, dispatching agents specifically to Guangdong, Fujian, and Jiangxi to purchase female population, prioritizing the collection and transport of women when gathering refugees, collecting concubine tax and concubine inventory tax through the tax bureau to discourage concubinage in council-controlled territories. But these measures were mere drops in the bucket against the massive population of single men. Now, a sudden influx of over 100,000 young, able-bodied women was arriving, like sweet rain after a long drought. Moreover, the proportion of unmarried or widowed women among them was quite high, perfect for solving the marriage problem of those naturalized citizens who had served the council for years. This was far more encouraging than awarding them model worker titles and medals. Yang Yun finished his report and went to Liu Muzhu's office. Liu Muzhu, like Yang Yun himself, essentially lived at the office. Apart from engaging in intimate activities with his life secretary, he ate and slept there. Over time, everyone knew that whenever Minister Liu left the office to go home, he was going to attend to business. On one occasion, a certain transmigrator came to discuss something with him, and Liu Muzhu happened to be away fetching some personal effects. A naturalized clerk from Liu's office, who was responsible for receiving visiting transmigrators, accidentally blurted out, "The chief has gone home to bang bang bang." Bang bang bang, as a euphemism for intimate activities, had originally circulated only among the transmigrator leadership, but now the more seasoned naturalized citizens had learned this bit of Australian slang and began using it themselves. At this moment, Liu Muzhu was bent over his desk working. As Minister of Civil Affairs, he shouldered numerous and varied responsibilities. Since Operation Engine began, his workload had multiplied, leaving him short on energy. Even his frequency of bang-bang-bang sessions had dropped dramatically. "Old Liu, here's my summary report on population collection for Operation Engine. Take a look." Yang Yun handed over the folder. "No need to look, I have a general idea of the numbers," Liu Muzhu said. "Our problem now is how to resettle all these people. How to resettle them. Most will certainly be settled in Lingao. After all, this is our primary industrial and agricultural base. That goes without saying." Liu Muzhu leaned back into his rattan chair, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. But a few days ago, Wu Nanhai came to me saying he hopes to settle 100,000 agricultural population in Wencheng, Qiangshan, and Chiangmai, the three main agricultural counties in Hainan. That many. It's actually not that many when you think about it. Liu Muzhu frowned. That's only a bit over 30,000 per county. Compared to all those reclamation projects, it's still far short. End of chapter. Chapter 1298, Population Allocation. Shouldn't the Planning Commission have the final say on this? Yang Yun's implication was clear. Allocating population wasn't Wu Nanhai's place to meddle. True, but the various departments' opinions serve as the Planning Commission's primary reference for the final allocation plan. If we satisfied every department's demands, even 1 million people wouldn't be enough to go around. Naturally. Liu Muzhu straightened in his chair and picked up a document from his desk. This is the demand figures submitted by each department. Even counting all currently allocatable population, the shortfall would still be at least 150,000. Yang Yun was unfazed. No leader ever thought there were too many people working under them, especially when they weren't the ones paying the wages. Apart from the top boss, every lesser boss below spent their time in meetings arguing about nothing but money and people. If departments received however many people they asked for, what would be the point of having an HR department? The meat hasn't even reached the table, but the wolves are already champing at the bit. Yang Yun cracked a joke. Every department has its own interests, but we should follow the Planning Commission's guidance. After all, they take the holistic view. You're right. Liu Muzhu considered this and concluded Yang Yun had a point. Ever since the first batch of refugees from Operation Engine arrived, transmigrators from various departments had been coming to him constantly, openly or subtly discussing the refugee allocation issue. Wu Nanhai's request in particular was one he found hard to refuse. He had received quite a lot of support from him on prior occasions. But now that Yang Yun put it this way, it did seem hardly worth getting entangled in such dispute-prone allocation matters. Better to stay aloof and handle things by the book. His mind made up, he said. Our department won't offer any opinions on this matter. Let the Planning Commission rack their brains over it. Yang Yun returned to his own office. In truth, he had already begun secretly compiling population allocation tables according to the Planning Commission's requirements in recent days. Though Wu hadn't specified exact numbers for each region or department, he had provided guiding ratios and basic principles for the specific allocation. Allocating contract laborers was an exceedingly meticulous and tedious task. Without computer assistance, it would have taken months of manual calculation and summarization just to sort out the basic facts on these 400,000-plus people. In 19th century America, a population census often took 7 or 8 years from completion of data collection to release of statistical results. The Transmigrators Council had 3 divine artifacts: computers, local area networks, and databases, enabling statistical summarization in less than a month while producing highly detailed classification reports. From the moment each refugee began purification, they had to fill out a personal information form. This contained not only basic information such as gender, birth date, native place, and marital status, but also occupation, skills, education level, original family economic status, religious beliefs, and political background. This political background referred to whether they had obtained any Ming examination degrees or held any form of public office, including officials, clerks, soldiers, servants of officials, those who performed public duties, tithing headmen, guild heads, and various other official or quasi-official positions. This personal information form was Yang Yun's raw material for classification and summarization, as well as the basis for allocating refugees to their various destinations. Generally speaking, those from artisan backgrounds would go to the industrial or construction sectors, then be further assigned to various trades and enterprises according to their skills. Merchants and shop assistants would go to the commercial sector. fishermen to the fisheries company, sailors into shipping enterprises or the Navy. Intellectuals, after preliminary screening, would go to administration if deemed reliable, with the remainder assigned to education to serve as literacy teachers. Children under 14 were not allocated at all by convention. They were uniformly handed over to the education department to become students. This allocation system was uncontroversial. The problem was that 95% of the allocatable population were illiterate peasants. If allocation were based purely on occupation and skills, all these people would go to agriculture, which was clearly unworkable. Therefore, a substantial portion would be assigned as apprentices to various industries. Lingao's increasingly swelling industrial working class in the secondary and tertiary sectors had emerged precisely this way. The competition between departments for immigrant population was concentrated in this area. At present, labor allocation favored the industrial sector. Industry had received most of the contract laborers imported before Operation Engine, with especially large proportions going to metallurgy, mining, construction, and equipment manufacturing. The primary and tertiary industries came second. However, at the recent National Affairs Conference jointly held by the State Council and the Planning Commission, a policy of establishing food security had been proposed, aiming to increase the self-sufficiency ratio for grain in the Lingao regime. The population under the direct control of the Lingao regime had reached nearly 1 million, and large-scale dependence on imported grain not only burdened the treasury heavily, but also occupied significant shipping capacity. Yang Yun estimated that Wu Nanhai's proposal to allocate 100,000 people to the 3 agricultural counties was riding on this favorable wind. Yet Yang Yun thought the Planning Commission's considerations were far more complex than those of individual department heads. Based on the guiding ratios and basic principles provided by the Planning Commission, Yang Yun had already drafted a preliminary population allocation plan. Jeju Island planned settlement of 50,000 contract laborers. This would create a 5-to-4 demographic balance against the local Korean population. Combined with active recruitment of Korean security troops from Jeju Island and the introduction of subsequent migrants, linguistic assimilation could likely be completed within a generation, ensuring Jeju Island became the Council's island of cattle, horses, sheep, and citrus. These 50,000 contract laborers would mainly be settled as agricultural migrants, serving as farm and ranch workers at agricultural commission-administered farms and ranches. Regarding food supply, prior to the landing, Jeju Island's extensive agriculture could barely sustain 40,000 people. After the introduction of potatoes, grain yields had increased substantially, to the point where large quantities could be exported in 1632 to supply Shandong and other areas. This demonstrated considerable agricultural potential. After introducing large numbers of migrants and implementing basic farmland construction, Jeju Island agriculture would not only achieve self-sufficiency, but would also be able to export substantial agricultural and pastoral products. Southern Taiwan, Tainan area. Currently, 10,000 refugees had been settled locally, with plans to settle an additional 25,000. The core of these 25,000 consisted of Fujianese civilians captured from the Fujian coast during Operation Overlord, supplemented by some Shandong refugees. Using Fujianese migrants as the main body clearly violated the Council's requirement to break down closed regional parochialism. But the water and soil improvement in Tainan was not yet complete. Northern migrants suffered severe acclimatization problems with high mortality rates, while Fujianese migrants adapted relatively better to the Tainan region with higher survival rates. Thus, including the agricultural reclamation Tainan Brigade that had landed earlier for development, the total migrant population settled in the Kaohsiung area was 40,000. There were also 40,000 plus people who had previously migrated under the organization of Zheng Zhilong and other sea lords, now available for absorption. The Tainan area had begun land reclamation in the autumn of 1631, and with subsequent deployment of large numbers of slaves for land development without regard for casualties, Wei Bakai had completed his planned 100,000 mu of land reclamation by January 1633. Though this farmland was raw land with limited yields, Tainan had excellent water and heat conditions. With rotation planting of rice, sweet potatoes, and beans, they could harvest at least 7,000 to 8,000 tons of grain, 20,000 tons of sweet potatoes, and several thousand tons of beans. Even accounting for the roughly 5,000 to 6,000 surviving slaves who also needed local provisioning, self-sufficiency was definitely achievable at a minimum. Tainan's agricultural potential was not only far greater than Jeju Island's, but also exceeded Hainan's. With sufficient labor investment and basic farmland construction, the Tainan area would become the council's granary. As for the migrants who had been in Tainan previously, since they had survived before, the land they cultivated could sustain them. At worst, they wouldn't eat their fill, but they wouldn't starve to death either. After deducting these migrants, the remaining 345,000 would all be settled on Hainan Island. Of this number, approximately 60,000 children under 14 would be handed over to the education sector for schooling and training. Orphan collection had been pursued most actively during refugee gathering, so children made up a quite high proportion of the refugee population. The remaining 280,000 were the objects available for allocation to the island's industrial and agricultural sectors. Of these, approximately 10,000 would be transported to the Sanya district. Though Sanya's mining development relied primarily on slaves, Sanya's own development also required large amounts of population, especially as the Agricultural Commission prepared to establish tropical plantations there, a typically labor-intensive enterprise. Additionally, the southern counties of Hainan needed appropriate supplementation of agricultural population to establish a presence in these counties. The Han Chinese population in southern Hainan was extremely sparse. Even counting hidden households, some counties had only a few thousand people. Apart from maintaining a county seat, there was hardly any governmental presence to speak of. These counties were projected to receive 40,000 migrants to build up their population base. Besides engaging in agricultural production, they would also develop forestry and mining. Among these counties, Changhua was a special case. The industrial sector was preparing to establish a large cement production enterprise there. Between industrial workers and miners for quarrying, plus the labor needed for preliminary road engineering in the next phase of Shilu development, approximately 10,000 people would need to be settled there. The remaining 220,000 would mainly be settled in the northern region. How to allocate these 220,000 became the biggest point of contention between the industrial and agricultural sectors. Looking at absolute numbers, agriculture had already gained a huge advantage. But on closer examination, these populations would have difficulty generating returns in the short term. Those who could deliver immediate results were obviously in the several traditional agricultural counties in northern Hainan. The land currently under council control, whether directly operated state farmland or taxable registered fields, was overwhelmingly concentrated in the northern counties, accounting for over 90%. This land was either mature fields cultivated for years or improved farmland after water conservancy renovation. With sufficient labor input, agricultural output could immediately skyrocket. Wu Nanhai's private lobbying of Liu Muzhu was obviously aimed at this. End of chapter. Chapter 1299. The Army's calculations throughout Operation Engine's execution. The population that completed purification first had been allocated on an ongoing basis according to established ratios, with people dispersing in every direction. Since the various departments didn't know how many more people would arrive subsequently, disputes over allocation had remained minimal, or at least, objections were relatively easy to counter with planning commission explanations. Everyone harbored hope that more people are coming, we can make it up later. Now that time had come. The manpower competition that had been avoided before would erupt in full force once the internal bulletin was published. Locked in Yang Yun's safe was a status table showing population distribution from Operation Engine to each department thus far. Agriculture had received the most, which meant Wu Nanhai's hope of obtaining another 120,000 people was extremely slim. Yang Yun's plan was to allocate him only 50,000 more. He estimated Wu Nanhai would push back strongly, not only because the final allocation was less than half of what he hoped for, but also because the military would subsequently poach more people from him. The Agricultural Commission was being used by the Human Resources Department as a holding pool for migrants. Fresh off the purification camps, migrants awaiting specific assignments all worked as agricultural laborers under the Agricultural Commission, particularly when certain departments couldn't bring their factories online in time, or when some project temporarily didn't need additional labor. The workforce originally planned to be deployed there would be temporarily entrusted to the Agricultural Commission. A considerable portion of the large population currently assigned to the Agricultural Commission consisted of such temporary deposits. As the first 5-year plan entered its final 2 years with key projects nearing completion, large numbers of industrial workers would begin to be recruited from the agricultural population. And Yang Yun faced another competitor as well, the military, especially the army. Since its victory in the second counter-encirclement campaign, the army had not undergone a single major expansion. Its current battalions had been fragmented into multiple detachments and squads, scattered across several thousand kilometers of isolated outposts from Jeju in the north to Hongji in Vietnam to the south. Forces were dispersed everywhere, defenses established throughout, and some squads had been deployed for nearly 2 years, separated from their original units for so long that it significantly impacted their regularization and military training. Although some auxiliary units had been established as replacements, improvement was limited. Ultimately, it came down to a shortage of manpower. The planned national army faced its own problems. The southern counties had too few people. Only after Operation Engine began and migrants arrived could they barely complete the formation of county squadrons. The northern counties were slightly better off, but given their populations, the squadron organization was simply too small. The General Staff's recommendation was that northern counties should organize county battalions with 3 squadrons per battalion to basically meet requirements. Meanwhile, the Army's field and fortress artillery, engineers, logistics, and cavalry, these specialized branches had previously been organized only as skeletal cadre and training units due to the shortage of horses and draft animals. After Operation Engine obtained large quantities of horses and mules from Shandong and Jeju Island, these units had begun filling out their establishments. Previously, they had basically relied on temporarily conscripted militiamen and laborers during wartime. Now, they needed to bring personnel up to full establishment. Additionally, after the Joint Logistics Command was established, there was still a shortfall of several thousand logistics soldiers to fill. Tallying all this up, without even counting the Navy's requirements, just to bring the Army, Joint Logistics Command, and National Army systems up to full establishment strength, even without adding new field infantry battalions, would require recruiting at least 10,000 soldiers. Not to mention that the Army had explicitly demanded an infantry battalion be organized at Hongji. Otherwise, they cannot guarantee the security of Hongji coal supplies. The Navy naturally wouldn't fall behind either. Naval expansion had been ongoing. Besides commissioning new vessels, the Navy was also responsible for guard and garrison work at all ports under council jurisdiction. Marines, base defense units, and coastal artillery. These newly organized shore-based units had consumed large portions of new personnel slots. However, since a significant portion of 1632's Navy personnel and vessels had transferred to civilian enterprises like Pacific Shipping, Southeast Asian Shipping, and the Fisheries Cooperative General Society, the Navy's total personnel remained roughly level with the previous year. But now the Navy was loudly demanding expansion of the Marine Corps, especially after the 1st Expeditionary Squadron's successful amphibious assault on Xiamen. The Navy had obtained ample justification, and their voice in the council had grown considerably louder. Ignoring them was no longer an option. Old Wu is going to explode. Yang Yun sighed after running through the arithmetic once more. The Army and Navy are going to be at each other's throats too. The undercurrents of population competition were surging. From Liu Muju's "nice weather we're having, ha ha ha" deflections, Wuda's darkly circled eyes, and Yang Yun's increasingly haggard expression, everyone knew there weren't enough people. Once the official Operation Engine Bulletin was released, all parties immediately launched active campaigns. Some went directly to the staff handling matters. Some approached executive committee members. Others sought out standing committee members. Still others attacked on multiple fronts, working to win over the heads of various factions within the council, intending to use public opinion to achieve their ends. Naturally, there was no shortage of those who posted repeatedly on the internal forum to argue for the importance, urgency, and crime against the council if Allocation doesn't follow submitted plans of their own sector's population demands. The private rooms at the farm tea house were suddenly fully booked every day as various transmigrators gathered for meetings. Then one day someone mentioned this is Wu Nanhai's turf, and the private rooms suddenly fell quiet again. Amid all the clamor, commotion, and cursing, the final population allocation plan was eventually released. Generally speaking, like all similar resource allocation plans, everyone was dissatisfied but grudgingly accepted it. First, having something was better than having nothing. Second, there was still much to do once they had their people, and no more time to waste arguing. They had too much to accomplish. Cheers! In a private room at the farm tea house, the clinking of glasses was followed by a burst of laughter. A group of transmigrator officers in army uniforms were drinking heartily. The table was littered with empty bottles of fruit wine, beer, rum, kvass, and soda water. Several large Xuan-style blue and white porcelain platters held braised duck tongues, duck necks, duck feet, and other drinking snacks, while gnawed bones covered the table. The Army was the most satisfied party in this allocation. The expansion plan submitted by the Army Department had been largely approved. Not only were previous unit shortfalls filled, but they also received quotas for 1 new infantry battalion, 4 cavalry squadrons, 1 field artillery battalion, and 1 siege artillery battalion. This was a huge relief for an army that had long suffered from personnel and equipment shortages, forced to watch the Navy's warships swagger about on the seas. The Army's Young Officers Club had gathered here to celebrate their victory. Attendees were not limited to Young Officers Club members. All transmigrator Army officers currently in Lingao had been invited. Dongmen Chuyu, strictly speaking, was not an Army officer, but since he worked at the General Staff, he was included in the invitations. Of course, not everyone came. The more senior transmigrator officers generally didn't participate in such wild drinking party gatherings, lest it damage their image before the council, so this was essentially a gathering of the younger set. "Come, Chief of Staff Dong, a toast to you." Zhang Balin's collar was open and he was tipsy, holding a glass of rum mixed with soda water. The one addressed as Chief of Staff Dong was none other than Dongmen Chuyu, Secretary to the General Staff. He wore his staff officer's aiguilette and was already somewhat intoxicated himself. He shook his head and said, "First, my surname is Dong. Second, whether I'm Chief of Staff or not." "Who says your surname isn't Dong? Your surname is Dong." Zhang Balin was getting a bit rowdy from the drink. If you're not the chief of the general staff, who is? He suddenly snapped his heels together at attention and rendered a hand salute. Salute to you, Chief of Staff Dong. Several other somewhat tipsy transmigrator officers followed suit, coming to attention and saluting. One even rendered a hand salute. Stop messing around. Though Wei Awen had also drunk quite a bit, his mind remained fairly clear. He wanted to discuss something with Dongmen. Dongmen, have you heard about Huang Xing's case? I have. Though Dongmen Chuyu was a bit unsteady on his feet, his mind was still sharp. Isn't that the one about privately messing around with women? Shouldn't your department be handling this? My recommended disposition is ready. I wanted to hear your thoughts. Wei Awen chose his words carefully. After all, this matter can be treated as either serious or minor, and will set an example for the entire military. Whether it's handled well or poorly affects morale. All right, let's hear it. My recommendation is demotion by 1 rank and transfer to the Korean Security Army for duty, Wei Awen said. The Korean Security Army is expanding rapidly now and needs experienced officers. Let him train there for a while. If he performs well, he can return to the regular forces. The soldiers under him who violated discipline will also be transferred to the Security Army as non-commissioned officers. He paused. After all, their violation this time was quite serious. Dongmen Chuyu replied without hesitation. I think that's a bit harsh. Having drunk too much, he was getting a bit excited and felt an urge for lengthy discourse. He set down his glass and said, regarding the Huang Xing case, we need to establish certain facts. First, Huang Xing's squad did not sell, privately divide, or arbitrarily dispose of council assets. The food they provided to the women they seduced was entirely from the allowance the council permitted them to freely choose distribution targets for. Second, the women Huang Xing squad seduced all met the requirements for said food distribution, that is, unplanned refugees who arrived on their own. Therefore, Huang Xing squad faithfully executed the council's instructions in their food distribution process, and there is nothing to criticize them for. Wei Awen assumed a posture of listening attentively. Actually, this was exactly what he thought too. Wei Awen had never intended to punish Huang Xing severely. His posturing served 2 purposes. First, to do Dongmen Chuyu a favor. Second, because quite a few transmigrator officers were devotees of PLA-style puritanical military culture, so he needed to find support from this General Staff Secretary. With Dongmen's remarks to back him up, his own disposition decision would be much more persuasive. End of chapter. Chapter 1300. The Army's marriage question. Dongmen Chuyu had drunk too much to register all the maneuvering. He continued his eloquent discourse. Regarding Huang Xing's squad fraternizing with women, we should recognize that in reality, it was Huang Xing's squad being seduced by women. The reason is simple. There wasn't enough food. Starving and freezing women, in order to survive, could only use their bodies to obtain a chance at life. Otherwise, lacking the physical strength, they couldn't do as the men did, carrying supplies for the Northern Expedition Detachment, clearing corpses and garbage to earn food, and would starve to death. There is nothing at all to criticize about what the women did. As for the young men of Huang Xing's squad being unable to resist this temptation, that really is understandable. Our military, after all, is not made up of Puritans, and relevant regulations don't prohibit seeking female companionship. With women desperately scarce in Lingao, and suddenly having willing ones appearing at their doorstep, how many could resist? Therefore, that Huang Xing's squad was defeated by sugar-coated bullets is also understandable. After this impassioned speech, before Wei Awen could express his appreciation, Dongmen Chuyu's head suddenly drooped as if he had entered some kind of cognitive freeze, a faint snoring sound emanating from his nose. Just as Wei Awen was about to call over a female orderly to help carry Secretary Dongmen to the rest room, his eyes opened again, and he continued holding forth. Huang Xing's biggest problem consists of 2 things. Wei Awen thought, if it's the biggest, then how can there be 2? but he continued to show that he was all ears. The biggest mistake is, he unauthorized allowed an unpurified native into a military-sensitive area. Though a squad leader's command post is merely a basic-level headquarters, we still can't treat steamed buns as anything less than proper provisions. Such thinking is wrong. Dongmen Chuyu suddenly became quite agitated, as though he himself were the squad leader being dismissed as a mere steamed bun. The most serious mistake is that he failed to maintain unit discipline. He let his soldiers mess around with women freely. As I said, messing around with women isn't a crime, but messing around with unpurified native women like this, what if they catch a venereal disease? Even if they don't catch VD, catching skin diseases or scabies wouldn't be good either. So then, your recommended disposition is, let's skip the demotion. Old Huang is after all a veteran in the military. He's already missed quite a few opportunities, and dropping another rank would put him even further behind. I think his meritorious service from this Shandong operation should just be cancelled out. Dongmen Chuyu said. Those soldiers, follow your recommendation and transfer them all to the White Horse units as NCOs. All right, we'll go with your recommendation. Wei Awen assumed an expression of heartfelt agreement and nodded repeatedly. Huangqing's matter isn't anything special, but the troops' lower body problems still need to be solved. Dongmen Chuyu's voice grew lower and lower, and he once again leaned back on the sofa in silence. Help Chief Dongmen to the rest room. Two female orderlies acknowledged the order and were about to step forward when Wei Awen thought better of it and changed his instructions. Go call the tea house servers to help him. Wei Awen watched Dongmen Chuyu being escorted out, glanced at his watch, said a few words to the others, and took his leave early. He still had things to do. Back in the Political Affairs Office in the General Staff compound in Baron City, Wei Awen settled in. Though the Political Affairs Office was only a division under the General Staff, it was actually much larger and more powerful than other divisions. For a council that placed such emphasis on political work, this was hardly surprising. Wei Awen often styled himself director of the General Political Department in his daily work, and in truth, his self-assessment was not outlandish. The Political Affairs Office of the General Staff was, to a certain extent, the General Political Department of the Fubo Army. He instructed the duty female orderly to light the gas lamp and bring him a cup of golden South Sea coffee. Wei Awen settled into his rattan-backed chair, lit a cigar, and began to contemplate. The last thing Dongmen Chuyu said before leaving was an issue Wei Awen had long wanted to discuss with this General Staff Secretary, but unfortunately, the man had drunk too much today to engage in detailed conversation. Huangqing's case had in fact exposed a hidden concern that had long troubled the transmigrator leadership of the Fubo Army: how to address soldiers' sexual needs. Since ancient times, the sexual needs of soldiers had been a problem that gave rulers headaches. Rape and plunder was practically a tradition of classical armies. Even modern armies that emphasized discipline saw rape and promiscuous liaisons that were commonplace and impossible to stamp out despite repeated prohibitions. While rape seriously damaged popular support and soured military-civilian relations, voluntary promiscuity wasn't exactly a good thing either. During World War II, the American military might have had a lesser reputation for rape than other armies, but their promiscuous behavior, enabled by abundant sea rations and nylon stockings, drove sexually transmitted disease rates among soldiers into the double digits. As long as rulers weren't warlords in a chaotic age, they had to consider properly handling soldiers' sexual needs to maintain basic popular support, morale, and health. The most common method was camp followers or tacitly permitting similar civilian operators to exist, the latter being the red light districts that invariably naturally formed near American military bases. Although some transmigrators cited the PLA, especially during the Red Army era, as a counterexample, Wei Awen felt that was a special situation under special historical conditions. Such a puritanical army with a strong spirit of self-sacrifice first required a leadership collective with puritanical consciousness to lead it. The council clearly didn't have that disposition. They couldn't even fake it convincingly. When the leaders themselves aspired to 3 wives and 4 concubines and building ethnological specimen collections, how could they demand abstinence from their subordinates? That would make them just like the Taping heavenly kingdom, and the Taping's idealism had collapsed quite early. The Fubo army's approach to this issue was two-pronged. On one hand, they kept soldiers constantly busy, wearing out their physical and mental energy. Beyond normal duty and training, a considerable portion of each week was devoted to supporting construction tasks. On the other hand, since the Fubo army's founding, there had been no regulation prohibiting patronizing prostitutes. Soldiers on their rare days off could visit yellow-licensed brothels for some indulgence. This was a form of channeling. However, the extreme gender ratio in council-controlled society made prostitutes' business boom beyond measure, causing prices for flesh to skyrocket. Prostitutes were also overwhelmed by business. Consequently, not every soldier willing to spend money could have his wishes fulfilled. For this reason, quite a few transmigrators had suggested establishing something like the Great Song's camp followers, a system of military prostitutes, but it was ultimately dropped because most transmigrators found it unacceptable. Furthermore, using prostitutes as a means of satisfying soldiers' sexual needs could only work as a short-term measure, because prostitutes couldn't fulfill the officers' and soldiers' need for families. Under current military preparedness conditions, Fubo army officers and soldiers had virtually no prospect of mass demobilization unless disabled. The current Fubo army was essentially a professionalized military. This meant that what had originally only needed to consider officers' marriage problems had now become an army-wide issue. Since Operation Engine began, Wei Awen had been working on formulating a plan to address the military's marriage problem. He had specifically discussed solving officers' and soldiers' marriage problems with Liu Muzhu, suggesting whether they could organize some military-civilian matchmaking events after Operation Engine concluded. But Liu Muzhu expressed difficulty. The unmarried and widowed women being transported might not even be enough to solve the marriage problems of workers and administrators in the council's various industrial and agricultural enterprises. Wei Awen certainly wasn't the only transmigrator coming to him, asking to solve marriage problems for their subordinates. However, military issues were always major issues, and Liu Muzhu couldn't simply brush them off, so he agreed to organize several military-civilian matchmaking events. The precondition was that Wei Awen had to strictly control the eligibility standards and couldn't solve marriages on a large scale. No problem. Having some resolution is better than having none. At least it gives people something to hope for. Wei Awen was quite familiar with many political work policies and methods from PLA history. Since they were addressing military marriage problems, something like the 258 regulation inevitably came to mind. Copying it directly wouldn't work, but specific policies could be formulated following this approach. The so-called 258 regulation was a set of 3 standards that cadres during the War of Resistance had to simultaneously meet in order to marry: at least 25 years old, 8 years of military service or party membership, and regimental-level cadre or above. Wei Awen roughly followed suit and created similar standards. The 25-year-old requirement could be adopted directly. 3 years or more of military service or service to the council, and the rank of junior lieutenant or above. This drastically reduced the number of eligible officers. After all, the highest rank held by any naturalized citizen currently was captain. The junior lieutenant rank and 3-year service requirement were enough to eliminate most candidates. As for soldiers' marriage problems, that couldn't yet be put on the agenda. However, he had already discussed with Liu Muzhu the hope that the Civil Affairs Department would regularly organize special civilian comfort services purchased by the military or expensed as supporting the troops' costs within local administrative budgets. Dongmen Qiuyu would presumably not object to this proposal. After all, conditions were limited at present. Moreover, allowing soldiers to marry on a large scale raised the issue of family accompaniment, and the Fubo army wasn't the American military. They didn't yet have the capability to resettle soldiers' families near bases. He set his cigar in the ashtray and picked up 2 documents that staff had prepared the previous day. The first document was the award citation for Huang Qing's service during Operation Engine. Huang Qing was to receive a second-class service medal. The second was the disciplinary action revoking the second-class service medal Huang Qing had earned during Operation Engine. End of chapter. Chapter 13. One Song of Electricity, Part 1. This meant the second document nullified the first. The reason for going through all this trouble was that, in Wei Awen's view, Huang Qing's problem wasn't getting involved with women. It was getting involved with women while executing combat operations, even bringing persons of unknown origin into the camp for extended stays, creating unnecessary risks for the military and the transmigrators. Therefore, the handling had to be clear in both reward and punishment, achieving the effect of curing the illness to save the patient while serving as a warning to those who might follow. He signed both documents. Then on a promotion roster, he crossed out Huang Qing's name and added a note: delay by 6 months. He can wait for the next promotion opportunity, Wei Awen thought. Next, he drafted an official communication to the Ministry of Health, requesting that the Venereal Disease Prevention and Treatment Division examine 43 personnel from the former Northern Expedition Detachment's Buddha Hand Bay Squad, who were about to be transferred to the White Horse units. Anyone with a venereal disease was to be kept in hospital for treatment. The other 12 who had not participated would continue to serve in the regular forces. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Transmigrator Liu Tangmu stepped out of his rickshaw and, carrying his briefcase, walked into the Lingao Power Company dispatch center located at Baron Hydroelectric Station. This was the nerve center of Lingao's 17th-century power grid, classified as a Category 1 priority protection target. Not only were the power station and dispatch room surrounded by high walls and barbed wire, but even outside the walls stretched a full 50-meter wide, restricted zone. Any native or unauthorized naturalized citizen was forbidden from entering the area marked by bamboo fencing, or the soldiers in the guard towers had authority to shoot to kill on sight. Given the transmigrators' aversion to waste, the restricted zone also served as a vegetable garden. However, only the most reliable soldiers of the Lingao Garrison Battalion were permitted to enter for planting and harvesting. Transmigrator Liu Tangmu gave a huge yawn, fished his special access pass to the dispatch center from his pocket, showed it to the soldier standing guard, a member of the Lingao Garrison Battalion, and entered the dispatch center. One wall of the dispatch room was fitted with an analog display board showing the currently operating hydroelectric and thermal generator units. Pointer gauges on the board displayed real-time voltage and current at key points throughout the grid. The duty naturalized electrician watched these readings and occasionally recorded data. Liu Tangmu first flipped through the duty logs and operating data tables from the previous night. Everything appeared normal. He then walked into the chief duty room, exchanged greetings with the transmigrator on night shift, and signed the handover record to complete the shift change. On the office desk sat an industrial computer, one of the power monitoring systems assembled using equipment brought from the old timeline. The screen constantly displayed the current status of generating equipment and the operating status of both 10 kV transmission lines. Compared to the analog board outside, this system was far more advanced. First, the system displayed digital values, far more accurate than the pointer gauges outside. The pointer gauges had limited graduation marks, and the pointers constantly fluctuated. Readings could only give rough approximations. Second, the system had statistical functions, recording voltage and current fluctuation ranges for every 15-minute interval, something human recording could hardly match. The storage space required for system-recorded data was minimal. It could store decades' worth with no problem, and retrieving records was 100 times more convenient than paper log sheets. Most importantly, the system could generate various load curve graphs, which were far more intuitive than data tables. In the old timeline, Liu Tangmu had worked in power automation. After the transmigration, he became one of the directors of the Lingao Power Company Dispatch Center. Same person, same equipment as the old timeline, only now he had gone from contractor to client, truly matching his professional specialty. But the equipment from the old timeline was excellent yet finite in service life. Internally, the power company estimated this equipment could last 5 years, then backup equipment could sustain them for another 5 years. As for what would happen after 10 years, no one could say. So the dispatch center's operations were built on traditional technology, the old-fashioned pointer gauges and recording boards in the outer room. Don't let these crude-looking traditional devices fool you. Just the manufacturing costs had made the Planning Commission weep blood. Processing capacity in the Council's industrial system was so excessive it was redundant, but material shortages were cripplingly severe. To ensure performance, many components that in the old timeline would have been made from different steel grades or cheap metals or composites were now manufactured from premium materials, with copper alloy being the least expensive. Liu Tangmu reviewed the load curves, which matched reasonably well with the recorded data from outside. He then checked the fault log. It was empty, indicating no faults had occurred. He let out an involuntary sigh of relief. Another night at Lingao Power had passed safely. Liu Tangmu was perpetually terrified of the word fault. On one hand, he had long been a contractor, and whenever a fault occurred, the client would inevitably summon them for a thorough tongue-lashing. On the other hand, though he was now the client in this timeline, there was no contractor to tongue-lash. Once a fault occurred, what was damaged was usually a Category 1 or Category 2 controlled resource. Given the Council's current industrial capability, repair was basically impossible. Only the salvage value of parts and raw materials remained. In a timeline where even transmission cables couldn't be manufactured locally, everyone understood how serious damaging a piece of electrical equipment would be. From D-Day to the present, over 3 years now, Lingao Power had existed in an almost forgotten limbo. At the beginning, Chiang Kai-shek still sat atop the Energy Committee, but he soon discovered it was entirely a bit part. After the Barren Rapids Hydroelectric Station and Bapu Thermal Station were successively completed, the power sector's daily work was reduced to operations and maintenance. Since both power sources and users were quite weak, large grid effects couldn't be achieved. Though they had brought along some power dispatching equipment, most locations had no automation systems to assist. This thankless work soon left the power sector's young lords dispirited. They scattered. Some joined the Army and Navy, others transferred to the Planning Commission. In the blink of an eye, only the original Energy Minister Chiang Kai-shek and a few technical elites he had desperately retained remained, Liu Tangmu being one of them. Chiang Kai-shek too had grown dispirited. After dividing the major work blocks among his few generals, he began ignoring power matters entirely. This was because the power shortfall couldn't be remedied in the short term. The Planning Commission's energy policy focused entirely on steamification and gasification. Steam engines, boilers, and gasifiers sprouted like bamboo shoots after spring rain in every corner of Lingao. Coal demand far exceeded electricity demand, and so Minister Chang's main energy was devoted to coal logistics coordination, gradually becoming an expert in logistics. After suffering such a setback, the power sector inevitably experienced several accidents of varying severity, even burning out one 10 kV transformer. The 10 kV line from Barren Rapids to Bapu was taken out of service. That burned transformer had been destroyed when the generators on both ends went into parallel operation, and Bapu suddenly lost power, failing to shed load in time. In fact, linking two sets of machinery with such different operating characteristics, while supplying power to two locations with vastly mismatched loads, far exceeded the capabilities of the Council's industrial system. Though the power sector had people who had repaired power stations, people who had worked in grid dispatch, people who had written smart grid papers, and even people who had designed unmanned substations, none of this meant they could quickly sort out a grid composed of various electric motor users that started and stopped frequently. As the saying goes, a desperate situation brings revival. The remaining few, with no one to rely on but themselves, picked up their old professional textbooks, searched the grand library for materials, and after diligently recording over a year's worth of various data and continuously coordinating with the factories, finally stabilized power station operations. By 1630, Lingao's power generation enterprise had finally gotten on track. The power sector even had the capacity to train several naturalized citizens to assist in manning the stations. In the subsequent years, the power company successively installed several more hydroelectric generating units and made certain improvements to existing equipment, primarily steamifying and gasifying, the prime movers of the original locomobile generators and diesel generators to suit local conditions. The Lingao Power Company had thus barely maintained the operation of this small-scale 10 kV grid and two parallel power stations up to the present day. Liu Tangmu thought, "Our presence in the entire system here is practically negligible." With this gray mood, he walked back to the outer room and signed the previous night's duty log. The naturalized electricians who had worked the night shift could now go off duty. Liu Tangmu then went to inspect the machine room at the hydroelectric station, adjacent to the dispatch center. The Barren hydroelectric station's units had been expanded to 3 200 kW hydro turbine generators, for a total capacity of 600 kW. This was currently the mainstay of Lingao's power supply. Of the units brought from the old timeline, 2 more remained uninstalled. They would have to wait until the Wenlin River Improvement Project was fully completed. The machine room seemed normal at a glance. All the hydroelectric generators were running, humming away. He wasn't trained in power generation, so he really had no expertise in this, purely routine rounds, at most listening for unusual sounds. The duty naturalized worker respectfully brought over the duty log. He looked it over. Inspections and maintenance had all been performed on schedule, and generator output voltage was relatively stable. He signed the log. Finally, he went to the power engineering team, preparing to lead a patrol. The naturalized electricians scheduled for patrol that day had formed up at the entrance, then under Liu Tangmu's observation, tested their voltage detectors and donned the necessary protective equipment. Liu Tangmu put on his hard hat, surveyed the naturalized electricians in their rattan helmets, work uniforms and canvas bags, and raised one hand in a shout. Safety first, prevention foremost. Life is precious, safety comes first. The electricians raised their arms in unison and responded, "Safe production is everyone's responsibility. Follow regulations, maintain discipline, ensure safety." End of chapter. Chapter 1302, Song of Electricity, Part 2. The electricians arrived at the small dock beside the hydroelectric station, where a launch with Lingao power painted on its smokestack was already fired up and ready to depart. Originally, the power company had been issued several bicycles for patrol use, but bicycles were in such demand everywhere that all quarters had their eyes on them. Since Lingao Power's main transmission lines radiated along the Wenlin River, the Planning Commission had reasonably reclaimed the power company's bicycles. As compensation, they assigned a small launch for the power company's use. After the first phase of the Wenlin River Comprehensive Improvement Project was completed, the dry season water depth had reached 1.5 meters. With some river shoals and rocky areas cleared, the launch could now travel directly from the hydroelectric station to Bapu Harbor at reasonable speed. Liu Tangmu led his people aboard the vessel and waved at the stoker. The stoker opened the damper and started the steam engine, and the boat began chugging along, belching black smoke. For balance, the steam engine and boiler were installed amidships, so Liu Tangmu and his crew all went to the foredeck, good visibility and no choking coal smoke. The launch proceeded downstream along the river. The crew sat aboard, divided into 2 rows, each monitoring the transmission lines on their respective riverbanks. Initially, the power company had only one 10 kV transmission line on the eastern bank, supplying Baran City and the Baran Industrial Zone. As the industrial zone expanded, a second 10 kV line was built on the western bank. Thus patrolling along the Wenlin River allowed simultaneous inspection of both transmission lines. Both lines used tar-coated wooden utility poles with 10 kV cross-linked cables strung above. The cables, power transmission equipment, and porcelain insulators all came from another timeline. Though this grid was quite primitive by old timeline standards, it was something the Council's industrial system couldn't replicate in the short term. Given their current industrial technology level, even maintenance was difficult. According to proper power patrol regulations, 10 kV class lines only needed monthly inspection and semi-annual night patrol unless special circumstances arose. But at Lingao Power, they patrolled daily, not just during the day, but also armed night patrols escorted by security personnel. This was partly to prevent sabotage, and partly because this primitive grid had a much higher probability of problems than old timeline systems. Setting aside Lingao's small generating capacity, Liu Tangmu knew the trickiest issue was that Lingao's grid had extremely poor peak shaving capability. Power generation and consumption had to balance. If generation exceeded consumption, grid voltage would rise, and if it rose too high, many electrical devices would burn out. Conversely, if generation fell short of consumption, grid voltage would drop. Some equipment like computers and televisions could tolerate low voltage reasonably well, but other motor-driven equipment could also burn out. Therefore, grids had always emphasized balance and stability, meaning the power plant had to constantly monitor grid voltage, reducing generation when voltage ran high, increasing it when voltage ran low. Common methods included adjusting plant load. For instance, a hydroelectric station could close some sluice gates, and a thermal plant could burn less coal. Specifically, Lingao's power dispatch center had to adjust load around the clock based on grid conditions. Dedicated personnel watched the gauges and communicated instantly with the power stations to increase or decrease generation. Moreover, Lingao's grid was particularly complex. The heavy industrial enterprises whose production equipment required electricity all had pulsating loads. Electricity consumption came in bursts with very high peak loads. Every time equipment started up, all the light bulbs in Lingao would flicker for a moment. Each occurrence made Liu Tangmu's heart pound. As for various accidents, they were too numerous to count. Hundreds of naturalized citizens and natives died in power-related accidents every year. Half the electricians currently accompanying Liu Tangmu on patrol had only been brought in within the last 2 months. From 1630 to 1632, the average survival period for an electrician was less than 3 months. The shortest-lived one had lasted only 4 hours. It was the second deadliest industry after the chemical plants, to the point where, like the chemical plants, they could only use contract laborers. This kind of grid is bound to drive someone insane eventually, Liu Tangmu muttered to himself, recalling how a month ago, old Chang had called him and the other few elite backbones together for a meeting, and announced that the executive committee had approved the 1633 Power Improvement Plan. Sufficient budget and manpower would soon be allocated to carry out a great leap forward in power. At the time, everyone listening found it hard to believe. Even old Chang, who was conveying the directive, spoke without much confidence. They were all from the power industry and understood the complexity and difficulty of power systems as a whole. Never mind everything else. Just the voltage testers they carried on patrol couldn't be manufactured in the short term, and the old ones would eventually be used up. Liu Tangmu didn't have high hopes that test pens could be manufactured within his lifetime, and sure enough, the technical root conference that was supposedly happening very soon had gone silent. It had now been nearly a month since very soon. The patrol proceeded smoothly. The launch arrived at Bapu, where a dam now stood at the mouth of the Wenlin River at the harbor. Ships traveling between the bay and the Wenlin River now had to pass through a lock. The dam and lock were negligible by old timeline standards. Even by the standards of locks on this timeline's Grand Canal, the Bapu lock and dam couldn't be considered grand structures. But in terms of mechanization, they were unique. The opening and closing of the lock gates, as well as filling and draining, all used steam power. Traffic between Bapu and the bay wasn't heavy. The launch quickly entered the lock chamber. The steam-powered pump began draining water from the chamber, and soon the water level matched the sea level in the harbor. The steam-powered winch emitted a low rumble as the lock gates gradually opened, and the launch chugged into Bapu Bay, trailing black smoke. Liu Tangmu's destination was the Holy Ship, or more precisely, the Bapu Fengcheng Power Station. This station was actually the shipboard generator set from the Fengcheng. The Fengcheng's shipboard generator wasn't large. It ran on heavy oil and output 100 kW. Though it couldn't compare to the three 200 kW units producing 600 kW at the Baron Hydroelectric Station, it was still a major power station under Lingao Power. The Energy Ministry and Machinery Industry Ministry had converted it to gas power, installing a gasifier on the Fengcheng's deck. "Chief, they're signaling with flags from the ship," reported the crewman on the launch. "Signal back, X-8990, Liu Tangmu said after carefully checking his notebook. This was the access code the Bapu Harbor Authority had notified him of yesterday, valid for one-time use that day only. Approaching the Fengcheng, whether by land or sea, required following strict security protocols. Any vessel entering the 200-meter warning perimeter around the Fengcheng had to signal the access code by semaphore or light signal. Otherwise, it would trigger the Holy Ship Defense Protocol. Once security personnel aboard determined an approaching vessel was suspicious and had malicious intent, the typewriters and Hotchkiss machine guns on the Holy Ship's deck would open fierce fire. More than once, native boats had been destroyed with all hands lost due to curiosity or rubbernecking. Liu Tangmu had no intention of becoming the first transmigrator to be hit. Permission granted. The signalman on the Holy Ship's deck sent back the response. The Lingao Power launch first circled the Holy Ship, then checked the floating rafts used to support the transmission cables. Liu Tangmu inspected the twisted pair cables. The cable sheathing was wrapped with a thick layer of deerskin and coated with tar. This was all to resist the highly saline, humid air in the bay, which had a strongly corrosive effect on cable insulation. This required constant attention. Any corrosion or peeling had to be repaired immediately. After the circuit, the launch came alongside the gangway, and Liu Tangmu's party boarded the Holy Ship. Only he and the electricians who had survived more than a year were permitted aboard. According to the Council's resolution, at least one transmigrator had to be stationed aboard the Holy Ship at all times, responsible for patrolling and watching over the vessel. In the past, transmigrators had eagerly volunteered for this duty. As Lingao's infrastructure improved, the Fengcheng Hotel that had once been considered a luxury hotel gradually fell out of favor. Living alone with a squad of naturalized citizens in this big iron shell, drafty in winter, sweltering in summer, wasn't exactly pleasant. Ming Dynasty was waiting at the gangway to receive them. At this point, He was the only transmigrator still stationed on the ship, the harbor director who had no choice but to stay. Of course, he was professionally suited for it. After all, Mengda was a maritime university student, and no one knew the ship's equipment better than he did. Since transmigrators so rarely visited the ship, Mengda was very enthusiastic about Liu Tangmu's periodic visits. He led him into the bridge. The ship was empty and dark, a world apart from the bustling days when it had served as the Fangcao Hotel and was packed with dignitaries. As a microcosm of 20th century industrial society, the cargo ship contained much useful equipment. Not long after D-Day, various materials and equipment began to be removed and transported ashore for use. Now not only had key installations like the mechanical workshop and infirmary been stripped, but even ordinary living facilities, from air conditioners and refrigerators down to ceiling lamps, faucets, and light bulbs, had been removed. In the previous phase, even some of the boom winches and steel cables had been taken. For safety reasons, aside from the cargo holds still being used as bulk goods warehouses, most unused compartments had been sealed off entirely. The bridge and the crew quarters behind it were among the compartments still in use. Mengda, his life secretary, and several servants currently lived here, along with a small squad of Lingao garrison battalion soldiers and workers. The workers' tasks included routine rust removal, tar application, and similar simple maintenance work. Every month, transmigrators from the machinery factory came to perform major maintenance to ensure the ship's electronic and mechanical equipment remained intact. End of chapter. Chapter 1303, Song of Electricity, Part 3. In the bridge, only the weather radar screen was lit. To conserve radar operating time, all radars except the weather radar had been shut down, including the navigation radar that had served the Council well on multiple occasions. The Council had established a comprehensive human surveillance network around Bapu, replacing the former radar watch. Mengda's life secretary, a tall, thin young woman, was working at the chart table with dividers and rulers, practicing chart navigation. "It's really quite boring here," Mengda said with a bored smile. "Stuck on this ship year-round. I'm finally experiencing the sailor's life the old-timers talked about. Come, sit down." He called for his life secretary to brew oolong tea and brought out premium cigars for his guest. The two men smoked and drank tea while chatting about everything under the sun. When the conversation turned to the holy ship's current state, Mengda's attitude grew rather pessimistic. "This ship, I reckon they'll eventually have to salvage it for parts. Last time, the chemical department wanted to remove the pressure-rated pipes and valves. I pushed back. Easy to take out, hard to put back. These pipes and valves aren't like air conditioners and ceiling lamps that can just be removed. Once they're gone, the ship is basically scrap, and they still ended up taking quite a few pumps." He puffed out smoke rings angrily as he spoke. "Not sailing for years, never entering dry dock, no proper maintenance materials. I estimate the hull's bottom is already covered in barnacles, and a lot of equipment will gradually rot away. It'd be such a waste to just let such a big ship rot and be stripped for parts. Yes, the Planning Commission talked to me recently about having me lead a marine training class right here on this ship, training seed personnel in modern seamanship for future modern vessels. I'd enjoy that. Knowledge should be passed on, after all. The problem is, even if I train them, what's the point? This ship can't go out, and without practical operation, it's just like learning dragon-slaying arts. With Southeast Asian oil, couldn't it run again?" Liu Tangmu, like everyone else, was keenly interested in Southeast Asian oil. "The machinery industry would have to step up too. I'm quite skeptical whether they can provide spare parts for the main engines and auxiliaries and all that equipment." Mengda rarely had someone to talk with at length and was in high spirits. "Is the refrigeration system on board still running? The refrigerated cargo holds have been shut down. We can't afford the electricity. The smaller crew refrigerator is still in use. That's a pity." Liu Tangmu knew that because the generator set also had to supply power to shore, shipboard power consumption had to be minimized. The power-hungry cold storage was no longer used. There was gas-powered refrigeration on shore anyway that didn't need electricity. It's fine not to use it. At least the ship doesn't constantly reek of seafood anymore, Meng said. The two men chatted about this, and that until Liu Tangmu felt he shouldn't stay any longer and took his leave. He hurried to the auxiliary engine room for a quick look at operating conditions. In truth, his knowledge of gas bags and generators was no different from that of the naturalized workers, so he couldn't really tell what was happening. It was purely a formality of checking whether regulations were being followed and expressing transmigrator attention to ensure the gasifier and generator workers aboard didn't slack off. Liu Tangmu's main focus was the transformer station on the ship. This 10 kV station had been separately installed before the transmigration, intended to serve as a floating power station in the startup phase after D-Day, supplying power from the ship to the coastal base. Now this transformer station was a treasure of Lingao power. Not only did it transform power from the ship's generators, but the 213 kW locomobile generator set at Bapu Harbor Station also fed power into the grid through this transformer station. Lingao Power also had a work crew stationed on the ship, working 3 shifts to maintain the gas bag, generator, and transformer station. Liu Tangmu checked their compliance with safety regulations and their ledgers to ensure no violations slipped through the cracks. Lingao Power was quite ruthless about safety rule violations, which were categorized into 5 levels based on potential consequences. Level 3 or above meant being sent directly to labor reform for a period of time. No matter how well regulations were drafted, they had to be strictly enforced. Of course, the recipient's comprehension ability was also an issue. Some people just couldn't understand or listen. Only the prospect of being sent to work under Fu Yaodi could make things click for them. After completing his inspection, Liu Tangmu disembarked from the Fangcao and inspected the Bapu power station. At this point, the day's patrol was essentially complete. Just as he was about to wrap up and head back to Baron for lunch, a text message appeared on his little smart handset. Power Work Conference at Planning Commission Conference Room at 13:00 this afternoon. Please attend on time. Liu Tangmu was shocked, not because the 13:00 meeting might make him late for lunch, but because a month ago Chiang Kai-shek had assigned him to write a power transmission and distribution development outline, and to this point, he had written nothing beyond a few sentences of outline. He hadn't expected they'd be going to the Planning Commission for a meeting so soon. As a key backbone of Lingao Power, he would certainly be called on to speak at the meeting. Liu Tangmu immediately rushed toward the launch at double-quick time. The electricians behind him, bewildered, followed at a run and managed to keep up. "Quick! Back to the Baron station!" Liu Tangmu shouted urgently. "Full speed ahead!" At 13:00 in the Planning Commission's large conference room, a meeting was convened under Planning Commission auspices on matters concerning autonomous R&D and production of generators by mechanical, metallurgical, chemical, power and technology departments. In short, the 1633 Power Development Work Conference. The conference room was arranged with a U-shaped table plus observer seating. On one side, primary participants sat around the U-shaped table for discussion. On the other side, several rows of benches served as observer seating. The observers were transmigrators who were either related to power or had expertise and interest in the topic. Observer seat personnel could follow the proceedings, and if they wished to speak, they could raise their hands. This was one of a series of efficiency improvement measures adopted as the transmigrators gradually got on track. Each time such a technical conference was held, notices were posted in advance in the various cafeterias, residential areas, and on the forum. Anyone interested could attend. Even overseas personnel could receive these notices by radio and could write brief opinions to send back for discussion at the meeting. Now the conference room was packed with dozens of transmigrators. All power-related transmigrators had come, along with many from mechanical, chemical, and materials fields involved in power equipment manufacturing. Naturally, Minister Chiang Kai-shek, commissioned by the Planning Commission to chair the meeting, was also present. The transmigrators clustered in groups, heads together in conversation. Power was an interesting topic. As industrial enterprises went, although steamification was currently being promoted, many transmigrators from the mechanical sector felt that machine tools driven by electric motors ran more stably than shaft-driven ones. The equipment brought on the ship had almost all been electrically driven. Now, limited by power supply capacity, only some equipment could use electric motors. Many others had been converted to driveshaft operation. This was quite uncomfortable for many transmigrators from technical backgrounds. Meanwhile, chemical and metallurgical industries also required large amounts of electricity for electrolysis. Without sufficient power, they couldn't produce enough caustic soda by electrolyzing sodium chloride solution, nor could they refine many urgently needed non-ferrous metals on a large scale, especially electrolytic copper, which the power industry itself required. The transmigrators from the power sector were especially spirited. Ever since the power sector had gone from a key department that concerned everyone to a marginalized department that no one cared about, those who remained in the power sector had approached the Executive Committee, Planning Commission, even the Organization Department to express their intention to throw in the towel. Though the electrical revolution was inevitable, for those in the power sector who aspired to create a great enterprise, every second of this frustrating situation, even more frustrating than before the transmigration, was one too many. This conference was like a shot of adrenaline for them. According to Chiang Kai-shek's disclosure, the Executive Committee had made power development the top priority. The Executive Committee had issued several R&D directives to the power sector, and the Planning Commission had approved the previously planned motor factory, transformer factory, and cable factory projects. Directives had also been issued to the mechanical, metallurgical, materials, and technology departments to coordinate and develop the empire's power industry as quickly as possible. Faraday's ambitions, which had suffered a setback, were rekindled. He had grown up in a state-owned metallurgical plant where both parents worked. But because of his parents' regard for power industry iron rice bowls and their fear of the wave of layoffs in those years, he had smoothly entered a certain power school, then been assigned upon graduation to a transformer station in the suburbs of a certain city. After several years of station duty, he joined the transmigration and was then assigned to the power sector, doing the same work as Liu Tangmo. However, being properly trained in the power field, his knowledge was more comprehensive than that of Liu Tangmo, who was in power transmission and distribution, so his work was also more varied. During this period, Comrade Faraday toiled without complaint, completing and solving numerous technical difficulties under practical conditions. As these difficulties were resolved, that dream buried in his family's bloodline burned ever brighter. By 1630, when the power sector had fallen silent as cold ashes, he had already begun researching motor manufacturing. And the administrative approvals from the Executive Committee and Planning Commission arrived at the Power Department's office at just the right time. It was then that Faraday bravely shouldered the heavy burden of motor research. It was he who rekindled the power industry that might well have been extinguished. Throughout the research process, his deep friendship with Chiang Kai-shek, later a logistics titan, brought him many conveniences in obtaining raw materials. And the empire's future East Asian ultra-high-voltage transmission system, Himalayan super power station, and Yangtze River Cascade hydroelectric stations would also receive tremendous support from the Chiang Kai-shek Transportation Group. His benevolence and kindness will forever illuminate the empire. History of the Power Industry, Biographies Volume, Life of Faraday, End of Chapter. Chapter 13:04, Song of Electricity, Part 4. The biography was quite fleshed out, but reality was rather bare bones. Faraday claimed to be a direct-line descendant of Fa Zheng, styled Xiaoji, the Lord of Yihu from the Three Kingdoms era. His father had given him this, riding the coattails of the great name, hoping to restore the Fa family standing through him. But the name produced no effect beyond drawing startled looks from people throughout his life. He had originally joined the transmigration expedition because he was over 30 and still manning a transformer station in the far suburbs of a third-tier city, with absolutely no prospects for advancement or transfer. D-Day opened a door to potentially restoring his ancestors' glory. Faraday had been researching motors since 1630. Without planning commission project approval, it could only count as his personal research. Nearly every transmigrator engaged in such personal research. After arriving in the new timeline, it seemed everyone wanted to build monuments to themselves or leave something behind to spread their fame to future generations. However, personal research meant no access to planning commission-allocated controlled materials or professional equipment usage rights. For transmigrators doing research in humanities or pure theory, this was no issue. The Grand Library's materials were sufficient. But for those needing extensive experimentation, it meant tremendous difficulty. They could only use non-controlled materials. If their personal luggage from the transmigration hadn't included tools and equipment, then using devices and tools was also difficult. Not only did they have to swallow their pride and borrow, but they had to find the right timing. Hardly any factory ran less than 24 hours. When Faraday was doing research, he had neither silicon steel sheets nor even the most basic copper wire, enameled wire, or mica paper. He could only content himself with paper studies, calculating formulas and revising drawings, then using wood to make a few models. Later, Dr. Zhang from the Science and Technology Department learned of his predicament and established an electric motor pre-research project for him, finally allowing Faraday to move beyond armchair research. Using materials procured through the Science and Technology Department, Faraday built several simple motor models, basically the kind you'd make in middle school physics by winding coils yourself, purely to get a feel for things. He also used the Science and Technology Department's computing center to run simulations of his designs. Only after gaining reasonable confidence did he start designing and building his first experimental motor. The choice of electric motors as the breakthrough point was mainly because motors had the lowest difficulty level within the entire power system. Electric motors were much simpler than generators. Copper winding rolling wasn't very hard. They didn't need complex cooling systems. Simple air cooling would do, and the housing could be cast well within Lingao's current capabilities. Beyond the stator's copper windings, the most important component in a motor was the soft magnetic material in the rotor. This was an unavoidable obstacle. In the old timeline, this was made using silicon steel sheets. Though anyone with some knowledge of electrical theory knew that theoretically cast iron or cast steel could serve the purpose instead of silicon steel, Faraday's multiple experiments and calculations had revealed that the gap between theory and reality was too large. He had specifically asked transmigrators in materials, structures, and mechanics to run calculations. The conclusion was that if substitute materials were used, the motors produced would be vastly different in size from the blueprints brought from the old timeline at the same power level. And they had no experience redesigning motors, nor the determination to go all in on a major effort. The Transmigrator's technology tree climbing model was roughly a hybrid of 8th Root Army armaments and Warhammer 40K. On one hand, they diligently sought substitutes compatible with lower technology levels. On the other, whenever possible, they absolutely would not modify original timeline designs, especially the overall design blueprints. The Council actually had very little capacity for technological innovation. They could only replicate as best they could. After multiple unsuccessful experiments, Faraday concluded that rather than expending vast amounts of energy working around the silicon steel problem, he should tackle the silicon steel material challenge head-on. Otherwise, the follow-on problems from using cast iron or cast steel would be even more complex. Though smelting silicon steel was quite difficult, the council had after all built a fairly sophisticated steel industry. Achieving silicon steel production with this industrial system was feasible. Although working within existing equipment and technology limits meant they could only produce hot-forged silicon steel, which had somewhat different parameters from the cold-forged silicon steel of the old timeline, it was orders of magnitude better than the vast difference with cast iron or cast steel. That said, Faraday didn't have the authority to demand the steel plant trial produce silicon steel. He could only raise this issue at the Planning Commission, meeting through Dr. Zhang at the Science and Technology Department, and wait for it to be approved as a Planning Commission project. Faraday couldn't wait for the Mao Steel Complex to provide him with silicon steel sheets. He filed a report through the Science and Technology Department and obtained a few kilograms of stockpiled silicon steel sheets from the Planning Commission for trials. After reviewing extensive materials, Faraday concluded that given their current technological and materials science capabilities, they didn't need to start from the lowest level motors step by step. They could directly adopt mature motors from the old timeline. These motors had ready-made blueprints and process manuals available. However, trial-producing motors wasn't something he could handle alone, so he brought Qian Liushi in as a partner. After discussion, the two decided to adopt the Y-Series three-phase squirrel cage asynchronous motor from the old timeline national standards. This motor type was mature and widely used, with abundant reference materials. Moreover, based on over 30 years of old timeline experience, this motor had proven reliable. Once trial production succeeded and passed technical validation, they could mass-produce motors between 0.75 and 37 kW to trial-produce this motor. He recruited several more transmigrators from mechanical and materials fields to help. Using the Science and Technology Department's workshop and equipment, they got to work. Finally, in the autumn of 1632, they successfully trial-produced the first Y-Series three-phase squirrel cage asynchronous motor manufactured in this timeline, named the Light Unit 0. Of course, Light Unit 0 couldn't truly be called made in Lingao. Not only was it silicon steel from another timeline, but even the copper wire for the windings was drawn from electrolytic copper brought from the old timeline. The copper they smelted in this timeline was all fire-refined copper, completely unsuitable for motor winding material. Nevertheless, this achievement confirmed that the power sector was fully capable of manufacturing motors in-house, giving the entire power sector a considerable confidence boost. When Minister Chiang Kai-shek was reviewing one of Faraday's requests for materials and funding, he said meaningfully, "The motor testing task is urgent indeed." Yet the key players Faraday and Qian Liushi weren't so confident. They knew that as long as the steel company couldn't produce silicon steel, all their achievements were just castles in the air. The motor series they were preparing to mass-produce needed silicon steel sheets, from a few kilograms for the smaller units to about 100 kilograms for the larger ones. These quantities of silicon steel couldn't possibly come from Planning Commission reserves. They had to rely on domestically produced silicon steel. Everyone knew that domestically produced silicon steel couldn't possibly match the old timeline silicon steel in the Planning Commission's inventory in terms of performance. But how large the gap was, no one had any idea. Moreover, hot-forged silicon steel sheets were mainly used for generators in the old timeline. This power conference was convened by the Planning Commission, and many in the power sector hoped to resolve these technical issues through the meeting, one by one. Looking at the noisy conference room with everyone whispering to each other, Faraday's gaze fell on Qian Liushi sitting not far away. This partner of his was also a technical backbone of the power company. He had originally worked in generator installation and construction, making him the person in the power sector who knew generators best, someone who had both seen pigs run and eaten pork. He had been a capable worker during the installation of Barron Hydroelectric Station, but that was about it. Both of them were among the ambitious figures in the power sector, though neither would admit it. Qian Liushi's transmigration was purely a momentary brain freeze. Before that, he had spent 2 years at an international engineering department of a generation equipment company doing power station construction and installation planning. When the 2008 international financial crisis broke the funding chain of his project and the contract was terminated, he found himself idle and started browsing forums. He got interested after discovering the transmigration topic, then came to the training camp during a business trip. He impulsively stayed and never went back. After resigning, it was too late to reconsider, so he had no choice but to follow through to the end. Fortunately, he felt it was a pretty good choice. Since he had joined the transmigration organization relatively late, by the time he arrived, everything was basically ready. Having given away all his possessions to join with nothing, he didn't even have a proper buy-in stake. His suggestions about purchasing various water turbines, steam turbines, boilers, gas turbines, and generators were rejected because even a single unit cost millions. Fortunately, he had previously obtained large quantities of manufacturing blueprints for various power generation equipment and electrical facilities, barely giving himself some confidence that he had a ticket aboard. Unfortunately, the smallest generator set in his blueprints was 5,000 kW, and the next smallest was 35,000 kW, while the Transmigrator Collective currently lacked even the ability to manufacture 500 kW generators. This often left him sighing about having dragon-slaying skills with no dragon in sight. As the clock approached 1, Chiang Kai-shek, the People's Committee member for Energy commissioned by the Planning Commission to chair the meeting, stepped up to the podium. Transmigrator Chang was only in his 30s, but his hair was already showing signs of thinning. He spoke in a measured, unhurried manner with a slight Jinjiang accent. Comrades, I have been commissioned by Planning Commission Director Wu to chair this Power Work Conference today. I hope everyone will speak freely and contribute to the Council's electrification. In this new year, let us strive for our new lives and new work. End of chapter. Chapter 1305. Song of Electricity, Part 5. Chiang Kai-shek noted that several power sector transmigrators who had used discussing meeting content as an excuse to gather and drink at the farm tea house the previous evening were now sitting ramrod straight and in high spirits around the conference table. This pleased him greatly. Clearing his throat, he said, "As you may already know, through the efforts of Transmigrator Faraday, the Council's first independently developed and produced practical motor has been successfully tested. I won't belabor the great significance of this progress for the Empire here. On behalf of the Energy Ministry and the Planning Commission, I extend warm congratulations to everyone on the R&D and production front." Although everyone present knew the true meaning of independently developed, they still burst into warm applause. After all, even with Tamiya plastic model kits, assembling a good model still required good craftsmanship. And the kits in Faraday's hands were the kind of sailing ship models from Eastern European small factories. Just getting something built was impressive. After the applause died down, committee member Chang continued, "The successful manufacture of electric motors is only a small step in the process of establishing our prime mover system. We have now begun widespread use of steam engines, but steam engine use is constrained by site conditions, transportation, fuel supply, and numerous other limitations. Moreover, they have low safety margins, and their high energy consumption and relatively low energy density are insufficient to meet the needs of our rapidly developing enterprise. Additionally, electricity is indispensable to the metallurgical and chemical industries. Therefore, promoting electrification will inevitably bring transformative changes and rapid advancement to our enterprise. Everyone in the Council, all colleagues in the Executive Committee and Planning Commission, earnestly hopes to develop our power industry as quickly as possible, and the development of our power industry rests on all of you. Another round of warm applause followed. Now, I would like to invite the Director of the Power Development Plan, Comrade Qian Liushi, to discuss our power development plan. Qian Liushi stood up and walked to the podium with a folder, beaming. He first shook hands warmly with Chiang Kai-shek, then gestured for the transmigrator by the window to draw the curtains. He then turned on the projector sitting on the table. This wasn't a computer projector but a traditional overhead projector, one the transmigrators present were quite familiar with. For Qian Liushi, this type of projector was the most advanced multimedia equipment he'd encountered during his elementary and middle school years. He'd even made many transparencies for teachers. Now no one had the time to spend making PowerPoints on computers, and without the internet, they couldn't download suitable images and materials from the vast sea of online resources. They could only draw by hand, and drawing on the computer by hand wasn't any faster than drawing directly on plastic sheets. Moreover, for this type of discussion meeting, a simple diagram was sufficient. Besides, everyone frequently had new ideas. You could draw while someone else was speaking, then put your finished diagram on the projector when it was your turn to talk, and even sketch modifications while speaking. It was truly a killer app tailor-made for the transmigrators. The Planning Commission had purchased 20 of these before D-Day. Afterward, due to force of habit, digital projectors continued to be used in meetings except in the Education Department, which immediately began using them in schools. Only recently, when projector bulb stocks dropped to warning levels, did anyone remember these overhead projectors. Since most had been taken by the Education Department, the remaining ones became hot commodities, and only major departments like the Planning Commission got their hands on any. Qian Liushi cleared his throat and said, "I will now briefly explain today's meeting agenda based on previous discussions on the forum and in other meetings. I hope everyone will supplement anything I may have left out. First, let me discuss the current state of our Lingao Power Company." Qian Liushi and Faraday had already had a lengthy discussion with Chiang Kai-shek, Wu De, and others at the Planning Commission a few days earlier. The discussion had mainly concerned the power sector's current situation and the production capacity and technical level of existing machinery manufacturing and metal smelting industries. The power company was actually just a power generation, transmission, and distribution enterprise. The manufacturing of power equipment actually depended on the industrial sector, and the level of mechanical manufacturing and metallurgical capabilities determined the scale and standards of the power industry. Lingao Power's total generation capacity, currently connected to the grid, was 1,120 kW. Of this, 600 kW was hydroelectric, the three 200 kW units at Baron Hydroelectric Station. Thermal power contributed 520 kW, 100 kW from the Bapu Fengcheng Power Station, and 420 kW from Bapu Thermal Station, driven by two Czech-manufactured stationary locomobiles. Beyond this 1,120 kW, they also had 400 kW of wind, small hydro, solar, and thermal power not connected to the grid, operating in self-supply mode. Most of these provided living electricity to scattered outposts and had no significance for the power industry. Only the 100 kW generator set at Sanya driven by a locomobile and the 150 kW generator set at Mao Steel Company driven by a diesel engine, now converted to gas, were notable. Lingao Power's grid, in the view of power professionals like Qian Liushi, the transmission and distribution system consisting of 10 kV cables running along the Wenlin River, could hardly be called a grid. It was merely a transmission system composed of a single bus bar, Just 2 outgoing lines with a few pi connections and a few small distribution rooms. Primitive and crude. Even so, from the very beginning, the Lingao Power Company had firmly demanded grid-connected power supply. The goal was the stability and continuous supply capability that a grid provided. In self-supply power station mode, equipment maintenance meant power outages. With a grid, generating equipment maintenance wouldn't affect power supply. For many departments and enterprises requiring continuous electricity, this was extremely important. However, at the start, this grid was truly too crude. Not only did it fail to demonstrate much superiority, but it collapsed frequently. The main problem was initially insufficient parallel generation power. Only with great effort had the Lingao Power Company managed to bring parallel generating power to barely exceed 1 MW, which finally produced some grid effect. Otherwise, any equipment failure, including large load disconnections, would cause this grid to collapse. For this reason, Qian Liushi had always hoped to install the other 2 200 kW hydroelectric generators. This would give this primitive grid more stable operation. The entire power system used 10 kV 400V transmission and distribution standards. User voltage was industrial 380V and residential 220V, consistent with old timeline standards. All power users except self-supply stations were distributed along the Wenlin River. Council agencies and industrial and agricultural enterprises concentrated around the barren city and Bapu bases. The bulk of electricity consumption went to the chemical sector's electrolysis processes and the mechanical sector's precision machining and electroplating. Other users with guaranteed power supply included medical facilities, pharmaceuticals, and schools. Then there was computer power for the various computing centers. By comparison, transmigrators' living and office electricity was at the bottom of the power supply priority list. Electricity was simply too tight. Our industrial technology needs to reach the next level, especially in chemicals and metallurgy, which both depend on sufficient power supply. The Lingao grid's installed capacity must see major development, so the next step is to invest sufficient effort in generation and transmission distribution research. Qian Liushi removed the power production and supply status transparency and replaced it with another. The main problem we face now is that we need breakthroughs in materials science. Qian Liushi knew generators, motors, transmission and distribution equipment. None of these were high-tech. They had plenty of reference materials and original models, but manufacturing this equipment was beyond the current capabilities of what their industry could provide in terms of materials. First is domestically produced silicon steel sheets. Mao Steel Company is already organizing a technical research assault. We don't have electric arc furnaces, and even if we did, we probably couldn't afford the electricity, so we can only use fire smelting. Current experimental results show both quality and output are unsatisfactory. This was hardly surprising. Silicon steel was an advanced specialty steel with high difficulty. In the old timeline, it was manufactured using electric arc furnaces. Expecting Mao Steel Company to produce results immediately was out of the question. We are proceeding with further technical research on this problem. Ji Xingxin from the Mao Central Heavy Industry Laboratory stood up. She was an attractive woman approaching 30 who, like the other male transmigrators around her, wore blue clothwork clothes in the field uniform style with 4 pockets. Only her ponytail tied with ribbon revealed her feminine characteristics. Of course, if you sat close to her, you could also catch a faint whiff of perfume. For silicon steel smelting, the biggest difficulty is silicon powder preparation. We're working on that. However, our lab has also proposed an alternative method for producing silicon, using copper or aluminum reduction. Which method we ultimately adopt will depend on experimental results. She surveyed the transmigrators in the conference room who were giving her their full attention and said in a clear voice, "But I can guarantee that with 1 more month, We will definitely overcome this difficulty. Qian Liushi nodded. Good. If that's the case, we can consider silicon steel mass production solved. He continued. Next is transmission wire. We currently cannot manufacture steel core aluminum stranded wire, so our only option is bare copper wire. This involves electrolytic copper production. Not only wire needs electrolytic copper, but motor production also requires large amounts of it. Given our current power supply situation, this is somewhat tight. In 21st century China, producing 1 ton of electrolytic copper consumed approximately 309 kilowatt-hours of electricity. At Lingao's technological level, this energy consumption would probably need to at least double. End of chapter. Chapter 1306, Song of Electricity Part 6. That will require Planning Commission coordination and understanding from all departments, Chiang Kai-shek interjected. Enterprises will need to stagger peak power usage. Easy to say, some equipment can't just be shut down on demand. Someone began muttering below. Chiang Kai-shek paid it no mind. Qian Liushi pretended not to hear. This was really a chicken-and-egg problem. The power industry itself had enormous power requirements. They currently lacked both and could only squeeze current power supply to the limit, diverting it toward raw material production. Faraday thought to himself, the Planning Commission truly isn't a place for humans. No wonder Wu De's hair has thinned considerably after several years as director. Regarding transmission and distribution, we brought a batch of 11 kV 400V transformers and several tons of transformer oil from the old timeline. But obviously, this is far from sufficient for our future needs. Even just maintaining current scale long-term will be difficult. So we need to manufacture our own 10 kV 400V transformers. If possible, we should also build higher voltage transformers like 35 kV and 110 kV. Can we find a substitute for transformer oil? How long a development and testing process do we need, and what materials are required to manufacture this equipment? I can answer the transformer oil question, said a transmigrator from the chemical department with a subtle smile. Actually, this isn't difficult at all. The raw material for transformer oil is naphthenic crude. Brunei's Syria crude fits the requirements. As long as the Planning Commission approves this project. A wave of suppressed laughter rippled through the room. This was how industry worked, heavily dependent on technological reserves and numerous foundational industries. Even if the entire production chain had no technical difficulties from start to finish, you still had to establish the production chain before you could produce a product. In the old timeline's context of internationalized mass production and trade, market procurement could solve the requirements of each link. But in a place like Lingao that started with absolutely nothing, every production chain had to be built by the council itself. Which technology tree to climb first had always been a focal point of transmigrator debates. The petroleum industry had always been placed quite far back in the Planning Commission's industrial priorities. For now, they genuinely didn't need much crude oil. The small amount of motor vehicle and ship fuel needs could be largely met with byproducts refined from coal tar. If standards were lowered further, converting to gas engines could also manage. After the laughter subsided, Qian Liushi continued without comment. Based on the materials the industrial sector has provided us, our capacity to expand power generation is mainly concentrated in thermal power. Hydropower involves many prerequisite technologies and higher technical requirements. In thermal power, is there a need to manufacture steam turbines? Or would directly driving generators with steam engines be more suitable for us? How do we control the power generation process? Should generator set manufacturing be maximally standardized or maximally matched to specific needs? The questions he raised were numerous and varied. Point 1, Point 2, Point 3, Point 4. They touched on every aspect of power generation and transmission distribution. To prevent attendees from losing track of so many topics, mimeographed meeting discussion notes had been specially prepared and distributed to everyone. These are the issues I can think of for now. Let's confine this to discussion of technical questions. Please raise other matters at council sessions. Qian Liushi's final sentence meant he didn't want anyone bringing up the future power company's institutional structure. Everyone knew this would someday become an incomparably enormous behemoth. The Power Bureau, who wouldn't want such a pet? In the future, you could even use it to stand up to the state. In the old timeline, calls for a new electricity law had gone on for over a decade without anyone daring to drop the hammer. You dare, I dare to raise prices. I dare to cut power. So though the executive committee hadn't publicly discussed this, there was basically a tacit understanding to weaken the power enterprise, allowing statements like steam engines conquer all and gas engines are universal to proliferate. From where they sat, neither the executive committee nor the planning commission wanted such a monster appearing in their field of vision. So Qian Liushi had to strike the right pose, fully demonstrating that he had no ambitions regarding the power company. At the same time, he hoped the power company in this new timeline wouldn't turn back into that hereditary family enterprise passing from father to son to grandson. However, Qian Liushi soon discovered he had overestimated everyone's technical capabilities. The issues he raised didn't produce the lively scene of everyone eagerly stepping forward to offer advice and solutions. Most people knew nothing about power equipment and had no manufacturing experience. Only a few offered some solutions. For instance, cable insulation could use asphalt, an insulation material commonly used in early cables. Asphalt could withstand temperatures up to 105 degrees C, was easy to apply and shape, and had certain anti-corrosion and waterproofing functions. It remained a commonly used insulation material even into the 21st century. Beyond that, no useful technical solutions were proposed. The meeting quickly devolved into aimless rambling. The trigger was someone suggesting that since transmission and distribution equipment manufacturing was difficult, they should instead establish self-supply power stations widely and use DC power directly. After this was firmly rebutted by Faraday's insistence that AC was the righteous path. This transmigrator cited the illustrious Edison's and Lord Kelvin's support for DC, as well as DC applications in China after the year 2000. A gossip-loving transmigrator then righteously pointed out how Edison had used his General Electric Company's financial power and personal fame to slander and suppress his poor employee Tesla's AC invention, but how AC had ultimately broken through the shameless capitalist suppression and threats to become the righteous path of power transmission. The gossip historian then immediately noted that AC's success had actually been achieved through Tesla's reliance on the Westinghouse Electric Company owner's financial backing, and that General Electric of that era wasn't the all-powerful monopoly people imagined. Once Tesla was mentioned, someone also brought up Tesla's great Earth ionosphere resonance power transmission concept. The meeting immediately launched into a vigorous discussion of its principles and feasibility. The meeting inevitably descended into lengthy theoretical debate followed by personal attacks. Later and later still, the conference room was in an uproar. Burn the DC heretics. In heaven and on earth, only atmospheric transmission. Hang the AC conservative faction. Confiscate their female servants. Damn it, last time you were staring right at my girl Fengji. What the hell did you do during the 2 minutes I stepped out? Why was Fengji blushing? That guy only lasts 3 seconds, 2 minutes would be several rounds. Ha 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 ha. Seeing the meeting descend into chaos, Chiang Kai-shek excused himself to go smoke and never returned. Qian Liushi, as the temporary meeting chair, sat there, his face alternating between red and white. But it was nearly mealtime anyway. When the female server from the office pushed in a cart loaded with boxed lunches, ringing a bell, this historic meeting, recorded in history books as successful, victorious, and of great significance, finally paused. At lunch, Faraday carried his paper lunch box and found Qian Liushi eating in a corner with his head down. He sat down across from him. Cayenne Fushui, how did our meeting turn into this mess? We need to establish orthodoxy and cast out the heterodox. Hell if I know how it got derailed like this. This afternoon we can't let these clowns keep rambling. The questions you raised were too abstract. Electric power industry being a composite of mechanical and chemical industries. That's true enough. The key is these people haven't worked in this field. You can't treat everyone as if they understand the power industry as clearly as we do. They don't even understand the basic principles of oil-filled versus oil-less air circuit breakers. Expecting solutions from them is like playing music to cows. Right, I think I made a metaphysical error. This afternoon we can't continue like this. Here's what I think. The key problem right now is that everyone doesn't have a clear understanding of the basic materials. We need to give them a primer first. In the power industry, any position of decent level required at least a 4-year secondary technical school diploma in the old timeline. Even being a high-voltage electrician required technical school. Let's give them a primer and establish basic concepts, Faraday said. Otherwise this meeting can't proceed. After the half-hour lunch break ended, the meeting reconvened. Once everyone had assembled, Cayenne Liushi cleared his throat, stood up and said, "Comrades, brothers, through our passionate discussion this morning, though we didn't reach any consensus, everyone candidly exchanged opinions. Now I hope we can avoid going off track this afternoon." Chiang Kai-shek finally returned from smoking. He stood up and said with a sincere expression, "We can't handle power generation and transmission. You can't handle equipment manufacturing. Power equipment production is in your hands." "That's right, ladies and gentlemen, let's not keep going on about DC and ionospheric transmission," Cayenne Liushi chimed in. "If DC worked, the British, Germans, and Soviets would have done it long ago. Let's hold off on ionospheric transmission until fusion power generation works out. How about this? Let's first have Faraday give everyone a primer on the power industry. After that, we'll analyze specific problems concretely." Faraday came forward with a stack of transparencies he had rushed to prepare a few days earlier. He had anticipated this scene. Cayenne Liushi had overestimated everyone's capabilities. He walked to the projector and placed a sheet on it. Everyone knows the second industrial revolution was the electrical revolution. But a key difference between the electrical revolution and the steam revolution is that steam engine development was a process of continuous refinement in details and craftsmanship, with relatively simple basic theory and no major theoretical shifts. The electrical revolution, from its beginning through the century after World War II, saw simultaneous development of theory and practice. In 1820, Ørsted discovered the phenomenon of electromagnetism, that electric current produces a magnetic field. In 1831, the law of electromagnetic induction was discovered by my predecessor Michael Faraday, that cutting magnetic field lines produces electric current. End of chapter. Chapter 1307, Song of Electricity, Part 7. The first industrial DC generator, one purpose-built for electroplating, didn't appear until 1844. The series connection of generators and motors wasn't achieved until 1873. Before that breakthrough, generators fed batteries, which then powered motors. As for the transition from permanent magnet excitation to self-excitation by electric current, Siemens published that in 1867. The modern drum-type armature was designed by Siemens's Alteneck in 1872. Compensating windings and laminated iron cores for motors didn't emerge until 1885, and the now universal three-phase synchronous generation mode. That arrived only in 1887. Faraday's multimedia presentation had captured everyone's attention. Though the assembled transmigrators possessed varying fragments of this knowledge, few had ever seen it synthesized so comprehensively. "My point in laying out this history," he continued, "is that we have no need to retrace the original technology tree step by step. Take the motor we successfully trial-produced. It was manufactured from blueprints we brought with us. The Y-Series 3-phase squirrel cage asynchronous motor from old timeline national standards. This series can satisfy most of our workshop's current prime mover requirements. After all, a 10-ton electric crane only needs 15 kilowatts. He proceeded to explain the types, functions, and principles of power equipment, then offered a general overview of transmission and distribution, all presented accessibly. The science and technology professionals in attendance could follow without drowning in excessive detail. Now, to return to my main point, there's a common misconception that everything electrical should fall under the power sector's jurisdiction. But the power industry, as the name implies, parallels the machinery industry. The machinery industry manufactures machines. The power industry produces power. Power stations are ours, but generator manufacturing is not. It's properly a subcategory of the machinery industry. He paused, then added pointedly, and while I'm digressing, our mechanical sector has a tendency to wallow in crude steampunk culture. We've got over 100 transmigrators scattered across village-level machinery shops, working day after day as common fitters. What kind of nonsense is that? On mature production lines, we need to liberate transmigrators and deploy them where transmigrators are actually needed. When we tried to build an electric motor, we couldn't get heaven or earth to respond. When we wanted a machinery transmigrator to help, all we got were eye rolls. I'm not saying this to build an empire. I'm saying this for everyone's future and tomorrow. Ahem, ahem. Qian Liushi sensed things veering off course and coughed a warning. Faraday glared at him but relented. Fine, any more and feelings will get hurt. The Executive Committee and Planning Commission have approved establishing a project team for power equipment production and development, jointly led by myself and Qian Liushi. I hope colleagues with stronger mechanical expertise will join us and help make our power equipment bigger and better, so we can enter the age of electrification as soon as possible. Let's pause Faraday's introduction there, Qian Liushi interjected, fearing his colleague might put his foot in his mouth again. I'll continue the discussion. The Planning Commission has long wanted to switch our factory's prime movers from steam engines to electric motors, but delays in silicon steel production and various insulation and sealing materials have kept these plans purely verbal. Here's what I propose. First, examine demand, then assess what we can provide. The projects currently requiring electricity are as follows. Please add anything I've missed. Our most important work is satisfying the mandatory electrical needs of industrial enterprises, electrolysis and electroplating. Electrolysis in particular has high power consumption and significantly impacts the non-ferrous metals and chemical industries. We'll start there. With this groundwork laid, the meeting finally found its footing. After extensive discussion, the transmigrators from the industrial sector formulated a rough plan for power equipment manufacturing and the direction of power development. First priority, produce silicon steel. At the steel plant's current level, they could only manufacture hot-rolled sheets. Through continuous testing of hysteresis curves across various grades, they would sort out approximate specifications suitable for motors and transformers. With a stable and reliable silicon steel supply, the next step would be to build a specialized motor workshop. Besides producing Y-series motors, they could mass-produce low-speed air-cooled permanent magnet generators under 100 kilowatts, brushless designs. These generators could be driven by steam engines, or by diesel engines if available in the future, or even by water turbines at small hydroelectric stations. Terminal voltage would be 400 volts. For this low voltage class, mica sheets and mica paper would suffice for insulation. This generator series would be relatively lightweight and suitable for combat logistics centers, command posts, or construction sites. The combination of generators and motors would greatly improve efficiency over steam engines, provided Lingao's industrial system could supply diesel engines and fuel at scale. Otherwise, using gas power would discount these advantages. As for transmission and distribution, The consensus among transmigrators from the mechanical and chemical sectors was sobering. Too many technical hurdles remained, and too many links in the industrial chain were missing. Beyond the ability to barely produce various makeshift wires and cables, transformers, circuit breakers, and similar equipment were all difficult to manufacture. Secondary electrical equipment like ammeters and voltmeters posed difficulties that couldn't be overcome in the short term. The recommended approach was to expand capacity through self-supply power stations installed at chemical and smelting enterprises, requiring large amounts of electricity, using steam engines to drive batches of low-speed air-cooled permanent magnet generators for on-site production and consumption. The Power Work Conference concluded successfully. Afterward, Chiang Kai-shek hosted a banquet at the farm tea house for Liu Tangmu, Faraday, Qian Liushi, and other key technical personnel, toasting their hard work and perseverance. He also invited Dr. Zhang Lishi. Over the years, Faraday's group had achieved results in no small part thanks to the quiet support of the People's Committee member for Science and Technology. Without it, Faraday would probably have long since jumped ship to the steel plant to pursue materials science. Dr. Zhang rarely attended social gatherings among transmigrators, but he readily accepted this invitation. Minister Chang knew the doctor generally wouldn't refuse any occasion featuring fine cuisine, so he generously spent his circulation vouchers to prepare quite a few premium dishes typically reserved for guests. Though the tea house catered to transmigrators, its cooks weren't master chefs. Wu Nanhai had no intention of turning the place into a restaurant, so the naturalized cooks trained there specialized in pastries, desserts, and light meals. When actual banquets were required, master chefs came from the commercial house restaurant. These master chefs had all been personally trained by several transmigrator foodies who knew how to eat and cook well. Among their specialties, the Nanbao roast duck recipe had been taught by Zhang Lishi himself. They excelled at preparing dishes suited to transmigrator palates. The banquet was set beside the waterside window in the tea house's annex building. Lingao's low latitude meant that by not yet March, the weather was already warm with flowers blooming. The tall windows stood open, and a gentle breeze wafted through. The table was laden with local Lingao specialties: 4 hot dishes, braised spicy sea snail eyeballs, steamed crab with roe, stir-fried sipunculid worms, and pork belly with dried radish. 2 main courses: salt and pepper pigs trotters and roast Nanbao duck, vegetables of garlic sautéed dew and water spinach and scallion braised baby taro, and 2 pastries, oil-fried shrimp and chive cakes and Lingao fried sesame balls. The drinks were rice beer and Liju rum from the farm cooperative, naturally accompanied by kvass, that national beverage. By 1633 standards, when transmigrator living standards had improved substantially, this banquet qualified as luxurious. The pigs' trotters with their tender meat and faint medicinal aroma, and the diced pork belly, made several attendees secretly swallow their saliva. Host and guests raised glasses and drank heartily. Chiang Kai-shek toasted frequently, and soon everyone's faces were flushed. Dr. Zhang, already somewhat tipsy, knew he should stop and steered the conversation toward academic journals. "Your work on the electric motor was excellent," he said. "Record all the experimental data from this project. Later, everyone should summarize their respective parts, compile them together, and publish in the core." What Dr. Zhang called the core was the first academic journal of this timeline, Nature and Science, organized by the Science and Technology Department and published by the Grand Library. Dr. Zhang served as editor-in-chief, with the most qualified professionals from the mechanical, metallurgical, chemical, and other departments, as well as specialists in electrical engineering, materials, precision instruments, and biology, serving as editors and reviewers. The journal documented the latest achievements and production results of the industrial departments, with emphasis on transmigrators' exploration and practice of replicating and recreating modern industry under existing conditions. The publication of Nature and Science had to some extent replaced the Science and Technology section of the old internal forum. That section had gradually fallen fallow as the first 5-year plan deepened. Departmental work became increasingly siloed, and everyone was busy with work by day and homework by night. Many transmigrators were familiar with core journals from before D-Day. Though writing papers was tedious, a positive compensation system had made submissions fairly enthusiastic, particularly after the foreign maiden auctions made everyone increasingly value circulation vouchers. The magazine was published monthly and distributed free to every transmigrator. As an information supplement, it enabled professionals across different fields to stay current on other departments' work and quickly apply the latest technological developments. Besides one copy per transmigrator, additional copies were printed for the Grand Library, schools, and various enterprise reference rooms for naturalized technical personnel. Accordingly, submission guidelines explicitly stated that papers must not contain words like old timeline and absolutely must not mention old timeline technology history. End of chapter. Chapter 13:08. The Heavy Industry Central Laboratory. This created an endless burden for the Truth Office. Academic papers naturally required citations and evidence as a basic mode of argumentation, yet now everything had to be expressed obliquely. The transmigrators could barely keep track. They often covered the head but exposed the rear. After reviewing several papers, Dr. Zhang and his colleagues established a rule. Henceforth, such papers would be sent to the Truth Office for wording review before publication. Although the electric motor has been built, and the metallurgy side says they're confident about producing silicon steel, when you think about it carefully, the gap in materials science remains quite large, Faraday said, emboldened by the wine. What about the planned 100-kilowatt low-speed air-cooled permanent magnet generator? Dr. Zhang asked with concern. What will you use for the permanent magnet material? Isn't that a materials science issue? Faraday replied. But based on my limited knowledge, ferrite permanent magnets are probably the most feasible. If I recall correctly, the raw materials are abundant and the process is simple, mainly ball milling and sintering. The downside is brittleness, but that shouldn't be a problem for generator applications. If it really doesn't work, we could also consider natural permanent magnets like magnetite. I believe that can be manufactured artificially too. Dr. Zhang shook his head, sensing this wasn't so simple. Materials science had always been the soft underbelly of the Council's industrial system. Only after Majiao Steel Company was established and the Heavy Industry Central Laboratory organized as a supporting facility did industrial materials science make real progress. Majiao Steel Company's ability to smelt different grades of carbon steel and even produce small quantities of manganese steel was entirely thanks to elemental analysis provided by this laboratory. If silicon steel doesn't work out, are you planning to use carbon steel? Dr. Zhang asked. Then we'd have no choice but to take the old road. Faraday looked worried. It's not that low-carbon steel can't be used, but finding complete production blueprints and process manuals for 19th-century electric motors would be quite troublesome. We might have to have someone redesign the whole thing. Qian Liushi chimed in. Once we can mass-produce electric motors, the next step is tackling generators, and when that time comes, your manuscript fees had better be generous. I hear the office is about to launch new transmigrator service facilities, special supply shops, heaven on earth, and such. Our little monthly stipends probably won't be enough. Dr. Zhang gave a dry laugh. Right now, basically everyone who submits gets published, and the manuscript fees aren't low. Everyone writes up their entire research and production process. String together 8 or 10,000 words and you're set. Someone even submitted a 50,000-word paper with experimental logs and work diaries as appendices. I have to say, too much padding won't do. After all, our journal is archived, so academic standards must be maintained. After the banquet, Dr. Zhang boarded his carriage. His home base, Taebai Observatory, was located at the Lingao-Chiangmai border, quite a distance from the Bapubaran core area, and the Lingao City Rail currently only extended to the Mao Peninsula. He therefore had a dedicated two-wheeled carriage assigned to him. Besides the driver, 2 armed guards accompanied the vehicle. As a result, in the eyes of Lingao's natives and naturalized citizens, Dr. Zhang had become a mysterious, important figure. He rarely appeared, and when he did, he traveled by carriage with guards always in attendance, a grander entourage than even Chairman Wen or Secretary of State Ma. However, on the way back to Taebai Observatory, he still had someone to see. The carriage arrived at a remote corner of the Mao industrial zone. Since Mao had become the new heavy industry district, newly built steel smelting and heavy chemical enterprises were all located here. Truss frame factory buildings stood everywhere, chimneys rising like a forest. The steady rhythm of steam engines mixed with the shrill whistle of boiler exhaust. This corner was somewhat removed from the production workshops, surrounded by tree belts that served as sound barriers and windbreaks against the sea breeze. It was consequently relatively quiet. The Lingao City Rail had laid a dedicated branch line here with a platform whose sign read, Heavy Industry Central Laboratory Station. Dr. Zhang alighted near the platform and showed his credentials to the Lingao Garrison Battalion sentry. He then walked alone along the path through the tree belt. The path was paved with cinders, quite level, with rails laid parallel. Evidently people frequently moved heavy objects between trains and the laboratory. The path stretched only 50 meters, but sentries stood at both ends. Dr. Zhang showed his credentials again at the guardhouse before entering the Heavy Industry Central Laboratory's gate. The Heavy Industry Central Laboratory was a 3-story building arranged around a courtyard, equipped with various laboratories and experimental equipment for handling experiments, analyses, and calibrations related to all aspects of heavy industrial production. 2 other laboratories of equivalent grade existed, the Light Industry Central Laboratory and the Biology Central Laboratory, both located at Baron. These laboratories served their respective industries, providing services for production and R&D. Organizationally, however, they fell under the direct leadership of the Science and Technology Department. Near the laboratory building stood a 2-story dormitory with a cafeteria and simple recreational facilities. The transmigrators and naturalized staff who worked here normally lived on site. To the north stood a wind turbine generator set that provided emergency power to the laboratory equipment. Under normal conditions, power came from Mao's 100-kilowatt mobile generator set. The laboratory building was brightly lit, not with gas lamps but real electric lights. Dr. Zhang entered and registered his visit at the reception desk. Even as the laboratory's highest leader, he couldn't be exempted from regulations. Under normal circumstances, visitors were not welcome here. The receptionist asked him to wait in the reception area. She would immediately fetch someone. Unauthorized personnel were not permitted to enter the laboratory. Dr. Zhang leaned back on the rattan sofa, drinking the cooled boiled water the receptionist had brought. Since the practice strict economy notice had come down, all departments had eliminated tea for visitors and meetings, replacing it with plain boiled water. After a short wait, a young woman arrived, Ji Xingxin, who had spoken about refining silicon at the Power Work Conference. She wore a laboratory coat and work cap, with pressure marks from a mask and safety goggles still visible on her face. Her eyelids were slightly puffy, the look of overwork. This could be said to be the face most transmigrators currently wore. Dr. Zhang, Ji Xingxin walked over quickly, extending her hand. Zhang Lishi hurriedly rose from the sofa and grasped it, soft yet slightly rough. "Hello, please don't keep calling me Dr. Zhang. There are at least a squad's worth of doctors in our council," he said modestly. "Oh no, you're an example for us to learn from," she replied with a half-joking smile. The two sat down. A faint fragrance of perfume wafted to Dr. Zhang's nostrils. He knew that even if the female transmigrators had brought perfume originally, it would long since have been used up. From this simple fragrance with no distinction between top notes and middle notes, this was probably essential oil that Ji Xingxin had distilled herself. Quite a sense of life's pleasures, Dr. Zhang thought. I should get myself a still one of these days and make some for Xiao Ying and Klesha too. Ji Xingxin was a peculiar presence among the female transmigrators. When she registered, she had listed French as her specialty and none for other skills. As a result, she had been assigned to general labor, doing logistics and administrative work after D-Day. It wasn't until the Mao Heavy Industry Central Laboratory was being organized that she unexpectedly volunteered. Originally, the transmigrators in the industrial sector had been unwilling to accept a girl who seemed to have nothing to do with chemicals or steel. But when Ji Xingxin demonstrated her burette technique, Jai Situi, conducting the interview, inhaled sharply. Her steady, standardized operations, especially the technique of touching off a quarter drop at the end of titration, were absolutely professional-grade skills. And when she substituted atomic weights directly into formulas during final calculations without glancing at the periodic table, not a single error. He immediately recommended to the organization department that she be made director of the chemical laboratory. Later, her emergency treatment of casualties during a production accident at the chemical plant made hospital director she suspect her true identity. Even the hospital's doctors might not have such accurate and decisive operations. As a woman, her behavior wasn't particularly sociable. Her appearance was quite good among the female transmigrators, yet no male transmigrators pursued her, not from lack of desire, but because they often couldn't find her as she shuttled between dormitory and laboratory. Like Dr. Zhang, she was completely immersed in the laboratory, her own castle. Once the dormitory building at the Heavy Industry Central Laboratory was completed, she moved there and completely disappeared from public view, appearing almost never except at major events. Even most female transmigrators rarely exchanged more than a few words with her. The only people who interacted with her regularly were Grand Library staff, and that was limited to book borrowing procedures. Living such a reclusive life, she had been nicknamed the chemical plant ghost. Because of jurisdictional connections, this chemical plant ghost had somewhat more contact with Dr. Zhang. This time it was she who had requested a meeting. He guessed it was most likely related to the Power Work Conference. If she wanted to launch a new R&D project, it would inevitably require Science and Technology Department approval. Sure enough, Ji Xingxin pulled a project proposal from her pocket. Dr. Zhang opened it and looked it over, then nodded. Not bad. Her thinking on this issue went much deeper than many transmigrators who only dealt with immediate matters. Only by opening up this link could many long-stalled initiatives finally be resolved. Is this your project proposal? That's right, Ji Xingxin nodded. I've already done some preliminary research, but the next phase requires too many resources, more than I can solve here, so I want to formally apply for project approval. End of chapter. Chapter 13:09. Silver and Gelatin. Dr. Zhang took the document and studied it. The list included Category 2 controlled material electrolytic silver. Silver itself wasn't rare, but electrolytic silver was. The electrolysis industry for non-ferrous metals hadn't yet started. This stuff was being used up incrementally. But once the bottleneck in the power industry was resolved, electrolytic copper and electrolytic silver would no longer pose problems. The items further down the list were more serious. These materials were all Category 1 controlled equipment and consumables, items that couldn't be domestically produced within 5 to 10 years. According to regulations, after he signed off on such specialized materials as a departmental leader, the Planning Commission would directly approve their release unless stocks had truly reached red alert levels. The responsibility this entailed was correspondingly significant. He read through it several times but didn't dare rashly ask, are these things really essential? On this specialty, Dr. Zhang's knowledge was basically at the level of a random naturalized citizen. Say too much and he'd inevitably reveal his ignorance. After some consideration, he decided to trust the professional. Besides, this project was indeed very important. If successfully developed, it wouldn't just be a golden finger but 17th century black technology. I approve. Dr. Zhang pulled out his personal seal and stamped each page in front of her. Tomorrow I'll have my secretary deliver this to the Planning Commission. If you don't think it's too pressing, I plan to take these documents to the Planning Commission personally tomorrow. My time is too tight. I can't wait for the official paperwork process, and some things I need to select myself to feel at ease. That works too. Zhang Lishi nodded. However, your documents don't have complete procedural stamps. Here's what we'll do. I'll write you a note first. Take the note and documents together, and I'll send someone later to complete the paperwork. Thank you so much, Ji Xingxin said graciously. Dr. Zhang took a notepad with Science and Technology Department letterhead from his briefcase, pulled out a hero fountain pen, and dashed off a quick note with flourishes, ending with his signature and date. Ji Xingxin accepted it, carefully blew on the ink, and smiled sweetly. Thank you, you're really a good leader. You're welcome. Zhang Lishi rose to take his leave. Once your project succeeds, how many people in the industrial sector will be grateful for your great benevolence? He joked. I wouldn't dare claim that it's all the result of everyone's collective effort, Ji Xingxin said as she carefully tucked the documents into her pocket. I'm going back to do experiments. Take care. Ji Xingxin returned to her laboratory. Her two naturalized apprentice experimenters were still sitting on a bench in the corridor outside, waiting for her. Both were girls. Ji Xingxin had selected only females as her experimental assistants to avoid daily work complications, all at least 1.6 meters tall. The laboratory equipment was manufactured according to transmigrators' average height, and shorter naturalized workers would find it quite strenuous to use. She unlocked the door with her key. Her dedicated laboratory was numbered 4 and classified as a special grade laboratory, with most of its equipment coming from another timeline. Entry and exit were strictly controlled. Only transmigrator-supervised apprentice experimenters were permitted inside. All other naturalized citizens were forbidden. Moreover, when no transmigrator was present, naturalized experimenters also couldn't remain inside. First, for safety, laboratory safety issues, even for 21st century professionals, still frequently resulted in reckless operating errors, let alone natives of this timeline. A naturalized worker capable of serving as an assistant was not quite 1 in 1,000, but certainly 1 in 100. Losing one to death or disability wasn't as easy to replace as losing a laborer at a construction site. Second, if an accident occurred, laboratory equipment and chemicals would be damaged. Some of these materials were more precious than gold, and even with gold, there was nowhere to buy them. Just the commonly used 1/1000 analytical balance couldn't be manufactured by the Council's current industry. Ji Xingxin entered the laboratory and inspected the cleaning work the naturalized experimenters had done, classifying waste liquids according to labels, washing instruments, tidying experiment benches. Only after confirming everything was in order did she glance at her watch. You may go off duty. Report to the laboratory at 7 a.m. sharp tomorrow. You'll be working for Transmigrator Sue. I have business elsewhere. It was now 11 p.m. Naturalized experimenters had no fixed work hours. Everything followed the transmigrator's schedule. With a transmigrator like Ji Xingxin, one was basically left with only sleeping, eating, and bathroom time. After dismissing the apprentices, Ji Xingxin sat for a moment in her chair. She was already very tired. She could have fallen asleep the moment she lay down, but she still needed to organize her thoughts on her project proposal. Early the next morning, Ji Xingxin rose, slung an empty backpack over her shoulder, grabbed her usual handbag, and set off. She boarded the Mao commuter train all the way to Baron, then at the Bapu station ticket office showed her credentials and purchased a ticket to Gaya Shanling Station. The track from Baron to Gaoshanling had only recently been laid. Although anyone could ride, not everyone could buy tickets all the way to Gaoshanling Station. Only transmigrators and naturalized citizens with special passes could purchase them. Jinjiang arrived smoothly at the Planning Commission's controlled materials warehouse at Gaoshanling, and soon received the various controlled materials she had requested. Jinjiang, what are you taking all this silver for? Electrolytic pure silver at that. Besides electrical people, nobody's interested in this stuff. And gelatin, are you making cold dishes or jelly? At the Planning Commission's materials office, the on-duty staff member Sun Zio stamped her request forms while asking curiously. Un secret qui rend une femme de femme, Jinjiang replied with a soft laugh, placing her right index finger to her lips. Then she slipped the stamped forms into a ring binder and put it in her handbag, turned and walked out of the office, leaving Sun Zio staring at the doorway and muttering to himself. Is that perfume? How come after 2 or 3 years there's still stock? Who exactly is this girl? Carrying her acquired gelatin and silver, Jinjiang returned to her laboratory. She first took out a set of 24 hash distillation equipment. Despite great effort, the glass factory could only manufacture standard opening instruments of 14 hash and above. Microscale and semi-microscale instruments remained under development. But for today's work, 24 hash equipment would do. She poured 500 milliliters of concentrated nitric acid into a 1,000 milliliter round-bottom flask, added porcelain chips, then distilled it in an oil bath. Collecting the 115-125 degrees C fraction, yielded 68% concentrated nitric acid, with most metal ions and other impurities removed. She added 100 grams of chopped pure silver to the receiving flask, switched to a reflux apparatus with water bath, then filled out an overnight reaction form and placed it in front of the apparatus. She took off her lab coat and hung it on a hook by the door. She boarded the Mao Baron commuter train to get dinner. Tonight she planned to eat well at the Commercial House restaurant and improve her quality of life, then drop by the cooperative to buy some daily necessities. Though the goods there still fell far short of her standards, at least many were passable. At 8 p.m., Jinjiang returned to the laboratory, stopped the reflux, and transferred the solution to an ice bath to cool. She turned on the water pump. The tremendous noise characteristic of machinery made in this timeline made her frown. Honestly, the machinery factory keeps saying they'll improve it but never does. She decanted the cooled reaction liquid and solid into a Buchner funnel lined with filter paper, vacuum filtered, rinsed 5 times with 95% ethanol, and dried. She collected the obtained powder in a brown wide-mouth bottle labeled silver nitrate and placed it open in a desiccator. Next, she dissolved 10 grams of gelatin in 350 milliliters of hot water, added 32 grams of recrystallized MAO-produced potassium bromide, stirred until uniform, and maintained the solution at 55 degrees C. Separately, she dissolved 40 grams of silver nitrate in 400 milliliters of warm distilled water. Then she prepared 40 grams of gelatin without excess water. With all solutions prepared, Jinjiang turned off the lights and drew the curtains. The 17th century night had no light pollution, so with thick wool curtains drawn, it was a perfect darkroom. Switching on a flashlight covered with red paper, she began the next step. She slowly poured the silver nitrate solution into the potassium bromide gelatin mixture, while stirring constantly at 55 degrees C for 10 minutes. Then added the prepared gelatin and continued stirring while heating for half an hour. She placed the beaker in a light-proof box and covered it, then used the flashlight to find the light switch. She labeled the box, put it in a cabinet, then summoned the naturalized worker on night duty and had her process the waste liquid and wash the instruments according to protocol. It's already 10 o'clock. I might as well finish this tonight. Looking at her watch, Jinjiang sighed. She left the laboratory after checking in with the transmigrator on duty and returned to the dormitory building next door. This building had been specially constructed by the Office for Transmigrators working at the Heavy Industry Central Laboratory. Everyone had an office with an attached bedroom, much better than 21st century treatment, when she and all other chemistry practitioners had been accustomed to having nothing but a folding chair in their offices. As one of the few female transmigrators in the laboratory, her bedroom had its own private bathroom. The room was decorated in a cozy feminine style, with none of the so-called industrial aesthetic. The bamboo flooring was covered with a small handmade pure wool Persian rug. On the wall hung a meticulous flower-end bird painting purchased at one of the war spoils auctions. A table lamp converted from a vase stood on the solid wood nightstand. The single solid wood bed was made up with blue-printed cotton bedding on a white background, about the prettiest pure cotton bedding the light industry ministry could produce. The IKEA-style solid wood wardrobe manufactured by the Wood Products Factory held her various clothes, with specially built shelves holding a dozen or so bags and handbags. Among them, several counterfeit Louis Vuitton bags from Lando's ship were carefully wrapped in paper and placed on the top shelf. The rest were locally produced goods from the Light Industry Ministry. End of chapter. Chapter 13:10. Glass dry plates. Jinjiang changed into woven grass slippers and took off her jacket. The wooden floor beneath her feet made her aching ankles feel lighter. She first went to the bathroom to brush her teeth and wash her face, set the alarm clock for 12:30 a.m., then wrapped herself in a blanket on a rattan rocking chair and fell asleep. Ring. The old mechanical alarm clock she had brought with her needed frequent adjustment, but its one advantage was that it was loud enough to wake an elephant. Jinjiang straightened her clothes, washed her face with cold water, and returned to the laboratory. Once again leaving only the red light from a flashlight, she removed the silver bromide gelatin she had prepared earlier. She first poured off the surface water, then wrapped some gelatin in a piece of white cloth that had been boiled and dried. Like squeezing cream onto a cake, she repeatedly squeezed all the gelatin through the cloth into a large 3-liter beaker filled with distilled water. She gently swirled the beaker, waited a few minutes, then poured out the water and added 2 liters of fresh distilled water. After repeating this 5 times, she drained the water. She heated the gelatin again until it melted, stirred for 10 minutes, let it stand briefly, then poured off the surface water. With this step completed, Jinjiang let out a long breath. This was the most tiring of all the steps. After this, the difficulty diminished considerably. She took out a simple coating apparatus she had made herself, essentially 2 parallel guide rails 30 centimeters apart plus a glass rod polished to prevent scratching hands. Carefully holding the edge with her fingers, she took out a 15 times 20 centimeter glass plate that had already been cut, washed 10 times in distilled water, then soaked in ethanol for a day. She placed it between the guide rails and fixed it in position. These glass plates had been specially ordered in the laboratory's name a few days ago and had just arrived. The glass factory had a workshop dedicated to making custom glass instruments and consumables for the laboratory to meet requirements for high precision and high purity. These plates were manufactured to the highest uniformity achievable. However, Jinjiang didn't entirely trust the glass factory's quality control. She had instructed an apprentice experimenter to use a micrometer to individually measure whether each piece was uniform in thickness. A total of 100 glass plates had been delivered. The apprentice experimenter had measured each one with great patience and meticulous care, selecting 43 for use according to Jinjiang's standards. The thickness variation of these 43 plates was all within acceptable range. However, today she only planned to make 20. She checked the spirit level on the table to confirm it was level, then scooped up a spoonful of gelatin and poured it evenly along one edge of the glass plate, using the glass rod to spread the gelatin along the guide rails. In this manner, she made 20 glass plates coated with silver bromide gelatin. She carefully placed the slotted wooden box filled with glass plates over desiccant at the bottom and covered it, then put it in the cabinet along with the beaker of gelatin. The cabinet had also been checked with a spirit level and adjusted beforehand. What she was making were photographic glass dry plates. Though the flatness achieved by spreading with a glass rod was limited, as long as the glass plates met standards there wouldn't be much problem. Unlike film emulsion at the micron level, glass dry plate emulsion was generally 0.51 mm thick. A little variation wasn't critical. What mattered was that after coating, they had to remain absolutely level while drying. Though gelatin's fluidity wasn't great, any tilt would still cause it to flow, immediately creating problems. Finally, Jinjiang shook out her aching arms, turned on the lights, tidied up and left the laboratory. By then, the eastern sky was already lightening with fish-belly white. 2 nights later, Jinjiang brought a small leather suitcase from her dormitory. From it she removed a Technica 3002 plate holders. After carefully drawing the curtains tight, she worked under the red-filtered flashlight, using her own glass cutter to cut 2 glass dry plates to 4 × 5-inch size and load them into the plate holders. The remainder she put back in the wooden box and covered. She then put the camera and plate holders back in the suitcase and locked it in the Lingao-made safe in the laboratory. The next day happened to be sunny. In the afternoon, Jinjiang took out the camera body from the suitcase, attached the P65 Plus, set the sensitivity to 50, mounted an APO Lanthar 210 f4.5, and set the aperture shutter to f8. Then she adjusted shutter speed incrementally from 125 up to 1200. Next, she swapped the back for a film holder and took 1 shot each at shutter speeds of 112 and 125, before putting away the camera, back and plate holders. She placed the plate holder alone in the laboratory's storage cabinet and locked the suitcase back in the safe. Back in the laboratory, Jinjiang opened the locked drawer at the bottom of the chemical cabinet and took out several reagent bottles wrapped in black paper. When she removed the wrapping, the labels, clearly bearing the 21st Century Sinopharm logo, revealed their origin, precious chemicals from the old timeline. Some of these weren't impossible for Lingao's chemical department to manufacture, but they couldn't achieve analytical-grade purity. To be safe, Jinjiang decided to use these old timeline backups. She picked out sodium thiosulfate, metol, hydroquinone, and sodium sulfite, then put the remaining reagents back. From the upper part of the chemical cabinet, she found borax and placed it on the experiment bench as well. The only comfortable thing about being here is probably having someone else wash the beakers, she muttered to herself as she fetched a 1-liter beaker. She added 750 milliliters of distilled water and heated it over a gas burner. Then she entered the balance room, turned on the precision electronic balance, and carefully weighed out 2.5 grams metol, 6 grams hydroquinone, and 2.5 grams borax. Using a platform balance, she weighed 125 grams sodium sulfite and poured it into the beaker, stirring carefully until the liquid temperature rose to 50 degrees C, then stopped heating. She added 500 milliliters cold distilled water, stirred until uniform, poured it into a 1.25-liter Coca-Cola bottle, carefully squeezed out the air above the liquid, capped it, and labeled it Developer. Next, she weighed 300 grams sodium thiosulfate on the platform balance, likewise dissolved it in 750 milliliters hot water, added 500 milliliters cold water, poured it into a Coke bottle, squeezed out the air, capped it, and labeled it Fixer. She placed both bottles in a cold water bath. Afterward, Jinjiang put all the reagents back in their places and cleaned the electronic balance. After powering it off, she placed it under a glass bell jar with desiccant. Then she called in her apprentice experimenter, had her tidy up all the instruments, and instructed her to prepare a large basin of warm water. The flasks must be cleaned spotlessly. Jinjiang repeated this phrase tirelessly. She had no particular mentor-student affection for the 2 girls assigned to her. Apart from giving them standards to work by and teaching them how to work, she never showed them any warmth. With all this done, she took off her lab coat and once again boarded the commuter train to Baron for dinner. This time she planned to try the farm tea house. She'd heard they had added some Western food, Indian flying bread, Spanish seafood, fried rice, and such. She decided to try something different. After eating, she returned to the transmigrator residential area in Baron City. She had also purchased an apartment here as per policy, the smallest floor plan. Since she mainly slept at the dormitory, this was essentially a storage room filled with personal belongings, luggage she had brought originally, plus various things purchased in this timeline. These were mainly items bought at war spoils auctions, including quite a few European sundries she was fond of, authentic handmade products from the German states, France, Spain, and the Italian states. If she could take some back to the old timeline and post them on Weibo, imagine how many girls would look on with envy. But her main reason for returning to the apartment was to take a proper bath. The laboratory dormitory building only had public showers. After bathing, Jinjiang applied a little of her self-extracted herbal essential oil, a habit left over from her time studying in France, then boarded the train back to the laboratory. Spring temperatures in Hainan in the old timeline were often already above 20 degrees C, but in the 17th century during the Little Ice Age, clear nights were only around 15 degrees C. The evening breeze carried moisture, and she suddenly felt a bit cold. Not being able to use a hair dryer is really quite troublesome. Thinking of the hair dryer that had been sleeping idle since D-Day, used only a handful of times, she couldn't help but complain. Recently, the industrial sector was undertaking save power to build power, and transmigrator personal electricity use had been drastically reduced. Jinjiang pushed her hair back behind her ears and gazed out the train window. Despite the factories in the industrial zone working hard to pollute with their orders of magnitude advantage over the rest of the world, the 17th century night sky still had a splendor rarely seen in the 21st century. Sirius in the southern sky proclaimed its status as a magnitude -1.47 bright star with dazzling brilliance. "Just wait, in a year I'll be recording your spectra again," she murmured softly. She picked up her handbag and rang the cord to the driver's compartment to signal the driver to stop at the upcoming chemical factory passenger platform. Back at the laboratory, Jinjiang took out a cleaned rectangular shallow glass tray, poured 1 centimeter of developer solution into it, and placed it in a freshly prepared 22 degrees C water bath. She similarly poured a tray of fixer and placed it in the water bath. She also prepared a tray of 5% acetic acid and a large beaker of distilled water. After retrieving the plate holder from the storage cabinet, she once again set up the darkroom and, under the red-filtered flashlight, opened the dark slide. She took out the glass negative and gently placed it in the developer tray, noting the time. After gently rocking the tray for 5 minutes, she removed the plate and placed it in 5% acetic acid for 10 seconds, quickly removed it and rinsed it briefly in distilled water, then placed it in the fixer tray. After similarly rocking the tray for 5 minutes, she removed the plate, rinsed it in distilled water, and inserted it in a plate rack. After developing the other plate in the same manner, Jinjiang turned on the lights, poured the used developer and fixer into dedicated collection bottles, and put the fresh solutions back in the light-proof cabinet. She summoned the apprentice experimenter on duty to tidy up the instruments while she signed the logbook and left the laboratory. End of chapter. Chapter 13:11. AES. Early the next morning, Jinjiang came to the laboratory. She took down the dried glass negatives and brought them back to her office, comparing exposure with the photos stored in the camera back one by one. This one, too dark. Hey, looking at negatives is really such a hassle. Oh well, I'll process it. She took out her Mac Pro and inverted the colors of the photos on the memory card in Photoshop, then compared shadow and highlight details with the negatives. After repeated comparison, She found that the 125 shutter negative exposure most closely matched the 100 shutter digital image, and the 112 shutter negative was closest to the 150 digital image. Very good, ISO 12. That's the baseline for this batch. She recorded this figure in a small notebook by her side and shut down and locked away the computer. Jinjiang was busy for several days running errands. She made special trips to the industrial sector's directly subordinate General Machinery factory multiple times. Despite having planning commission approval, the oxyhydrogen torch she had requested wasn't immediately available. Since trial production had succeeded, only a handful of units had been manufactured in total, and the industrial sector was endlessly arguing over allocation. Getting one for the laboratory immediately was clearly impossible. The machinery factory's response was to take a number and wait in line. What number am I? Let's say 13. The oil-smeared Zhan Wuya picked up one of the messy stack of wooden clipboards on the desk and looked at it. That's unlucky. Can I get moved up one number? Then 14. Zhan Wuya smiled slightly. 14 is also unlucky. How about 16 for extra good luck, or 18? No, I'll stick with 13. Jinjiang laughed ruefully. About how long will it take? Zhan Wuya looked at the production plan overview chart on the wall. Optimistically, about 6 more months. 6 months. That's about right, 6 months, Zhan Wuya said. This thing runs on DC. Right now we can't make qualified transformers, so we have to install a generator at every location that plans to use one. All right, but you have to deliver it to my door. Of course. I wouldn't dare let you just take it and use it. Otherwise, if you burn down the laboratory, Jaisidui will hunt me down to the ends of the earth. Delivery and installation included. Zhan Wuya dashed off a numbered slip and handed it to Jinjiang. When it's ready, I'll send someone to install it. Do you know how to use this thing? I know how to. I dare say you definitely don't know how to use the one we made. It's the make-do version. Don't judge equipment from this timeline by old timeline standards. Safety first. Zhan Wuya looked worried. Jinjiang returned empty-handed. However, experiments wouldn't wait. Since the oxyhydrogen torch couldn't be solved for now, an oxyhydrogen flame was out of the question. She'd have to settle for a Bunsen burner first. After all, that's what Bunsen himself had used when he first observed spectra. The project Jinjiang had worked so hard to get approved was an attempt to develop AES, atomic emission spectroscopy, using the industrial capabilities the Council currently had or would soon achieve. Atomic emission spectroscopy used the characteristic spectra that atoms or ions of each element emitted when thermally or electrically excited to determine matter composition, enabling qualitative and quantitative elemental analysis. It could analyze approximately 70 metallic and non-metallic elements. This method was effective for measuring high, medium, and low concentrations. It held extremely important significance for metallurgy, chemistry, and materials science. Once this technology was mastered, it would represent a qualitative leap for Lingao's industrial system. The purpose of establishing the various heavy industry central laboratories was precisely to provide quantitative and qualitative analysis services for raw materials, melt samples, and finished products across Lingao's heavy industry system, metallurgy, cement, chemistry, and other industries. The main methods available were chemical and physical analysis. The results such methods could provide were relatively simple. Jinjiang's intention was to use this project for batch micro and semi-micro quantitative analysis. Whether for optical glass materials or metallurgy, they wouldn't have to hope that bulk analysis could detect certain components. They could directly measure them. This was critically important for some of the most crucial industries in the Council's industrial system that most needed breakthroughs: alloy materials, specialty steels, and optical glass. Currently, the Science and Technology Department had a batch of CCD spectrometers, including compact devices like ocean optics fiber optic spectrometers, some no bigger than a cell phone, with specialized kits for rock mineral metallurgical analysis and other applications. though this professional equipment brought on D-Day performed like divine artifacts. Ji Xingxin was determined to rebuild this system entirely through indigenous means. Otherwise, once the equipment was damaged, this capability could be lost for a long time. For a council industrial system that needed to fill many gaps, such a loss would be too great. Moreover, the quantity of equipment brought was limited, and the council's industrial scale was constantly expanding, impossible to equip everywhere with these scarce and precious devices. A couple of days later, 2 garrison battalion soldiers delivered a small wooden crate marked classified, addressee only. She opened it. Inside was a Bunsen burner. Bunsen burners used coal gas, a fuel already well established in Lingao's industrial system. The heavy industry central laboratory was specially equipped with a gas station that piped gas to the entire laboratory building, making it very convenient to use. Bunsen burners weren't difficult to manufacture, so the machinery factory had long since begun producing this high-temperature heating tool commonly used in laboratories. The Lingao-made product differed from ordinary laboratory Bunsen burners only in appearance. It could achieve outer flame temperatures of 900 degrees C. However, a ready-made Bunsen burner alone couldn't be used directly. When Bunsen originally tested spectra, he mainly used metal salt compounds, touching them to a platinum wire and directly observing them in the flame. This method was rather primitive. Ji Xingxin intended to use the atomization method, which produced more accurate observation results. The atomization method involved taking sample solutions that had been digested with nitric acid or aqua regia, feeding them through a thin tube into an oxyhydrogen flame nozzle, and using the negative pressure from gas flow to aspirate and atomize them. The atomized sample was excited to emit light in the flame. Since she didn't have an oxyhydrogen torch now, she'd first modify a Bunsen burner as a substitute. The Bunsen burner in the wooden crate had been sent to the machinery factory district for modification a few days earlier. A thin tube had been connected to the burner nozzle for aspirating sample solution. Ji Xingxin carefully removed some equipment from the laboratory's strong room. These were all controlled materials obtained from the Planning Commission warehouse. She put on pure cotton knit gloves and carefully mounted this equipment on an equipment stand custom-ordered from the machinery factory a few days prior. Among the items was a convex lens and 2 boxes of gratings, 1 box of diffraction gratings and 1 of reflection gratings. These fragile items couldn't be domestically produced for quite some time and had to be used with great care. However, with careful maintenance and handling, they could last for decades without problems. The detection light path she designed was Bunsen burner flame right arrow convex lens right arrow slit, grating right arrow slit right arrow plate holder right arrow plate. Before this, she had done a series of preparatory work. First, she obtained recrystallized and purified sodium ferrocyanide and sodium chloride, broke intact flawless crystals, and prepared a concentration series from 0.1 m to 10 m. The sodium ferrocyanide was also known as yellow prussiate of soda or yellow soda, a pale yellow crystalline substance. She planned to use this as a baseline reagent because it was currently one the Council's chemical industry could supply in bulk. It was produced by heating waste oxide from gas plants together with lime to produce calcium ferrocyanide solution, then adding boiling salt solution, heating with sodium carbonate solution, concentrating and crystallizing. After lighting the Bunsen burner, she inserted the thin tube into pure water. The pure water used in the laboratory was laboratory-grade secondary water prepared in the reagent room by multiple distillations using quartz vessels. It would do for now. Then Ji Xingxin opened slits 1, 4, and 7, and exposed for 10 minutes to photograph the blank solution spectrum. Next, she changed the solution to 0.1 mol/L sodium ferrocyanide, opened slits 2, 5, and 8, and exposed for 5 minutes to photograph the spectrum emitted by excited sodium ferrocyanide solution. She switched to pure water and rinsed the thin tube for 2 minutes. She then changed to 0.1 mol/L sodium chloride, opened slits 3, 6, and 9, and exposed for 5 minutes to photograph the sodium chloride spectrum. She switched to pure water and rinsed the thin tube for 2 minutes. She shifted the plate upward by 2 centimeters and photographed the spectrum of 10 mol/L sodium chloride, and similarly photographed down to 10 mol/L, as well as an unknown concentration, mol/L, of NaCl. After completing the photography, Jinjiang put away the experimental equipment. She certainly didn't dare let an apprentice experimenter handle gratings and such. She removed the plate holder, drew the curtains, lit the red paper flashlight, took out the developing equipment and developer fixer she had prepared days earlier, and developed and fixed the glass plate. After obtaining the grating photographs, she projected them on an enlarger and overlaid them with a pre-printed standard iron spectrum. By comparing the Na spectrum with the standard iron spectrum, she located each wavelength in the standard spectrum, subtracting the corresponding backgrounds of pure water and sodium chloride. Consulting the relevant tables, she compared the gray gradients of the Na 7th through 9th order spectral lines at each NaCl concentration to determine the linear range of this glass plate, and estimated the concentration of the unknown solution. Using AgNO3 to titrate Cl-, she determined the NaCl concentration and compared it with the semi-quantitative estimate from AES. Finding little difference, she confirmed it was usable. After completing the full set of experiments, Jinjiang was reasonably satisfied with the results. The next step was to use the CCD spectrometer to compare and calibrate today's experimental results. But roughly speaking, photographic method atomic emission spectroscopy could be considered successfully developed. This 17th century black technology was half accomplished. End of chapter. Chapter 13:12, Silicon Steelwork. These are the results of my project. At the Science and Technology Department's project results briefing, Jinjiang presented all her experimental results to several transmigrators from the Science and Technology Department and the industrial sector using an overhead projector. This included atomic spectra she had photographed of various samples. The direct benefit is that it can be used for qualitative analysis of the vast majority of metallic and metalloid elements, as well as semi-quantitative analysis of trace and semi-trace major metallic elements. Moreover, aside from baseline reagents, all equipment and consumables are based on finished products that Lingao can provide in this timeline, at most requiring further purification. This can greatly extend the lifespan of the equipment we brought while also reducing costs. Although Dr. Zhang sat in the central chair, he didn't fully understand the entire experimental process, so he maintained absolute silence, letting the industrial sector people raise questions first. Several were clearly eager to do so. As if anticipating what they might ask, Jinjiang continued. Of course, problems exist. Currently, the glass plates we can manufacture have inconsistent reproducibility between batches. Sensitivity and so forth must be individually calibrated each time, and they cannot be stored long-term. They must be made fresh for each use. Moreover, semi-quantitative analysis depends on obtaining high-purity standard samples. The baseline reagents we brought can't last forever. We must prepare our own spectroscopic-grade baseline reagents. This poses considerable difficulty for our still weak organic chemistry industry. My current choice of sodium ferrocyanide isn't ideal, but it can serve as a makeshift substitute. Therefore, we can currently only do trace and semi-trace semi-quantitative analysis, unable to achieve parts per billion analysis or fully quantitative analysis, and for some elements it cannot be used at all. Roughly speaking, I've only provided a method and possibility. Putting it into practical application capable of supporting industry on a large scale will require further equipment improvements. Let's not talk about that for now, Lin Hanlong from the optical factory interjected. What I'm concerned about is what you're going to do about the chemical agents for your developer and fixer. Looking at your experimental report, you used existing stocks. Is there sustainability? The developer solution I prepared uses metol, hydroquinone, borax, and sodium sulfite, 4 chemical agents. The fixer uses sodium thiosulfate, and acetic acid is used during rinsing. All these chemicals are on the chemical department's self-produced chemicals list. Supply should be sustainable. She explained that according to papers on chemical production she had read in Nature and Science magazine, and the product catalog provided by the chemical sector. Among these agents, sodium sulfite, sodium thiosulfate, and acetic acid were all commonly used products that current chemical plants could produce domestically. Metol and hydroquinone were trickier to source. They came from coal chemical processing, fractionated from coal tar, and only crude products could be obtained. With our current capabilities, refining them is somewhat difficult, but using them for developing and fixing isn't a major problem. Of course, this will inevitably lead to interference from cloudiness and such, but that's something we'll have to accept. I feel this development's significance for us isn't especially great, Jai Wusheng said. There are still missing links that are hard to fill, and it's not as convenient as photoelectric instruments. The steel industry head habitually picked up a towel and wiped his forehead, though there wasn't actually a drop of sweat on it. I do think it's necessary to set up a laboratory within our steel plant. Sending samples by train is still a bit troublesome, especially melt samples. If this technology is successfully developed, spectroscopic testing can be popularized to every factory that needs elemental composition analysis. Seeing her achievement hadn't generated a great response, Ji Xingxin couldn't help feeling her pearl had been cast before swine. Besides, in the future, steel and non-ferrous metal enterprises will inevitably spring up everywhere. The Planning Commission can't possibly equip every factory with a spectrometer. That's true, Jai Wusheng conceded. I have no objections as long as it works. Right now the industrial sector is asking us to produce various alloys. Having this foundation will help a lot. I have no objections either, Jai Sidui added. It's just that with your work, Ji Xingxin, the burden on our chemical sector has grown heavier again. Steel is the skeleton of modern industry. The chemical industry is its blood and flesh. Ji Xingxin smiled. Naturally, it's of the utmost importance. This flattery hit just the right note. Seeing smiles appear on several faces, Ji Xingxin immediately struck while the iron was hot and returned to her main topic. The next improvement plan is to replace the Bunsen burner with an oxyhydrogen torch. The Bunsen burner's temperature is too low, and coal gas contains many impurities that easily interfere with the spectrum. Of course, the most ideal would still be the arc method. After all, an oxyhydrogen flame as an excitation source has its own spectral characteristics, and the temperature isn't high enough. Putting together the equipment for the arc method, I'd say maybe 3 to 5 years. Who knows if that'll work, Zhan Wuya said. Where there's hope, there's motivation, Ji Xingxin replied. I have another idea for everyone to consider. Her proposal was to establish a specialized chemical reagent workshop specifically to provide chemical reagents, chemicals, and various consumables for the laboratories. Currently, many of the chemicals and reagents used in chemical analyses performed by the various laboratories were already being replaced with products manufactured by chemical factories of this timeline. However, these products generally had problems with insufficient concentration and excessive impurities. Therefore, the various laboratories had no choice but to repurify chemical reagents themselves before use, consuming large amounts of manpower and resources. Right now, a lot of our basic reagent preparation work has to be done ourselves. Even distilled water has to be prepared in-house. The time and energy consumed is too great. And as laboratories multiply in the future, some new laboratories probably won't have the capability to purify chemicals. Also, the developer and fixer solutions from this project should have a certain reserve stock. So I suggest centralizing equipment, scaling up somewhat, and having a transmigrator in charge of specifically preparing these products. This could work, Jasmine said. He had had similar thoughts before but managed too many things to follow up, but there's no suitable transmigrator at the moment. If you don't mind my volunteering, I'm willing to take charge of this work, Jinjiang said without hesitation. Oh, Jasmine was a bit caught off guard. This wasn't exactly a good job, both exhausting and quite dangerous. All right, since you're willing, I don't see why not, though this still needs planning commission approval. After the meeting ended, Jai Wusheng took the commuter train back to his office at the Mao Steel Complex. It was located in the complex's office area, standing alone in the middle of a circular red brick plaza. In front of the small building stood a model of blast furnace tapping, cast from pig iron. As usual, employees of the steel complex were hurrying across the plaza. They wore the steelworks' uniform black work clothes, the special color exclusive to the steel complex. Colored identification strips on their arms marked their department, while name and number tags were sewn to their chests. Jai Wusheng strode into the office and asked the on-duty secretary in Jai's office about current production status. According to the production dispatch room's report from an hour ago, everything is normal, the secretary reported. Good. Jai Wusheng walked into his office. Unlike other transmigrators' offices, his floor had no wooden flooring, just simple terrazzo. Despite the secretary's frequent cleaning, the floor was always dirty, and the walls always had black smudges. Workshop technicians and workers were often called to his office to discuss problems and report on work. He himself also frequently had to go to the workshops, to the blast furnace, inevitably tracking slag and dust everywhere. On the coat rack by his desk hung the work clothes and safety helmet he used when visiting workshops. The work clothes pocket still contained a pair of steelworkers' protective goggles. Jai Wusheng sat down in his rattan chair. He vaguely understood why the Planning Commission had notified him to attend this meeting. Everyone was working hard on research breakthroughs, paving the way for materials science. As the person in charge of the steel enterprise, surely you should produce some results too. Indeed, elemental composition analysis was extremely important for smelting silicon steel and other specialty steels. But silicon steel had been produced in this world long before spectrometers existed, relying on nothing more than chemical analysis. Having spectral analysis was certainly more precise than simple chemical analysis, but that alone was far from enough. Smelting silicon steel was a very complex undertaking. Although at the previous industrial department's meeting, he had given a 1-month deadline for silicon steel trials, and he could indeed smelt silicon steel, with no difficulty regarding raw materials. Jai Wusheng had no certainty about what kind of silicon steel he could actually produce. In old timeline China, it wasn't until 1954 that the first heat of hot-rolled silicon steel was produced. That showed how technically difficult this was. According to its position on the technology tree, this was a node that hadn't been lit until the late 19th or early 20th century. For Lingao's industry to light it early would be very difficult. Jai Wusheng and several transmigrators with steelmaking knowledge had specifically researched this problem. Electric arc smelting of silicon steel was out of the question. As for Jinjiang's proposal to first smelt silicon and then steel, he didn't see that as necessary either. Many transmigrators in the industrial sector weren't confident silicon could even be smelted using copper as a reducing agent. Moreover, new processes and new products would inevitably require adding more equipment. The research conclusion was still to directly smelt ferrosilicon first, then use it to smelt silicon steel, then hot roll it into sheets. Performance couldn't be picky, but at least it would be better than using low-carbon steel directly. For smelting ferrosilicon, someone had mentioned using the crucible method, but after discussion, several people felt a crucible probably couldn't achieve sufficient temperature. Besides, crucible capacity was too small, fine for smelting small amounts of specialty steel, but too small for ferrosilicon, which was needed in larger quantities. End of chapter. Chapter 1313. The Special Blast Furnace. Ultimately, the plan they decided on was to use a blast furnace to smelt ferrosilicon, then a converter to smelt silicon steel. Jai Wusheng looked at the various plans on his desk and stretched. Through the window, he could see the towering flames of Mao No. 1 and No. 2 blast furnaces in the distance. Using these two large furnaces to smelt ferrosilicon would be somewhat wasteful. For this purpose, the Planning Commission had specifically approved a project to build another small blast furnace at Mao Steel Company, specifically for smelting ferrosilicon. The special blast furnace was currently in its second bakeout. Compared to the 125 cubic meter capacity of Mao No. 1 and No. 2, the special furnace was miniature, only 30 cubic meters. However, being right next to the others, it could fully utilize their hot exhaust gases, especially from the specially constructed large hot blast stove. These favorable conditions allowed the special blast furnace to easily boost its smelting temperature to sufficient levels. Smelting ferrosilicon required temperatures exceeding 1,800 degrees C and continuously blowing hot air above 500 degrees C into the furnace body. This was a difficult condition for ordinary small blast furnaces to achieve, but posed no problem for the Mao blast furnace cluster, with its specially constructed large hot blast stoves. Now, they only needed to wait for the bakeout to complete before trial smelting the first heat of ferrosilicon. The raw materials prepared for smelting had all been delivered: quartz sand, pig iron, coke, just waiting for the furnace to open operations before experimental smelting could begin. The telephone on his desk suddenly rang. He picked up the receiver. It was the duty supervisor at the special blast furnace front calling to report that the intermittent blast coke bakeout had finished. They were now loading fresh coke and beginning continuous uninterrupted blast operations. Very good. Continue operating according to the work schedule, Jai Wusheng ordered. Prior to this, bakeout work had already continued for 48 hours. He looked at the schedule. The first formal charging would begin approximately 4 hours later. He decided to get some sleep first. Once the furnace opened for operations, he would probably have to keep watch at the furnace front for 24 consecutive hours. Jai Wusheng woke punctually 1 hour before furnace opening. He washed his face, changed into work clothes, and found several apprentice technicians he had personally trained already waiting respectfully outside his office. The apprentice technicians were young men with some educational foundation, whom he had personally selected from among the Mao complex's steelworkers. They were currently being trained as duty supervisors and would eventually take on more important work. But many promising seedlings had been lost to frequent accidents. The transmigrator technicians were well aware of the dangers of furnace front work and generally tried to avoid personally performing dangerous tasks. When they did participate, they took precautions. But the natives of this timeline, who had just encountered the monster of modern industry, had no intuitive understanding whatsoever. Quite a few didn't live to see the day Jai Wusheng acknowledged them. They had already turned to ash and become elements in the steel. "Let's go." Jai Wusheng checked each person's work equipment and said simply. They boarded the commuter train operating within the steel complex and headed toward the blast furnaces. The Mao steel complex had begun to take shape. Though to Jai Wusheng's eyes this complex was quite shabby, by this timeline standards it was already at science fiction levels. Just the rails on the ground, the overhead trusses and pipes, and the forest of chimneys were enough to make any native entering the factory area for the first time think they had entered some demon realm. Jai Wusheng got off at the station in front of No. 2 blast furnace. He wanted to first inspect this new furnace that had been in production for less than a year. No. 2 blast furnace was tapping iron. Accompanied by repeated alarm bells, flames over a meter long shot out from the tap hole, the heat oppressive. Beneath the blast furnace, firelight dazzled the eyes. Inside the furnace, molten iron churned and jumped, radiating a searing glow. The iron was poured out, splashing in all directions. The boiling furnace was like a mountain of flames, spewing hot fire. The molten iron inside was like rolling magma, occasionally spraying sparks all around. Inside the production workshop, workers constantly stirred the glowing red-hot molten iron. Their soaking wet clothes clung tightly to their backs. Standing before the blast furnace, 5 meters away from that giant moss-spewing red flames, waves of heat continuously pressed down. Accompanied by occasional sprays of steel sparks, the surrounding air itself seemed to twist. The blast furnace's outline had long been swallowed by the red-hot flames. Even the steelworkers nearby, rising and falling as they worked the stirring rods, seemed as if they might at any moment be sucked into that great mouth. Such a magnificent scene would move even a transmigrator, but for Jai Wusheng it was routine. This blast furnace's capacity was less than 1/4 of the one he had worked at in the old timeline. The naturalized workers worked every day in front of blast furnaces at temperatures exceeding 1,600 degrees C. The workshop temperature reached 55 degrees C. Working 12-hour shifts in day and night rotation, they spent half their time at the high-temperature furnace front. For safety, they wore Lingao-produced protective goggles, safety helmets, large gloves, thick long socks, and other protective equipment. They also had to wear thick canvas long-sleeved protective suits, each several times thicker than ordinary summer clothing. Everyone's face was blackened by soot and smoke, but all this full-body protection could only fend off spraying iron sparks. One slip and the sparks would fly out. A lump of red-hot iron bursting out was just like a bullet. Hit a person and it could be fatal. At Lingao's level of medical care, furnace front injuries couldn't be treated. Jai Wusheng felt sweat beads already sliding down his forehead. The blast furnace workshop's average annual temperature was over 40 degrees C. In summer's hottest times, it reached over 60 degrees C. The tap hole was sealed again. Furnace Master Zhao Yaokai held a temperature gun with both hands and quickly approached the furnace to test the molten iron temperature inside. If the temperature was too high, he had to add charge to the furnace. If too low, he had to tell the blower room to increase the blast. At this moment, beads of sweat poured from under his safety helmet, and his protective suit was completely soaked through. Zhao Yaokai had come from Guangdong. He wasn't a refugee but had crossed the sea to immigrate on his own initiative. He had originally been an iron-smelting craftsman in Xiaoguan. When business had turned bad recently, he heard that Lingao needed large numbers of iron-smelting craftsmen and came to seek work. After entering the steel plant, he was assigned to number 1 blast furnace as a furnace front worker. He had been an iron-smelting craftsman at local iron kilns in the Xiaoguan area for over 10 years, accumulating rich experience. He could judge rough temperatures just by looking at the fire or smoke. Craftsmen and iron workers from a forge background mostly had such accumulated experience, but this experience had neither standards nor specific numbers. After coming to Lingao and receiving systematic training and furnace front practice, his experience was systematically and theoretically organized, and he was an eager learner who had attended the steel plant's training classes and become a key worker. His sensitivity to temperature quickly came to Jai Wusheng's attention. After serving as his apprentice technician for a period, Zhao Yaokai had become furnace master of number 2 blast furnace. "Chief," Zhao Yaokai saw Jai Wusheng and hurried over to greet him. Jai Wusheng waved a hand. "How's it going?" "Second tap of this shift, everything normal. Today's conversion rate is quite good. I think we can exceed 1. A proud smile appeared on Zhao Yaokai's face. "Well done," Jai Wusheng nodded. "First hand over your current work to the duty foreman, then we'll go to the special blast furnace." Zhao Yaokai went to complete the handover. Jai Wusheng looked around at production conditions near the blast furnace. Currently, the 2 blast furnaces and 1 open hearth furnace were operating fairly smoothly. Though limited by furnace body materials, the intervals between minor, medium, and major repairs were somewhat short. At least continuous production was maintained, more or less satisfying the current industrial sector's demand for steel. However, too little specialty steel and too few rolled sections remained his main problems. Though steel production quantities were considerable, the rolling mill's production capacity was far from meeting current demands. No matter which enterprise used it, they couldn't directly use iron ingots or steel ingots. After solving silicon steel, he definitely had to find a way to domestically produce some rolling mill equipment and expand rolling mill production scale. Jai Wusheng calculated. In front of the special blast furnace, the workers participating in the trial smelting had already assembled. After the bakeout work ended, workers were cleaning slag and incompletely burned coke ash from the furnace chamber. Jai Wusheng watched their operations and asked the duty foreman, "How's the furnace chamber?" "Everything normal, no damage found." Jai Wusheng walked to the material bunker. The raw materials prepared for this trial smelting were already ready: coke, quickite, pre-treated rod-shaped pig iron, and evenly crushed quartz sand. Jai Wusheng knew that aside from the coke, the quicklite, quartz sand, and pig iron had all been tested for composition at the Heavy Industry Central Laboratory and prepared according to optimal ratios. This pig iron was specifically purchased from Guangdong and had been reprocessed for desulfurization and dephosphorization. They weren't using pig iron produced in-house because the Tiandu iron ore naturally contained higher manganese content, so the pig iron smelted by Mao's blast furnaces also contained more manganese. For smelting silicon steel and ferrosilicon, manganese content needed to be below 0.35%. Excessively high manganese would affect the silicon steel sheet's magnetic properties. Not only that, silicon steel also required impurities to be as few as possible, especially low carbon, low sulfur, and low nitrogen. So in preparing ferrosilicon, harmful element content had to be controlled from the first step. This would help improve the finished product rate when using the converter to smelt steel next. Jai Wusheng immediately ordered, "Begin charging, prepare to open the furnace." Workers began loading coke into the furnace chamber while starting to blow hot air into the furnace. As the amount of coke loaded increased and blasting duration extended, the furnace bottom began to glow red. The flames in the furnace chamber gradually changed from red to white, finally becoming an intense white flame brightness. Even standing on the observation platform, Jai Wusheng could feel the intense heat radiation. Workers began adding quickite at a 3-4% ratio while adding coke, filling up to 2/3 of the furnace chamber. End of chapter. Chapter 13-14. The Great Steel Campaign. Jai Wusheng kept watching the blast furnace, not saying a word from start to finish. This time he had decided to let the naturalized workers operate according to procedure on their own. He had already repeatedly discussed and rehearsed the specific smelting process with the workers responsible for the trial, and prepared contingency plans for various possible accident situations. This trial would show whether naturalized foremen like Zhao Yaokai could more or less complete the entire workflow without transmigrator guidance and assistance. Currently, both blast furnaces and the open hearth furnace had naturalized foremen assigned by shift, but their work couldn't entirely put Jai Wusheng at ease. Every time iron or slag was tapped or composition was adjusted, he had to come and take a look, provide some guidance. This time he wanted to see whether his most outstanding furnace master could work completely independently of transmigrator oversight. Seeing Zhao Yaokai looking at him, he nodded and said loudly, "Zhao Yaokai, from now on you're in command." A look of both nervousness and excitement flashed across Zhao Yaokai's face. He responded loudly, "Understood." Then he turned and began directing the furnace front workers to their positions, awaiting the timing for formal charging. He himself stared intently at the flames inside the blast furnace. "Begin first charge," Zhao Yaokai suddenly shouted. The charging workers on standby activated the equipment and fed a batch of charge into the blast furnace. The charge for smelting ferrosilicon was mixed in ratios of silica sand, coke, pig iron, and quicklime at 5-3-1-2-5. Because this was the first batch of charge, the coke proportion was relatively high. After the fifth batch, the coke input proportion could be gradually reduced. After charging was complete, Jai Wusheng quietly left the observation platform. The first tapping would be in 3 hours. He planned to return then to observe the actual tapping situation. 3 hours later, Jai Wusheng returned to the special blast furnace front. Workers were tensely preparing for the first tap of molten iron. Without saying a word, he inspected the main trough and slag runner for foreign objects. This was the furnace's first tap. Theoretically, both troughs should be completely empty, but many times accidents happen precisely when things that should have occurred according to common sense didn't. A slag ladle that should have been empty somehow had garbage mixed in. The moment blazing hot slag entered the ladle, it exploded outward like shrapnel, instantly killing 2/3 of a blast furnace work crew. Such incidents, major accidents caused by tapping without proper preparation, had occurred more than once. Jai Wusheng personally inspected every step according to standard work procedures. Was the tap hole mud sleeve intact? Were all the flow gates on the iron runner and slag runner lowered? Were the trough spouts in good condition? I've already sent someone to deliver the melt sample to the laboratory. Zhao Yaokai had been busy directing workers in tapping preparations. Having just noticed Jai Wusheng's arrival, he hurried over to report. Tapping preparations are complete, waiting for melt sample test results. Jai Wusheng nodded. I'm sure there won't be any problems this time. Whether there are problems or not depends on the lab results. Jai Wusheng was amused by his confident manner. You can't tell accurately just by looking. Yes. Zhao Yaokai answered loudly. At that moment, a worker came rushing over, waving a slip of paper. Jai Wusheng didn't need to look to know this was the melt sample composition report the heavy industry laboratory had just sent by wire telegraph. Seeing Jai Wusheng present, the worker was about to hand the slip to him. Jai Wusheng shook his head, indicating he should give it directly to Zhao Yaokai. Zhao Yaokai took it and looked, then excitedly crumpled the slip into a ball. He turned and began shouting loudly, ordering workers to prepare to tap the first heat of ferrosilicon. The casting molds coated with coke powder were already ready. Workers stood tensely by the tap hole with steel pry bars, waiting for the order to open it. Zhao Yaokai pulled the alarm bell cord, and immediately bells clanged loudly. Tap. At his command, several workers used the overhead crane to move a hand-operated drill to the tap hole. Zhao Yaokai first checked whether the mud sleeve had wet clay, and only when he confirmed the tap hole was dry did he nod to signal starting the drilling. Keep it steady, Zhao Yaokai shouted, carefully guiding the drill toward the mud sleeve. The tap hole was the hottest spot in the entire blast furnace workshop. The intense heat radiation made it hard for anyone to stand there for long, but Zhao Yaokai still meticulously checked the drill bit's position. When drilling, the drill bit had to be aimed at the center of the tap hole mud sleeve's funnel-shaped depression. Otherwise, if the mud sleeve was damaged or the tap hole drilled off-center, plugging would cause mud overflow or slag and iron to spray outside the trough. Start drilling. Workers began turning the drill. The drill bit slowly penetrated into the mud sleeve. Every few turns, the drill had to be withdrawn, and several workers immediately used blow pipes drawing air from the blast furnace to blow out the drilled tap mud powder. To observe tap hole conditions, see if drilling had reached the red spot, and measure tap hole depth to determine how much more drilling was needed, avoiding burning out the drill bit and rod after drilling through. Slow down, don't rush. Zhao Yaokai stared fixedly at the drill and tap hole. Operating the drill was skilled work. Movements had to be very steady to prevent excessive rod movement or jamming the bit. The drill operators had all been trained through over 100 practice runs on simulated mud sleeves. Irons flowing. With a great shout from Zhao Yaokai, the alarm bell rang again. As blazing furnace flames shot out, glowing molten iron surged from the tap hole, flowing down the main iron runner. The tap hole was instantly engulfed in smoke and steam. Molten iron flowed from the runner, pouring into casting molds coated with coke powder. Choking smoke and flames rose intermittently. As the first tap of molten iron ended, Jai Wusheng quietly left the blast furnace workshop. From here on was normal production procedure. Approximately every 3 hours there would be another tap. What concerned him now was the specific elemental content of each batch of ferrosilicon. Back at the office, he found the melt sample composition report that had been delivered. Silicon content 16.21%, roughly matching their estimated proportion. Before starting, he had estimated the first 5 batches silicon content would be approximately 14-20%, rising to 17-30% as charging ratios changed thereafter. Starting with a good omen, Jai Wusheng relaxed. Looking at the overall composition report, this batch of ferrosilicon met the requirements for smelting silicon steel. Smelting silicon steel was more difficult than ferrosilicon. The metallurgical sector's prepared method was to use a converter. The metallurgical sector had 4 small converters brought from the old timeline. To be cautious, Jai Wusheng decided to use only the smallest one, a 1-ton class converter. In the old timeline, the converter method for smelting silicon steel required oxygen blowing and argon gas protection, plus RH vacuum treatment and so forth. Jai Wusheng didn't have these conditions, so he had to settle for the air-blowing method. Before smelting, the ferrosilicon first underwent preprocessing in a cupola, primarily further desulfurization to reduce the sulfur content of the molten iron, entering the furnace to below 0.005%. The residual manganese and phosphorus elements in the pig iron weren't further processed. Although manganese had some negative effects on silicon steel's magnetic properties, manganese sulfide formed by manganese and sulfur could improve hot rolling workability and prevent cracking during hot rolling. As for phosphorus, it itself had a function of improving iron loss, and also strengthened the adhesion of hot-rolled sheet surface oxide scale. After annealing, it was less likely to produce oxide bonding white film. But too much phosphorus would also make the sheet brittle, so it had to be controlled below a certain content. As for other elements, all had to be controlled to extremely low levels, especially nitrogen. Nitrogen was harmful to silicon steel. In old timeline silicon steel converter blowing processes, one approach was using pure oxygen, another was injecting argon as protective gas during smelting. But Lingao lacked both conditions and could only make do without. The day after smelting ferrosilicon, Jai Wusheng personally took charge. Together with transmigrators from the industrial sector, they trial-smelted silicon steel. Because they now had spectrographic semi-quantitative analysis, for the first time Jai Wusheng basically knew the specific elemental composition and content of the raw materials about to be fed into the converter, allowing precise preparation of suitable materials. This was greatly beneficial for specialty steel smelting work. After a day and night of struggle and multiple attempts adjusting materials and processes, they finally received good news from the heavy industry laboratory's melt sample analysis. They had smelted silicon steel with 3% silicon content and carbon content below 0.04%. This steel was precisely the raw material for rolling silicon steel sheets used in electric motors. The ideal silicon content for motor steel was 2.428%, but this steel still counted as qualified material. However, merely smelting suitable molten steel wasn't enough. Lingao's steel industry didn't have continuous casting and rolling processes, so molten steel had to first be cast into ingots before the hot rolling mill could use it. Steel ingot casting used protective slag, typically graphite powder. Graphite powder worked quite well but had obvious carburizing properties, sometimes adding 0.01-0.02%, very damaging for silicon steel with strict carbon content requirements. After consulting materials, several people finally decided to adopt carbonized rice husk with 40% carbon content, a process used by domestic steel plants in the 1970s. This material had a much lower ignition point than graphite powder. During casting, the carbon in the protective slag would burn off first, significantly reducing the carburization phenomenon. Moreover, this protective slag could substantially adsorb Al2O3 from the molten steel, greatly benefiting impurity reduction. To produce this carbonized rice husk, Jai Wusheng had brought people to squat at Xiao Beiling's activated carbon production workshop to watch the kilns, experimenting dozens of times before managing to make carbonized rice husk with 40% carbon content. After considerable effort, the Mao Steel Complex finally cast qualified silicon steel ingots. Then, pressing on with their success, they trial-smelted silicon steel with 4.1% silicon content for transformer use. However, smelting silicon steel with the right content only completed half the work. The actual quality of silicon steel depended heavily on the subsequent cold rolling or hot rolling processes. End of chapter. Chapter 13-15. Silicon steel sheets. The Mao Steel Complex's rolling mill was quite large, very modern by this timeline standards, because its main equipment had almost entirely been unloaded from the ship and installed. But by old timeline standards, this rolling mill was a classic example of outdated capacity that should be eliminated. According to some knowledgeable transmigrators from the industrial sector, walking in felt like returning to a 1990s township steel plant. Even the supporting power equipment was steam-powered. Before the national grid structure was established in the 1980s and 90s, localities had all relied on their own city power plants for electricity, unable to fully guarantee even residential power. So quite a few township small steel plants at the time had used steam engines for power. The Shagang Group, China's most successful private steel enterprise, had originally used steam engines to drive its rolling mills. Continuous casting and rolling was something the metallurgical transmigrators wouldn't dare dream of, so this rolling mill used steel ingots for processing and also forged wrought iron. Several huge wrought iron truss frame factory buildings housed the rolling mill's main equipment: 2 initial forging machines, 2 hot rolling mills, 2 hot piercing machines, 2 cold rolling steel machines, 2 cold-drawn steel tube machines, 2 cold-drawn bar machines, and 2 cold-rolled tube machines, roughly capable of cold rolling and hot rolling various common sizes of steel plate, strip steel, wire rod, and various sections. Although well-equipped, most equipment wasn't frequently used. First, there were very few workers who could operate this equipment, and even among transmigrators, not many could use it, making training skilled workers a lengthy process. Second, the rolling mill required very complex supporting equipment, a whole series of ancillary processes including annealing and pickling, all seriously hampered equipment from running at full capacity. Finally, whether hot rolling or cold rolling, lubricating oils and coolants were needed. Though Lingao's industry could supply substitutes in a makeshift way, aside from cooling water which could be supplied freely, other oil and grease lubricants were all subject to supply quotas. Consequently, much equipment was in a start-stop-start state. Cold rolling had higher technical requirements than hot rolling, with demanding post-processing that required high skill levels. The rolling mill's cold-rolled finished product rate had always been low. This was also why Jai Wusheng had decided to only manufacture hot-rolled silicon steel sheets. The hot-rolling silicon steel sheet process was also very complex, with production cycles of 12-15 days, and for transformer-grade silicon steel sheets, possibly up to 20 days. Therefore, dedicated annealing furnaces had to be specifically allocated to avoid long-term tie-ups. Manufacturing and commissioning this supporting equipment had taken the steel complex a long time. During hot rolling, a single heating rolling method was used. Silicon steel ingots were loaded into a heating furnace for preheating. The heating furnace temperature had to be maintained at 950-1020 degrees C, roughly allowing the finishing temperature to be controlled above 700 degrees C. The heating furnace used was a chain type, not very thermally efficient, but its advantage was uniform heating, suitable for Lingao's industrial level, and silicon steel sheet rolling demanded very uniform heating. Sacrificing some thermal efficiency was an unavoidable choice. First, the silicon steel ingots were rolled through a mill into certain-sized rolling stock, then processed through a tandem mill into thin slab stock, then hot-rolled. This way, slab tolerances could be controlled to plus or minus 0.3 mm levels, roughly meeting tolerance control requirements. After the slab was rolled into shape, a certain number were stacked according to specifications. Then the rolling stock was heated to rated temperature in a heating furnace for formal hot rolling. After hot rolling was complete, natural stack cooling was normally done first, but this process was unfavorable for decarburization. Therefore, the transmigrator technicians in the metallurgical sector chose the rapid water cooling technique once used by Shanghai Silicon Steel Plant. The hot-rolled silicon steel sheets were plunged into water within 10 seconds for rapid cooling. This process not only reduced natural cooling time, but also substantially improved decarburization levels. However, since immersion in water was essentially a quenching operation, it would greatly increase the sheet's hardness. This had little effect on motor silicon steel, but would affect the mechanical workability of higher silicon transformer silicon steel, so it was only used in motor silicon steel production. After cooling, the silicon steel sheets were manually separated and underwent first composition testing to determine whether elemental content was suitable. Then another hot rolling leveling pass was done before finally entering the annealing furnace for annealing. Annealing was a crucial step in silicon steel sheet decarburization. The sheet's carbon content had to be reduced to 0.02% during annealing to be considered qualified. The transmigrators agreed that under Lingao's conditions this standard could be relaxed somewhat. After all, even so it was better than low-carbon steel. During annealing, the stacking method was still used. Mao's rolling mill annealing furnace used coal gas as fuel for heating. Ideally, pure hydrogen heating for annealing gave the best decarburization results. Jai Wusheng could only settle for coal gas. During annealing, temperature was gradually raised at 15-30 degrees C per hour up to 690-750 degrees C, held for 11 hours, then reduced at 10-15 degrees C per hour down to complete cooling. Annealing furnace temperature control required tremendous effort. Lingao's industry had no automatic temperature control equipment. Everything relied on human labor checking thermometers and increasing or decreasing the heating nozzle gas flow to control temperature. Fine-grained temperature control was very difficult to achieve precisely. After 20 continuous days of this struggle, the first batch of motor-grade silicon steel sheets was manufactured. Jai Wusheng immediately dispatched someone to send them to Ji Xingxin for spectrographic composition analysis. The composition analysis results were barely satisfactory. By old timeline standards, the silicon steel sheets that the metallurgical sector had fought for months to produce, expending large amounts of manpower and resources, were simply scrap. Magnetic property testing was then performed. The results were even more appalling. Even the portions with the best magnetic properties had disappointing test results. The transmigrators in the power sector, who had been eagerly awaiting silicon steel sheets, all felt like cold water had been poured over them, ice against their chests. Most of the silicon steel sheets produced with such great effort didn't even qualify for a national standard grade designation. Roughly 10% barely scraped into the low-grade silicon steel category. Most disheartening was that approximately 20% of the finished products had mechanical property problems and were completely unworkable scrap. Such a failed trial production was unprecedented in Lingao's industrial history, but the transmigrators in the metallurgical sector knew there was no forcing this. Any further quality improvement would have to wait until the overall industrial level rose another tier before slowly experimenting and improving. Well, this makes the motor industry a joke, Qian Liushi said, looking at the test report with a long face. Faraday wasn't as pessimistic. I think it's fine. No matter what, having something is better than having nothing, that's first. Second, the worst of it is still better than low-carbon steel, isn't it? True enough, but with performance like this, is there still any possibility of copying existing motor designs? Qian Liushi said. I think it's doubtful. Although this silicon steel sheet isn't the silicon steel sheet we hoped for, at least it's not low-carbon steel, Faraday said. Granted, it's only marginally better, but it's still a hope. You can only have adults after you have babies, right? From low-carbon steel to silicon steel, that's a qualitative leap. We just have to work hard to adapt to current conditions. I suppose that's all we can do. It's just that the motors will probably have to be redesigned. Qian Liushi said. Silicon steel sheets are in this sorry state. Let's not harbor any overly complex hopes. How do you plan to solve the permanent magnet problem for permanent magnet motors? I checked the materials. The Shilu iron ore is 42% purity magnetite, quite good raw material for sintering ferrophoric oxide. We can use this for the permanent magnets first. Efficiency will be somewhat lower, of course, but since we're prepared to move ahead with our grade-less silicon steel sheets, this is even less of a concern. Shilu iron mine hasn't been developed yet, and I hear external transport is difficult, so the Planning Commission didn't include it in the first 5-year plan. Although since the stable supply of Southeast Asian slaves began, more than one transmigrator had suggested moving Shilu development forward into the first 5-year plan, and transmigrators had raised the matter again after Operation Engine. The Planning Commission had consistently rejected this. The main difficulty with Shilu iron mine development wasn't mining itself, it was ore transport. Shilu iron mine was located in the mountains. Unlike Tiandu, which was near the coast, it was surrounded by rugged highlands. A railway had to be built for large-scale export. Back then, the Japanese had filled the route with corpses before completing the Basuo line. If merely expending human lives could complete the railway from Shilu to Basuo or Shilu to Tiandu, the Planning Commission would have pressed ahead without hesitation. But the enormous material consumption of railway construction made Wu de balk, not to mention some engineering challenges, such as how to construct tunnels. Moreover, Basuo wasn't a natural harbor and would require artificial improvements before ore ships could use it. For now, the Planning Commission could only settle for first building a simple road from Changhua to Shilu to establish basic transportation between the two places and ensure the council's influence in that region. That's true, Qian Liushi thought for a moment. But magnetite isn't exactly rare. With some serious searching, it wouldn't be hard to get. If it really comes to it, we'll take a company with us, carry it on men's backs and pack animals, and take the overland route through Changhua to Shilu. Bring out 10-odd tons first and use that. Surely that won't require much investment or project approval. The Silicon Steel Project report also reached the manufacturing director's office at the first opportunity. The machinery sector wasn't as picky as the power sector. From Zhan Wuya's perspective, the immediate priority was solving whether something existed at all before discussing whether it was good. He urgently needed to expand power supply to support non-ferrous metals smelting. Besides providing electrolytic copper, he also hoped to obtain nickel, cobalt, and other non-ferrous metals from it to smelt stainless steel. The chemical sector had been requesting stainless steel for a long time. Chemical equipment required large quantities of corrosion-resistant pipes and vessels that needed stainless steel to manufacture. If they remained stuck at the level of manufacturing ceramic or glass equipment, Lingao's chemical industry would essentially just be scaled-up laboratory production, fundamentally unable to achieve self-replication of the chemical industry, let alone upgrading. Therefore, the moment silicon steel sheet trial production succeeded, Zhan Wuya immediately reported to the Planning Commission, requesting formal launch of the electrolytic copper workshop project. End of chapter. Chapter 13-16, Step by Step. I think we should hold off on this a bit, Wu De said after reading his report. Why hold off? Zhan Wuya said urgently. This is a major breakthrough. Wu De shook his head repeatedly. It's too early to call it a major breakthrough. You're from an industrial background yourself. Can materials produced by concentrating manpower, especially transmigrator technicians, regardless of cost, guarantee stable production with a certain rate of qualified products? And this permanent magnet manufacturing, though someone in the 19th century did make a practical generator using ferrophoric oxide as permanent magnets, I'm afraid it won't be so optimistic when we try it. I won't even mention whether these things can be produced in high volumes. What if halfway through your Great Leap Forward project, generator and transformer manufacturing suddenly falls apart because of permanent magnet and silicon steel sheet problems? Won't your electrolytic copper workshop become useless? Based on Lingao's current generating capacity, if this electrolytic copper workshop were actually built, all of Lingao's power would have to be used just to maintain continuous production. Temporarily compressing countywide electricity use could only work short-term. Long-term operation would absolutely require additional power supply. Electrolytic copper, non-ferrous metals, all things we desperately need, Zhan Wuya said. And the finance sector wants coinage. Coinage also requires electrolytic silver, and that gap is even bigger. There's no solution without going to electrolytic processes and caustic soda. My personal opinion is that we should definitely work on power, but to proceed step by step, starting from the simple. First do 19th century stuff, then 20th century. A great leap forward might cause problems. Wu De frowned. I recall that in the 19th century, low-carbon steel and iron cores were also used to manufacture generators of several hundred kilowatts. If we force ourselves to make equipment using stuff that doesn't even count as defective, I'm afraid we'll end up with frequent equipment explosions and sudden power outages. Then won't all our efforts have been wasted? Nothing wasted. At minimum, we've accumulated production experience and trained teams. And we've verified the feasibility of the production process. At least we can smelt qualified ferrosilicon, and at minimum produce not quite qualified silicon steel. Wu De's words weren't just his own thinking, but the result of input from multiple transmigrator technicians. Although they had done quite a lot of improvised, indigenous industrial technology, this time's indigenous launch was too much of a leap, and quite a few people feared that taking too big a stride would pull something. Is this the Planning Commission's position? Yes, Wu De said. I'm not opposing your plan, but after comprehensive evaluation, the Planning Commission believes it's too aggressive. I hope you can produce a more appropriate plan that can guarantee stable production. We can't afford to mess around. What about the electrolytic copper workshop? As long as you can produce a more reliable power supply plan, one based on existing mature technology, we can discuss it further. All right, I agree. Zhan Wuya shrugged helplessly. I hope we can put the silicon steel sheets that have already been produced to use. No problem. They can be used experimentally, and I hope silicon steel sheet trial production work can continue until the industrial sector can stably produce qualified sheets. As for the electrolytic copper workshop, as long as the power issue can be solved, I'll approve it. Over the next few days, the manufacturing director's office convened another power work conference. After a day of closed-door consultations, they finally produced a new plan. In the new plan, the electrolytic copper workshop would proceed on schedule. Simultaneously, one independent off-grid power station would be constructed for each of the electrolytic copper workshop and the chemical electrolysis workshop. The power station plan was roughly based on the station built by the London Electric Supply Corporation at Deptford in 1887, designed and constructed by Severity. The old timeline Deptford power station was equipped with two Severity-type AC generators, operating voltage 5 kilovolts, driven by 1,250 horsepower steam engines. There were also 4 Severity-type AC generators, operating voltage 10 kilovolts, each driven by a 10,000 horsepower steam engine. This power station's output could meet the electricity needs of most of London at the time, though electricity demand then was mainly just for electric lighting. This power station's generating capacity was small by modern standards, a classic example of clunky and crude. But its advantage lay in extremely low material cost requirements. Nothing in the Severity power station had anything to do with power technology difficulties like silicon steel. Not only did the generators themselves not use silicon steel, neither did the transformers. Even the rotor windings weren't electrolytic copper, and its original design could even perform 10,000-volt high-voltage transmission. It was very suitable for Lingao's current industrial capabilities. Lingao's industrial capabilities couldn't yet manufacture 10,000 horsepower steam engines, but 1,000 horsepower steam engines were no problem. Faraday and others decided to install 4 generators at each power station, with expansion room reserved for 6. As for generator manufacturing, after discussions between the power and industrial sectors, they decided on half and half. 2 generators at each station would use low-carbon steel, and 2 would use the low-grade silicon steel tested for magnetic properties from this production. This way, if either approach developed problems, they wouldn't be completely wiped out. All R&D and production projects for electric motor development were scrapped. Currently, electric motors weren't urgently needed. All resources would go to generator manufacturing first. Permanent magnet material development would continue. Though permanent magnet generators weren't the trend, permanent magnets had broad applications, and even as a technology reserve it was worthwhile. As for silicon steel production, this R&D project would be retained. Transmigrator engineers would conduct periodic trial production work, extensively consulting technical materials and process manuals, performing more production experiments to see if they could find a production process capable of maintaining higher finished product rates and magnetic properties. Another item was upgrading the rolling mill's equipment and accelerating worker training. Currently, the rolling mill's equipment complement wasn't complete, and capable workers were too few. In the past, this was limited by the small available population, making it difficult to allocate sufficient manpower. Now the industrial sector was preparing to recruit workers on a large scale to increase the rolling mill's operating rate and strive for full capacity operation. First, this would meet the substantial shortfall in various low-level section supply. Second, production could also promote worker skill improvement. Here we go again, giving people and materials, Wu De thought as he looked at this plan. They've even specified wanting several hundred young women as winding workers. HMPH, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. He thought that this would again increase the allocation to the industrial sector, and the rolling mills supporting upgrades. That alone was another bottomless pit. The rolling mills equipment, even for indigenous production support, not to mention technical difficulties, just the steel and cement consumption was a massive investment. We're adding water when there's too much rice, adding rice when there's too much water, he sighed in thought. Heavy industry was truly a bottomless pit, nothing but inputs with almost no visible output, yet the industrial system simply couldn't function without it. Director Wang, headmaster, these Australian schools really do teach without discrimination. There's much we can learn from them. On this day, Huang Bingkun was again at Jasmine Pavilion, urging Liu Dailin and Wang Ci to negotiate with Hu Qingbai and other Australian education officials to let the county's gentry visit Fangcao Dai School. Stones from other mountains can polish jade after all. Huang Bingkun was so eager to have Liu Dailin and Wang Ci negotiate with the pirates not because he was loyal to the great song, nor because, as some speculated, he was rushing to squeeze onto the Australian ship. Under current circumstances, Everyone knew Qiangzhou Prefecture was about to change hands. It wasn't impossible that in a few more years Chairman Wen might be calling himself the Lonely One. Though the Australians never breathed a word of he can be supplanted, quite a few people in Lingao's old revolutionary base area were holding back energy hoping to become ministers of a founding dynasty. In the past, Huang Bingkun had been most afraid of being misunderstood as currying favor with the pirates. He often expressed, sometimes deliberately, sometimes inadvertently, the spirit of I am a scholar of the great Ming and will never associate with overseas barbarians. But recently, he had stopped publicly proclaiming his political stance. In the past, his clear-cut attitude had earned the overt or covert approval and agreement of many people. But as the situation changed, those who had praised him, agreed with him, and echoed him began to keep silent, even unwilling to be seen with him. Some even began to advise him with meaningful words to be careful what he said. The reason for this change wasn't that the Australians were conducting literary inquisitions or suppressing public opinion. Rather, the Australians in Lingao were thriving more each day, with a flourishing prosperity like flowers in full bloom, oil cooking over a fierce fire. From the county's gentry and great households down to the common people, as long as one hadn't associated with bandits or pirates in the past and become a target of dictatorship. Everyone had more or less benefited from the thriving market and stable society. And the Australians' prospects seemed immeasurable. By comparison, Huang Bingkun's kind of integrity had become an annoying failure to recognize the times. That he was gradually being shunned was hardly surprising. By now, aside from a few friends at the county school plus Director Wang and successful candidate Liu, young Master Huang had almost no visitors. The Huang family stockade, once a pillar of the county, had become something that could be taken or left. Nowadays everyone acknowledged that Squire Liu of the Liu family stockade, who had been the first to intermarry with the Australians and join the Tiandahui, was Lingao's #1 gentleman. Huang Bingkun's desire to visit Fangcao Dai wasn't to curry favor with the pirates, nor was it simply to see how the Australians ran their school. He had another purpose. Ever since the day he saw the mountains of armor and flags left behind by the defeated imperial soldiers, he had known the pirates couldn't possibly be driven away within several years. So he had conceived a plan to have Huang family children enter Fangcao Dai to study. In his view, what the Australians relied on was their techniques. He wouldn't acknowledge that the Australians had any learning. The Australians' sturdy ships and sharp cannons, their clever tricks and ingenious devices, including all their measures for governing Lingao, were merely techniques. These people didn't understand the sage's learning. No matter how brilliant their techniques, they were no different from the ways of beasts and birds. End of chapter. Chapter 13:17. Learn the pirates' techniques to defeat the pirates. In the end, old Squire Huang relented to his second son's proposal and dispatched Huang Bingkun's personal servant and study companion, Huang Ping, to attend Fangcao Dai. Huang Ping was a distant relative of the Huang clan who had been at Huang Bingkun's side since childhood, a trustworthy soul. During the first months after Huang Ping began his studies at Fangcao Dai, he returned to the Huang family stockade every fortnight, or 2 weeks, as the Australians called it, to rest for a day. Upon each return, he would report everything he had witnessed and heard at the school to young Master Huang, and dutifully hand over his textbooks and supplementary materials. Huang Bingkun immediately set scribes to work copying them in rotating shifts. Each homecoming found Huang Ping like a cheerful sparrow, chattering away endlessly. Wherever Huang Bingkun happened to be in the compound, he would rush back the moment his servant arrived, eager to hear fresh accounts of life at Fangcao Dai. Huang Bingkun listened to every word with rapt attention. This once taciturn youth had grown increasingly talkative since enrolling at the school, returning each time brimming with inexhaustible topics: his coursework, the campus grounds, his fellow students and teachers. When Huang Ping finally exhausted his stories, Huang Bingkun would offer a few words of praise before reminding him never to forget the words of the sages, and under no circumstances to let the pirates bewitch his mind. Huang Ping would assent repeatedly, then hurry off to reunite with his parents. Huang Ping's parents worked the land within the Huang family stockade. Ever since their son had begun attending school, they greeted young Master Huang with beaming smiles whenever their paths crossed, offering profuse thanks for the young master's great kindness. This pleased Huang Bingkun considerably. He was simultaneously gathering intelligence on the pirates' secrets and winning the hearts of his people. Huang Bingkun devoted considerable time to studying the copied textbooks and materials, hoping to uncover the secret methods for forging cannons, crafting muskets, and building great iron ships. Unfortunately, though the pirates' textbooks employed Chinese characters, the mathematics and natural philosophy courses made extensive use of letters to represent quantities, rendering them equally incomprehensible to young Master Huang. Moreover, despite being 14 at enrollment, Huang Ping could only start from the first grade of the junior elementary department. The three courses comprising Fangcao Dai's first-year curriculum, mathematics, language, and natural science, none touched upon the techniques Huang Bingkun most desperately wished to learn. As for mathematics, while he had never studied it systematically, he possessed some familiarity with traditional arithmetic. Chickens and rabbits in a cage problems, abacus calculations, and the like. After poring over the materials for some time, though many symbols and numbers remained mysterious, at least the word problems and mathematical theorems were written in Chinese, allowing him to grasp perhaps 70 or 80%. The mathematical theorems left Huang Bingkun in a peculiar state. He could recognize every character individually, yet their meaning dissolved into incomprehension when strung together. The word problems, however, proved mostly intelligible. They addressed practical matters of daily life, measuring fields and calculating yields, digging ponds and constructing houses, trade and commerce, all eminently useful. Learning such things would indeed be a valuable skill, Huang Bingkun mused. When Huang Ping completed his studies and returned, he could be put to good use, perhaps as a steward or something of the sort. Useful as it might be, Huang Bingkun couldn't solve a single problem. He stared blankly at the exercises in the mathematics book for half a day. He yearned to ask Huang Ping for guidance but couldn't bring himself to lose face in such a manner. After further reflection, since this field measuring and commerce material bore no relation to how the pirates manufactured firearms and cannons, failing to understand it was of little consequence. So he turned instead to the natural science book. Huang Ping had mentioned that this course concerned the study of investigating things, essentially teaching the principles governing the transformations of all things between heaven and earth. In truth, it was elementary physics, chemistry, and biology, presented with illustrations and explanatory text. Huang Bingkun read several pages and found it rather fascinating. One chapter in particular caught his attention, a section specifically about buoyancy, using ships as examples. Why could ships float upon water? Huang Bingkun immediately sat up straighter and read with care. When he reached the passage stating, "The buoyant force acting on an object in water equals the weight of water displaced by the object. The larger the ship and the deeper it sits in the water, the greater the weight of water it displaces, and thus the greater the buoyant force it receives, naturally meaning it can carry more cargo." He couldn't help muttering, "Complete nonsense." In Huang Bingkun's understanding, ships floated because they were made of wood. Wood floated on water, therefore ships floated on water. Simple logic. Yet the Australian's iron ships had severely shaken this conviction. When he pronounced his verdict of complete nonsense, there was little real conviction behind it. He harbored an uncomfortable suspicion that even though he didn't fully comprehend the explanation, the Australians were making a valid point. As for the sections on the transformation between the three states of matter, those he basically understood. The examples given, water turning to ice, water turning to steam, were phenomena he witnessed regularly. He leafed through the natural science book back and forth for a long while, almost unable to set it down. Although he had commissioned copies of the text, the diagrams could not be reproduced. He had heard from Ping that this book was also sold at the bookstores in Eastgate Market, which planted in his mind the notion of purchasing a few copies himself. He flipped through the language textbook as well. Apart from the pinyin letters, which he neither endorsed nor understood, he found the content unobjectionable. The first-grade textbook focused on character recognition, with simple sentences and short passages all written in Australian vernacular. Interspersed throughout were elementary moral principles, mostly things the Australians repeatedly advocated, maintaining hygiene, being polite, and such, nothing more than material for instructing the masses. Though the language was plain, the intentions were proper. Having obtained these 3 textbooks and heard numerous anecdotes about Fangcao Dai from Ping, Huang Bingkun felt he had gained considerably. He grew ever more convinced that his stratagem had been brilliant. He resolved to compile the materials Huang Ping gathered, combined with his own daily observations, into a record of essential information on the pirates. Someday, when the opportunity arose, he would present it to the imperial court. But things gradually began to change. The introduction of public ox carts in Lingao, while providing convenience, also shortened travel times throughout the county. The journey from Fangcao Dai to the Huang family stockade had once required departing at dawn and not arriving until dusk. With ox carts, an early morning departure meant reaching the stockade in time for the midday meal. Yet Huang Ping's visits home grew increasingly infrequent, from every fortnight to every 20 days, then to once a month. After advancing to junior elementary 2nd grade, aside from returning for festivals, he would merely send a letter to report his safety and stopped coming home entirely. Though Huang Bingkun couldn't decipher the content of the pirates' textbooks himself, what troubled him even more was the growing sense that Huang Ping, a servant born in the Huang family stockade, his own former attendant, was gradually slipping beyond his control. As for Huang Bingkun's proposal to visit Fangcao Dai and observe it firsthand, Jasmine Pavilion's headmaster Liu Daolin had remained noncommittal. Ever since the Australians had cured his illness and provided over a year of rehabilitation treatment, not only had his overall health improved dramatically, but he could gradually walk without his wheelchair, able to move slowly with a cane and someone's support. By all rights, this was cause for celebration. After all, Liu Daolin was not yet 40, still in the prime of life. In years past, chronic illness had prevented him from accomplishing much. Many times he could only lend his name to projects without actual involvement. Now that his health had improved, it was time for great achievements. Many local gentry and scholars therefore invited him to serve at the County Consultative Bureau and serve his hometown. The Australians had always shown respect to this successful candidate Liu, and if he could represent the community on various matters, it would benefit everyone. However, Liu, the successful candidate, seemed like a changed man. He spoke less often and declined the invitation to join the County Consultative Bureau. Each day he would only travel to Jasmine Pavilion to deliver his lectures. Once they concluded, he would return straight home, refusing all visitors. It was said he read very little now. He seemed weighed down by some heavy burden of worry. The students at Jasmine Pavilion were dwindling by the day as well. The grand spectacle that had accompanied its renovation and reopening, when student scholars from all corners of the county had flocked to enroll, was already a fading memory. Aside from a determined few, most of the student scholars had reached a practical conclusion. Rather than struggling here in devoted study, receiving a monthly stipend of only a few dozen yuan barely sufficient for self-support, they could leverage their ability to read and write into employment with the Australians. Even becoming a tutor at a purification camp to teach refugees the 1,000-character classic and 100 family surnames would present no difficulty and would adequately support a family. As for passing the examination to become a licentiate, what use was a licentiate's credentials in Lingao anymore? The Australians had instituted universal taxation, so the licentiate's exemption from she of grain tax had long since vanished. The privileges of meeting officials without kneeling, of immunity from corporal punishment, these held no meaning under Australian rule. No one had to kneel when meeting Australians, and the Australians didn't go about beating people's backsides at every turn as imperial officials were wont to do. Furthermore, the civil examination system had never flourished in Lingao. Beyond licentiates, whose fixed county quotas offered some realistic hope, recommended men and metropolitan graduates were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. From the county's establishment during the Tang Dynasty through the Ming, only Liu Dailin had passed the metropolitan examination. There were scarcely a dozen recommended men in the historical record. Those who did become licentiates had little prospect of becoming recommended men, let alone the student scholars who hadn't yet achieved even that humble rank. End of chapter. Chapter 13-18, Guiding Trends. Watching Jasmine Pavilion Academy, once flourishing, gradually sink back into obscurity pained Liu Dailin deeply. The study halls that had once resonated with the sound of voices reciting the classics now stood empty and desolate, with only a handful of scholars arriving each day to read and attend lectures. In former times, whenever he lectured at Jasmine Pavilion, not only would the enrolled licentiates and student scholars attend without fail, but even scholars and gentry from beyond the academy's rolls would arrive in droves, filling the lecture hall to capacity. Those glorious scenes had become relics of the past. Jasmine Pavilion's appeal had faded with particular swiftness over the past year. Most students had withdrawn one after another. The few who still persisted wore restless expressions. The attendance at Liu, the successful candidate's lectures, had dwindled as well. The local gentry and their sons especially seldom showed their faces anymore. Those who did visit frequently came merely to pay their respects and exchange pleasantries. They displayed little genuine interest in the lecture content itself. Liu Dailin was consumed by anxiety, not because his own influence had declined, but because he sensed that the learning of the sages throughout Lingao had entered a season of decay. This decay differed fundamentally from the decline that economic hardship had once caused. In those lean years, even though the county couldn't distribute rice and stipends, leaving the licentiates barely scraping by and the student scholars in even more desperate straits, people had still possessed the heart for learning. Liu Dailin had heard Wang Ci recount more than once how such and such a student scholar labored in the fields by day and read during rest breaks, how such and such a licentiate studied while herding cattle or gathering firewood, inspiring tales of scholarly dedication. The grand scene when Jasmine Pavilion Academy was restored and reopened had demonstrated the local scholars' profound enthusiasm for learning. Now that spirit of eager scholarship had utterly vanished. The scholars seemed transformed into entirely different people, one and all urgently seeking work and money, building houses, marrying wives, purchasing every manner of Australian goods. They had cast aside the learning of the sages. Their daily conversations revolved entirely around Australian learning. Yet Liu Dailin could not truly blame the Australians. Not only had they restored Jasmine Pavilion Academy, but even the desks, chairs, writing materials, and a substantial library of several hundred volumes of classics, histories, and philosophical works had all come from Australian donations. Even the monthly stipend the students received while studying here came entirely from a fund the Australians had established. On this matter, the Australians could claim a clear conscience. Not only had they taken no action to suppress Confucianism, but they had provided a learning environment superior to anything that had existed before, allowing many previously cold and hungry scholars to study in comfort and security. The vast quantities of books available for free borrowing represented a lavish beneficence. that local scholars of previous generations wouldn't have dared imagine. Yet students continued departing in a steady stream, abandoning the learning of the sage's righteous path to work for the Australians. Why was this? Liu Dalin had meditated on this question at length. He concluded that ultimately it reduced to nothing more than human nature's pursuit of profit. When examined closely, Confucian scholars were merely human and could not escape the gravitational pull of those two characters, human desire. Throughout history, scholars had advanced through learning to become officials. Most who spoke loftily of serving country and people were ultimately serving their own fame and fortune. For Lingao's scholars, the path of advance through learning to serve as officials had always been rocky terrain. In Liu Dalin's estimation, this path was virtually impassable in Lingao, and not merely here. Throughout all of Qiangzhou Prefecture, those who could walk this path could be counted on one's fingers. Still, this had at least represented a path for scholars to leap over the Dragon Gate. Even if one couldn't become a recommended man or metropolitan graduate, obtaining a licentiate's credentials exempted one from 2 shi of grain tax and made one a person of standing in the countryside. This was barely sufficient to keep people gritting their teeth and persevering on this arduous road. Now the Australians had provided an effortless alternative path to advance through learning to serve, one that didn't even require excellence in learning. Scholars needed only the ability to read and write to secure a position with the Australians and live a respectable life. Even the most hopeless cases, those who received beatings after every children's examination, now taught at Fangcao Dai with quite the dignified air of respected educators. Everything the Australians did revolved around the single character, profit. From establishing markets and attracting merchants immediately upon landing, to later surveying and equalizing land taxes, to founding the Tiandahui to aid farmers, all these actions targeted humanity's profit-seeking nature. They could be called paragons of guiding trends to advantage. Liu Dalin had developed a secret apprehension. He sensed that the Australians harbored terrifying hidden ambitions, yet he couldn't produce a shred of evidence to support his suspicions. This group that put profit first and was most skilled at using material benefits to guide the common people did not themselves pursue profit. Setting aside their almost excessively fastidious simplicity, their daily governance, viewed from any angle, consisted of doing good deeds. Eliminating bandits, providing work relief during disasters, rescuing refugees, constructing water conservancy projects, building bridges and roads, encouraging industry and commerce, supporting agriculture and husbandry, establishing schools. All these endeavors consumed massive resources yet brought little revenue to their coffers. If past local officials had earnestly accomplished even 1 or 2 such things during their tenure, even just 1/10 or 1/100th of what the Australians achieved, it would have been enough to make the entire county weep with gratitude. Moreover, since the Australians' arrival, virtually everyone in the county, gentry, farmers, artisans, and merchants alike, had benefited from them in some manner, with each day proving better than the last. Not only had the local people prospered, but the Australians also welcomed vast numbers of refugees, helping them settle here, establish farms and workshops, ensuring everyone had work to do, food to eat, clothes to wear. Whether Lingao had now achieved, no one picks up dropped items on the road and doors can be left unlocked at night, might be overstating the case. But that the common people had never had it so good, that was undeniable truth. Now the Australians weren't confining these efforts to Lingao alone. They were gradually expanding throughout Qiangzhou Prefecture, even affecting Lizhou across the straits. Liu Dalin had read history. How could he fail to recognize this as a scheme for royal hegemony? In truth, rumors that the Australians intended to change dynasties had been circulating in the marketplaces for some time, and were even discussed semi-openly among the county's gentry. Liu Dalin had adopted a stance of non-participation and no comment regarding such talk. His feelings toward the Australians were deeply conflicted. On one hand, everything the Australians did benefited the people. On the other, as a metropolitan graduate of the great Ming who felt he had received deep imperial grace, he was unwilling to witness the Australians someday challenge the Central Plains. Given the Ming's current condition, once war began, wouldn't the Australians sweep everything before them like a hurricane? Even the petty Jurchen savages posed a great threat to the court. If replaced by these cropped pirates, the consequences would be even more unpredictable. Whenever his thoughts reached this precipice, he refused to peer any further. He suddenly released a heavy sigh. Ah, teaching without discrimination, teaching without discrimination. How can we live up to it? How is it that these Australians have achieved it instead? Sensing that Liu Dalin's tone had shifted, Huang Bingkun hastily interjected. These cropped pirates are now wealthy and powerful, so naturally they affect refined culture and try to win hearts. But when it comes to poetry and prose in all of Lingao County, Headmaster Liu remains without peer. The headmaster visiting the pirate school is merely to broaden perspectives and gain some insight, nothing more. Liu Dalin studied the Huang family's second young master, still rambling on in his attempts at persuasion. He wondered why this anti-pirate faction member had suddenly developed such intense interest in the Australian school. Clearly, he wished to use Liu's credentials as cover to investigate Fangcao Dai, and Liu himself harbored precisely that same intention. In recent days, fellow students from his years studying abroad in Guangdong, or fellow examinees from the provincial examination, whether previously acquainted or strangers at the time, had all been writing to Liu Dalin, ostensibly to renew old ties, but more importantly to probe him about the origins and particulars of Lingao's Australians. Some inquired whether business could be conducted with them. Some asked why they showed no respect for the king's civilizing influence. Some demanded whether their fearsome firearms were genuine. Still others commissioned Liu Dalin to purchase Australian curiosities and rarities. The variety of requests was endless. Having just recovered from serious illness, Liu Dalin read these letters and suddenly recognized how pale and ignorant his understanding of the Australians truly was. This group that had once seemed like nothing more than overseas barbarians had prompted so many scholars in Guangdong to write with detailed inquiries. Kang Yao, who had caused chaos in Shandong, the Jurchen savages beyond the passes, neither had provoked such attention from the scholarly class. Those were merely military men in rebellion. Clearly, the Australians' influence in Guangdong was growing by the day. Being fixed under Liu the successful candidate's stare, Huang Bingkun's skin began to crawl. Just as he was fumbling for words, he saw Liu Dalin suddenly sit up straight in his wheelchair, his expression as grave as when lecturing at the county school. He spoke solemnly. As I observe these Australians, though their learning differs from ours, their minds contain great depths. Moreover, they share the bloodline of the Huaxia. They are certainly not barbarians. I shall immediately seek an audience with Director Wang and ask him to mediate so that we may visit the Australian school, to broaden our knowledge and expand our horizons. Huang Bingkun had at last succeeded in persuading Liu Dalin. The stone in his heart could finally settle. Fangcao Dai was currently operating primarily as a boarding school. Only immediate family members could make appointments to visit students. When Huang Ping had registered for enrollment, Huang Bingkun hadn't been listed among his family members. Moreover, the Huang family had a blood feud with the pirates over the death of one of their sons. Even if the Huang family no longer harbored thoughts of revenge, the pirates would surely maintain strict vigilance. After leaving Liu Dalin's residence, Huang Bingkun returned to Jasmine Pavilion Academy to see if there were any licentiates he could bring along to make an impressive showing. But the academy stood empty. The eastern and western study halls, where bunks had once been impossible to secure, were now desolate, beds and desks bare and visible at a glance. Only a few bunks showed any signs of occupancy. As he stood there in uncertainty, A hand suddenly clapped down heavily on his right shoulder. Huang Bingkun, absorbed in his thoughts, started violently and spun around to discover his comrade in arms, the excrement baron, young Master Li. This young Master Li hadn't visited the study hall in quite some time, having been busy frequenting the county consultative bureau. His sudden appearance at the academy was entirely unexpected. "Hey, Brother Huang, how have you been? You startled me to death. What are you doing? Brother Huang, truly you are one who understands the times and becomes a hero. What do you mean? What's this about? Don't pretend. Brother Huang, isn't your Huang family stockade about to join that Tiandehui? What did you say?" End of chapter. Chapter 13-19. The Jasmine Pavilion Educational Delegation, the main gate of Fangcao Dai, had recently been reconstructed. It was a neoclassical triple-arch structure built from machine-cut, perfectly squared limestone blocks, an approach that neatly sidestepped the endless debates about exceeding one's station that constantly arose with traditional Chinese architecture. Starting fresh proved far simpler. On the cinder road before the gate, Zhang Jixiang, Fangcao Dai School's newly appointed executive vice principal, stood waiting to receive the visitors. Originally, Hu Qingbai had been slated to greet them as a show of proper respect, but the executive committee had ultimately decided that Hu Qingbai held office at the People's Committee level, and having him welcome a mere county delegation would be beneath his station. The school's vice principal would suffice. After all, as the only comprehensive school currently operated by the council, Fangcao Dai should at least be regarded as on par with Peking University or Tsinghua University. The position of Fangcao Dai's principal had long been an object of contention among many idle transmigrators. The organization department had held firm under considerable pressure, insisting that the school's administrator must possess a background in education, otherwise, automatic rejection. This requirement had even sparked a round of debates about whether Western or Eastern educational models were superior. Ultimately, Zhang Jixiang had secured the coveted position thanks to his credentials as a chemistry teacher, his experience as a vice principal, his hunting abilities, his Class A1 heavy truck license, and his certification as a first-class chef, a combination that marked him as a moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic labor, all-around educator. Zhang Jixiang viewed the shut-in transmigrators' uniform fantasies and depraved teacher tropes with undisguised contempt. Education and teaching was no frivolous occupation. Teaching and nurturing minds could only be described as writing every word in blood and tears. Elementary and middle school basic education in particular constituted practically a martyr's path for teachers. Zhang Jixiang had entered this field during an era when teachers were still poorly compensated. He held a rather contemptuous view of the phenomenon that emerged after teacher salaries improved dramatically and people scrambled to enter the profession. In his opinion, using high income to attract talent into teaching was putting the cart before the horse. He had declared more than once at Fangcao Dai faculty meetings, teaching must be a profession that is poor yet commands lofty respect. Teachers must possess the same halo of sanctity as martyrs. Only then can it attract people who are truly committed to education and willing to dedicate themselves to it. Otherwise, what comes are merely profit-seeking mediocrities. All manner of bizarre phenomena in education arise from this. This lofty discourse had sparked debates among the transmigrator faculty at Fangcao Dai more than once. Over time, the transmigrator teachers had bestowed upon Principal Zhang a nickname, the Martyr. Principal Zhang was beaming today, clad in a crisply starched fine cloth faculty work uniform. Though transmigrators often wore work clothes in the Zhongshan suit or military uniform style, fashioned from local cotton cloth to facilitate their duties, Fangcao Dai was after all a school, and the transmigrator teachers dressed somewhat more formally. After taking office, Principal Zhang had specifically commissioned the female transmigrators at the Women's Welfare Society to design and tailor a special faculty work uniform to demonstrate the dignity of the teaching profession. He further stipulated that within school grounds, all teachers, transmigrator or naturalized, must wear this faculty work uniform. Following this came mandatory daily sign-in systems and quantified workloads. Previously, transmigrator teachers had operated with relative freedom. As long as they had no classes, they could come and go as they pleased. Teaching loads could also be adjusted based on one's condition. After Principal Zhang assumed office, he immediately announced new regulations. All teachers, transmigrator or naturalized, must sign in punctually on workdays. Workloads were specified by week, with firm quotas on class hours that couldn't be missed without special justification. Beyond class hours, there were also detailed assessment metrics for research work and administrative duties. These regulations were nothing remarkable for naturalized teachers. They were already being squeezed to inhuman maximums, and this merely formalized matters in writing. The increase in actual workload was limited, and their income even rose as a consequence. But the transmigrator teachers were full of complaints. Crossing into another timeline where they couldn't even lord it over female students was bad enough, and now they had to contend with publication counts and educational reform projects. The enormous class hour requirements alone were enough to keep everyone perpetually occupied. Zhang Jixiang remained unmoved. With Hu Qingbai's backing, he continued implementing his New Deal and announced that any transmigrator teacher unwilling to comply would be politely shown the door. Through sheer determination, he pushed the new policies through. Flanking the principal on both sides were Fangcao Dai's 4 heavenly kings: Yuan Ziguang, head of the Science Education Research Group and Dean of Academic Affairs; Zhao Xiachuan, head of the Humanities Education Research Group and Training Director; Bai Yu, head of the Industrial and Physical Education Research Group; and Dong Yizhai, Director of General Affairs. These 4 heavenly kings were currently the primary transmigrator teachers at Fangcao Dai. There was also a female teacher respectfully called Principal Cayenne, Lu Yang's mother. However, she was mainly responsible for educating transmigrator children under 18 and compiling teaching materials, the reclusive type who never participated in large-scale events. A column of horse-drawn carriages arrived grandly and drew to a halt before Fangcao Dai's gate. Distinguished guests, we have now arrived at the main entrance of Fangcao Dai Educational Park. Please disembark and watch your step. Tang Tang, the deputy director of the Lingao County office, descended from the lead carriage. With a portable amplifier headset at her ear, she spoke with a tour guide's practiced smile. Following her call to disembark came more than a dozen figures dressed as scholars of the great Ming. In the lead, supported by an attendant and leaning on a cane, walked Liu Dalin himself. Regardless of timeline, Zhang Jixiang possessed ample experience handling official visits. He immediately stepped forward, warm and cordial. "Ah, a pleasure to meet you. Long have I admired your reputation." The Jasmine Pavilion Educational Delegation, as it was termed in the official notice, exchanged a round of elaborate courtesies with the transmigrator teachers. Liu Dalin and Wang Ci studied the transmigrators before them. Though the pirates had occupied Lingao for nearly 5 years now, the distinction between transmigrators and naturalized citizens remained immediately apparent to Liu Dalin and his party. No matter how high-ranking a naturalized citizen might be, the gap in bearing from a transmigrator was invariably visible. Not only were they different in height and physique from ordinary people, but their every gesture and movement deviated from the norm. However, these transmigrator teachers before them, including the Fangcao Dai headmaster, Wang Ci and Liu Dalin, had never heard of any of them. In traditional society, intellectuals not only treated teaching as their most common means of livelihood, but often regarded themselves psychologically as teachers who civilized the common people. After all, Confucius himself was most celebrated for teaching and nurturing minds. Facing these Australian colleagues, Each member of the delegation nursed complex and varied sentiments. Regarding Liu Dailin, Wang Ci, and their party who had come to investigate and study, the executive committee had no special requirements. They simply needed to demonstrate the council's principle of teaching without discrimination and the progressiveness of modern education. There was no intention of attaching great importance to the visit. Therefore, Zhang Jixiang didn't plan to accompany them personally. He was too busy to finish his work even without sleep, and assigned the Director of General Affairs, Dong Yizhai, to handle reception duties. Dong Yizhai was originally an idle transmigrator, an unsuccessful engineering graduate. He had been a yes-man before D-Day and remained one after. Feeling he truly couldn't find suitable work, he had simply applied to the education sector to become a teacher. Fortunately, he had been low profile in the past, with no outrageous commentary about conquest or lowlies are supreme, and such. So despite lacking a normal school background, his application was approved. He came to Fangcao Dai as a basic-level teacher and concurrently served as Director of General Affairs. Dong Yizhai watched Principal Zhang perfunctorily greeting this group at the school entrance. Looking at Liu Dailin, who appeared vigorous and transformed compared to before, and the somewhat timid Wang Ci, he thought to himself, "What are these old fogies here for?" He knew the current state of Jasmine Pavilion well. Most likely they sensed things couldn't continue as they were and wanted to learn something. "This learning of ours you can't take away," Dong Yizhai mused. "If you really learned it, it wouldn't be Jasmine Pavilion Academy anymore. It would become Jasmine Pavilion School." But aloud he said warmly, "Ah, distinguished guests, please come inside, please come inside." With those words, he forced a smile and gestured for them to pass through the school gate. Huang Bingkun and excrement Baron Li were also among this delegation. After young Master Li had confronted him about his family joining the Tiandehui, Huang Bingkun had rushed back to the Huang family stockade that very night to demand answers from his father. "Father, you're being foolish. If you join that whatever it's called Tiandehui, they'll have formal entry to our halls, and everything will be controlled by the pirates from behind the scenes. When that happens, will those tenant farmers and hired hands still listen to our family? Won't we be putty in their hands? Besides, the pirates are still shallow-rooted. If someday the imperial court returns, we'll be guilty of consorting with pirates." Huang Bingkun earnestly remonstrated with his father in the study. "Cunner!" Huang Xiaodong roared thunderously. "You still refuse to give up. The Huang family cannot be ruined in your hands." The court indeed. Can't you see, this great Ming is finished. With all the nation's elite troops and resources, they couldn't even retake Shenyang. The eastern savages have breached the passes time and again, and the capital has been put on alert repeatedly. And you expect them to cross the sea to recover Qiangzhou. The argument ultimately concluded with Huang Bingkun outwardly submitting while inwardly defiant. Beyond that, Huang Xiaodong also instructed him to use this opportunity visiting Fangcao Dai to inspect the school's environment and conditions, and to handle enrollment procedures for his elder brother's child. Father has truly set his heart on joining the pirates. Huang Bingkun thought of his third brother who had died tragically, and couldn't help feeling a pang of grief. Though he understood his father had been forced into this position, whenever he thought of the blood feud with the pirates for killing his brother, flames of hatred blazed fiercely in his chest. Seeing that Fangcao Dai's headmaster, whom they called Principal Zhang, had merely appeared to greet them perfunctorily before taking his leave, delegating reception to some tall, dark fellow bearing the title of Director of General Affairs, Huang Bingkun recognized that the Australians weren't taking their party seriously at all. His family now subscribed to the Lingao Times, so he knew the highest official overseeing the pirate schools was one Hu Qingbai. This Principal Zhang was already an obscure figure. Now they had sent an even lower-ranking official to receive them, a clear sign of contempt. At this thought, a surge of humiliation welled up within him. But when he glanced at Liu, the successful candidate, he saw only a beaming smile with no trace of displeasure. His composure was well developed indeed. End of chapter. Chapter 1320. A Visit to Fangcao Dai, Part 1. Upon entering the school gate, they encountered a stone pedestal standing half a person's height. Atop it rose two life-size statues. Most members of the delegation could fairly be described as well-read, yet none could identify what deities these figures represented. They could only discern that the two were young people, one male, one female, dressed in the attire worn by Fangcao Dai students, which the pirates called uniforms. Both figures were posed standing tall with chests thrust forward, striding boldly ahead, the male with one hand pointing toward the horizon, the female clutching a roll of books. Wang Xi examined them again and again. The scholars of Lingao had only ever seen the handful of temples scattered about the county and prefecture. He at least hailed from the mainland and was more worldly. He had entered perhaps 100 or 200 temples and monasteries in his time, yet had never encountered statues like these. Setting aside the question of what these figures symbolized, which he couldn't fathom, the statues themselves differed markedly from any he had previously seen. The lines of both clothing and features were quite sharply defined, yet the appearances and expressions were remarkably lifelike. Wang Xi clicked his tongue in wonder. Just as he stood absorbed in contemplation, someone quietly tugged at his sleeve. Wang Xi started, only to find it was Huang Bingkun. Which deities of the pirates might these male and female figures represent? Huang Bingkun whispered. Since they claim descent from the Song, why would they worship these neither Buddhist nor Taoist heterodox demons? Wang Xi shook his head. These are certainly not icons of orthodox worship. Yet beneath these statues there were no sacrificial vessels, no offering table, no incense burner, nothing of the sort. Students walking past displayed no reverential and awed expressions. The statues appeared to hold no sacred significance whatsoever. Moreover, Transmigrator Dong, who was guiding their tour, had simply strolled past them without a glance, quite unlike Wang Xi's behavior when transmigrators visited the county school, where he wished he could recite the biographies of all 72 disciples of the sage. Though puzzled, he was reluctant to inquire lest he reveal his ignorance. Most delegation members shared this mindset as they doubtfully proceeded forward. Only Liu Dalin asked Dong Yizhai what manner of immortals these two statues represented. These are not gods or Buddhas, Transmigrator Dong replied. Then they must be illustrious worthies of Australia. Neither. Dong Yizhai thought to himself that these two statues meant nothing at all. They were merely the creative work, or perhaps plagiarism, of some art student transmigrator. The originals were probably male and female young pioneer statues from some children's palace, adapted to this timeline styling. These are not worthies. They represent the image of young scholars of our great song, the Australian temporary residents. One might also say they embody the ideal image of our Fangcao Dai students. Though the delegation didn't fully grasp the specifics, they roughly understood that this was the Australians' idealized vision of young scholars. Wang Xi examined the two statues more closely. Both male and female were tall and robust in appearance. The male figure in particular, with rolled-up sleeves revealing bulging muscles, and the girl with her sturdy calves exposed beneath her skirt hem, wrapped only in form revealing thin stockings and a pair of enormous unbound feet. Wang Xi silently cursed. These pirates are truly a crude lot. Such figures possess not a trace of refined scholarly grace. They looked no different from laborers working the fields or performing manual toil. Yet the expressions on their faces and the manner of their postures radiated that soaring, headstrong spirit typical of the pirates' unstoppable forward momentum, like bold warriors. And these were supposedly the pirates' model young scholars. How laughable the pirates' tastes were. No wonder the gentry privately gossiped that the pirates couldn't distinguish noble from common, and were crude and unlettered. Each member of the delegation harbored their own thoughts, but outwardly revealed nothing, merely exchanging, "after you," after you courtesies as they followed transmigrators Dong and Tang into the campus. Walking along the cinder road into the grounds, roadside trees had been planted on both sides. After several years' growth, though not yet towering, they were already lush and verdant, interspersed with various flowers and shrubs that in the spring sunshine competed to blossom fragrantly. Here and there were placed a few ornamental rocks, a few benches, arranged simply yet elegantly, with considerable taste. Walking among them proved quite refreshing and pleasant. The earlier disagreeable impression of crudeness immediately dissipated considerably. The group thought in unison, these Australians pirates really know how to enjoy themselves. At the walkway's end lay the large athletic field with its 400-meter oval track. It happened to be the time when Fangcao Dai's daily morning exercises were concluding and groups were dispersing. Having completed the final movements of their group calisthenics, each class gathered into formation and returned to their buildings. Students in uniform marched with regular steps and orderly formations toward the teaching building. Though dozens of columns moved simultaneously, and the field appeared chaotic with formations weaving past each other, under the class monitor's leadership, these complex formations proceeded in perfect order. Before long, all had evacuated the field and returned to their respective classrooms. The Australians run their school as they run their army, truly impressive. Liu Dalin spoke half in flattery, half in genuine awe. The others were struck speechless. The impact was overwhelming. Were these really students? They moved like first-rate soldiers. Just this display of formations expanding and contracting at will, with students moving as one body at the sound of commands. Most armies of the great Ming couldn't achieve this. They had all witnessed Baffin army reviews and drills, and deeply understood that the Australians excelled not only in superior weapons and equipment, but in military training as well. They hadn't expected the school to be run just like the military. If these students were a few years older and pulled onto a battlefield, they would instantly become a formidable fighting force. The pirates' schemes are insidious, Huang Bingkun thought to himself, looking at the expressions of those around him, some grave, some wooden, some showing obvious delight. He couldn't help sighing secretly. The hearts of the people in Lingao County have already been half bewitched by the pirates. Seeing the Jasmine Pavilion delegation somewhat dazed, Dong Yizhai cleared his throat. Distinguished guests, the daily morning assembly has concluded. Please follow me first to a rest room to refresh yourselves briefly, and then you may attend some of our classes. With those words, he gestured invitingly once more. The rest room had tea prepared and waiting. The delegation sat down to rest briefly, while Dong Yizhai provided a short introduction covering Fangcao Dai Academy's general structure, academic system, and enrollment numbers. After several years of development, Fangcao Dai School had expanded into a comprehensive institution with 7 major educational departments: junior elementary, senior elementary, middle school, normal school, learning academy, professional training, and literacy. According to Fangcao Dai's academic system, junior elementary spanned 2 years, senior elementary 2 years, and middle school was divided into junior and senior levels at 2+3. The 4 stages could be combined flexibly, with credentials awarded upon completion of each stage. The entire course required 9 years. This was roughly the framework for the 9-year compulsory education the Council intended to implement in the future. Aside from the middle school department, which wasn't yet formally operational, all other departments were running effectively. Total enrollment exceeded 6,000. By old timeline standards, a 6,000-student school was just an ordinary complete middle school. It couldn't compare to some of those monstrous county secondary schools. But in this timeline, when that number was announced, the entire delegation was visibly shaken. In this era's schools, whether government-run or private, aside from the highest institution of learning like the Imperial Academy, enrollment at most never exceeded 200 or 300. Suddenly hearing that this school contained 6,000 students, for natives of this timeline unaccustomed to industrial-era numbers, The shock was overwhelming. "There are actually as many as 6,000, Liu Dalin asked in disbelief. He had long heard that the Australians practiced teaching without discrimination, assuming there must be some exaggeration. He hadn't expected it to be true. "Indeed there are," Dong Yizhai nodded. "But this still falls far short of meeting educational needs. Currently 2,000 or 3,000 children who should be enrolled still lack spots, so we're preparing to establish another school elsewhere to meet demand." "Transmigrator Dong, the council is accepting this many children into school. What exactly is the purpose?" a gentleman asked. "This student has heard that most of these children are provided food and clothing by the council, and not a penny is charged for tuition. Yet from what I've observed, most of Fangcao Dai's graduates have become workers. Since they're becoming craftsmen anyway, why bother having them attend school? Isn't the council's approach superfluous? Universal education is our basic policy," Dong Yizhai replied. "Literate workers can contribute far more." He knew the gentry would find this point difficult to grasp, so he didn't elaborate. Just then the class bell rang. He rose and invited them to attend classes. Based on the delegation's requests and the school's instructions, a rich and colorful program had been arranged. However, since they had come for an in-depth visit, attending classes was an essential element, making it the first course on today's menu. Liu Dalin, Wang Ci, and their party were led into a junior elementary classroom and arranged to sit at the back together with several dozen children to observe Dong Yizhai's lesson. The teaching building didn't provoke much unusual reaction from the delegation. Similar style architecture had already become common in Lingao. As for the large glass windows in the classroom, those had also lost their shock value. Glass windows were now ubiquitous across the county. However, the densely arranged desks and chairs within the classroom left a deep impression. The blackboard at the front, the bright red slogan above the blackboard, the illustrated blackboard newspaper at the back, and the colorful posters adorning the white walls on either side, all created an atmosphere completely different from the traditional dim and tranquil study hall style of schoolrooms. There seemed to be a more intense and more vigorous energy permeating the classroom. Sitting within, they could hear unified recitation from neighboring classrooms. Wang Ci listened. It wasn't traditional primers like the standards for students and children, 1,000-character classic, or 100 family surnames. He couldn't help feeling secretly disappointed. Sometimes there came strange sounds like ah, oh, eh, yeah, and such. Wang Ci, being well-read after all, quickly surmised that this was probably some form of Australian phonology instruction. End of chapter. Chapter 1321. A Visit to Fangcao Dai Part 2. The classroom was filled to capacity. Although the students were initially curious about the delegation members, once class began, they all focused on the lesson and no one paid further attention to the visitors seated at the back. Several scholars noticed that among the students were many girls in skirts, and one after another they sighed and shook their heads. Though this was no longer news, they still felt that having males and females in the same room for study was truly injurious to proper morality. Let alone the fact that these skirts barely covered the knee, with the calves wrapped only in a thin layer of form-revealing stockings. Huang Bingkun observed that students rose and bowed to greet the teacher before class began. At least the pirates knew to respect teachers, he thought. Today's lesson covered natural science. Transmigrator Dong was explaining something Huang Bingkun had always yearned to understand: why the pirates' iron ships could float on water. Transmigrator Dong not only lectured but also drew diagrams on the blackboard. Finally, he produced a glass tank, took out a piece of tin foil, first crumpled it into a ball and dropped it into the water-filled tank, then fished it out and folded it into a boat shape before placing it in again. One sank, one floated. The effect was intuitive and instantly comprehensible. Not only did the students find it fascinating, but the delegation members also watched, captivated. Though Huang Bingkun found it interesting and now understood somewhat why iron ships could float on water, his mind remained in turmoil. The earlier formation drills had genuinely shaken him. Though he had only witnessed the conclusion, those orderly ranks and well-organized discipline were rarely matched even by the court's crack troops. The pirates trained their military this way, that went without saying. But why did they drill even little schoolchildren in such fashion? What were the pirates planning? Did they truly intend to rebel and seize the realm? Huang Bingkun had read widely and naturally knew the famous axiom: "The Son of Heaven is one whose soldiers are strong and horses robust." But the pirates were already militarily powerful. Even if they couldn't seize the entire realm, taking the 2 Guang provinces would be as easy as reaching into a bag. Why didn't they simply do that, instead pouring enormous effort, manpower, and resources into schools? What did the pirates want with so many scholars? Huang Bingkun felt somewhat bewildered. At first, he had thought this band of pirates wanted at most to become like Zhang Zhilong of Fujian, a great maritime chief. After the crushing victory at Chiangmai that routed the imperial troops, his spirits had plummeted to their lowest depths, convinced the pirates were surely a second Jurchen horde, destined to carve out Qiangzhou as their separate domain. Yet today, visiting the pirate school and observing how the Australians ran the institution and conducted their instruction, he realized their ambitions were by no means as simple as Zhang Zhilong's or the Jurchen savages. What they taught contained almost nothing of the sage's learning. It was all practical technique. The students included not just locals but many children with northern accents, not just boys but roughly half were girls. Most importantly, the vast majority of students were children of commoners whose ancestors for generations had been illiterate. Only a small fraction came from scholarly gentry families. When these people completed their studies here, what could they do? What would they do? What would this realm, this world, become in their hands? Huang Bingkun suddenly found himself afraid to continue that line of reasoning. While lecturing from the podium, Dong Yizhai kept glancing sideways at the delegation clustered together at the back. He had only been teaching the junior elementary natural science class for a short while when, apart from the frowning Liu Dailin, the wooden-faced Wang Ci, and the distracted Huang Bingkun who kept looking around restlessly, most of the scholars were already nodding off. The children, on the other hand, were listening with keen interest. Indeed, a blank slate is easier to draw on, Teacher Dong mused privately. Let me properly train these children. As for this bunch of old-timers, it's like playing music for a cow. As an unremarkable, almost NPC-like idle transmigrator, Teacher Dong felt he had little prospect for advancement within the executive committee's departments. Rather than drifting along aimlessly until eventually being assigned to some unimportant administrative post, why not cultivate relationships with the naturalized citizens, especially the next generation of naturalized citizens? Making a favorable impression of pedagogical authority on these future pillars and backbones was itself a form of reputation building. The sudden ringing of the bell startled most delegation members awake. Before they could comprehend what was happening, they heard a student at the front call out, "Class dismissed," and all the students rose in unison, bowing toward the podium. "Goodbye, teacher." Liu Dailin, who had listened attentively throughout the lesson, slowly turned his head and said softly to Wang Ci nearest him, "Though the Australians are not skilled at literary composition, their teaching prioritizes practical application. They truly live up to teaching without discrimination. Yet what the Australians teach would be a dragon-slaying technique for the great Ming. After these thousands of children complete their studies, what will they do? What the Australians teach is merely the study of investigating things, trifling skills employed by craftsmen and artisans. How can it be compared to the art of governing a state?" Wang Ci was unimpressed. This evaluation of dragon-slaying technique was rating them far too highly. Could building a ship really count as learning? By that logic, a bunch of craftsmen could call themselves teachers. Wang Ci's hasty denial stemmed from the frustrating fact that he hadn't understood a single word from start to finish, a source of tremendous vexation. This frustration had begun the very first day he encountered the Australians. Now, hearing Liu, the successful candidate, use that term again to describe Australian learning, he was almost beside himself with indignation. Before this debate could develop further, Transmigrator Dong was already approaching with a beaming smile to receive them. At the delegation's request, they hoped to eat and live alongside the students for several days to fully experience the distinctive character of Fangcao Dai Educational Park. Transmigrator Dong had accordingly prepared dormitories for them. Distinguished guests have traveled hard. Please proceed to the dormitory first to rest briefly. At noon, I will treat everyone to a welcoming banquet. Most delegation members, being unaccustomed to physical exertion and used to having servants attend their needs, were somewhat fatigued after the morning's traveling about and sitting rigidly through a class they couldn't comprehend. Hearing there was a place to rest, they expressed unanimous agreement. Dong Yizhai led the delegation to the dormitory area. Most of Fangcao Dai's students were boarders, so the dormitory area was quite extensive. The longhouse-style two-story dormitory buildings, with large rooms housing 30 people, made the place resemble barracks more than school dormitories. The delegation, being guests, couldn't very well stay in such accommodations and were instead lodged in the single faculty dormitory. The faculty dormitory building possessed a similar exterior to the student dormitory, but housed only 4 persons per room. In Lingao, this qualified as excellent treatment. This was primarily because naturalized faculty worked at extremely high intensity, not merely mental labor but physical exertion as well, with each person putting in at least 12 hours daily of teaching, administrative work, and continuing education. After hours, they still had to grade homework and prepare lessons. Hence, they required superior living and sleeping conditions. The dormitory assigned to the delegation was precisely such, with only 2 persons per room as a special courtesy. Young Master Huang II was paired with Director Wang. He felt that of the delegation, only Director Wang's temperament was somewhat compatible with his own. "This room is reasonably clean," Director Wang commented as he surveyed the dormitory. In truth, this room with its wooden floor was at least 100 times cleaner than the quarters he inhabited at the academy. At first, he had even felt reluctant to tread upon it. The rooms at the academy all had century-old square bricks. No matter how vigorously the servants scrubbed, they could never be properly cleaned. Not to mention the leaking roof tiles, cracked beams and pillars, plus the spiders and rats running rampant everywhere. The dormitory wasn't large, and the furnishings were simple: 2 beds, 2 small desks, and 2 armchairs. Previously, this room had contained 4 high bunk beds with desks underneath. Considering that most of these men were older and unaccustomed to physical activity, requiring them to climb bunk beds would truly be excessive, so the furniture had been specially changed. The room was spotlessly clean. Large glass windows provided excellent lighting, and on the wall hung a gas lamp for nighttime use. Wang Ci sat on the bed, curiously feeling the bedding, all natural-colored cotton fabric, somewhat rough in texture, but clearly freshly laundered, very neat and clean. He had originally prepared to bring his own bedding, but was told before departure that it wouldn't be necessary. Clearly, the Australians had been quite thoughtful regarding their comfort, which improved Wang Ci's mood somewhat. "The pirates, the Australians all have an obsession with cleanliness. Surely the gentleman knows this," Huang Bingkun remarked. "They're extremely fussy about minor details. Their capacity is too limited for great achievements." Wang Ci had originally harbored reservations about the pirates, and hearing young Master Huang's observations, they immediately struck a chord. He promptly agreed. "Brother is correct. Everything these Australians do reeks of petty, calculating small-mindedness." Just as the two were about to expound at length on the Australians' petty, calculating small-mindedness, footsteps sounded in the corridor outside. The two exchanged glances and immediately fell silent. At that moment, A young woman dressed in the fake pirate uniform entered through the doorway. Her chest badge bore 2 lines of text: Fangcao Dai Educational Park Academic Affairs. Distinguished guests, here are the keys to your dormitory and your meal cards. Please keep the keys safe. There's a replacement fee if lost. For 3 meals daily, you may use the cards for complimentary meals at the cafeteria. The academic affairs woman spoke as she handed over 2 envelopes. Wang Ci watched her red lips part slightly, eyes and brows curved in a smile, and instantly felt himself melting. Unlike the married Huang II, he had remained single and away from home for years. But Director Wang held strictly to Confucian principles. He didn't visit prostitutes or keep catamites and had no outlet for his urges. He could only suffer through it, living like a widower. Usually confined mostly to the academy where he rarely encountered young women of any looks, he could still maintain that dead wood and cold ash state of composure. Now, suddenly confronted by a girl who had grown up entirely under council care with ample nutrition, her form-fitting uniform tightly wrapping a body full of youthful vitality, Director Wang immediately experienced a certain physiological reaction. When she turned to leave and her waist and hips swayed slightly, her skirt hem softly swinging, he could barely restrain himself. For a moment he stared stupidly, his eyes seeming to have grown hooks, fixed upon the academic affairs woman's retreating figure. End of chapter. Chapter 1322. A Visit to Fangcao Dai Part 3. Sir. Huang Bingkun noticed his dazed expression and, fearing he would lose his composure, hastily called out. Oh. Director Wang finally came to his senses. He glanced around in a fluster and his face couldn't help but redden. Temptress, employing such fox spirit bewitching arts, her heart deserves to be pierced. Huang Bingkun declared, managing to provide some cover for Director Wang and dilute the awkward atmosphere somewhat. The delegation thus settled in at Fangcao Dai Educational Park. Dong Yizhai assigned several male and female academic affairs staff to serve as campus guides, instructing them that as long as it didn't interfere with normal teaching activities, all areas were open to the visitors, except the laboratories. Not that there were any secrets to guard, but the contents were simply too dangerous for inexperienced natives, and some equipment was too costly to risk. Liu Daolin led Wang Ci, Huang Bingkun, and the rest of the delegation on a thorough investigation of Fangcao Dai Educational Park. Though the Australians' manner of receiving the delegation was somewhat difficult to accept at first, no welcoming banquet, no formal reception, no senior officials accompanying them, aside from a few male and female minor clerks from academic affairs serving as guides, there was nothing else whatsoever. The attitude clearly communicated that they weren't taking the visit seriously. Fortunately, the group's primary purpose was to investigate the school, so they didn't place excessive importance on ceremonial treatment. Huang Bingkun in particular had arrived mentally prepared to endure humiliation for a greater purpose, so none of them harbored too many complaints. Though the ceremonial treatment was ordinary, being able to move freely within Fangcao Dai still satisfied some of the interested parties. They could attend whatever classes they wished. At first, Huang Bingkun was somewhat nervous, fearing the pirates might come silently in the darkness of night to settle accounts. But gradually, he relaxed and began wandering around campus, hoping to uncover some of the pirates' secrets. Over these past days, they had attended all manner of instruction, from the natural science and arithmetic relating to investigating things and extending knowledge that they most desired to learn, to the language courses taught using those popular readers that Wang Ci had once scorned. These classes included both intimate sessions of dozens of students and large lectures, with hundreds packed into a tiered lecture hall. Once, when Huang Bingkun entered such a tiered classroom, he was nearly overwhelmed by the scene within. Hundreds of people crammed the space completely, one and all staring wide-eyed at the 4 enormous blackboards at the lowest level. Transmigrator Yuan was writing with chalk, while lecturing under the gaze of several hundred pairs of eyes. A single class period was sufficient to fill half the blackboard. Each student possessed a slate and a small box of chalk sticks. When exercises were assigned, they would write on the slates, then wipe them clean with a rag. This paper and ink-saving method earned unanimous approval from the delegation. The only point of contention was that the children's posture when writing with chalk was incorrect. They held the chalk pinched between fingers instead of gripping it like a brush. However, compared to the dominance of simplified characters among the Australians, this was hardly a startling discovery. Teaching so many people at once, how can the explanation possibly be clear? Wang Xi admired this display of teaching without discrimination, but couldn't help worrying about the quality of such large-scale instruction. The academic affairs guide smiled without answering. Wang Xi reconsidered and realized he was being obtuse. What could a bunch of fake pirates know? Better to wait and ask when encountering real Australian pirates. Unfortunately, the real pirates were generally quite busy. Although they could frequently be observed giving lessons to students on campus, Fangcao Dai's transmigrator teachers rarely taught ordinary junior elementary students anymore. Their students were the advanced track senior elementary cohorts, the normal school students, and the middle school pupils. Currently, several classes of promising students with senior elementary academic ability had been selected for secondary education cultivation. After assuming office, Zhang Jixiang had conducted investigations and, together with Hu Qingbai, restructured the educational system. The goal was to implement universal education for naturalized citizens in the shortest possible time. First, literacy education was separated from the Fangcao Dai school system. A dedicated literacy department was established specifically for initial literacy instruction. Literacy department teachers were partly normal school students from Fangcao Dai on rotation, and partly native intellectuals who had undergone simple retraining, including student scholars, licentiates, merchants, and others with reading and writing ability drawn from both locals and refugees. After being separated out and given basic training, these people served as literacy teachers within the purification camps. The main textbooks were traditional primers like the 3-character classic and 100 family surnames. Though traditional materials, they were printed in simplified characters using new typesetting methods. Thus, upon leaving the purification camp, students could already recognize 200 Chinese characters, achieving preliminary literacy standards, though of course they could only read basically, not write. This category received classification as Category C credentials. This certificate was mandatory for becoming a naturalized citizen. Students were then streamed based on their performance in literacy education. Young children or those with strong learning ability entered Fangcao Dai. Those aged 13 or older whose learning performance was poor were dispatched to labor allocation departments and subsequently distributed to various industrial and agricultural apprenticeship teams. Apprenticeship team students could attend evening school training to continue their education while working. They could take the credential examinations held twice yearly, open to all naturalized citizens and natives. Those who passed could obtain Category B and Category A credentials equivalent to junior elementary and senior elementary academic ability, respectively. After entering Fangcao Dai, students first undertook junior elementary studies. They spent 1 year mastering 2,000 characters and gaining basic reading and writing ability. In mathematics, they mastered the 4 arithmetic operations and simple plane geometry. Those who passed entered the advanced track to prepare for senior elementary. Those who couldn't pass entered the slow track for another year, after which they received junior elementary credentials upon graduation and were allocated to various primary vocational education classes. Following several months of vocational training based on specialty and personal ability, they were assigned to the various departments. The highest performing junior elementary graduates entered the elementary normal school to become junior elementary teachers. Being a junior elementary teacher at Fangcao Dai wasn't truly a profession. They themselves were elementary normal students, studying while teaching. Elementary normal students actually had to complete senior elementary before graduating. Junior elementary was compulsory education in the council's educational system. All children of appropriate age, whether naturalized citizens or local natives, could enroll. Enrollment was mandatory for naturalized citizen children, and even more so for the orphans they took in. Students entering senior elementary were similarly divided into advanced and slow tracks after 1 year of study. The advanced track prepared students academically for entering middle school. The slow track, after graduation, would participate in secondary vocational education classes or enter the secondary normal school. Only one category of student remained unaffected by the streaming destinations: self-funded students. Self-funded students paid tuition to attend Fangcao Dai. They roughly came from two sources. One was those with transmigrator patrons. Generally, the transmigrators adopted children or students and apprentices, or children of ordinary naturalized citizens or natives whom some transmigrator had taken a liking to, and was willing to cover tuition and living expenses for. The other type resembled Huang Ping and the Li family's young master, children of local wealthy families who proactively enrolled to build connections with the Australians. Whether they could study senior elementary and junior middle school depended solely on their academic level, and whether they could pay tuition. Some naturalized citizens' children, even if their grades weren't sufficient for the advanced track, could enter higher-level schools as long as their junior elementary graduation scores met standards, and their parents were willing to pay tuition and living expenses. Under such an educational system, the demand for teachers was enormous. Besides fully utilizing native intellectuals as initial literacy teachers and training large numbers of normal school students, there was also refinement of the transmigrator educational rotation system that had already begun. Transmigrators from non-educational departments had to complete a certain number of class hours for Fangcao Dai each year. Industrial and agricultural sector transmigrators could offset their quotas with hours supervising students' industrial and agricultural practice. Otherwise, all transmigrators had to contribute class hours. However, the temporary transmigrator teacher students were primarily senior elementary and middle school pupils. Politically speaking, this also reduced concerns about a small transmigrator oligarchy controlling naturalized elites through education and threatening other idle transmigrators. After all, the future naturalized elites would be taught by all the transmigrators, not just students of a few specific transmigrators. The Fangcao Dai educational delegation naturally couldn't comprehend these complex systems. For them, Fangcao Dai presented too many incredible aspects. It was truly eye-opening. Throughout this period, Huang Bingkun had been unable to make contact with his former study companion Huang Ping. He even rarely had opportunities to see him, each encounter nothing more than a fleeting greeting in a hallway. However, in their evening discussions, Huang Bingkun had to admit to Liu Dalin and Wang Ci that the Australians' approach to education was truly extraordinary. Every day, students at the school underwent high-intensity study and labor. Even every evening, the classrooms remained brightly lit as students conducted their daily self-study sessions. This self-study continued until deep into the night. And at 6 in the morning, the entire school's faculty and students were up again for morning running. Wang Ci even exclaimed that if these students were willing to apply themselves to the proper path, while achieving the golden list might be too much to claim, passing as a recommended man would pose no difficulty. Liu, the successful candidate, however, was not impressed by this assessment. Though Fangcao Dai's student management was strict and the students certainly applied themselves diligently, this didn't exceed what some famous academies on the mainland achieved. But the breadth of teaching content here, the variety of subjects, that was unprecedented. Students not only had to study but also engage in all manner of work both on and off campus, from sweeping and cleaning to growing vegetables, raising chickens, cultivating mushrooms, to performing every kind of handicraft. Everything was included. It rather had the air of the ancient Mohist school. As for the transmigrator teacher's workload, from the first class after morning study concluded to the final class ending in the afternoon, any transmigrator teacher in the educational sector taught at least 6 classes per day. Never mind actually attending classes. Merely hearing about such high-intensity teaching made Liu Dailin and the others feel exhausted. Moreover, after daytime classes ended, they had only the interval before dinner to rest briefly. Once dinner concluded, each transmigrator teacher had to take turns conducting normal school training, providing continuing education and knowledge to the normal school student teachers, and this didn't even account for the time spent daily grading homework and examinations. End of chapter. Chapter 1323. A visit to Fangcao Dai. Technology is the primary productive force. What impressed the delegation most was this. The full-time transmigrators at Fangcao Dai were one and all occupied from morning till night, with scarcely a moment of leisure. Of course, if one looked closely, each and every transmigrator teacher, particularly when observing students, especially female students, had somewhat bloodshot eyes. With the pirates being so wealthy, they still teach so tirelessly, admirable indeed. We could never match them. Liu Dailin remarked to Wang Ci. This spirit of teaching and nurturing, anyone who witnessed it had to admire it. It's merely that what the Australians teach runs entirely contrary to the sage's righteous path. As the saying goes, when the way is crooked, the more knowledge one has, the more reactionary one becomes. Wang Ci applied a phrase he had picked up from sitting in on classes these past days. Liu, the successful candidate, stroked his beard, eyes closed, pondering for a moment before responding. Though what the Australians teach differs from the books of the sages, it nonetheless follows the way of the sages. An ancient sage of Australia once declared, "All roads lead to Chang'an." We too should not be rigidly bound by antiquity. Consider this Lingao, this Qiangzhou. The common people live in peace and contentment. Is this not a rare era of good governance? Wang Ci remained unconvinced in his heart. Indeed, the Australians' arts of governing the people and managing finances were unparalleled in the world. Even if the sages were reborn, they could probably do no better. But he always sensed something too heretical in their methods. Was it sufficient to claim one was implementing the sages' teachings merely because the common people received practical benefits? If the Australians didn't employ the sages' teachings to educate and govern the masses, then what use were the gentry and scholars? A chill rose in Director Wang's heart. He ceased disputing and walked away alone, as if his soul had departed his body. At the delegation's repeated insistence, they were finally granted permission to enter the library. Fangcao Dai's library was limited in scale. After all, there weren't many books that students at the elementary level could read. And the council and Fangcao Dai's educators cultivated students in a purely materialistic manner, meaning the knowledge they learned, read, and mastered was all oriented toward practical principles. Stories, fairy tales, and such, which occupied a considerable portion of children's literature, were all prohibited from publication except for a select few with educational significance. This meant the variety of books collected in this library was constrained. Roughly speaking, aside from textbooks, political propaganda readers, and various dictionaries, there was a large quantity of popular science volumes. Even so, the scale of 20,000 volumes left the delegation speechless. In this era, when printing and publishing were severely backward, and books were few in variety and expensive in price, possessing several hundred or several thousand volumes established one as a book collector. 10,000 books or more, only government offices and the imperial family could amass that. For the Australians to equip such a school with so many books in just a few years, this alone was enough to command prostrate admiration. In Hu Qingbai and Principal Zhang's estimation, this really wasn't remarkable. For a nationally certified model high school with 42 teaching classes, per student book holdings had to meet 50 volumes. Even for ordinary middle schools, at least 10 volumes per student was the minimum standard. As a complete school spanning elementary through middle school, Fangcao Dai had 200 residence groups and 6,000 students. Even by the lowest standard, it should possess 60,000 volumes. Lingao's printing industry was still far from impressive. When Liu Dalin beheld an entire great hall with densely packed shelves filled with books, he was rendered speechless for a long while. All the books on the entire island of Hainan probably didn't equal what filled this room. The delegation lingered here for an extended time, flipping through book after book on the shelves. But they never examined any for long before shaking their heads and putting them down. Aside from a select few, they found most books incomprehensible. Then, observing the students bent over reading in the reading room, Director Wang suddenly felt as though he were an illiterate peasant. So there was this much learning in the world, and what he knew was so little. The pirate's clever tricks and frivolous skills that he had once disdained were generating miracle after miracle in Lingao, yet he knew nothing of any of it. He couldn't even comprehend the books placed before him. No wonder the Australians paid them no attention and took no precautions, permitting them to wander freely and observe at will. Reflecting on this, Wang Ci painfully replaced the volume he held, unable to continue reading. Huang Bingkun searched through many books in the library but was similarly disappointed, until he came across a large multi-volume work entitled 100,000 Whys, which he treasured like a precious gem. Of course, there remained much in this book that he couldn't comprehend, but some chapters he could follow. Reading through it, he discovered that the content spanned everything from astronomy above to geography below, encompassing every conceivable field of knowledge. Most remarkably, though the language was simple and concise, it could explain all manner of phenomena in accessible terms. Even he, knowing nothing of Australian learning, could understand portions of it. His heart leaped with joy. Wasn't this the Australian secret scripture? With this, the pirate's secrets would be laid bare for all to see. At this revelation, young Master Huang's breathing grew rapid. He wished he possessed a bag to conceal these dozens of volumes and smuggle them out. However, several male and female academic affairs staff kept their eyes trained on the visitors throughout. Huang Bingkun watched for opportunities for an extended period, but was never able to successfully pilfer any books. He could only replace them in frustration, scheming about how to find another method. Just as he was plotting, he noticed some students reading books while copying into small notebooks. His heart leaped with renewed hope. Since copying was permitted here, he could simply have Huang Ping transcribe the books. If one person proved insufficient, at worst he could send 2 more boys to attend school. That day at dinner time, Wang Ci was queuing for food at the cafeteria, and as usual obtained a portion for Liu Dalin, the successful candidate. The delegation's meals were complimentary, but the food was at the same level as that of the students and faculty, no special treatment. As the two sat down to eat, Wang Ci began. Master Liu, these past few days have truly broadened my horizons and benefited me greatly. These Australians are indeed extraordinary people. The Australians are certainly talented and intelligent. Liu, the successful candidate, sensed Director Wang had something further to say, so he offered a perfunctory response and waited for him to continue. Wealth and goods are the foundation of the Australians' power. Consider, sir, this school, magnificent buildings, that library, books numbering not merely in the hundreds or thousands. Consider these meals. Every meal includes both meat and vegetables with ample refined rice. Our court could never accomplish this. I'm not afraid to confess to you. Last year when the Australians hosted me, the ingredients were genuine delicacies from mountain and sea. I, your student, very nearly swallowed my own tongue, ha ha. Do you truly believe, sir, that the Australians can achieve all this merely because they are wealthy? Headmaster, there are many ears about. Why don't we continue this conversation back in our dormitory? Wang Ci observed that Liu Dalin was about to speak freely and feared being overheard in the cafeteria. This place differed from others. Everyone here was an Australian student. If any word was misspoken, the only successful candidate in Lingao County's history might face irreparable consequences. But Liu Dalin waved his hand dismissively. Oh, ho, ho, no matter, no matter. This place is precisely noisy with many voices, so the Australians' secret eavesdropping methods cannot be employed. Director Wang continued. If wealth and goods are not the Australians' foundation, why do they toil so tirelessly, treating the accumulation of wealth as their mission? Not only do they accumulate wealth, but they are also remarkably austere in their personal consumption. Accumulating wealth is for national use. Liu Dalin spoke slowly and deliberately. From ancient times to the present, when courts have collected taxes, promoted industry and commerce, and opened all avenues of revenue, it has been precisely for ample national resources. What the Australians do is no different. But their true foundation lies elsewhere. Please enlighten me, sir. Consider, sir, Lingao has been a county since the Tang Dynasty. That's 800 or 900 years now. During these centuries, aside from acquiring some additional fields and registered households, how much has the Ming differed from the Tang? Sir, you have also studied the Qiantai Gazetteer and this county's local records, so you naturally know. Indeed, after all, this county is a small frontier district, and with the Li people causing disruptions, merely maintaining the current situation has been no simple matter. Precisely. From when the Tang established the county until now, only this modest state has been maintained and developed. So why is it that once the Australians arrived, there has been this unprecedented great transformation? Wang Ci had never carefully contemplated this question. The deepest impression the Australians had made on him was lavish extravagance and knowing how to make money. Many things they accomplished succeeded mainly because they could generate revenue like magicians. They could produce endless streams of money and grain to sustain their enterprises. That's naturally because the Australians can make money, Wang Ci replied. Many beneficial policies for the county. It's not that the county wouldn't implement them, but simply that lacking money and grain, they proved impossible to execute. Ha ha, Liu Dalin gave a meaningful slight smile. Let's set that aside. Since they can make money, why can they make more money than others? Isn't this still Lingao County? This question left Director Wang momentarily dumbfounded. He had always felt the pirates were particularly adept at making money, but had never thought to question why. After pondering for a moment, he ventured, the Australians possess various secret techniques. Exactly. Liu Dalin slapped the table and clapped in appreciation. What Brother Wang says is correct. The Australians can make more money than others precisely because they possess secret techniques that others lack. He continued, local farmers here, one able-bodied man with one ox can tend no more than 20 mu of land, and the harvest amounts to barely over 100 jin per mu per year. Observe how the Australians farm. One person with horses, cattle, and those unknown iron contraptions can tend 100 mu or more, yielding 1 to 2,000 jin per mu per year. That is the essential difference. Wang Ci's understanding suddenly crystallized. He nodded. What the headmaster says is true. Not only in farming, the Australians accomplish everything better and produce more than the local people. Correct, Liu Dalin confirmed. Rather than saying the Australians are skilled at making money, it would be more accurate to say they can produce more grain and cloth. Moreover, they possess secret methods for building ships and paving roads. Road building proceeds rapidly, shipbuilding achieves great scale. When goods are scarce, they can be transported from distant places. When goods are abundant, they can be sold to far markets. Adjusting surplus and shortage, balancing plenty and scarcity. There is neither grain so cheap it harms farmers, nor prices so high all commodities become dear. Operating in this manner, how could the Australians not become wealthy? What the headmaster says is entirely true. Wang Ci nodded excitedly again and again. Liu, the successful candidate's analysis, though straightforward, was extremely lucid. He too had contemplated this before, but never so thoroughly. Indeed, the Australians could generate this unprecedented great transformation here precisely because they possessed every manner of secret art and commanded productive power far beyond what local people could approach. End of chapter. Chapter 1324, A Visit to Fangcao Dai. The scholar's anxieties, though Director Wang felt momentary satisfaction at having suddenly grasped something clearly, he soon tumbled back into anxiety. This is precisely what troubles me. Wang Ci suddenly lowered his voice with urgent intensity. Consider, headmaster, the Australians have already defeated the court's regular armies. Given how the court appears now, I fear there'll be no reckoning for 8 or 10 years. The Australians may not have declared independence, but they're certain to become at least regional warlords of the great Ming. I'm not ignorant of current affairs. The realm is now in turmoil, with the people unable to make a living. If someone could step forward to stabilize the country and secure the nation, allowing people and court to live in peace, that would naturally be ideal. Even rewarding them with a prefecture or several counties wouldn't be excessive. But the Australians are at the zenith of their power, and with so many secret methods at their command, I fear they may harbor ambitions toward the throne. These words were extraordinarily blunt. If not for the late Ming's chaotic portents appearing one after another, which had long since accustomed scholars to such discourse, this speech alone would constitute the crime of high treason. Liu Dalin stroked his beard in silence for a long while before finally releasing a soft sigh. We who have received the nation's grace are not disloyal or unfilial people, but fate has its seasons, which human effort cannot counter. My former classmates and examination colleagues have been writing to me frequently of late, many inquiring about the inner workings of the Australians. Speaking of the current situation at court and throughout the realm, it's too rotten to describe. Even if His Majesty wishes to govern diligently, I fear he can do nothing about it. I fear that before 10 years are out there will be events too painful to witness. Director Wang started with surprise, nearly dropping his chopsticks. So you mean, I only hope this is merely my needless worrying. His expression had grown very grave. He continued, since ancient times the changing of dynasties has been the natural course of events. The Australians have arrived bearing secret techniques and governed diligently here. I fear they have long harbored ambitions to compete for the realm. This view was no longer particularly unconventional among Lingao's gentry and commoners, but hearing it spoken for the first time from Liu Dalin's lips, its weight was naturally different. Wang Ci couldn't help shivering. So the headmaster has long held this view as well. I fear those in this county who don't think this way are already very few. Liu, the successful candidate, smiled slightly, though the smile held traces of bitterness. Although years of exposure had gradually and imperceptibly transformed his view of the Australians, they were even his life-saving benefactors. He still felt he had received the grace of the great Ming. Truly bathed in imperial favor, even though he perceived the future clearly, he couldn't help feeling reluctance and sorrow for this dynasty that had given him grace and glory. Wang Ci pressed on urgently. Headmaster, since ancient times the will of heaven cannot be defied, I have no intention of acting against heaven. Yet since antiquity, no matter how dynasties have changed, what has never changed is, the court rules the realm together with the scholar gentry. Now, although these Australians may deserve the phrase, teaching without discrimination, the books they teach and schools they run have nothing whatsoever to do with the sages' classics. Yet somehow they have governed Lingao extraordinarily well. I often ponder, when these students complete their studies someday, they will surely become the Australians' right-hand men and they will surely build factories and railways for them. But if so, how are the gentry and scholars to position themselves? What the future will resemble, I, your student, dare not imagine, and cannot fathom. These were sentiments he had contemplated for a long time. Deep in the heart of this frustrated minor official, the life or death of the great Ming was not the most crucial matter. What was crucial was that the pirates were introducing an entirely new system of learning. Under this system, all the old learning and knowledge that he and the scholars possessed would become worthless. The thing that allowed them to receive at least basic respect from common people, even in their most impoverished moments, would turn to ashes. This was what he feared and worried about most. What use was he, a director of education, to the pirates? Director Wang knew that the reason he could still collect over 100 Lianton yuan from the county office that had long become a sinecure was entirely because the Australians hadn't yet decided to shed the great Ming skin. If someday they truly resolved to change skins, then he, the director of education of Lingao County under the great Ming, would either have to pack up and return to his hometown, or else go teach the 100 family surnames and 3 character classic in refugee camps for a living. In this respect, he suffered far more anxiety than the detached Liu, the successful candidate. These words seemed to have somewhat moved Liu, the successful candidate. Seeing him nod slightly, Wang Ci hastily pressed forward. My purpose in coming here is partly to probe the Australians' hidden secrets and techniques, though I'm useless. Even sitting in Australian classrooms, reading Australian books, I still can't comprehend anything. On the other hand, if the Australians can truly follow the great trend, I also wish to persuade them to turn their hearts toward civilization and not rely solely on brute force. I hope the headmaster will lend me his assistance. Wang Ci spoke with mounting agitation, his tone growing increasingly urgent. Were it not for the surroundings, he might have prostrated himself before Liu Dailin. As it was, he still managed to clasp his hands and bow toward Liu Dailin. Liu, the successful candidate, of course, grasped the meaning embedded in these words, but he knew in his heart this would not be easily accomplished. The pirates were unlike the 16 kingdoms of the 5 barbarians or the Mongol Yuan, savages who originally possessed no writing. They were a group with their own ideology and values. Their daily conduct somewhat resembled the legalist school, yet also the Mohist school, mixed with various other strains of thought. Viewed from any angle, it was a great amalgamation. Wanting them to turn their hearts toward civilization would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. With their power, they were more likely to transform the civilized into barbarians in the future. Liu Dailin was deep in thought, about to speak, when he was interrupted by a commotion from students in the distance. Several female students were laughing and watching 2 large boys arm wrestling, cheering Jia Yu as they observed. Sunlight fell upon those faces brimming with youth. For a moment, Liu Dailin and Wang Ci found themselves at a loss for words, conscious only of how aged and powerless they themselves had become. Huang Bingkun paid no heed to the commotion in the cafeteria. He was seated across from a transmigrator teacher, eating his meal. The Australians had been ashore for several years and accomplished so many earth-shaking feats, yet this was Huang Bingkun's first time sitting face-to-face with a pirate. This was Teacher Dong, who had taught on the first day. He appeared to be a man of about 30, with dark skin and well-developed arm muscles, looking strong and capable. But their knowledge lay beyond Huang Bingkun's comprehension. The Australian across from him seemed to be watching him with amusement while eating. This made Huang Bingkun eat very uncomfortably. He wished to say something to the man, yet felt there was nothing appropriate he could say. That morning, he had risen especially early to observe the entire school's 6,000 students performing their morning run. 200 residence groups of 30 people each appeared simultaneously on campus, proceeding in strict formations along prescribed routes, weaving past each other without interference. It was a breathtaking spectacle. It also raised questions. If the pirates were using education as cover to secretly train crack troops, Most of these students were too young to be deployed within 2 or 3 years. Rather than expending such effort drilling such young children, wouldn't it be more sensible to directly recruit young adult men to train as soldiers? Among the thousands upon thousands of northern refugees who had recently arrived, there were plenty of able-bodied young men available for service. Moreover, judging by the enormous investment the pirates made in these students, these fake pirate students would surely become the backbone under Australian command in the future, absolutely not to be expended as cannon fodder. Investing such capital, employing Australian learning to educate so many children, what exactly were they scheming? Huang Bingkun felt he was beginning to glimpse the Australians' true designs. Though young Master Huang didn't perceive matters as clearly as Director Wang and Liu the successful candidate, he clearly understood that Fangcao Dai's students would surely become the pirates' trusted confidants in the future. Besides soldiering and laboring, they would inevitably become officials, cotters, to govern the common people. For families like his own, not only would advancement in Lingao prove difficult in the future, but merely the mention of the old affair, when his father had led troops to besiege the pirates, would be sufficient to bring the Huang family considerable trouble. At present, the pirates were merely displaying appeasement by permitting them to participate in the County Consultative Bureau as committee members because they weren't yet firmly established. Once their wings were fully fledged, the day of reckoning for the Huang family would arrive. Huang Bingkun brooded darkly. Not hungry, Mr. Huang. Somehow, the person across from him had initiated conversation. Huang Bingkun hastily collected himself to respond. No, merely feeling slightly unwell, so my appetite is poor. By now, Huang Bingkun had learned to speak serviceable Australian Mandarin. Though not standard, he could communicate adequately with transmigrators. You should participate more in physical exercise. That way your body will be healthy and your appetite will improve, Transmigrator Dong advised. Actually, Huang Bingkun came from a farming and scholarly family. Normally, he not only led his hired hands and tenants into the fields himself, but also practiced martial arts in his spare time. He was by no means one of those who never lifted a finger. But he had no desire to explain himself at the moment and merely murmured, "Yes," several times. "There's a ball game this afternoon. You should come watch. I hear your Huang family stockade has plenty of people. You could start playing for recreation. When we organize a league later, you could field a team and compete." Transmigrator Dong's enthusiasm actually stemmed from selfish motives. Like most male transmigrators, Transmigrator Dong was quite keen on sports competitions like football and basketball. Although conditions after D-Day hadn't permitted football, basketball, or volleyball, English-style rugby and baseball, which had relatively simple equipment requirements, had been developed. As a committee member of the Rugby Grand League, Transmigrator Dong was enthusiastic about recruiting teams and organizing leagues. He was determined to expand the league's scale. Currently, industry teams within the naturalized citizen system had been mostly organized, and development was now extending to various villages and towns. The Huang family stockade was a substantial settlement, and its militia had always been known for fighting ability, so he wished to recruit the Huang family stockade into this league system. Ball game. Huang Bingkun vaguely recalled hearing Huang Ping mention ball games, something about a sport with very intense confrontation. The great Ming possessed no athletic competition events. Such things were generally classified as performances. Now hearing this Transmigrator Dong personally invite him to observe, it seemed to be something the pirates considered rather important, so he readily agreed. Of course I must go watch. It's at the athletic field, starting at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Transmigrator Dong eagerly promoted. This man was the Huang family's second young master and held an influential position at the Huang family stockade. If he could win him over, securing the Huang family stockade's participation in fielding a team would be considerably easier. End of chapter. Chapter 1325. A visit to Fangcao Dai. The ball game Fangcao Dai's athletic field was the second largest in Lingao, second only to the stadium the council had originally constructed for military reviews and celebrations. However, its facilities were considerably more rudimentary. There was no grand reviewing stand, nor any proper spectator seating. The reviewing stand and bleachers consisted of simple structures fashioned from iron frames and wooden planks. During major sporting events within the school, students had to bring their own benches to the athletic field. Fangcao Dai's athletic field maintained an extremely high utilization rate. The 200 residence group's physical education classes were scheduled to capacity, 8 class periods from morning to evening, with never a period when several classes weren't simultaneously conducting activities on the field. After school hours, lacking artificial lighting, such competitions could only be scheduled in spring and later when daylight hours grew longer. The rugby the council had introduced was English-style rugby. It proved relatively less confrontational and didn't require complex protective gear. Rattan helmets and cotton knee pads served as adequate substitutes. Rugby, being highly confrontational and fast-paced, was quite entertaining to spectate. It also embodied a strong team spirit, and its tactical arrangements were more sophisticated. For the council, which adhered to a militarist philosophy, it represented an extremely suitable sport. Therefore, beginning in Salt Farm Village, this sport had been popularized. Over the years, a rudimentary competition system had gradually emerged among Lingao's naturalized citizens. Various factories, government offices, agricultural communes, and military units all fielded amateur teams. Fangcao Dai Educational Park not only maintained its own representative team, but also hosted age-level school leagues internally. The game was scheduled for 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Huang Bingkun wished to attend, and the rest of the delegation, except for Liu Daolin, who required brief afternoon rest, all expressed interest in witnessing the Australian ball game when they heard about it. It would certainly prove more engaging than sitting in classrooms listening to incomprehensible lectures. That local gentry were willing to come observe was something Dong Yizhai welcomed heartily. For anything that could spread influence, the more participants the better. By now, the delegation was seated on the bleachers beside the athletic field. Since this wasn't an official competition, there were no organized student spectators. With study pressures being heavy, only about a third of the bleachers were occupied, with scattered stragglers distributed around the perimeter. Because it wasn't a formal match, there was no designated VIP section, nor anyone assigned to reception duties. It was only through Transmigrator Dong's personal intervention that the delegation was guided to the front row of bleachers closest to the field. A group of gentry and scholars in long robes with their hair in topknots sitting on the bleachers created, in Transmigrator Dong's estimation, a pronounced sense of incongruity. Indeed, long robes and topknots don't suit the council, he mused silently. Just as his thoughts were drifting toward the Q-order controversy, a student ran over to report that the teams were prepared and awaited only his declaration to begin. Dong Yizhai served not only as the match's host but also as referee. In truth, he was also the coach of both teams, since none of the transmigrators had actually played rugby, let alone the English variant. They could only study books and then assume coaching duties. Transmigrator Dong, whose only athletic skill was kicking a football around, had managed to take the field based solely on manuals and a small amount of video material. After the initial kickoff, the Jasmine Pavilion scholars sat on the bleachers staring blankly at the field. Though they couldn't comprehend the proceedings, they roughly grasped that two groups of people were fighting over a ball and then desperately attempting to kick it toward the goal. This crude ball game left the scholars dumbfounded. Those who had read more widely, or who had visited places like Guangzhou, naturally connected this ball game with Kuju. Though Kuju had been most prosperous during the Tang and Song dynasties, it remained popular among common people in the Ming. But by this era, Cuju had devolved into a performance art or recreational pastime, losing the competitive two-team confrontation of the pre-Song period. Its reputation wasn't particularly favorable either. The professional Cuju organization Yuanch was associated with marketplace idlers, mostly serving wealthy households and high-class brothels. For upstanding young men from farming and scholarly families like Huang Bingkun, Cuju wasn't even worth observing. It was completely dismissed as a vulgar lower-class diversion. That the Australians also engaged in Cuju led to their initial reaction that perhaps there was some basis to the Australians' claim of being descendants of the Great Song. Otherwise, why would they even incorporate this ball game in their schools? Presumably, this was a legacy from Emperor Huizong. However, as the match progressed, the delegation members quickly realized that this Australian Cuju bore no resemblance whatsoever to the Cuju they had witnessed. Never mind the absence of fancy trick shots, just the back-and-forth contestation, with players coordinating desperately to carry the ball for a touchdown, possessed the unmistakable character of military formations. Though they already knew the pirates would sooner or later rebel, watching a group of teenagers playing Cuju on the field while already radiating such fierce fighting spirit still made the delegation members feel a deep, instinctive anxiety. Most of them weren't worrying about the great Ming. The Ming court was too distant to feel truly real. Rather, it was these young students being carefully cultivated by the Australians who radiated an ethos already incompatible with themselves. If such people someday became officials in a new dynasty and became scholar gentry themselves, how would people like them position themselves? Could they still be counted as scholars in the new dynasty? Contemplating this far, several licentiates were already growing restless. Master the literary and martial arts and sell them to the emperor's house. This had always been the ultimate purpose of studying for scholars since ancient times. Now this emerging new emperor's house that was about to raise a new banner apparently didn't value their literary and martial arts at all. Hadn't all their years of studying been in vain? Those with quick minds and yearning for wealth and status were already secretly wondering which books one should begin with to learn this Australian learning. Huang Bingkun concentrated on watching the match. He was gradually comprehending the game. Initially he had thought this was merely a contest of brute strength, just determining who ran faster and was stronger. But gradually he discerned subtle tactics of troop deployment involved. Even more remarkable was how the players coordinated when seizing and passing the ball. The precision was exquisite, advancing and retreating, flanking attacks, supporting movements, all flowing like clouds and water, accomplished in a single breath. If these people went to war, they would constitute first-rate crack troops. Then recalling those perfectly ordered morning runs and exercises, Huang Bingkun experienced a sudden insight. Could the pirates be ruling their domain by military law? Suddenly he felt someone pat his shoulder. Turning his head, he discovered it was Director Wang. The professor's face was contorted with shame and indignation. He whispered, "Truly the decline of public morals, corrupting people's hearts." While Huang Bingkun was still puzzled, he followed the man's gaze and saw, on one section of the bleachers, more than 20 female students divided into two teams. Each held differently colored silk pom-poms, red and blue, singing and dancing to the rhythm of the field action. The skirts that originally just covered the knees kept flipping up as they jumped, revealing glimpses of wheat-colored thighs above the knee-high socks. Led by them, the students watching from the sidelines either shouted cheers or exclaimed in excitement, creating a lively scene. This made the corner of bleachers where the delegation sat seem particularly cold and desolate. Huang Bingkun had no interest in the female students' absolute territory. He felt none of that mattered. What mattered was that the pirates were sparing no effort to engineer the doom of the great Ming. At this rate, not only would the Ming be finished, but even the eternal unity of Huaxia civilization might be destroyed at the hands of these fake Song people. Wang Ci observed that he wasn't responding and was about to say more when suddenly a chant arose from the field. One team announced a substitution. The one coming on was none other than Huang Ping. This was the first time Huang Bingkun had seen his servant wearing such short-sleeved, short-legged attire. Back at the Huang family stockade, servants like Huang Ping who moved about within the residence were absolutely forbidden from donning such indecorous clothing that exposed arms and legs. He watched his servant Huang Ping wearing a short-sleeved shirt with a large Arabic numeral on both front and back, a rattan helmet on his head, all joints wrapped in thick bandages. Huang Bingkun suddenly noticed that this thin boy who had once been constantly at his side had grown taller and stronger. His exposed arms and thighs were covered with solid muscle as he ran and shouted across the field. Shortly after entering, Huang Ping coordinated with teammates on an offensive play. Though they didn't score a touchdown, the strength and agility he displayed in the attack made Huang Bingkun regard him with new eyes. How had he never noticed this youth possessed such capability? After all Huang family servants had to practice martial arts, and Huang Ping was famously useless. He couldn't even master something as simple as Taizu long fist. The Australians truly possessed the ability to turn stone into gold. While still musing, Huang Bingkun suddenly heard Liu Dalin's voice. "Headmaster, I awoke. Heard you were all here watching the match, so I came to join the fun," Liu Dalin explained. "The sun is strong here. Let's watch from under the awning instead." Huang Bingkun quickly assisted Liu Dalin to a shaded canopy off to the side. Liu Dalin seemed quite interested in this vigorous sport, occasionally watching the match and chuckling with amusement. Huang Bingkun, however, had lost all desire to continue watching. Suddenly, a burst of cheering pulled him out of his reverie. He witnessed Huang Ping in the red jersey sprinting swiftly across the field with both hands raised high, his face radiating a happiness Huang Bingkun had never before observed. As he tried to make sense of the scene, Liu Dalin told him, "That's a score." "Headmaster," Huang Bingkun was quite astonished. The headmaster had limited mobility and rarely ventured out, yet he knew so much about the pirates' affairs. "My steward's grandson studies here. He also loves this rugby game, so I know a thing or two." Huang Bingkun was about to say something when Huang Ping broke free from the excited teammates who had rushed to embrace him. He ran toward his classmates' bleachers, where a girl stretched out both hands and leaped forward, and the two embraced tightly. This scene instantly left Huang Bingkun dumbstruck, his mind going completely blank. He felt only something collapsing within his chest. Sunlight flooded the entire field, blazing bright, yet he alone stood in a long stretch of shadow. End of chapter. Chapter 1326. A visit to Fangcao Dai. A sense of loss. Though Huang Ping performed actively, the red team was overall somewhat inferior. The match concluded with a blue team victory. When the final whistle sounded, Dong Yizhai descended from the field to greet the delegation. Liu Dalin observed this Australian gentleman with eyes full of curiosity, dark complexion, robust physique, and having just refereed a match while running back and forth alongside the students. Fine beads of perspiration glistened on his large forehead after the exertion. "Master Dong, your group truly possesses the ability to turn stone into gold," Liu Dalin remarked tactfully. "I hear most of these children are destitute orphans collected from the mainland. Who would have imagined that after your instruction, each and every one now shines with brilliance, no longer resembling children of poor and humble origins?" "Not at all," Dong Yizhai replied modestly. "Didn't the venerable Master Kong also say, in teaching, there should be no distinction of classes?" Chen Sheng and Wu Guang likewise proclaimed, "Are kings and nobles born to their status? Though wealth and poverty cannot be equalized throughout the realm, as long as everyone has access to education, children of poor and humble families can also truly get ahead." China's ancient imperial examination system was indeed a relatively fair system, at least institutionally. It guaranteed the possibility for children of humble families to transform their fate through study and examination. However, in reality, those who achieved this transformation were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Studying in ancient society required considerable economic foundation. Truly impoverished commoners, unless by some fortuitous coincidence, simply couldn't afford to support their children in schooling. Liu Dalin understood this truth intimately. He himself came from an official's family. Whether his fellow examinees from the provincial examination or his fellow Jinshi candidates, very few truly came from impoverished common families. At the very least, their families possessed a few mu of thin farmland or had clan support. Though the Australian schools didn't teach the learning of the sages, they could genuinely be called teaching without discrimination. Though he wasn't a merchant and his livelihood was managed by family members, he understood that a school of this scale, with daily expenses for thousands of children in food and supplies, amounted to an enormous sum. Not to mention all the construction and maintenance expenses for the school itself. Liu Dalin estimated that even if old Lingao County had devoted its entire tax revenue, it still couldn't have sustained this institution. Ha ha, this skill of taking 100 years to nurture people, I could never match it. Liu Dalin spoke from the heart. But there's one matter I've never understood. You gentlemen already bestride the 4 seas. If you wished, you could collect all the wealth of the realm. Why do you still put yourselves through such exhausting labor? Haven't you heard that life is short? The talents you cultivate at such great expense won't be ready for use for another 10 or 20 years. As he spoke, his small but sharp eyes fixed intently on Dong Yizhai. Dong Yizhai found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He thought to himself, how could I explain our darker motives of building harems and human species museums? I couldn't articulate those to you anyway. Watching Transmigrator Dong's face redden as he appeared to struggle in thought, Liu Dalin waited patiently. Finally, Transmigrator Dong produced something and declared with raised head, "We who establish schools do so neither for wealth, nor for power, nor for fame. We do it so that one day, all the land under heaven will be the soil of Huaxia, and all the people on earth will be subjects of Huaxia." For a moment, all the scholars within earshot stood dumbstruck. These words were arrogant in the extreme, far exceeding anything as mundane as rebelling to become emperor. The height of wild insolence, Huang Bingkun thought to himself. He observed Liu Dalin's expression and found it remarkably complex. Silently he cursed. You people also dare claim Huaxia. These were mad demagogues bent on transforming the civilized into barbarians, yet they kept hanging the word Huaxia on their lips as a banner. Truly shameless beyond measure. Huang Bingkun had originally planned to use this opportunity for a proper conversation with Huang Ping, particularly to sternly point out that embracing female students was injurious to public morals, and that any girl who would embrace him so must be flighty and lascivious. He wished Huang Ping to examine himself properly and not sink further into depravity. Who would have imagined that his former servant, upon encountering him, displayed no consciousness of the distinction between master and servant? Before he could even commence his lecture, Huang Ping casually mentioned he needed to shower immediately and had evening self-study afterward, then simply took his leave. There's a physics test tomorrow. I need to go back and review properly, Huang Ping explained. The teacher says, master mathematics, physics, and chemistry and you can dominate the world. I need to put in some genuine effort. This left Huang Bingkun feeling utterly lost. Huang Ping had served him since childhood, with a bond far deeper than that of ordinary master and servant. Now that he had come here to study, he seemed to have grown distant. What was so special about the Australian's learning that it could bewitch people's hearts so? Had his decision to send Huang Ping to study here been the correct move? Should he simply summon Huang Ping back and end his schooling? If so, the channel he had painstakingly arranged to understand the Australians would be severed. But if he didn't recall him at this rate, Huang Ping was destined to transform into a fake pirate. Carrying this conflicted state of mind until dinner time, Dong Yizhai noticed him looking somewhat abstracted in the cafeteria and inquired whether his appetite was poor. Huang Bingkun shook his head. He suddenly asked, "Just now I heard a Fangcao Dai student say, 'Master Tri Li Hua and dominate the entire world.' Is that true?" Dong Yizhai was puzzled for a considerable moment before comprehending. He burst out laughing. "It's master mathematics, physics, and chemistry and go anywhere under heaven." Huang Bingkun persisted. "Is this Tri Li Hua really that formidable?" Dong Yizhai affirmed. "Of course. Shipbuilding and construction, road building and bridge erecting, marching and fighting. How could any of that proceed without mathematics, physics, and chemistry?" Huang Bingkun concluded that this Tri Li Hua must constitute the Australian secret arts. He listened as Transmigrator Dong continued. "But even if you're proficient at math, physics, and chemistry, your three views must also be correct." Seeing Huang Bingkun's blank expression, Transmigrator Dong elaborated. "The three views are worldview, outlook on life, and values." Only then did Huang Bingkun's expression show comprehension. In truth, what Huang Bingkun was actually thinking was, apparently the pirate's secret arts followed the way. These 10 Commandments view, ginseng view, and appreciation view must be three extremely important Taoist temples in Australia. If the opportunity ever arose, he must visit and investigate them. Huang Bingkun inquired further, "I've also heard that students must practice the Tri Li Hua talismans daily, not only memorizing them but copying them repeatedly." Transmigrator Dong laughed. "Those aren't talismans, they're formulas. Formulas have universal applicability. They can solve all sorts of problems in the world. They're extremely important." Huang Bingkun's heart leaped with joy. These formula talismans must be the key to the pirate's secret arts, so he humbly requested instruction. "Might the Transmigrator grant me?" "Ah, teach me some formulas." Dong Yizhai wondered, "What do you want these for? Have you really seen the light after this visit?" So he withdrew a notebook and casually wrote down several mathematical and physics formulas for him. Huang Bingkun accepted the paper and examined it repeatedly, then asked, "Which is the most powerful?" Dong Yizhai casually pointed to one and said, "This one. This one is most important." Huang Bingkun treasured the formula paper and carefully stored it away, intending to take it home and study it thoroughly. That evening, Huang Bingkun sat at the desk in his dormitory practicing Australian talismans. After copying more than a dozen pages, he still sensed something was amiss. Slapping his forehead, he sighed. "Alas, I forgot that the pirates draw their talismans using Australian pens and must write horizontally from left to right." So he immediately sought out the school's convenience store and purchased Australian charcoal pencils. He also adopted the Australian calligraphy style for copying formulas. But years of habit writing from right to left and top to bottom made him extremely uncomfortable. He couldn't help grumbling while writing. "The Analerta says unkempt hair and left-lapelled robes." These pirates with their short hair and left-to-right writing, being abroad so long, truly transformed them into barbarians. But though the talismans were copied well, he still couldn't make head or tail of what Tri Li Hua actually meant. He would simply have to wait for Huang Ping to return and inquire. The delegation's visit had reached its final day. Though they had only stayed 2 nights, most delegation members were already anxious to depart. During their time at this Australian school, the overwhelming impression was that I'm an uneducated person. Even the content studied by the very lowest level junior elementary students, much of it proved completely incomprehensible to them. This made the scholars feel quite wounded. Worries about future prospects left them unable to spare any thought for critical spirit. Chinese scholars had always taken excel at studies and become an official as their ultimate life goal. When they discovered that their bellies full of learning wasn't part of what the Australians sought in selecting scholars, one and all they panicked. Though what they had learned satisfied the great Ming standards for selecting officials, these scholars were well aware in their hearts that, given this county's literary tradition, they might not produce even one Jinchi in another 100 years. Producing a few juren would already be noteworthy enough to record in the county gazetteer. Now there appeared this Australian nouveau riche. Whether they intended to seize the realm and ascend the dragon throne, or merely carve out Hainan, for frustrated scholars this represented a brand new opportunity. If they could attach themselves early, securing a minor post in the new dynasty would surely pose no difficulty. Quite a few in the delegation were people hoping to climb into positions. This visit to Fangcao Dai was partly to probe the Australian selection standards. Now it transpired that Australian learning was completely different from theirs. Their only advantage over these students was knowing more characters and being able to compose a bit of poetry. Given this situation, several of them pressed Transmigrator Dong, who frequently appeared to receive them, to build connections, hoping to discover some chance to study Australian learning. Transmigrator Dong smiled and thanked them for their interest. However, he explained that Fangcao Dai currently only offered classes for children. There were no classes for adults. The only classes currently open to adults were literacy teacher training classes. If the gentlemen were interested, they could apply to become literacy teachers at purification camps, and then they would have opportunities to participate in specialized training. These words deflated them considerably. It wasn't as if no scholars had gone to purification camps to become literacy teachers, but those were all student scholars who couldn't even pass the initial examination, clerks who had lost their positions, or at most impoverished licentiates. For them, people who were after all men of some face and standing in the scholarly world, to associate with such company was really beneath their dignity. End of chapter. Chapter 1327. A visit to Fangcao Dai. The return journey, watching them fall silent one by one, Transmigrator Dong recognized the stubborn ember of pride still smoldering in these scholars. He suppressed a sigh. Traditional literati held no practical value for the council beyond their literacy, yet they retained considerable symbolic weight. Their public opinions could shape how society viewed the new order. If these men could be transformed, the ripple effects on general sentiment would be substantial. And besides, educated personnel remained in critically short supply. Still, ideological transformation was no overnight affair. He had never harbored illusions about swift conversions. For now, he simply made pleasant small talk and let the moment pass. Today was the Australian weekend, and children were being released from Fangcao Dai for their single precious day of rest. Beyond the school gates, parents had already gathered to receive them. Some families arrived with retinues of servants, others had prepared sedan chairs. The wealthiest brought horse-drawn carriages. Fangcao Dai's philosophy aimed to erase distinctions of family background. Students wore identical uniforms, used standardized supplies, and even pickup was regulated. Only one person per child, with all sedan chairs and carriages required to wait at least 100 meters from the gate. Children from common families and ordinary naturalized citizens were less pampered. They walked to and from school on their own feet, or rode the public horse-drawn carriages and small trains. Those who came to collect their children tended to be from families at or above the county's middle class, and many recognized Liu Dailin and his companions. One by one, they approached to pay their respects. Huang Bingkun noticed that among the students were children from the most prominent local clans. Upon inquiry, he learned that enrolled here were not only sons of concubines but also eldest grandsons of main lineages, the most treasured heirs of great houses. The county's transformation had evidently run deeper than he had imagined. He had truly fallen out of touch. Lines of students emerged from the teaching buildings, led by residence monitors, marching in neat formation until they passed through the gates. Then came the dissolution. The children who had endured strict discipline during school hours now burst into freedom like monkeys released from cages, jumping, chasing, chattering, laughing. The entire area before Fangcao Dai's main gate became a scene of joyful clamor. Huang Bingkun intended to walk home together with Huang Ping. There was much to discuss, particularly about that girl who had embraced him. Such a matter struck at the very heart of propriety. What could it mean, embracing openly in public? As he weighed the situation, he thought that if young Huang Ping truly had feelings for her, they might as well formalize a betrothal. The boy was already 15. Finding a bride in Lingao was difficult business. If he could arrange his own marriage, it would spare Huang Bingkan the trouble and make it easier to keep him close. Just as he was calculating, two children suddenly broke away from the crowd at the gate. The older boy held his younger sister's hand. Trotting over to Liu Dalin's wheelchair, they bowed respectfully. "Master, good day to you." "Good, good." Liu Dalin chuckled, looking at the siblings standing before him. No need for formalities. He asked about their life and studies. The children reported that in the recent annual evaluation, both had risen several dozen places in their respective grade rankings and now sat within the top 300, the selection group. The selection group was no trivial matter. At Fangcao Dai, the top 300 students in each grade's annual comprehensive evaluation earned membership in this elite cohort. Members received scholarships and competed for advancement into the fast track. Once admitted to the fast track, as long as examinations didn't eliminate you, admission to the middle school department on full scholarship was guaranteed, a certain path to becoming an elite. Every student knew this. So did their parents. Huang Bingkan had learned from Huang Ping that the school operated such a system. He knew that many students, consumed by the competition, never went home on rest days, studying through every waking hour. Even with such devotion, given that each grade contained several thousand students, reaching the top 300 was extraordinarily difficult. Each comprehensive evaluation stirred considerable emotional turbulence among the student body. Huang Ping's own grades had long since settled beyond position 1000. He had abandoned such aspirations. To think that the Liu family's two children would prove so outstanding. Huang Bingkan couldn't help but feel admiration, truly a household of scholarly heritage. Liu Dalin seemed to read his thoughts and smiled. "These are the grandchildren of my household steward Zhao. Now that they've entered the Australian school, both have become promising. I hadn't expected they were both naturally suited to study." "Ha ha, your household is one of scholarly heritage," Wang Ci hastened to flatter. "Even the servants' children flourish under such cultivation." The remark would have seemed complimentary to the scholars, but unexpectedly, when the brother and sister heard it, their faces showed displeasure rather than gratitude. Liu Dalin, ever kind-hearted, quickly smoothed things over by changing the subject. He asked Steward Zhao's grandson, who had ranked first in this year's senior elementary first-year comprehensive evaluation. "This year it's a girl," the boy replied. "Her name is Diane." A girl? Astonishment rippled across every face. That Fangcao Dai admitted female students was no longer shocking news, but for the top student among over 1,000 senior elementary first-years to be a girl, that overturned their entire worldview. In their understanding, the pirates' practice of schooling girls on a large scale was merely some transplanted overseas custom. For girls, it might even be considered a kind of favor. No one had imagined that the highest scorer in the first-year comprehensive evaluation would actually be female. "That's Diane," Steward Zhao's grandson suddenly pointed behind them. "I saw her at the evaluation conference. She studies incredibly well." Everyone turned. They saw a teenage girl with the standard short hair worn by female students, dressed in Fangcao Dai's dark blue uniform, walking alongside a weathered man who was clearly her father. He wore heavily patched clothes of coarse local cloth, still kept his hair in a topknot, and gave off the sharp, pungent smell of seafood, probably a fisherman or someone who worked the tidal flats. The delegation had noted the girl's fairly good features and reasonably fair skin, and assumed she came from some middle-class family. They had been preparing to introduce themselves, but seeing that she was actually from a poor and unlettered common household, they immediately lost interest in making acquaintance. Amid his conflicting emotions, Huang Bingkan waited for Huang Ping. Yet Huang Ping showed no particular gratitude that the second young master had personally waited to accompany him home. Instead, his expression was constrained. When Huang Bingkun told him to bow to the delegation members, the reluctance on his face was unmistakable. Watching this, Huang Bingkun couldn't help but sigh inwardly, recalling how sharp and efficient Huang Ping used to be when accompanying him on social calls, presenting visiting cards and paying respects. It was as if he had become a different person entirely. Fangcao Dai's ever-expanding scale and surging enrollment had prompted the extension of Lingao's city tram all the way to the school, connecting the county seat and 100-fathom city. Since the delegation members lived in various places, they parted ways at the platform. Huang Bingkun volunteered to escort Liu Dalin home, and needed besides to catch the public carriage at the transfer station outside the county seat to return to Huang family stockade. The platform was packed with students queuing for the train. Seeing Liu Dalin's party approach, they automatically made way, letting them move to the front. Liu Dalin praised the children for their consideration. One of them answered, "Our teachers taught us, respect the elderly and love the young and help the disabled. Sir, since your legs aren't good, it's right to let you board first." Liu Dalin laughed heartily. With a whistle from the steam engine, the iron wheels began to roll, carrying a full car of passengers. Spouting black smoke, the train traveled along the railway toward Lingao County seat. The delegation members had purchased first-class tickets for the last car to avoid being crowded together with former tenant farmers, hired hands, and other such workers in the forward cars. Everyone deferred to Liu Dalin as the senior member, letting him sit by the window where he could view the passing scenery. Liu Dalin gazed out at the landscape alongside the tracks. In his trance, he could no longer remember what things had looked like before the Australians came. It seemed as though the smoking factories on the far side of the Wenlin River had existed since the dawn of creation. And there were the continuous stretches of good farmland, the rows of houses in villages the Australians had built for their settlers. The farmers working the fields and the lush growth of the crops indicated another good harvest. A good harvest, before the Australians came, Lingao had seemingly never known one. "How beautiful, what a pity," Liu Dalin murmured. "What does the master find pitiful?" The question came from Steward Zhao's granddaughter. What indeed? Liu Dalin suddenly realized he himself didn't know. Stroking the girl's head after a long while, he finally said, "This Lingao is truly beautiful. What a pity my body is useless now. I'm of no use any more." The girl was very clever. "What are you saying, master? The instructor teachers say you are the first metropolitan graduate in Lingao's entire history. As long as you come out and look around often, it's a tremendous benefit to the common people." This surely contained an element of flattery, but Liu Dalin also understood how the Australians truly viewed him. He was a well-known figure in the county. His visible presence was equivalent to endorsing their rule, excellent material for winning popular support. He smiled. "You overstate things, you overstate things." Huang Bingkun sat at the back of the carriage, whispering privately with Huang Ping. He asked who that girl was who had embraced him, how old she was, and what her family did. The moment Huang Ping heard this question, his face reddened. He answered evasively, "Why is the young master asking about this?" End of chapter. Chapter 1328. After returning home in broad daylight in full public view, ignoring the distinction between men and women, openly embracing. What kind of behavior is this? When Huang Bingkun heard this servant actually dare to ask his master why, he couldn't contain his anger. He immediately assumed the authority of master and began to scold. "You're the son of a decent, respectable family. You absolutely must not learn the ways of dissolute good-for-nothings." Huang Ping didn't dare talk back, but defiance was written across his entire face. Huang Bingkun softened his tone. "You're not young anymore. If that girl comes from a decent, respectable family, I'll arrange to propose marriage on your behalf. Get the betrothal settled, have you two married next year or the year after." He had assumed Huang Ping would be grateful to the point of tears. Instead, the boy's expression turned to shock. Second young master, absolutely not. Why not? Students at the school aren't allowed to become betrothed, let alone marry. If it's not allowed, then why did you carry on with her like that? Huang Bingkun spoke earnestly. You're a scholar now. Scholars must maintain their reputation, and the girl has her virtue to protect. Second young master, that girl and I just like each other. We haven't thought of that, Huang Ping stammered. Then what exactly are you thinking? Huang Bingkun was becoming utterly confused. Huang Ping's face wore an expression of I can't possibly explain this to you. He could only say reluctantly, she and I are just friends, we both like each other very much. Huang Bingkun felt overwhelmed with information. After racking his brains for a while, he finally found an appropriate term. So she's like a female confidant. I suppose that's about what it means. Huang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. What kind of family is she from? Huang Bingkun still pressed on. Huang Ping had no choice. She's from a naturalized citizen family. Her hometown is in Guangdong. Her parents now work at a farm under the Agricultural Committee. When Huang Bingkun heard that her parents weren't of some lowly origin but came from a respectable farming background, he felt somewhat relieved. He spoke solemnly. Since you don't want to become betrothed to her, you must never again engage in such improper conduct in public. He admonished him earnestly. Huang Ping could only reply, yes, this humble one understands. When Huang Bingkun returned to Huang family stockade, he learned that his father had just decided to contract out roughly 1,000 thin mu of land under the Huang family name to the Tiandahui. The news shocked him greatly. What shocked him even more was that his father had also disbanded the stockade's militia. To demonstrate cooperation, the Huang family had purchased the Tiandahui's agricultural technology services the previous year. The original motivation had been merely going through the motions to buy some peace. But unexpectedly, those services had more than doubled the family's income. This made old Master Huang and the eldest young master, who had initially been wary of the Tiandahui's intentions, develop genuine interest. The two discussed the family's situation. They had nearly 1,000 mu of thin farmland that, when tenanted out, scarcely yielded any rent. If they insisted on collecting, the tenants would probably starve. And since the stockade's tenants were the main source of militia, the Huang family naturally didn't want to press them too hard. Now that Lingao's situation had clarified and public order was good, the family no longer needed to spend vast resources maintaining armed men. Operating a militia of several hundred was expensive, and everyone in Huang family stockade had long complained bitterly about the burden. In the past, it had been a matter of survival in a chaotic social order. They'd had no choice. But now that bandits had been cleared out, and with a formidable force like the Bafin army present, even the Li people didn't dare cause trouble. Spending money to maintain a militia far exceeding the stockade's scale was simply uneconomical. Calls to abolish the militia entirely had grown loud. This time, Old Master Huang directly disbanded most of the militia, retaining only a few dozen, proportional to the village's population, as the village militia that the pirates required every village to maintain. This freed the Huang family from the unprofitable business of supporting armed men. The eldest son, Huang Bingcheng, had specifically visited the Tiandahui, met with Yi Yuming, and reached a business cooperation agreement to fully contract out these lands and the tenants working them. When Huang Bingkun learned of the disbandment and the contracting, he was greatly alarmed. This was self-amputation. The Huang family stockade had always enjoyed its lofty position in Lingao precisely because of generations of organizing militia, always being the pillar of the countryside. Now, disbanding the militia and contracting out land and tenants, didn't father understand that the most important resource in Lingao was people? These tenants were old households, accumulated over many years. Many had fought alongside grandfather and father. Even if they didn't fight, so many people represented rare treasure. How had father suddenly become so muddle-headed? He hurried to find his father and elder brother but couldn't locate them. The servants said the master and eldest young master were in the flower hall receiving Squire Song from Chiang Mai. Squire Song was a long-time friend of the Huang family, and more than that, the father-in-law of the eldest son. The relationship was extraordinary. Huang Bingkun hurried to the flower hall. There, Squire Song Zongmao was holding forth on various topics. He claimed he had come to visit his daughter and grandson, but everyone knew the real purpose, to seek advice. The Song family was a prominent clan in Chiang Mai County. Song Zonghui, formerly the wealthiest man in Chiang Mai, was Song Zongmao's cousin. Though Song Zongmao wasn't as wealthy as his cousin, he was still a modest landlord, owning several thousand mu. All this land had originally been tenanted out. Since the Australians had defeated the government troops, established a post-war bureau in Chiang Mai, and then a Chiang Mai County office and Chiang Mai County Consultative Bureau. The county, too, had been gradually undergoing changes like Lingao. Bandit suppression, land surveying, population census, tax clarification, new tax systems, step by step, these had all been carried out. Though Song Zongmao had complaints about certain policies, Chiang Mai had at least taken on a new appearance. The area was peaceful, whether rich or poor, everyone's days were more stable than before. But the Australians' recent actions had truly thrown him into a panic. The Agricultural Committee was reclaiming wasteland and establishing farms on a grand scale in Chiang Mai, aggressively recruiting farm workers with allegedly generous treatment. Not only had the hired hands, who used to come just for a full stomach, quit one after another, but even the tenants were demanding rent reductions. If rents weren't reduced, they threatened to abandon their tenancies. As the tenants put it, now that the Australians had arrived, working as hired hands for them meant not only eating well but having housing too, far better than being tenant farmers who never got enough to eat all year. With all this commotion, Squire Song could no longer sit still. Since the land survey and the new tax system, his tax burden had increased considerably. Moreover, with large quantities of Australian goods flowing into Chiang Mai, consumption expenditures had increased dramatically. He had originally planned to raise rents, but now, far from raising them, it was questionable whether he'd have anyone to farm his land this year. In his anxiety, Squire Song thought of his in-law, a committee member of the Lingao Consultative Bureau. Being a committee member, he surely had close relations with the Australians, and Lingao was the Australians' home base, so he came to seek advice. Who would have thought that 50,000 imperial troops would be wiped out in just a few days? When the imperial forces came, I contributed quite a lot of money and grain from my estate, nearly emptied my stores. Truly harmful. That hole still hasn't been filled. I had hoped that with a few years of peace I could slowly make it up, but the Australians have pulled this stunt. Are they going to leave us any way to survive? These troublemaking commoners. Back then, if I hadn't taken pity on them and leased them my lands, they'd have been corpses long ago. Now they dare say such disrespectful things to my face. Really, really. Song Zongmao kept shaking his head as he spoke. Under council rule, the burden on rentier landlords was heavy. After the comprehensive land survey, they lost the benefits of hidden fields. After the new tax system, not only were the Ming Dynasty's overt tax exemptions abolished, but all the tricks they used to play by colluding with petty officials were rendered null and void. This alone had landlords crying in distress. Moreover, they had to pay progressive agricultural taxes at higher rates based on the progressive scale. Many rentier landlords had been bankrupted, forced to sell land, and move to the city to work in industry or commerce. Those who remained had to change their approach, either subcontracting to the Tiandahui or transforming to manage their own land. Huang Xiaodong offered consolation. This is the trend of the times. Since tenanting out is so troublesome, why not simply contract to the Tiandahui? No matter how troublesome the tenants are, let the Australians reason with them. Contracting to the Tiandahui would indeed be less troublesome. It's just that I've never dealt with them before and don't know if they can be trusted. Squire Song's worry was that the Tiandahui might act like certain large households, turning hostile after receiving a donation and swallowing his land. Huang Xiaodong immediately assured him that the Tiandahui was reliable. His own family's cooperation with the Australians had yielded good returns, so this year he planned to contract out all his consolidated lands along with the tenants to the Tiandahui for cultivation. The Australians can be trusted to keep their word. On this point, Squire Song need not worry excessively. After Huang Xiaodong's explanation, Squire Song's mind became more active. Rather than fighting with tenants and having no one come out well, simply contracting to the Tiandahui was indeed a way out. Then he moved on to a second matter. I've heard the Australians have established an Australian Academy in Lingao. Indeed, it's been operating for several years now. It's called Fangcao Dai. I've heard quite a few children of Lingao gentry and prominent families have enrolled there. Quite a few. Song Zhangmao hemmed and hawed, explaining that some time ago he had heard his cousin Song Zhonghui had sent a son to Lingao to attend school. This gave him a sense of crisis. Song Zhonghui was already a committee member of the County Consultative Bureau, a favorite of the Australians. If he also sent a son to study in Lingao, it was obviously sending a hostage as a pledge of loyalty. His own family hadn't managed to become committee members. If he fell behind in this respect too, what say would he have in county affairs in the future? Though they were of the same clan, they were after all distantly related branches. End of chapter. Chapter 1329. No choice but to accept Song Zhangmao's second purpose in coming was to inquire about Fangcao Dai and consider whether to send his son to study in Lingao. He wasn't particularly blessed in terms of heirs. He had only 2 sons. The eldest wasn't good at studying. He couldn't pass the examinations and remained stuck as a mere student scholar. He could only stay home and help manage the family business. The second son was 14, had attended several years of private school, but Chiang Mai's prospects for advancement through the civil examinations were about the same as Lingao's. The chances of getting ahead through studying were very low. As for acquiring licentiate credentials, nowadays that brought no benefit of tax-exempt grain, and the Australians didn't value Ming credentials anyway. So he had conceived the idea of using this son as a hostage to curry favor with the Australians and strengthen his own position in the county. Apparently, the County Consultative Bureau would soon hold elections, and he might be selected. Following the simplest logic of royal hegemony, Song Zhangmao believed the Australians were currently in a phase of winning hearts and minds. If he sent his child to Fangcao Dai, that would demonstrate complete commitment to the Australian ship. They would surely view him differently. After all, even being a common soldier for the Australians meant your dependents would enjoy preferential treatment as superior people in the county. Huang Xiaodong knew little about Fangcao Dai. He only knew that since Huang Ping had gone there, the boy's horizons had broadened considerably and he had learned much Australian knowledge. But as for what the school was actually like, he wasn't clear. So he immediately sent for second young master Huang, who had just returned from Fangcao Dai, to come and chat. Huang Bingkun had been eavesdropping on the 2 men's conversation from behind a screen. Hearing that he was being sent for, he hurriedly slipped out, returned to the courtyard, and pretended to have just arrived. Questions about Fangcao Dai posed a dilemma for him. Simply criticizing it wasn't feasible. Father had questioned Huang Ping several times and knew something about the school. But praising it went completely against his inclinations, and besides, he had many criticisms of the Australian knowledge taught there, and the school's general ethos. However, judging from what Squire Song had revealed earlier, even if Fangcao Dai were a pit of fire, he was prepared to have his child jump in. Huang Bingkun could only focus his efforts on the question of school culture. That Australian knowledge was useful had already become common consensus, and Squire Song's true purpose was sending a hostage to pledge loyalty. From this perspective, it hardly mattered what the school taught. Yet these local wealthy landowners were most concerned about family tradition, and most fearful of their children learning bad habits in the outside world. Primitive accumulation in ancient society was extraordinarily difficult. Amassing wealth required desperately cutting everyday expenses. Many rural landlords' land and property had been built up bit by bit over several generations, one coin at a time, one gin of grain at a time, extremely hard one. If a wastrel son appeared, years of hard work would be ruined in an instant. Anping was brought out as a prime example of this corruption, while the matter of female students wearing short skirts and harming public morals served as an added talking point. Sure enough, after hearing this, Squire Song's face showed difficulty. Old Master Huang could only remain silent. These people all subscribed to the view that virtue is greater than talent, and feared their children going astray above all else. Hearing second young Master Huang describe Fangcao Dai as such a morally corrupting place, they couldn't help but hesitate. After considerable deliberation, Squire Song asked many more questions about the school's living conditions, dormitories, and study environment. When he heard that 30 people slept in one room and several thousand ate meals together, his hesitation deepened. After that, he didn't bring up attending Fangcao Dai again. Before long, he took his leave to rest in his room. Huang Bingkun was secretly pleased. He had saved another innocent young man from falling into the Australians' clutches. These Australians seemed to possess some kind of enchanting drug. Once anyone entered that school, each and every one underwent a complete personality change. Seeing that Squire Song had departed, he finally brought up the real business with his father, complaining about why he had disbanded the militia and contracted so much land and so many tenants to the Tiandihui. "Father, you're being muddle-headed. The reason our Huang family has always been the pillar of Lingao is precisely because of this militia, isn't it? Now you've contracted out the land and disbanded the militia. Isn't this cutting off your own claws and fangs? From now on, won't our family just be putty in the pirates' hands?" Huang Xiaodong looked at his highly agitated son. He understood this son's sense of loss very well. The eldest son of the Huang family had focused on studying since childhood and had no interest in martial arts. He had always helped the family manage its affairs. It was this second son who had accompanied him in drilling and leading the militia. Over the years, front and back, he had contributed considerable effort to the county's affairs, truly a young talent accomplished in both civil and military matters. Since the county's conflict with the pirates had ended in failure and pirate power had gradually infiltrated Lingao, the Huang family's status had plummeted. The militia they had been so proud of, aside from being brought out for a few small-scale engagements during bandit suppression, had been reduced to organized conscript laborers. The family's influence in the county had declined continuously. Now they were no different from ordinary gentry. Though committee members of the County Consultative Bureau, they couldn't compare in influence to the Liu and Zhang families who had attached themselves early, and fell far behind even the Li Sunqian family who had attached at the same time but shown more enthusiasm. Not to mention that the third son had died fighting the pirates. This mental knot, the Huang family members hadn't let go of it and couldn't let go of it. "Bingkun." Huang Xiaodong spoke in a low voice. "Do you think that with these few hundred militiamen, the Australians couldn't crush us like putty?" Huang Bingkun was momentarily at a loss for words. Tens of thousands of imperial troops were reduced to ashes in a single day. Do you really think the Huang family stockade has survived until now because the pirates are afraid of a few hundred militiamen? I think you're the one who's muddle-headed." "Yes," Huang Bingkun answered dejectedly, but he wasn't convinced. He pressed on. "The pirates are still shallow-rooted after all. Now that you've joined that whatever it's called Tiandihui, if the imperial court comes back someday, we'll be guilty of consorting with pirates." "The court?" Huang Xiaodong gave a bitter laugh. "You're still expecting the court to come back. The court lost 2 years ago and it's never coming back. Right now, the court can barely hold itself together. How can it attend to a tiny frontier county 10,000 miles away? At the very least, the Australians are going to carve out an independent domain on this Hainan island. Master Liu said recently that the great Ming is probably terminally ill. Your father's learning is shallow. I can't tell whether the Ming is really going to collapse, but the Ming's Qiangzhou prefecture is definitely going to collapse. Our family can't aim to become nobles of a new dynasty, but we can't go down together with the Ming either. He knew that the second young master had been playing games of resistance against the Australians in private, and had been constantly worried about this, fearing that any day the Australians might settle accounts, and then Huang family stockade would become a second Gu family manor. The Gu family's destruction wasn't to be mourned, but the Australians' ruthless determination to destroy this before breakfast had secretly alarmed him. If it really came to that, there wouldn't be a single scrap left of the Huang family, just like what was now Gu family manor without a trace of its former existence. I know you can't let go of your third brother in your heart, but third brother is already dead. The Huang family must continue. At this point, Huang Xiaodong was weeping with age, which in turn set second young master Huang to crying. Father and son embraced and wept together. After the tears subsided and they wiped their eyes, Huang Xiaodong announced another important decision. He had decided to send one of the eldest brother's children to study at Fangcao Dai. Huang Bingke knew this was his aged father's gesture of pledging loyalty. No matter how 10,000 times unwilling he was, he couldn't object. After all, compared to the individual, the continuation of the family was the most important thing. But contracting out these several dozen tenant households is also a loss for us. They'll become the Australians' people after this. You know, father, what's valuable here isn't the land, it's the people. The manor can no longer afford to support so many tenants. Huang Xiaodong's face showed a trace of bitterness. These several dozen households, when they tenanted our land, they were already half starving. If we hadn't exempted them from rent, they would have starved long ago. That's why they were willing to fight to the death for us. Moreover, we used to do a lot for the county, so the county officials turned a blind eye to the imperial grain taxes. That's the only reason we could maintain things until now. The Huang family stockade's current difficult economic situation no longer permitted them to continue the old ways. In the past, though the stockade had expended great resources to maintain a militia force quite disproportionate to its size, they had managed by having nearby villages help with cooperative provisions. And when the government needed them, there were always benefits coming their way. That was how they had maintained things all along. Now, all these income sources had been completely cut off. To continue the militia, they would have to dip into the family's reserves. Before, maintaining the militia not only protected the locality but even yielded a small surplus at year's end. Now, far from a surplus, they couldn't even cover maintenance costs. If they barely held on, the Huang family's ultimate fate would be bankruptcy and selling land, and the pirates were just waiting for that day. That was why Director Xing had never rigidly required villages to abolish their militias, merely converting them directly to village militia. But in practice, each village's militia was frequently called upon for labor duty for the county. Though provisions needn't be self-supplied, having a large batch of able-bodied men taken away each time was still a burden. As a result, the larger the militia scale, the greater the labor duty burden. Simply due to changes in the social environment and economic pressure, villages had one after another abolished their militias and converted to the much smaller-scale village militia. Couldn't we reclaim wasteland like the Australians do? With what seeds? What cattle? Huang Xiaodong said helplessly. It's not as if we haven't tried reclaiming wasteland, but with just the manpower and resources of our manor, we can't build irrigation channels or improve the soil. What we reclaim is all thin land. Without the Tiandahui seeds and fertilizers, how would it be any different from before? What use is it? Huang Bingke had no choice but to accept. He knew what his father said was true. Land in their own hands was just dirt clods. In the Australians' hands, it became gold. Yet Huang Bingken's determination to resist the pirates hadn't changed. He wasn't resigned to watching Qiangzhou slowly transform into a new Australia. Therefore, he decided to lay low for the time being and wait for a new opportunity. There was no longer any force on Hainan Island that could oppose the pirates. He would have to seek one on the mainland. End of chapter. Chapter 1330. The Shell Gatherer. Early morning, with the sky just barely light, the lamps of Bapu Fortress still burned brightly. The night shift sentries yawned, watching the duty clock on the gun platform, willing the hour of their relief to arrive. 2 li away on the beach, several men with baskets on their backs had already arrived at the sand, guided through the darkness by those distant lights. Though dawn had not yet broken, the beach already had quite a few early rising fishermen, divided into groups stationed several hundred meters apart. Seeing the newcomers arrive, they regarded them with unfriendly expressions. Were it not for the council's severe penalties for disturbing the public order, blows would likely already have been exchanged. "Old Dai, which spot?" some of them asked anxiously, seeing people everywhere. The tides rose and fell in different directions. Choosing wrong meant not just extra walking, but, more critically, less money from sales. A man around 40 stepped forward. He wore crude cloth short clothes, gray with grime, and wooden-soled cloth shoes from the Lingao shoe factory on his feet. He squinted at the sea surface that had already begun to churn, calculated the date, then said quietly, "Come." The group circled around those who had already staked out positions and took their stand at a stretch of beach with a slight inward curve. By now the tide had begun its rapid retreat. The beach instantly came alive as the early morning seafood gatherers sprang into action. After the water withdrew, the exposed sand was covered with seaweed and kelp. Live shrimp and crabs scurried about in a panic. "Old Dai's got real skill. Look at all this." "Quick, everyone grab them," the group exclaimed with pleased surprise. Smiling at his somewhat panicked companions, the man called Old Dai, Dai Dihu, remained unhurried. He first removed his shoes and tucked them into his waistband, then began to work. But his targets weren't the conspicuous shrimp and crabs. His attention was entirely on the shellfish lying quietly in the wet sand. Avoiding the large, hard-shelled conches, he picked up oysters, mussels, and clams at the fastest speed, rinsing off mud and sand in the seawater before tossing them into his bamboo basket. These children of the Great Sea were gifts bestowed by the leaders. In no time, his basket was overflowing. Dai Dihu casually helped 2 companions whose baskets weren't yet full to complete theirs. "Let's go." Someone called out urgently, and the group was already hurrying away. Most of the shell gatherers on the beach were still bent over, busily working. Carrying the dripping, heavy baskets on their backs, Dai Dihu walked with especially light steps. Thinking that they would soon exchange these for money, even the fatigue of staying up all night faded considerably. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, they had arrived at the Bapu port area. The innermost docks couldn't be entered freely, but on the port area's commercial street stood a retail outlet belonging to the leader's seafood processing plant, a place that both purchased and sold goods. Very cheap seafood was sold here every morning. Some time ago, they had suddenly begun purchasing shrimp, crabs, shellfish, and the like. The retail outlet's large courtyard had several gates, all open around the clock. Dai Dihu and his group entered through a side gate. The space inside was generous. Immediately upon entering was a big courtyard with 7 or 8 unhitched 4-wheeled carts parked within. Stacked against the wall were piles upon piles of wooden trays and bamboo baskets used for transporting fish. The air was permeated with the strong, pungent smell of seafood. The ground still bore large puddles of water and refuse, fish scales, fish bones, and the like. Dai Dihu approached the purchasing station in front of the retail outlet. The gas lamps had already been extinguished. The yawning purchasing clerk rubbed his hands and beckoned Dai Dihu and his companions over to weigh their goods. Behind the clerk, the seafood processing plant was dimly visible. That cluster of buildings connected to the fishing harbor docks at the back. Fishing boats seemed to be constantly returning and unloading. basket after basket of catch was continuously sent to the workshops via rail carts. After processing, a portion would be sent to the retail outlet for sale. The purchasing clerk consulted the manual in his hand, carefully examined the shellfish in the baskets, then sniffed with his nose before finally nodding. All soft shell, freshness grade 2, pour them onto the scale. 30 large gin, correct. Good, take this. He rapidly wrote a few lines on the clipboard, ripped off a sheet and handed it over. What freshness meant, Dai Dihu didn't understand, but he was used to scales. These grade 2 soft shells at 30 large gin could be exchanged for 15 yuan in currency. He counted very clearly. Smiling, he accepted the purchasing receipt and traded it at the exchange counter for 3 yellow paper notes. He tucked them carefully against his chest. Gathering shells was hard work, especially this first shift of the morning tide. The leaders had many strict and elaborate rules. Morning and afternoon prices differed, and from the moment something was taken from the sea, the price dropped with each cup of tea that passed. After 1 hour, they wouldn't take it at all. Hard, large conches fetched poor prices. Shrimp and crabs fetched higher prices since they were still alive, but if broken or damaged, they weren't worth much. Actually, these small soft shells were the most cost-effective. Moreover, only 300 large gin per day were accepted, so every morning several groups competed. Still, this first catch of morning did pay quite well. This hour of work was better than casual labor. Unfortunately, there was no fixed schedule for the morning tide, so he could only do this occasionally. His several companions were all from Dengzhou. They had met while gathering shells, fellow countrymen looking after each other. Dai Dihu had previously worked as a fish trader and was very familiar with the tides along the Dengzhou-Chiangmai line, so among the group, he served as the unofficial leader. "Old Dai, come have a drink." His companions invited warmly after they too had finished weighing in. "Not going, need to go back and sleep early. Still have the night shift." Dai Dihu smilingly declined. Staying up all night was too exhausting. After parting with his companions, Dai Dihu went around to the retail outlet's front entrance, where the morning's catch from returning boats was already on display. Though still early, quite a few people had already come to buy discounted fish. Some had even come from the county seat. The train made coming and going convenient nowadays. Unlike the usual fish peddlers and small shops in the area, the seafood processing plant's retail outlet here was much larger than even the direct sales store at Eastgate Market. It had originally only done wholesale. After the railroad came through, it had started retail sales. It was like a market specifically for selling fish. Not only did county residents like to buy here, but it was said that merchants from Guangzhou came to stock up too. Rare fish unavailable elsewhere could be purchased here, and prices were cheaper than in Guangzhou proper. Moreover, they offered ice-packing services. Wooden crates stuffed with ice chunks and filled with seafood could be loaded onto Dabo Shipping's express passenger ships. Delivered to Guangzhou, they were even fresher than fish caught locally at Huangpu. The retail outlet was divided into several sections. The dried goods section carried all kinds of seafood products: kelp, laver, fish slices, dried fish, fish sauce, oyster sauce, shrimp paste, fish balls, fish sausage, everything one could want, all packaged in coarse paper, small bamboo baskets or straw bundles and stacked on shelves. The fresh goods section was the largest. Large yellow croaker, grouper, blue spinefoot, Spanish mackerel, yellowfin bream, prawns, flower crabs, all manner of common and uncommon fish, even those with no name one could give them, were alive and jumping in little pools. On the ceiling, a thick iron shaft constantly rotated, using belts to drive water wheels in the various pools and continuously churn the water. Most novel was the chilled section. The leaders had inexhaustible ice year-round. Fish were arranged in bamboo baskets and wooden trays, covered with ice slush. Though dead, if bought and taken home to eat, they were just as fresh and delicious. The key was that chilled fish sold for only half the price of live fish. With morning and evening discounts, there were even special prices of 2 or 3/10 off. This wasn't Dai Dihu's first visit, yet though he had dealt with fish for half his life, he still found the place somewhat dazzling. The leaders really have great abilities, he marveled to himself. Some fish here, though common, were very rare at this season. Take that hairtail. In winter it liked to hide deep in the sea. Ordinary nets couldn't bring it up. Even fishing with long-line poles, you'd catch only a few after a busy day. Yet these bamboo baskets before him held several dozen, and he had never seen this retail outlet run out of any kind of fish. But one thing puzzled him. Why, when the leaders could catch so many fish and shrimp, did they still open a market to purchase live shrimp and shellfish? Couldn't they catch enough themselves? Nowadays, Lingao's fish and seafood were so cheap that many nearby fishermen had lost their livelihood. Most had no choice but to join the leaders' organizations. Those with some savings and big boats joined the Fisheries Cooperative Association. Those without money and with small boats could only work as fishing laborers for the Lingao Fisheries Company. Independent operators were fewer and fewer. Dai Dihu naturally didn't know this was deliberate on the fisheries company's part, aimed at maximizing utilization of the special human resource that was fishermen. Besides, these bulk-caught chilled fish from distant waters didn't cost much anyway. Thinking that he was going to see his daughter at school this afternoon, Dai Dihu gritted his teeth and went to the fresh section. Prices here were double those in the outer areas. Usually only wealthy county households and restaurant businesses bought here. After entering, Dai Dihu saw price tags on all the pools. He was literate and examined each one in turn. Many fish had names different from what he was used to. For example, what the leaders called large yellow croaker was what he knew as Daxian. Most of the fish here could actually be found in the chilled section outside, but these were much bigger, and all were lively and jumping. After another circuit, looking at the prices of many unfamiliar named fish, Dai Dihu felt his heart racing with alarm. He hurried back to the entrance and had a shop assistant help him select a smaller large yellow croaker, weigh it, and put it in a wooden bucket with a ladle of water. Only then did he reluctantly pull out 2 yellow notes. This money was enough to feed his whole family for more than a day. Then he went to the dried goods section and used the change to buy a small bag of fish slices. His daughter liked these, along with a bag of fish balls and a jar of shrimp paste. These fish balls were the most cost-effective, priced only slightly higher than rice, much cheaper than even discounted miscellaneous fish. He naturally didn't know that this stuff was made from sweet potato starch and fish paste from various rejected-grade fish, produced semi-mechanically in large batches with minimal labor cost. Carrying the bucket in one hand and fish slices, fish balls and shrimp paste in his back basket, Dai Dihu walked briskly to Bapu train station and produced his monthly pass for the gatehouse attendant to check. His work was over at Majiao. This train monthly pass was really convenient. Without it, he'd have to walk several hours round trip and he wouldn't have been able to earn these 15 yuan. Entering the platform, a train soon arrived. The morning crowd wasn't too heavy. Dai Dihu got on the last car, found a spot to set the wooden bucket on the floor, then sat down hugging it. The train soon started. He fought his drowsiness and looked out the window. Not far away was the main road from Bapu to East Gate Market, or in the leader's terminology, the highway. End of chapter. Chapter 1331. The uses of Shell's full light had only just arrived, and already the main road bustled with pedestrians and cargo vehicles. Dai Dihu still remembered his first time on this road. That lively scene of surging traffic had left him so stunned he couldn't close his eyes. Even the streets of those famous ancient capitals from the storyteller's tales probably couldn't compare to Lingao's Baibo Road. Yet who would have thought the leaders weren't satisfied even with such a road? Later they built the railway too, a road literally paved with iron. Thick iron bars, thicker than an arm, laid on wooden ties. The sheer extravagance made Dai Dihu's heart ache every time he saw it. How much money must this have cost? The main road and railway ran adjacent to each other, separated from Biaojia River. The leaders had given it the elegant name Wenlin River, but he still preferred the old one. Dai Dihu peered past rows upon rows of camphor wood posts. On the far side, the rice paddies were divided into large square plots. Further away, on the slopes of Yixiang Ridge, now called Gaoshan Ridge, the channels of the water diversion system brought water down from Duazhou Reservoir. Beside them stood rows of flat buildings where the leaders' hired farmhands lived. Some days ago, during the busy autumn harvest, Dai Dihu had worked as a seasonal laborer in the farm's rice paddies. The fields had been filled to bursting with rice waiting to be cut. The heavy golden heads were a joyful sight. The leaders really have great abilities. Even this rice they can make grow so well. Dai Dihu was exactly 40 this year. His ancestors had originally been from Lingao, but a branch of the family had later moved to settle in Dengzhou. Though they couldn't be called wealthy and prominent, they had lived in modest comfort. His family had a few mu of thin farmland, and in Dengzhou City they had run a small shop selling dried seafood. Food and clothing had never been problems. But a few years ago, Dengzhou had suffered storm damage. His family was hit hard and he himself had been unexpectedly injured. They'd had to borrow money, and these past years things had been tight. Then the Australians arrived in Lingao. At first everyone thought they were just unusually powerful sea pirates. They'd cause trouble and eventually leave. Who would have thought that within a single year, Australian roads had been built all the way to Nanbao? By then, Dengzhou was in a state of anxiety. The original creditor moved away with his entire family and demanded immediate repayment. Forced into desperation, Dai Dihu had sold his farmland at a low price to pay off the debt. Then the Dengzhou market was flooded with cheap Lingao fish, and his dried goods business collapsed. He lost a fortune, and his whole family was suddenly without means of support. Dai Dihu remembered that his family still had clan relatives in Lingao. Though they only exchanged visits during festivals, they could at least provide some help. He had also heard that Lingao under Australian rule had an extremely prosperous market with many business opportunities. So he decided to simply come to Lingao to find a living. Once here, he discovered that the leaders sold fish so cheaply that his old trade was impossible. He had considered joining the leaders' organizations, but these Australian leaders weren't ordinary sea pirates. Working for them required adopting their customs, cutting your hair and changing your clothes. The Dai family's ancestor Dai Dingxi had been a Song Dynasty Juren, one of the famous figures in Lingao's history. Though by their generation the scholarly tradition had long since faded, Dai Dihu still carried traces of literary refinement. Besides, his elderly parents were still alive. He couldn't subject them to such indignity. Fortunately, there was no shortage of work here. The Dai family rented a room from relatives. He took on odd jobs all over. His elderly parents and wife and children did some small-scale trading. Food and clothing were manageable, but living as dependents wasn't a long-term solution. Not far from a half-finished construction site, the train began to slow and gently pulled into the station. Then came the announcement over the loudspeaker. Attention passengers, Majiao New District Station has arrived. Majiao New District Station has arrived. Passengers disembarking here, please queue to exit. Next station is Majiao Industrial Zone Station. Dai Dihu hurried off the train. This construction site was where he did night work, some employee family housing development, all apartment buildings. Only employees were eligible to buy. From here, it was over 3 li back, then about 2 more li to where his family was temporarily staying. The day shift had already started. Over 1,000 workers in blue work clothes labored in full swing. Among them were quite a few men and women in miscellaneous colored clothes, either going back and forth between the train station and the construction site, or under the direction of foremen, carrying and hauling building materials that the crane had just unloaded, or doing jobs like carrying gravel and pushing wheelbarrows. These were casual laborers like Dai Dihu. Group 35, everyone come sign in, time to start work. A head-shaved foreman in blue work clothes came running over holding a clipboard. Dai Dihu hurried over. Signing in meant pressing a fingerprint onto paper, then receiving tools and starting work. Casual laborers naturally did simple manual labor, paid by piece rate. Of course, the pay wasn't high, not to mention compared to regular employees. The benefits for the leader's regular employees had made Dai Dihu quite envious once he'd learned the details. Income several times his own, the whole family able to afford meat every day, seafood meat of course. Fish wasn't expensive in Lingao, especially the processing plant's fish balls, fish sausage, and such were very cheap. Even families like his who did odd jobs could buy some to eat now and then since moving here. Most importantly, the leaders provided housing for their employees, just paying some currency each month. Much better than his whole family crammed into a side room at relatives' place. Lingao's population was growing. Around 100 Fathom City, there was plenty of work and making a living was easy, but getting a home was too hard. The leader's territory was vast and buildings were being built everywhere, but you had to join their organizations to be eligible to buy. As for local people's housing lots, in just a year since coming to Lingao, he'd watched the asking prices shoot straight up. Now even at high prices, few were willing to sell. If he didn't secure a room soon, he might have no place to stand in the future. His family couldn't keep borrowing from relatives indefinitely. The Bapu seafood processing plant began a new day amid clouds of steam. The freshest softshells collected at first light had now all been carefully demeated, washed several times in clean water, and sorted into different porcelain vats. Right, this vat is all oysters. 15% will do, that's 1.5 cheng. Hu Yicheng watched his apprentice record the number, making sure not to confuse the hydrochloric acid concentration. Then he wrote the date and type on a label and stuck it on the porcelain vat lid before looking away. Different kinds of shrimp, crabs, and shellfish had different shell compositions, requiring different concentrations of hydrochloric acid for dissolution. Processing times and yields also varied, so naturally the purchase prices differed considerably. Along the wall stood vats that had already begun acid soaking. Hu Yicheng walked over, checked the labels, opened one and stirred inside with a porcelain rod. Yes, like this with no bubbles is correct. This vat can be taken for washing now, wash it several times. Watching the workers' rough and clumsy manner, Hu Yicheng couldn't suppress a flash of irritation. The quality of seafood processing plant workers was far below that of the pharmaceutical factory. Only a few of the native managers held Category B credentials. They had to focus on their own duties. The ordinary workers had little education. Carelessness and unreliability were the good ones. A few days ago, a worker had actually drunk hydrochloric acid out of curiosity to see if it was both salty and sour. This had forced him to set aside pharmaceutical factory business and personally come supervise here. The early shift workers hardly dared breathe as they began washing with clean water again and again. Since there were no acid-base indicators like phenolphthalein or methyl red, they had no choice but to wash multiple times to ensure neutrality. Low efficiency and water waste couldn't be helped. Hu Yicheng went outside, where 2 porcelain steam pots were performing alkaline boiling on the washed raw materials. This required boiling twice in a 4% sodium hydroxide solution. Then came the decolorization process, previously the most troublesome step. Due to lack of a stable supply of potassium permanganate and sodium bisulfite, they had to continuously experiment with and improve the process, which had delayed mass production considerably. Currently, they were using a 4% dilute hydrochloric acid soak with continuous stirring for 2 days, then sun-drying for 1 day to obtain semi-finished chitin. After that, it could be sent to the pharmaceutical factory for boiling in 40% strong alkali for 6 hours. After washing, deutering, and drying, the urgently needed product was obtained, deacetylated chitin or chitosan. This was a glassy, pure white, transparent colloidal solution. It didn't dissolve in water, dilute acids, or dilute alkalis. It had high viscosity, was resistant to sunlight, heat, and corrosion. It didn't absorb moisture or weather, resisted insects, and was wrinkle-resistant and shrink-resistant. Due to these properties, it had wide applications. In the textile industry, it could serve as a setting agent to produce crisp shirts with collars that wouldn't deform after washing, or as a high-grade color fixative for dyes and coatings. In the electrical industry, it could serve as a protective coating for special wires or as insulating material. In the paper-making industry, it was a raw material for capacitor paper, banknote paper, coated paper, and other high-grade papers. In the food industry, it could serve as a thickening agent or as a clarifying agent for refined white sugar. Of course, in Lingao, its current most important use was medical. Though many reagents were still lacking and surgical sutures couldn't yet be produced, making hemostatic dressings using gelatin, glycerin, and chitosan wasn't difficult. Whether for operation engine running at full steam in the north or the construction sites all over Lingao, major bleeding from external injuries was very common. These hemostatic dressings could save many lives. Damn, another vat ruined. Hu Yicheng returned inside and, seeing the panicked look on the worker's face, no longer had the energy to scold. Scrap this vat. He waved his hand weakly. Due to the lack of modern chemical reagents and primitive testing methods, producing pharmaceutical-grade chitosan in Lingao required following the strictest process standards. Extremely stringent standards had been set for the freshness of raw materials, which was why shells couldn't be transported to 100-fathom city's pharmaceutical factory for processing, but had to be processed into semi-finished products at the port area's seafood processing plant. Anything slightly off-standard had to be scrapped and sent to the garment factory or paper mill as waste utilization. Pharmaceutical use required the freshest shell materials. Previously iced dead specimens couldn't be used for now. The fresh live crustaceans that the Lingao Fisheries Company caught in distant waters usually kept only the most economically valuable. Using them for pharmaceuticals would be too wasteful. Of course, as processes improved and such fresh raw materials were no longer needed, they would naturally lower purchase prices or stop purchasing altogether. End of chapter. Chapter 1332. Housing shortage. Sunlight filtered through the crudely made Venetian blinds, falling across Yang Yun's face and making his conflicted expression unmistakable. He was studying the report in his hands. His brows twisted into a knot, gradually relaxed, then twisted again like a cruller. At his side, Dai Ziu, an intern from the Civil Affairs Department, stood bent at the waist with her head lowered in complete deference. Dai Ziu was a Lingao native. Her family's ancestors had once been considered a scholarly household, but by her father Dai Degao's generation, they no longer engaged in literary pursuits and simply lived off their inherited farmland. When the Australian pirates had suddenly landed, after the initial shock, Dai Degao had made quite a sum selling grain and vegetables to the leaders. Then, on impulse, he had sent his unmarried second daughter Dai Ziu to enroll in the national school. By Ming Dynasty aesthetic standards, Dai Ziu was the type of tall girl who would be hard to marry off. But Dai Degao knew from his dealings with the leaders that these pirates preferred tall, well-built women and disliked thin, delicate ones. Especially after the Liu family's daughter had married transmigrator Zun, he had been moved to see if any leaders might take a liking to his daughter. Unfortunately, Dai Ziu was quite plain in appearance, and Fangcao Dai's management was so strict that opportunities for one-on-one contact with male leaders were scarce. After obtaining her Category B credentials, Dai Ziu, being over 15 and without outstanding grades, couldn't continue to senior elementary. Since she was a self-funded student, her future wasn't controlled by civil affairs departments. She could choose her own career. Dai Degao had wanted her to come home and prepare for a good marriage, which would bring a bride price. But Dai Ziu no longer wanted to go home and marry early, so she had made her own decision to sign up as an administrative intern. Dai Degao had been unwilling at first, but he understood how resolute the council was in implementing its will, so he could only let things take their course. Even if she couldn't bring in a bride price for now, at least she could support herself and bring some money home. After passing the political review and being assigned to the civil affairs section, she worked in the government compound during the day. At night, leaders from civil affairs took turns giving specialized evening training. This way, not only were food and clothing assured with a bit of income, but she could also live in the staff dormitory without needing to return home. At this moment, Dengzhou wasn't afraid of the stern face across from her. Though Leader Yang occasionally made somewhat inappropriate flirtatious remarks, most of the time he was quite easy to get along with. Her eyes glanced at Leader Yang's brand new shirt. That snow-white stand-up collar looked so dashing. In her mind, she was calculating how much more she needed in saved currency before she could afford that coveted new pink blouse at Eastgate Market. The leaders were incredibly capable. That blouse not only had excellent workmanship and beautiful colors, but the collar was especially crisp. Wearing it made one look particularly smart. Ever since a doormate who also worked part-time while studying had worn one, Dengzhou had been green with envy. Though everyone said the pink ones faded especially easily, she still wanted one for herself. Zhiu, come with me to Majiao. The numbers in that report were confirming his original worries and pushing them toward reality. He planned to inspect the new residential district under construction at Majiao. Though he had dispatched his apprentice to the Majiao new district construction site and received daily progress reports, he still wasn't as reassured as seeing things himself. Today wasn't busy, a perfect opportunity to go. Dengzhou answered with a yes, tidied up the document folder and handed it over. Without any awkwardness, she extended her hands and, following the etiquette lessons taught at school, began helping the leader straighten his clothes. Winter sunlight filtered through the Venetian blinds, falling on Dengzhou's face, adding a few traces of radiance to that ordinary countenance. Her formerly flat figure, after 2 years of nourishment from the national school's nutritious meals, had developed slight curves. Yang Yun's throat moved involuntarily. The little schemer's designs on him had long been clear. Some male transmigrators, either openly or secretly, either actively or passively, had already gotten involved with these intern girls. After all, though most of these girls were plain in appearance, they came from local wealthy families, quite different in temperament from the mud-leg origin life secretaries. Refined by their time at the national school, as a diversion from busy work, as long as one had no moral qualms about these half-grown girls, pushing them down was the kind of pleasure few men could have enjoyed in the old timeline. A wicked smile involuntarily surfaced on his face. Yang Yun's gaze began to wander without restraint, roaming from the delicate collarbones before him to those vermilion lips. Watching 2 patches of bashful pink clouds rise on Dengzhou's cheeks, his mood improved considerably. His life secretary had been pregnant for some time now. Shutting the office door and pushing down this little girl, just thinking about it was rather stimulating. Leaving the administrative building, Yang Yun suppressed his desires. Leading Dengzhou, whose complexion was gradually returning to normal, he walked toward the city gate. His mind resumed its calculations. Whether the Majiao new district residential project could be completed on time, he really had no confidence. The civil construction branch company was working over there, with Zhang Xingpei as the only transmigrator playing lone commander. All other technical backbone were newly trained in the past 2 years. Due to weak technical capabilities, even though they were building proven designs, progress was sluggish and accidents constant. Just a few days ago, there had been a fatality. Since returning from Qiangshan, Yang Yun had been busy lately with new migrant settlement work. The original plan to relocate people from population-rich counties like Qiangshan was a long-term project, but after the summer typhoon disaster, they had completed a year's migration quota ahead of schedule. The problem was that Operation Engine's massive migration wave followed on its heels. These migrants, counting in the tens of thousands, had to be dispersed and settled in various places. Housing pressure suddenly became severe, especially in Lingao, the main county for population settlement, where the pressure was particularly enormous. Though temporary settlement could still manage for now, how to settle so many people in already tight housing afterward had Yang Yun constantly worried recently. Right now, most transmigrators were enthusiastically throwing themselves into Operation Engine. That was a major milestone in their forward march. These small troubles before their eyes naturally didn't register with them. Lingao in the 17th century had an extremely low urbanization rate. Neither the county seat nor the various villages had many spare rooms to rent. Though the large influx of outsiders and skyrocketing rents and prices had prompted many Lingao people to begin building various types of housing on their own residential land. Due to limitations of manpower and technology, the newly built houses were still far from meeting demand. As far as he knew, many migrants who had flooded in from elsewhere, but for various reasons hadn't entered the Lingao system, faced tremendous housing pressure. But there was no time to worry about that side for now. Housing was what stabilized hearts. So at this stage, resolving the housing supply-demand contradiction for naturalized citizens within the Lingao system was the focus of Yang Yun's work. When the industrial zone had begun construction, in order to demonstrate the beauty of the new life, standard worker housing had originally been designed as uniform apartment buildings. But the construction department quickly learned the gap between ambition and capability, something that enthusiasm alone couldn't bridge. So before long, the apartment buildings were upgraded to cadre housing. Fortunately, the naturalized citizens who had joined earliest had at minimum reached staff level, and even workers had become veterans, so there hadn't been major problems on this front. But the new migrants who subsequently flooded into Lingao's industrial zone could only live in accommodations slightly better than the sheds in the quarantine zone. To build in large quantities suited to Lingao's technical standards, the construction department copied 1950 civil building design reference, following the early PRC industrial zone planning model. Lingao's civil buildings were divided into two major categories: dormitories and residences. Dormitories were simple bungalows with a design service life of 10 years, uniformly oriented north-south, with brick and tile as the main building materials. To save cement and construction time, the walls weren't plastered inside or out. Per-person floor area in these dormitories, including living and common space combined, was 3.5 square meters. Each room held 10 people, 10 bungalows connected to form one block. 8 blocks made one district with a public toilet, bathhouse, and cafeteria. Each district could hold 800 people. Currently, there were over 30 districts with capacity for over 20,000 people. Dormitory rent was much less than the installment payments for apartment buildings. All along, most Lingao migrants had been single, and they were fairly satisfied with these cheap and sanitary accommodations. Besides, they could look forward to buying residences in the future. The residential situation was considerably more complex. Initially, aside from the modern apartment designs in the transmigrators' residential district, some bamboo-reinforced buildings had also been built on the outskirts of 100 Fathom City industrial zone. But bamboo wasn't safe enough, fine for irrigation channels, but mass deployment would be a ticking time bomb. Later, bamboo reinforcement was basically discontinued in civilian construction and replaced with steel. These apartment buildings were copied from 1960s-70s Southern Chinese state-owned enterprise family buildings. 3-story south-facing exterior corridor design with multiple units per stairwell. To simplify design and construction, there were only 2 floor plans: 30 square meters of floor space for a 1.5-room unit, 60 square meters for a 3-room unit, with built-in kitchens plus shared toilets and bathrooms. 10 units per floor, 1,260 square meters of floor space per building. After building a few, they discovered that apartment buildings consumed too much labor and steel and cement, unsustainably so. Even in the original timelines Lingao, from 1970 to 1978, 9 years, only 197,900 square meters had been built, of which apartment buildings were merely 43,000 square meters, less than 5,000 per year. Though the construction department worked tirelessly, operating essentially year-round except for typhoons and holidays, with 24-hour construction and workers laboring day and night, plus labor support from the industrial sector, military and village conscript labor. Because infrastructure, industrial and public buildings took priority, dormitories had reached 90,000 square meters over 2 years. But residences totaled only 20 buildings and just over 20,000 square meters, a mere 600 units. After the Chiang Mai battle, Lingao's situation had grown increasingly stable. Social and economic development had been rapid these past few years, and employment scale kept expanding. In terms of income, let alone cadres, even workers were considerably better off than local farmers. Many workers with connections in neighboring counties or across the strait had sent word home for brides. Currently, more than 100 new families were added each month. Counting workers and cadres with families waiting to transfer from elsewhere who were waiting to buy housing, over 2,000 households were waiting, that alone needed more than 60 apartment buildings, not even counting future additions. End of chapter. Chapter 1333. The Majiao black market. Yang Yun pondered as he walked. To adapt to the changing situation, their civil affairs section had long since requested the construction section to add kitchens to some dormitories under construction, or at minimum shared kitchens, creating residential version dormitories suitable for families. Those seeking to buy housing could temporarily live there, with a promise that once new apartment buildings were completed, they would have priority purchase rights. For fairness, queue numbers had been assigned. Now the standards for purchasing apartment buildings had imperceptibly risen. Cadres, officers, and skilled workers had priority. Those without sufficient rank were placed further back. Even if married, they could only move into the residential version dormitories and queue. This had actually motivated those veteran workers who had practical skills, but struggled with studying due to their age, and felt resistance toward the Category B credential examinations required for technician qualification. The most enthusiastic students in the evening schools turned out to be them. According to his current figures, excluding the guaranteed quotas for military and cadres, less than half of the naturalized citizens had fixed housing like dormitories or residences. The rest were in temporary housing. Specifically, military, police, administration, and other special department naturalized citizens were all guaranteed. The agricultural and fishing sectors, since they mainly built their own bungalows, had housing of lower quality but could basically ensure each household had a dwelling. As for the industrial sector, the worst off were construction workers and miners. Since they followed construction projects and mines, aside from skilled workers, they basically lived in temporary worksheds at project sites, conditions even worse than the quarantine camps. Manufacturing, because of higher worker quality requirements, was better off. Over 80% of regular employees had fixed housing. As for apprentices who were young, if they were orphans, they were mainly placed in masters' work offices or warehouse gatehouse rooms. Yang Yun's hands held some spare dormitory capacity, but less than 300 residential version units, and only a few dozen residential apartments reserved for outstanding newlywed cadres and officers, absolutely untouchable. With residences so tight, a few months ago a civil construction branch had been specially established, but it had just started. The first batch of 30 buildings, even with compressed schedules, would take at least 3 more months to complete. Moreover, after Operation Engine got underway, new batches of migrants would soon pour in continuously. If dormitories weren't freed up soon, future housing pressure would be even greater. Engine migrants and typhoon migrants often brought their entire families, You couldn't force families to split up and live separately. So these people had to be settled by household, which in turn reduced dormitory utilization efficiency and increased pressure on civil construction. These migrants were mostly farmers. Household sizes varied widely. Some had 1 or 2 people, some 5 or 6, some over a dozen. Though large households would be split by convention or assigned to agricultural companies to farm, while singles or couples were planned for the mines at Sanya, Hangzhou, and elsewhere. Just the migrants who immediately needed housing arrangements already exceeded 1,000 households. Even the ongoing dormitory conversion still had a large gap, let alone the migrants who would continuously pour in over the coming years. The Majiao new community not only had to be completed on schedule so the freed dormitories could be used to settle these new migrants, but construction pace also had to accelerate. Otherwise, countermeasures would have to be devised early. Currently, Lingao's land situation was rather chaotic. Though most land was firmly under transmigrator control, some plots were privately owned. Some of these plot owners, seeing the booming housing demand, had already built quite a few houses to rent and sell. Since current land policies hadn't been sorted out, there were no rules for handling these either. When Yang Yun had commissioned the Grand Library to research materials, he happened to find a book called Research on the Housing Shortage in Modern Shanghai for leisure reading. He discovered that Lingao was currently facing that very situation. When that happened, the conflict between local migrants who had gotten rich from rapidly rising land prices and new migrants would generate massive social contradictions, a very dangerous trend. By the time his calculations were roughly done, Yang Yun and Dengzhou had reached 100 Fathom City's East Gate. Having already received notice from the general office, the on-duty guard battalion platoon leader, leading a squad of guards, immediately stepped forward to salute, then ordered 2 prepared soldiers to fall out. With expanded control area, new roads constantly being built, and strengthened control over Lingao daily public order had continuously improved. The old interstation checkpoint system no longer had much meaning and consumed considerable manpower. So now the Baibo Road, Baima Road, Bainan Road, and other major highways and railways had switched to key area guards plus patrols. This system had much longer response times to emergencies. With Lingao's population becoming more complex, transmigrators going out on solo official business now had personal guards. Though transmigrators themselves were also armed, safety came first. 2 young soldiers emerged smartly from the guard post, each diagonally strapping on 2 holsters containing the guard-issue, long-barreled 1630 manual revolvers. The 2 ammunition pouches on their belts each held 3 loaded speed loaders. Counting the backup ammunition and grenades in their packs, even without the transmigrators' own firepower, the 2 guards were sufficient to handle a close-range ambush by a dozen people. Guard Battalion, 1st Company, 3rd Platoon, 2nd Squad, reporting to the leader, ready, permission to depart. Good, let's go. Seeing his young soldiers so spirited, Yang Yun's mood improved considerably. With Dengzhou and the 2 guards, he boarded the transmigrator-exclusive Dongfeng double-wheeled official carriage. This vehicle could travel along highways to anywhere in Lingao, and could also enter the VIP section of Eastgate Market train station, from where they could board first class and travel via Lingao's existing railway in all directions. Though some had clamored for a transmigrator-exclusive train, such wasteful and efficiency-reducing practices currently had little support. The carriage bypassed Eastgate Market. Inside was bustling and clamorous as always, with crowds streaming back and forth from both the county seat and Bapu directions, citizens, porters, gentry, and even women and daughters in new clothes, a scene of peace and prosperity. The train soon departed. Since it was morning, quite a few transmigrators, naturalized citizen cadres, and local merchants were going out. Yang Yun exchanged greetings with those he wasn't very familiar with and made small talk with those whose names he knew, before settling into his seat with the 4 others. The two guards sat facing each other, alert and focused as trained, ready to nip any possible incident in the bud. Dengzhou rarely got to ride in first class and was obviously excited, her gaze darting about, frequently looking out the window. Because a transmigrator was aboard, specially trained female attendants were assigned to this first-class car. Normally, they mainly checked tickets and provided information. Only when transmigrators were aboard would they board to provide special service, highlighting the transmigrator's status. The young female attendant, carrying a basket, respectfully delivered drinks and snacks, asked if anything else was needed, and seeing Yang Yun wave his hand in dismissal, bowed and withdrew. Nearly an hour later, the train reached its destination, Majiao New District. Yang Yun checked his watch. There was still an hour until noon, so he wanted to wait until after the lunch break before going to find someone. He took out his pocket phone and called Zhang Xingpei, but the other party either didn't hear or something. No answer. I'll just go directly later. Yang Yun then led the three toward Bapu, turning onto the Boma Road. After walking 2 kilometers, he could see on the southern hillside about 1 kilometer away a dozen bungalows and 1 apartment building, while closer was a substantial cluster of several dozen sheds. The dirt road under his feet passed right through them. Though the road had never been properly paved, it had obviously been leveled and even had a layer of fine coal cinders spread on top. This Dai family village, though having only the Dai surname, was a mere dozen-plus households, located quite far from 100 Fathom City. This village had sold grain and vegetables to the transmigrators very early and was fairly cooperative with various civil affairs matters, a local native community with good relations. Though registered in the household system, they hadn't been overly disturbed. Yang Yun knew Dengzhou's family was from here. At this moment, Dengzhou beside him was somewhat surprised, occasionally glancing at that familiar yet strange place across the way, then turning back to watch Yang Yun's expression. It had been over half a year since she'd been home, and she hadn't expected it to have grown to this scale. Previously, when they had begun building the Boma Highway here, her father had leveled the fields near the road and set up 2 sheds to sell tea, food, and sundries to the road workers. Later, other village families followed suit, and some small traders from Chiang Mai who couldn't afford the expensive shops at East Gate Market discovered the foot traffic here and proactively came to rent land and build sheds to sell goods. Last time Dengzhou had seen her father at school, she had learned that the family no longer grew vegetables. Just the income from renting out land and the built sheds was many times more than they used to make selling vegetables each day. But she was still surprised at today's thriving scene. Though it wasn't yet lunch break, just the portion of worker families willing to walk a few extra li for cheaper prices had already made this place quite lively. In these crude shops, there was not only local produce from all Hainan counties, but also various goods transported from Guangzhou and elsewhere. Though the tax department had long had its eye on this place and issued tax tickets, because rent was cheap and transportation convenient, prices here remained quite competitive. What Dengzhou didn't know was that the newly built 2-story wooden long building on the hillside was actually an inn her father had just finished constructing. Ever since train service had started, business had been extremely brisk. Besides traveling merchants switching here from the docks for lower prices, many male and female workers who were seeing each other but not yet married would come here for fun. Moreover, quite a few naturalized citizen cadres, abandoning the noisy dormitories, rented the hillside-facing rooms here for extended stays, and naturally weren't staying alone. Yang Yun knew from the reports his apprentice had sent that after the crowds had arrived, local farmers also came here to sell fruits, vegetables, daily necessities, and snacks, forming a complete marketplace. And after Majiao, new district construction had picked up steam. Reportedly, even prostitutes were renting rooms at that inn for business. Workers visited even more diligently. Of course, public order had also begun to become somewhat chaotic, Reports forwarded to Civil Affairs from the Police General Bureau mentioned that thefts, unlicensed prostitution, brawls, gambling, and fraud at this location were all trending upward. Murders and robberies also occurred from time to time. End of chapter. Chapter 1334. The Red Flower Society. As for how to handle these private markets that had sprung up due to Lingao's industrialization, not many transmigrators had given it thought yet. But letting things develop unchecked like this would definitely cause problems. Regulations would have to come eventually. Chinese farmers really aren't lacking in commercial sense, Yang Yun thought with a bitter smile. The scene before him felt rather like when he used to work as an HR at a foreign enterprise in a certain Jiangnan town and walk out onto the street. With this thought, he led his entourage through the bustling little market. His destination was the commuter branch station under construction, where a large residential district was being built. That train platforms brought commercial opportunities apparently held true even in this Ming Dynasty time-space. Of course, since the land around the station had been preemptively occupied by the council, the commercial opportunities here were also firmly in transmigrator hands. The cooperative had set up a presence here early on, and the Agricultural Committee's Red Flower Society had also gotten a foot in, opening a North Ice Ocean ice shop. Council enterprises consistently offered high-quality goods, though the prices naturally couldn't match inferior goods, and service variety was limited. So it wasn't strange that the private market nearby was thriving. From the direction of the commuter platform under construction, small vendors emerged in twos and threes carrying large thermos bottles, wearing white vests. From various spots around them, more converged before dispersing again. The white vests they all wore bore a large red flower painted on the back, with 4-digit numbers written below in black. On the left chest was a smaller version of the same red flower and number, below which was a pocket with a cover flap. The right pocket was a large pocket extending up to the right chest. These vendors were ice pop sellers of the Red Flower Society, making their living peddling various popsicles around the town. Most had limited labor capacity. Some were children not yet old enough for school, others elderly or women. Though many weren't naturalized citizens, for hygiene reasons they all had to undergo purification before getting this job, so whether men or women, they all had pirate hair. It was now approaching noon, and vendors were gradually gathering here at the ice shop to resupply. The product they sold was just one kind, popsicles, priced at 2 fen and 3 fen, the latter having a bit more mung beans or red beans than the former. The former was just an ordinary ice pop, divided into 5 or 6 flavors depending on added seasoning, though the best seller was still ordinary salted water popsicles. The thermos bottles they carried were specially made non-tipping bottles. The so-called non-tipping bottles simply had a round iron weight cast into the base of the rattan-wrapped thermos bottle like a tumbler toy. The outside had a reinforced rattan-wrapped shell. "Give me a popsicle, mung bean." Yang Yun casually stopped a youth with number 43 and asked for a salted water popsicle. The youth skillfully took the 5 fen note Yang Yun handed over, pulled out 2 1 fen notes from his left vest pocket to give as change, but seemed to have no intention of opening his thermos to retrieve ice. Instead, he reached over to whisper something to a youth numbered 81. Youth 81 happily opened his thermos and, using the long bamboo tongs inside, carefully retrieved a popsicle and handed it over. "I've already made enough share money for today. My brother just started doing this and isn't very practiced yet, otherwise he couldn't even make share money," the youth explained when he saw Yang Yun's puzzled expression. Thermos bottles were too expensive for small vendors to afford. The bottles these youths used were mostly rented. Many who joined the Red Flower Society were children of local poor families. They needed a guarantor to vouch for them to get this job. The thermos bottle rental was 1 mao per day, requiring the sale of 50 popsicles to cover it. Yang Yun took a bite of the popsicle and tested the taste. Then he said, the insulation is good. What's your name? Where do your parents work?" I'm Chen Si. This is my younger brother Chen Jiaoyu. Our parents both work as farm laborers at farm number 17 under the Majiao Commune Agricultural Committee. Number 43 answered readily. Our sales territory is this road. You're naturalized citizen children. Why aren't you in school? Yang Yun asked curiously. These two brothers' parents were both farm laborers. They should be naturalized citizens. But naturalized citizen children's enrollment was compulsory. Even if they weren't study material, they'd be sent to apprentice teams, not left on the streets as vendors. Our parents don't have housing, so we can't get formal household registration. We can only count as collective registration. We can't get into school either. Yang Yun nodded and asked about their current housing situation. Chen Si said somewhat embarrassedly, "We just came from Guangdong a few months ago and just got registered and started working at the commune. We heard from people there. The quotas are tight now and getting an apartment requires queuing. Our family won't get a number until the year after next. Where do you live now then?" "Nowhere to live." Chen Si spread his hands. "Our parents both live in the farm's collective dormitory. My brother and I just stay at the Red Flower Society's dormitory. One bed split between 3 shifts of people. At least there's a place to sleep. So your whole family is separated. Still better than begging and sleeping in eaves and ruined temples. At least it's a proper building and proper beds," Chen Si laughed. "Besides, the commune cadres said once our number comes up, we'll have housing. Just gotta tough it out." The youth spoke with an envious tone. "I've seen the farm houses. They're really bright and clean and not thatched roofs either. It'd be nice to live in one of those sooner." Watching the youth gradually walk away, Yang Yun raised his wrist to check the time, 7:11 p.m. In his mind he thought, "If I get diarrhea again within 2 hours, I'm going to tell Nanhai to have the naturalized citizen new factory director at the popsicle plant go work the mines with the old factory director under Fu Yaoti's supervision." In 18th century England, shared ice cream cups had infected over 1 million Britons with tuberculosis, which was why only popsicles were allowed for street sales now. All thermos bottles were standardized for 50 popsicles. Vendors were strictly forbidden from touching popsicles with their hands. Anyone caught got 3 months of labor reform, and employed parents would have wages docked. All for hygiene. Due to lax management, there had already been several mass food poisoning incidents caused by contamination during popsicle making and sales. Though diarrhea wasn't fatal in current Lingao, having several hundred people unable to work normally at once was still a significant loss. After the last popsicle-caused food poisoning outbreak, a transmigrator had even proposed at a standing committee meeting to close the popsicle factory and suspend sales of this easily contaminated food. But thanks to vigorous lobbying by the Light Industry Bureau, Commerce Bureau, and Agricultural Committee, the proposal had been blocked. Passing through the platform, they soon reached the construction site perimeter. It was lunch hour. The council's workers didn't have the concept of a lunch break. To squeeze out manpower, except for work requiring high physical strength or technical skill, most work was divided only into day and night shifts with a meal served at scheduled times during each eat and then work. It was the same here. Workers ate on site. Food had been prepared by the cafeteria and was being carried up to the construction site by workers with shoulder poles. Groups of workers were queuing for their meals. Yang Yun went directly to the construction command post. 2 guards at the door saw the leader and hastily saluted. "Old Yang, what brings you here?" Zhang Xingpei was reclining on a beach chair gnawing on a chicken leg, surprise written across his face. "Isn't it obvious I'm worried about the progress here? Let's talk business after we eat. I don't want indigestion. Have you eaten?" "Not yet, you brat, you're even eating a private meal." Yang Yun noticed the coal stove and pots and pans on the side. "The cafeteria cooks can't cook for shit. Come on in, eat together." Zhang Xingpei was quite hospitable, alone on this site supervising, with civil construction not getting much transmigrator attention. It was rare to have leadership come by to check up. Zhang Xingpei's secretary and Dai Ziu went together to bring over food. Yang Yun likewise sat down beside him. The two guards at his instruction took the food and drink Zhang Xingpei's apprentice brought over only after being ordered, carefully taking turns eating. You brat are eating luxuriously, hibiscus chicken slices, pickled fish, twice-cooked pork, and even braised soft-shell turtle. Absolutely wild-caught. Find me a farmed one and that be the rarity, Yang Yun laughed. He wasn't interested in this stuff. Meat and chicken were more his thing. Yang Yun picked up a slice of twice-cooked pork with his chopsticks and washed it down with kvass. Really good. Only the commercial house restaurant could produce such authentic Sichuan cuisine. Though the Transmigrator Special Ration cafeteria at 100 Fathom City had excellent cooking, one tired of it after a while, and mass-produced meals couldn't be too refined. Completely different from a restaurant's output. The local foreman paid tribute. Eating would be a waste otherwise. In Lingao now, to utilize more labor outside the system, this model of local foremen organizing temporary workers was very common. Naturally, local foremen would proactively cultivate good relations with their supervising leaders. You brat are pretty corrupt. If I didn't get to be corrupt, what would be the point of my being here? Accepting food debts and accepting hands. If you eat like this, what if someone cuts corners on you? Zhang Xingpei gave a knowing laugh and didn't answer, just kept urging Yang Yun to eat more. He soon finished eating. Seeing Yang Yun still going at it heartily, his urge to talk suddenly arose. When transmigrators got together, the main activity was ranting. Ranting about the executive committee, ranting about the standing committee, ranting about the various bureaus and departments. In short, just haters hating. The fuck, our civil construction is just a tragedy, no one pays attention. Need people, none. Need equipment, none. Need materials, none. The homebody party's Qian Shuiding was talking big before he took office, going to do some major cabinet reshuffle, sort out the government operations. Now the fucker's gone and reshuffled himself right into cabinet. We fringe people keep washing feet for those tops. The fuck, do they even look at history? The massive state enterprises in the PRC building residential quarters. Take Anyang Iron and Steel. From 1958 to 1961, 3 years, they only co-built 36 buildings with Anyang Construction Company, only 25 of which were actually theirs, plus 40 bungalows. Anyang Steel had over 30,000 workers, over 1,000 households. In 3 years, they only settled 16,000 singles and 500-odd families. The rest were still in work sheds. End of chapter. Chapter 1335. Open Teaching Day the fuck, and another thing, that Henan Province 2nd Construction Engineering Company in 72 had 3,000 workers, about the same as our civil construction now. But they had over 100 machines totaling 8,000 horsepower. First year they completed 30,000 square meters. That's the standard. The fuck. The executive committee won't even give us steel, and even a few steam-powered bulldozers took forever to get approved. I only have this many people under me, expecting me to do 30,000 plus square meters of apartment buildings in 6 months. Is that even possible? The superiority of the council doesn't extend that far. Yang Yun choked on his food and hastily washed down the last few bites with kvass. Dai Ziu, who had finished eating earlier, naturally took out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. That girl isn't your life secretary, is she? Looks a bit too young. Zhang Xingpei suddenly changed the subject. Dai Ziu turned bright red and grabbed the bowls and chopsticks, fleeing as if escaping to wash dishes with Zhang Xingpei's secretary. Stop talking nonsense. This girl is an administrative intern assigned to me. So you've been interning her. You little bastard, can you not be such a beast? Yang Yun's face was filled with righteous indignation. I'm a proper HR. Back in the day, I had if not 1,000 then 800 female workers under me, all young and beautiful girls. If I wanted to mess around with female workers, it would have been a matter of seconds. Did you see me do it? A person needs to have some baseline. HMPH, who knows about you, you beasts who sit in offices, not even sparing such young girls. Last time someone even got her knocked up, truly beasts among beasts. Zhang Xingpei's face was full of righteous indignation, then he sighed. If I'd known I wouldn't have done construction, I'd have become a beast too. Your secretary is a B-level, much prettier than this girl. You get tired of eating good things all the time. Besides commanding a bunch of pigs at this construction site, I'm more tired than a pig myself. No energy for that. Yang Yun knew that worker quality issues were something transmigrators had complained about for a long time. Slightly better seedlings generally wouldn't end up at the construction company. In many people's view, a construction company just needed people with strength to carry bricks and haul dirt. Being a bit stupid was fine. Under this guiding philosophy, many naturalized citizen workers eliminated by other departments and enterprises got dumped on the construction company. From the Shandong migrants, I'll definitely pick out the carpenters and masons for you. That would be best. Though their skills differ wildly from our techniques, at least they understand how to work. At minimum, they know how to lay bricks. Zhang Xingpei picked his teeth. Also, about the thing you promised last time about adding construction team apprentices. How's that going? I won't shortchange you. I'll definitely get you your quota. Dai Dihu didn't wake up until noon when his wife came to call him for lunch, and only then did he rub his sleepy eyes and get up. By the time he'd dressed and pulled aside the mosquito net, his son Dai Yu was sitting at the dinner table by the door, eyes eager. His wife covered the iron pot on the coal stove by the door and brought over the last dish. Ever since Lingao Coal Company had started promoting honeycomb briquettes, with free coal stoves for anyone who ordered a 3-year supply, these things had caught fire. They'd already unified the county seat and all the markets. Burning honeycomb briquettes was much more economical than burning wood. One side room housed 3 generations of the whole family. 3 long benches with brick legs and bamboo plank beds served as their beds. Add 2 chests, and the small space was packed full. It had taken considerable thought to arrange everything. They could only cook and set the table at the doorway. But compared to what the family had eaten back in Dengzhou, this meal was sumptuous. Fish balls with lettuce, shrimp paste with cucumber, dry braised eggplant, tomato soup, and steaming hot rice. Never mind the variety of dishes. Even before, rice wasn't something they could eat their fill of every day. The leaders were capable. Though Lingao had suffered a typhoon this year, the rice harvest was still much better than previous good years. Though there were many more mouths to feed, rice prices hadn't risen much, especially since the leaders' DeLong grain store always had large quantities of good rice for retail, honest with the young and old, never cheating on the scales. Grain speculators couldn't survive here at all. What about father and mother? Daidihu sat in the seat of honor. I sent food over earlier. His wife knew what her husband was worried about. Daidihu's parents, though advanced in years, still ran a small stall outside to earn a little money. They ate lunch out. The family had many mouths and large expenses. Though they were staying at a clansman's house, they caught no break on rent. Daily expenses were still quite tight. Good, let's eat then. Daidihu spoke and started using his chopsticks. His son Daiyu hurriedly began eating. His wife served and ate beside them. By old customs, women didn't sit at the table, but the customs here in Lingao had been gradually changing. Many women worked for the leaders and earned money, some even more than men. And since female leaders had high status, social attitudes had started slowly shifting. Husband, if it's too exhausting, why not change jobs? If it weren't exhausting, where would the money come from? His wife sighed, saw that their son liked fish balls, and quickly added several more to his bowl. Husband, has there been any word from the brothers about household land? Not yet. Dai family village land all belonged to Dai surname relatives. There wasn't not household land to be had, but watching it rise in price day by day, no family was willing to sell cheap to them, especially since they couldn't come up with the money all at once. Husband, any progress on getting you enrolled? I asked around. They say enrollment now requires school registration. Those of us without naturalized citizen household registration have no chance. Even self-funded students need fixed local registration to qualify. To get school registration, You needed local household registration to get local household registration. You needed a fixed residence. Their kind could only count as a floating population. They couldn't even qualify for self-funded schooling. Seeing his wife fall silent, her eyes reddening, Dai Dihu sighed. Lingao's educational resources were limited. Adult education could make do, but Fangcao Dai's buildings were already bursting at the seams. Due to teaching staff limitations, school-age education couldn't expand enrollment in the short term either. With Lingao's population now exceeding 100,000 and over 10,000 school-age children, just guaranteeing enrollment for naturalized citizen children was already strained. Only a very small portion of non-naturalized citizen children could enroll. Outsiders without housing like Dai Dihu counted as floating population, unless he was willing to become a naturalized citizen, and unless there was another chance coincidence like last time. There was simply no chance of getting into Fangcao Dai. Lingao now also had private schools teaching Confucian classics, but this kind of teaching wasn't recognized by the leaders. One still had to take exams for even Category C credentials. Dai Dihu had never thought his son could succeed through 10 years of cold window study to earn official status. Seeing Lingao's days getting better and better, and the leader's prospects growing brighter, his daughter had gotten into Fangcao Dai a year ago by coincidence. He and his wife had visited several times and been greatly impressed. Naturally, they hoped their son could also get in. After all, a daughter would eventually marry out. No matter how well she learned, it would ultimately benefit another family. Actually, his wife too had come from a wealthy family in her youth and was literate. Dai Dihu knew she had long wanted to join the leader's side. They were both literate and numerate. He'd heard getting Category C credentials was easy, Category B not hard. With Category B credentials, they might even be useful to the leaders, might even become cadres. As things stood, he could only do manual labor. His wife working as a helper at Third Brothers Inn was also very exhausting, and calling it helping was generous. They only got a meal during work hours. As for wages, they couldn't argue over amount. Whatever was given was taken. Sometimes they wouldn't see a single green note for over a month. Just the housing issue had them so strapped they couldn't breathe, leaving them at Third Brothers' mercy. They called themselves clan and family, but was there really any familial love in it? Thinking of this, he couldn't help sighing. But his old father absolutely refused to shave his head. He had said many times that unless he himself died, there was no question of family members shaving their hair. Dai Dihu himself had always hesitated too. Dai Yu had attended private school in Dengzhou. He'd read and understood principles. Seeing his parents' difficult expressions, he just ate his meal silently and didn't interject, though seeing how impressive his sister looked at school, he was secretly envious too. After the meal, Dai Dihu changed into a blue cotton short jacket and washed his face. His wife changed into a comparatively newer waistcoat. Today was Fangcao Dai's senior elementary first-year open teaching day. There was one open teaching day every semester, usually scheduled before spring break. Fangcao Dai used a closed teaching system with no summer or winter vacations. Students could only go home on rest days. Besides that, only New Year had a 3-day holiday, so naturally there was no summer or winter break. However, spring vacation was always given. Actually, it was farming busy leave, when students could go home for a week to help with farm work. In the days before spring break began, various grades and departments took turns holding open teaching day events to publicize the new educational system's achievements to student parents. His wife held their son's hand. In her other hand was a food box with carefully prepared treats. They followed Dai Dihu out the door. They first went to the market in front of Dai Family Village, where Dai Dihu's parents were minding their small stall selling snacks. Business was decent. The two of them were busy. Entrusting their son to his grandparents, the couple headed to Majiao New District Station, took the train to Eastgate Market Station to transfer, and soon arrived at Fangcao Dai. Today for the open class, parents from all over Lingao had come. The main gate of the national school already had a long line at the guard station. Half an hour later, it was finally their turn. Dai Dihu hastily handed over his visiting pass and temporary ID. You arrived in Lingao last year as a floating household. How could you possibly have a daughter enrolled here? The guard on duty today was a new face, not the one from last time when they'd picked up their daughter. Looking at Dai Dihu's identification, he was immediately skeptical. She was recommended by a leader, Dai Dihu quickly explained. His mood had shifted from anxious a year ago to proud now. Oh, I see. The guard looked at the visiting pass, which had the names and fingerprints of both student and parent. After verification, he stamped it and handed it back. Go that way. Next. The massive iron gate was only opened with a small door. The couple entered Fangcao Dai National School, past the statues, and before their eyes stood the imposing main teaching building. The 5-story red brick figure-8 building looked like a giant red eagle descending upon the earth, giving tremendous visual impact. The front of the teaching building's main hall was a 3-story atrium with an impressive inner corridor, through which they could see the athletic field in the distance, surrounded by cinder running tracks. End of chapter. Chapter 1336. Great promise. Though it wasn't their first time here, despite still being impressed, the Dai couple quickly regained their focus and looked toward the small plaza in front of the teaching building hall. Rows upon rows of men and women, young and old, stood there with either amazed or proud expressions. These were all parents waiting to visit their children. Hello, may I see your visiting pass? The teacher in charge of reception was a female leader around 30, wearing a beige blazer over top and a black pencil skirt below, with stockings and black high heels. Though Dai Dihu had seen such attire before, he still turned bright red and dared not look directly at her. His wife was quite composed by contrast, nudging his elbow. Only then did he remember to hand over the visiting pass. Senior Elementary Year 1 Class 1, Dai Yan. The female leader smiled slightly upon seeing the name. This child is very smart with strong learning ability. She has great promise ahead. Dai Dihu had never thought about how a girl could have great promise ahead. Could a transmigrator have taken a fancy to his daughter? Thinking of this, his heart leapt with joy. If a transmigrator really had his eye on her, it would not only be her good fortune but the whole family's. Before he could react, the female transmigrator had already turned her head to call. Teacher Su, one of yours from Class 1. The national school had expanded at a flying pace, and student management naturally needed large numbers of staff. This year's first batch of Category B graduates couldn't quite qualify as full teachers, but they were competent as life counselors. Teacher Su was a girl who had just turned 18. She was an orphan the transmigrators had bought from Guangdong. After completing 2 years of junior elementary, she hadn't had the potential to continue to senior elementary, but her gentle, meticulous personality had gotten her recruited into the normal class, where she doubled as a life counselor during off hours. Currently, the national school's education primarily aimed at universalization, but the transmigrators' enterprise also couldn't do without elites. Therefore, students with outstanding grades in all areas who showed potential to skip grades received special education. Each semester, based on selection rankings, the top 64 students in each grade selection group would be placed in classes 1, 2, and 3 during class adjustments. These 3 classes received the best resources. Each academic year's content was compressed into 1 semester. They bore high expectations to learn more knowledge faster by reducing study time. Privately, they were nicknamed the genius classes, the seed classes for the transmigrators' future elites. Since the genius classes weren't measured by quantity and had very high teaching quality requirements, they were the national school's rare small class education. Teacher Su's Class 1 parents numbered only about 20, much shorter than some nearby lines of over 100 relatives. She saw the couple, and remembering that quick and adorable girl, waved for Dai Dihu and his wife to come over. Dai Dihu made an awkward approximation of a bow as greeting to the female leader, then hurried over with his wife. He had originally had 2 sons and 3 daughters, but the rest had died young. Now he only had his 9-year-old daughter Dai Sanyang and 7-year-old second son Dai Yu. A year ago, when the whole family had just arrived in Lingao, his 8-year-old Dai Sanyang had gotten lost at Eastgate Market. Just as the whole family thought she'd been kidnapped by human traffickers and were frantic with worry, a male leader had carried the girl back, praising her for being smart and cute, and asked Dai Dihu if he'd be willing to let her attend the national school. It had originally been just a casual remark, but when the whole family arrived at Dai Family Village, third brother Dai Degao learned of this. Through much persuasion, he insisted Dai Dihu send his daughter to school. At the time, seeking third brother's protection, he could only agree. Soon after, his daughter and third brother's daughter Dai Ziu were enrolled in the national school under that male leader's recommendation quota, and from then on she had the name Dai Yan. But his daughter was truly impressive. In her first semester, Dai Yan had performed outstandingly. Among the several thousand junior elementary first-year students at the national school, her overall evaluation grades had broken into the top 300, drawing teachers' focused attention. Subsequently, her ranking kept rising, and by junior elementary second year, she had reached the subtle position of 21st place. She had smoothly entered the fast-track class. From the first semester that Fangcao Dai had selection rankings, no girl in any grade had managed to break into the top 21. Dai Yan became the first girl to break into this ranking. After completing an academic year's curriculum in 1 semester in the fast-track class, she had entered senior elementary first year. In senior elementary's first overall evaluation, she had taken first place, instantly becoming major news that rocked all of Fangcao Dai. For the transmigrator teachers, this wasn't surprising. For young students, the traditional rote education model was actually better suited to female learning patterns. Given the right conditions, girls had considerable advantages during compulsory education. Dai Yan's emergence was merely a direct reflection of the new educational model gradually showing results. But for naturalized citizens and native commoners, a female student standing at the top of the grade rankings was a devastating shock to emotions, reason, and worldview alike. In their understanding, women being able to read and write was already the leaders greatly elevating them. Yet someone could actually take first place. The flowers in the mirror storybook did have females Yuanyuan and Jinqi, but those were a storyteller's fancies, not to be taken seriously, and even if real, that would be a women's examination, not like now with actual competition of men and women together taking exams and ranking results. Ding ling ling, the second period afternoon class bell rang. The teaching building instantly came alive. Next was labor class. Most students would be led by teachers to various practical work sites. Only grades scheduled for open classes would specially stay behind. Lingao's educational history was too shallow. The national school's regular students currently only went up to senior elementary first year. But fast-track students were future elites and naturally enjoyed different treatment. Dai Dihu and his wife, along with other parents, were led toward the study academy. This was a school within a school at Fangcao Dai, with separate buildings. Only classes 1, 2, and 3 of each grade had classrooms here. There was also an initial class, the Transmigrator Children's Class. Since the children's class had limited numbers, it used mixed-grade education within one class. Principal Kaiyan, that is, Lu Yang's mother, an experienced elementary school teacher, personally served as homeroom teacher, with instruction exclusively by transmigrator teachers, all the finest educational resources. To prevent these children from becoming too disconnected from the masses too early, the study academy established specially for transmigrator children had absorbed elite naturalized citizen students from classes 1, 2, and 3 to be their classmates and spend their days together. For the visiting parents, they weren't aware of these subtleties. Teacher Su opened the classroom door and with a smile led the parents filing in. The 20-odd parents packed the podium area. Looking at the bright-eyed children below, quite a few had tears in their eyes on the spot. A male student in the front row wearing a black uniform with a class monitor badge on his chest sat ramrod straight and called out loudly, "Rise! Bow!" The 20-odd children of Junior Elementary Year 2 Class 1 shot to their feet and bowed deeply at 90 degrees. Teacher Sue clapped her hands and the classroom instantly came alive. A dozen children rushed toward their parents, and the scene was immediately full of laughter and tears. Only the dozen or so orphans and children whose families hadn't come looked on enviously from their seats. Diane, seated in the first row by the window, had spotted her parents early. After a month apart, her heart was naturally full of longing. She ran the fastest, charging straight into her mother's arms. Her mother held her daughter, tears streaming down continuously. She hugged her giggling daughter, looking her up and down without stopping. This little face, unseen for a month, hadn't grown thin at all. If anything, her chin had gained a touch of roundness. She wore the short hair common to girls here, pinned behind her ears with hairpins, the black hair combed without a single strand out of place, neat and tidy. Her well-fitted cotton uniform and the Australian-style black buckle cloth shoes over white knee-length socks on her feet made her look ever more quick and lovely. Her uniform collar had 3 white stripes. Boys had 3 white stripes on their cuffs. Dai Dihu knew these marked fast-track students. Students ranked 65 to 300 in the selection group had 2 stripes. Regular students had only 1. As the grade's overall selection number 1, Diane also wore a special metal badge on the scarf at her chest, the honor of being the grade's number 1. Fangcao Dai was filled everywhere with hidden elements stimulating students to compete. Only the most brutal competition could make excellent seeds emerge. The transmigrators' lifespans were limited. To cultivate enough successors for the new world in such limited time was extremely pressing. Dai Dihu managed to keep his composure at the moment, standing to the side with only a slight twitch at the corner of his eyes. Only when Diane threw her arms around him and sweetly called "Daddy" did he finally let out repeated exclamations of "Good, good," and one tear at the corner of his eye could no longer be hidden, making Diane giggle as she reached out to wipe it away. Once the scene gradually calmed, Teacher Sue clapped her hands and led everyone to the kitchen and cafeteria. Since there were too many students, crowding into one place to eat would cause chaos. So the national school's cafeteria was divided into several by grade. However, the fast-track classes didn't eat in Fangcao Dai's student cafeteria, but in the Study Academy cafeteria. The food here was supplied according to the highest standards among naturalized citizens. The parents stood awkwardly outside, watching through the large glass windows as the children bustled